Chapter 1, Breaking Off the Engagement? Get on with it then. Today was grandfather's birthday banquet, and the prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou had all gathered at the Tang residence. I suddenly shivered and blurted out, "Holy shit." After processing the memories flooding my mind, I nearly lost it. I'm a hardcore web novel enthusiast who's devoured countless urban power fantasies. Not long ago, I suddenly acquired a villain system. This damn system forces me to play the antagonist in power fantasy stories. Surviving major plot arcs earns me rewards, and making it to the ending lets me return to my original world with all the accumulated wealth and bonuses. Yet every time, it's a hellish start. In my 8th transmigration, I became the security guard blocking the protagonist from entering the company and was sent flying by the male lead, Long Shui, shattering the glass and dying instantly. The previous round was even more outrageous. The protagonist was the Northern Profound Heavenly Lord, and before I could utter a word, I was smacked to death with a single slap. This system is such a scam. System? Which book is this? I shouted inwardly. Battle God Dragon King Frolics in the Flower City, currently on chapter 57. The system replied coldly. I quickly recalled this novel's plot. The protagonist Yichen came from a prestigious Yanjing family annihilated when he was 5, then raised overseas by an old man to become a top assassin and founded the world's top mercenary organization Dragon Soul, known as the Dragon King. His medical skills were top-notch, and he was also adept at appraising jade and treasures. This time returning to China, he had 2 goals: to investigate the massacre of his family, and to charm women and build a harem, reaching the pinnacle of life. As for me, I'm the eldest young master of the Tang family, the top among the 4 great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, with assets worth trillions. I thought transmigrating into such a character would be thrilling, but no matter how noble the villain is, they're just a stepping stone for the protagonist. The plot in chapter 57. Am I going to die again? Thinking of the events in the book, my face instantly paled. Today was my grandfather's birthday banquet, where I was supposed to get engaged to the first female lead, Su Muyue. The Su family was also one of the 4 great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, though ranked last. I was Su Muyue's devoted follower, chasing after her for 3 years, yet she never once looked at me seriously. The Tang family elders couldn't bear to watch any longer and decided to arrange a marriage alliance with the Su family. But when Yichen finds out, he'll cause a scene at the banquet, taking Su Muyue away with him. I'll end up getting kicked into a vegetative state by him, passing away not long after. This setup is so damn stupid, I cursed in my heart. How could a Yale graduate like me, handsome, loaded, end up being some moody woman's doormat for 3 whole years? If it were some handsome multimillionaire, he'd be cruising to clubs in a Cadillac by now. I need to come up with a plan. My eyes swept across the hall, quickly spotting Yichen sitting inconspicuously in the corner holding a glass of red wine, now acting as Su Muyue's bodyguard. Seriously, who doesn't see through this cliché? Fine, I won't get engaged then. Just as I was grumbling to myself, Su Muyue walked over in her blue gown. She had stunning beauty and an extraordinary presence, but her gaze was as cold as a knife, looking at me with undisguised loathing. She stopped in front of me and said coolly, "Young Master Tang, stop pestering me. The arranged marriage is off, I won't agree to it." I was only too happy to oblige and quickly nodded. Sounds good to me. She clearly hadn't expected me to agree so readily, her eyes widening in disbelief. Right then, my inner monologue piped up again. No arranged marriage, absolutely not. I'll thank your ancestors for 18 generations, and your monumental disgrace I'll repay in the next life. Hurry up and elope with your Yichen, hilarious, his harem needs you. She frowned and glanced around, probably searching for who spoke. The voice she heard now matched what I was thinking, but since my lips didn't move, she likely thought she imagined it. What? Want to cancel the arranged marriage? Let's go explain to the elders together. Outwardly calm, inwardly I was overjoyed. Without this engagement, Yichen shouldn't have any reason to target me anymore. I just need to survive quietly until the finale. What a shame for Su Muyue, Hangzhou's reigning beauty, destined for Yichen's harem and dragging down the Su family with her. Classic brain-dead wish fulfillment novel logic. The sarcastic voice in my heart surfaced again, and Su Muyue must have heard it. After all, we were the only 2 in the hallway. A shadow of displeasure flickered across her face. I knew Yichen was the bodyguard she had hired some time ago. Back then, when she was being harassed by thugs, Yichen saved her, and she kept him as a bodyguard at the Su family. The 2 had become friends. But now, hearing that she was expected to join Yichen's harem even at the cost of her family, she was clearly resistant. She was a proud daughter of heaven, how could she possibly become some small-time bodyguard's harem member? Chapter 2. Why aren't you following the script? Soon, we arrived at the study. The elders of the Tang and Su families were discussing the matter of an arranged marriage. After entering, we first greeted the elders. My father, Tang Gangcheng, looked at me and said, "Tang, you've come at the right time. Uncle Su and I have discussed it and think you and Muyue are a perfect match. We've decided to settle your marriage. What do you think?" I firmly refused. I don't think it's suitable. Everyone in the room looked at me with strange expressions, probably all thinking, who in all of Suzhou and Hangzhou doesn't know I've been pursuing Su Muyue for 3 years? I cleared my throat and said, esteemed elders, a forced marriage yields no sweet fruit. Upon reflection, I realize Muyu and I truly aren't suited in temperament. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, so please let us make our own decisions. Thank you for your concern. After saying this, I felt much more at ease. Haha, now at least I won't get beaten to death. But the elders were all dumbfounded. Su Muyu's father, Su Zhongshan, suddenly spoke up, Xiaoyu, uncle knows what you're thinking, did Muyu force you to say this? Don't worry, uncle will arrange things for you. I was completely baffled. Internally I thought, uncle, are you trying to get me killed or what? I was just about to explain when Su Zhongshan waved his hand dismissively, no need to say more, uncle understands you. Then he turned to Su Muyue and scolded her angrily, Muyue, tell me, how has Xiaoyu treated you these years? He's been deeply devoted and endlessly caring toward you. Do you remember how long he stayed by your side when you were hospitalized? In terms of qualifications and looks, where does he fall short compared to you? And you even forced him to say such things, I'm practically furious with you. I was dumbfounded as my father's angry spittle sprayed across my face. What did he mean by I forced him? That guy was probably laughing his head off inside. Just then, Tang Yu's sarcastic voice echoed in my mind again, hurry up and fight back. Why are you just standing there? Argue with your dad, and let's team up to ruin this arrangement. Everyone can go their own way, and I'll happily find myself 8 or 10 girls to have fun with. If you don't talk back soon, I'm really going to be in big trouble. Do you still want to elope with your Dragon King Yichen or not? The moment I saw Tang Yu winking at me, I flew into a rage. That bastard kept calling him my Yichen, who does he take me for? Why the hell would I elope with some bodyguard? What makes him so special? And hearing him say he'd go find 8 or 10 other sisters made me even angrier. You chased after me for 3 years, and now you're changing your mind just like that? Blinded by anger, I suddenly blurted out, Dad, I never told him to say that. I support the arranged marriage. The furious father suddenly froze, his face showing astonishment as he asked, You're not lying to me? No, I shook my head, my cheeks flushing slightly as I bit my lip and said, he genuinely treats me very well. I was moved by his sincerity, but I'd like to take things slowly, starting with dating first. Is that alright? Of course it's fine. Just like eating, one bite at a time. Take it slow, father replied, his face breaking into a relieved smile. The elders in the room also smiled in agreement, sharing father's view. They believed Tang Yu was voluntarily giving up the arranged marriage out of concern for my happiness. What a considerate son-in-law. But Tang Yu, who had been all smiles just moments ago, now looked worse than if he'd eaten shit. He walked up to me, forcing a smile uglier than crying, and said, Muyue, you don't have to force yourself like this. I understand how you feel. I lightly bit my rosy lips and whispered, but my thought was precisely to start with dating to give it a try. Xiaoyu, our Muyue just has a bit of a cold temperament and isn't good at expressing herself. Don't think she dislikes you, girls are naturally shy, my father said with a kindly smile, patting Tang Yu's shoulder encouragingly. Tang Yu's face twitched violently, while in my ears rang out his entire stream of furious, frustrated internal ranting. You're fucking insane. We agreed to cancel the engagement together. Who the hell wants to date you? You should follow the wish fulfillment novel plot. The Dragon King's harem is your destiny. Please, snap out of it already. Stop acting crazy. Hearing these inner thoughts, the corners of my lips curled slightly upwards, a glimmer of amusement appearing in my eyes. Seeing him so flustered was actually quite entertaining. This version of him was far more interesting than his previous simp persona. At this moment, old Master Tang suddenly spoke up, alright, since they've taken a liking to each other, we don't need to worry anymore. This is the perfect time to go announce the news. The group filed out of the study with laughter, while Tang Yu and I brought up the rear. Noticing the faint smile on my face, Tang Yu looked ready to pummel me with a set of military-style punches. Through gritted teeth, they hissed, didn't we agree no arranged marriage? But I was moved by your sincerity. The smile at my lips grew even more radiant. This was the first time Tang Yu saw me smiling at him like this, and he couldn't help being momentarily dazed. Then he reached out to feel my forehead, saying, if you're feeling unwell somewhere, we should go get checked at the hospital. Marriage isn't child's play, think carefully about this. He inwardly complained again, frowny face girl, if you're sick, go get treated fast. If you don't see a doctor now, I might have to see a coroner later. I'm fine. I've thought it through clearly, and we're not even married yet, right? I said with all the calm wisdom of a sage. Well, I'm not willing. Forced fruit isn't sweet. It's fine, as long as it quenches thirst. I smiled even more brightly, looking at Tang Yu earnestly, and given how suddenly your attitude changed so much, is there any chance you've got some terminal illness and don't want to drag me down? Tang Yu looked utterly despairing, speechless. This woman, why wasn't she following the script? Her brain must be waterlogged. Now she's really going to get me killed. Soon Yichen will definitely storm in and make a scene. Just when I finally got to play a rich, handsome villain, am I about to lose it all? Damn this ridiculous wish fulfillment plot. Listening to Tang Yu's complaints, I grew increasingly curious in my heart. Would things really turn out just as his inner voice predicted? After returning to the main hall, Elder Tang first expressed his gratitude to the guests, then called Tang Yu and me forward. Facing the crowd, he announced, "Dear friends and family, there's another joyous occasion to share with everyone today. Our Tang family has decided to forge a marriage alliance with the Su family. Starting today, Su Muyue will be considered half a granddaughter-in-law of our Tang family." As soon as Elder Tang finished his announcement, the guests burst into applause, while the Su family members were beaming with delight. Meanwhile, in the corner where Yi Chen was savoring red wine, his face instantly darkened. With a murderous expression, he strode aggressively toward Tang Yu. Tang Yu couldn't help but complain inwardly, "Holy shit, here he comes, marching over with murderous intent. God damn it, it's still the same old story. Am I destined to get beaten up today?" I looked over and indeed saw Yi Chen approaching with a murderous expression, which startled me. The Su family hadn't brought any bodyguards to the banquet, yet Yi Chen had actually shown up here, just as Tang Yu had said. "I disagree with this marriage." Standing 3 meters away, Yi Chen's face turned cold as he roared in anger. All eyes were fixed on him, and except for a very few members of the Su family, no one recognized who Yi Chen was. His father, however, recalled him as the newly hired bodyguard and stepped forward with a dark glare, shouting, "What the hell do you think you are? A mere bodyguard? Since when do you have any say in our Su family's affairs?" A flash of killing intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. If not for the fact that this was his father, he would have already struck. Glaring at the Su family members, he pointed at each of them one by one and said, "The prestigious Su family, a noble clan, sacrificing a young girl's happiness just for the sake of the family's prosperity? Do you even have a shred of shame left?" Tang Yu couldn't help but mock internally. "Ha, here it comes, the classic verbal assault. Sticking his nose into other people's business, next he'll beat someone up, play the hero, and in the end, guess who'll suffer for it? The Su family." But for the protagonist of a power fantasy novel, achieving greatness means climbing over countless corpses. After all, everyone's just a stepping stone. No big deal. According to the original plot, I would be forced by my family to agree to a political marriage. In my darkest moment, Yi Chen intervened and swept me away, shattering the chains within me to become my sole support. Consequently, I would fall in love with him and become the first member of his harem. But now, my eyebrows furrowed slightly, feeling neither moved nor surprised. After listening to Tang Yu's heartfelt words for so long, my mindset had completely changed. Outrageous! How dare a mere bodyguard be so insolent? Throw him out! Father bellowed furiously. Soon, the Tang family's bodyguard captain He Jin came running over. A retired special forces soldier with formidable skills, he was fiercely loyal to the Tangs. According to the original plot, he'd be the first to strike and the first to die before misfortune befell Tang Yu. "Don't act rashly." Tang Yu hurriedly stepped forward to stop Yi Jin, advising, "Let's talk this out. Today's my grandfather's birthday, starting a fight would spoil the harmony." Only after hearing Tang Yu intervene did Yi Jin stand down. "See that? Young Master Tang has class, unlike some barbarians who can't control themselves. If it were me, I'd have dragged him out and beaten him to death for the dogs. My guess is he's probably trying to steal young Master Tang's woman. As if a penniless wretch like him stands a chance? Young Master Tang, hurry up and finish him off with your couplet." The onlookers unanimously praised Tang Yu's gracefulness while taking the opportunity to scorn Yi Chen, a classic trope in power fantasy novels. After hearing those bystanders' words, I was scared to death, thinking to myself, why are you yelling so damn loud? Can't you be nicer? You get to enjoy cursing people, while I'm the one who'll end up getting cremated. Sure enough, when Yi Chen heard those words, his face instantly turned pale with rage, his eyes fixed on me. I cursed inwardly, "Damn it, why the hell are you staring at me? It's not like I'm the one who insulted you. I didn't even let anyone touch you. What more do you want? If you want a snatcher, just do it already. Don't fucking come at me, you idiot. This guy's the Dragon King. The entire Tang family's bodyguards combined couldn't take him on. If he really loses his temper, pretty soon everyone will be attending my funeral banquet at the Tang estate." At this moment, Su Muyue, who had been listening nearby, couldn't hold back a sudden giggle. Seeing her smile, Yi Chen's expression softened further as he flashed her a roguish grin before striding over with affected grandeur, declaring, "Muyue, no one can trade your freedom for profit. With me here, you can go wherever you wish. Anyone who dares stop you will die." I quietly retreated 2 steps to create distance, mentally cheering with excitement. Yes, go for it. Once the male and female leads hold hands successfully, get out of here quick. In the original plot, by now I would have already led the bodyguards in to intervene. But this time I've stopped them. As long as this guy takes Su Muyue away, what happens next is none of my business. Yet just as Yi Chen reached to grab Su Muyue's hand, before even making contact, she retreated 2 steps with an icy expression and demanded, "What do you think you're doing? Are you insane? When have I ever sacrificed my freedom?" It turned out she'd been listening to inner voices all this time and realized this was a fictional world. According to the plot, she should be eloping with Yi Chen right now, but she loathed becoming part of his harem. Yi Chen's face froze with shock, fury flashing in his eyes before he quickly composed himself and smiled. Muhua, I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, the Tang family wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. His icy glare then shifted to me. I cursed inwardly, are you brain damaged or what? What the hell does this have to do with me? I've already told my bodyguards to stand down. And you, Su Muyue, you're truly vicious. Was all this acting really necessary to protect him? Here's $1 million, take it and get as far away as possible. Just stop tormenting me already, for heaven's sake. Su Muyue angrily pointed at the door and shouted, you're overthinking things. You're just a bodyguard for our Su family. As of today, you're fired. I demand you leave this place immediately. Her fury wasn't directed solely at Yi Chen, it included me too. And here I was, the damned fool, muttering about her and Yi Chen getting together. But that guy Yi Chen was still deluding himself, convinced that Su Muyue was protecting him. His gaze turned softer, more doting, and with an increasingly wicked, confident smirk, he said, Muyue, I won't leave you. With me by your side, you don't need to worry about anything. A mere Tang family is nothing. The Tang family members all wore expressions of fury at his words, and Su Muyue was so disgusted she got goosebumps. Last chance, she snapped. Are you leaving or not? Yi Chen was adamant. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. This Dragon King had an overwhelming possessive streak. He absolutely wouldn't allow his woman to remain in the Tang family. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Tang family bodyguard Captain He Jin couldn't restrain himself any longer, clenching his fists as he charged forward. I quickly stopped him, urging, Captain He, don't be reckless. Today's my grandfather's birthday, it won't look good if someone dies. He Jin, his eyes bloodshot, assured me, young master, don't worry, I won't beat him to death. I lowered my voice and said, I'm afraid, you might be the one killed. That kid's a real expert. He Jin froze, then replied emotionally, thank you for your concern, young master. I, He Jin, have received so much kindness from the Tang family over the years. If I live, I'll give my head. If I die, so be it. But I will not stand by and watch the Tang family continue to be humiliated. I cursed inwardly, damn it, you bastard, if you die just drop dead. This fucking asshole will come at me right after killing you. What the hell's wrong with everyone today? Why the fuck do you have to provoke him? Being a villain sure is fucking hard. The Su family members were hopping mad. Su Zhongshan rushed forward to shove Yi Chen, but when he couldn't budge him, he punched Yi Chen in the face and roared, you fucking trash, get the hell away from my daughter. My only son-in-law in this lifetime is Tang Yu. If you keep harassing us, the Su family will make sure you pay. Though the punch wasn't particularly powerful, it was downright humiliating. A flash of murderous intent crossed Yi Chen's eyes, but out of respect for Su Zhongshan being his future father-in-law, he silently repeated the word endure to himself. With a frigid expression, he said, since I'm not welcome here, I'll leave. With that, he shot me a venomous glare. I screamed internally, you psycho motherfucker. What the hell does this have to do with me? So you're determined to make trouble for me, is that it? I know you two have a deep bond, but this is taking it too far. I'm begging you, Su Muyue, just leave with your husband already. Take the damn high-speed train with you if you have to. Fuming, Su Muyue walked up to me and tried to plant a kiss on my face. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly and blocked with my hand, leaving her kissing my knuckles instead. Inside, I cursed, damn it, you vicious little. You actually tried to kiss me? Good thing I was quicker, or there'd be no surviving today if you'd succeeded. The guests erupted in laughter at the scene. Just as he reached the doorway, Yi Chen turned back at the sound of cheering, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets with rage. His fists clenched so tight they trembled. But ultimately he resisted the urge to storm back and slaughter everyone. He convinced himself Su Muyue was only acting this way to endure humiliation for greater purposes. He still needed to stay undercover to investigate the truth behind that massacre from years past. He took a deep breath and walked out of the Tang family with resentment, thinking to himself that the Tang family no longer deserved to exist. After the banquet ended, the Su family members went to apologize to the Tang family one after another. Sitting on the sofa with a thoroughly ruined expression, I pondered the meaning of life while cursing inwardly. Damn system, are you fucking with me? How come today's storyline isn't going as promised? In the original plot, Su Muyue should have treated me, the pathetic simp, with complete disdain. But today she was clearly acting strangely. Her IQ seemed to have leveled up dramatically, going to such lengths to protect her Dragon King. Seeing the shocked and furious look in Yi Chen's eyes as he left, I knew he would never let me off. Perhaps it's the butterfly effect caused by the host altering the plot, the system replied. What are you laughing at? I remembered something funny. Happy my ass, just give me the reward. I gnashed my teeth in frustration. This damn system was getting more and more toxic. Ding! Host has successfully survived the first storyline segment. Reward, 1 Lamborghini Veneno delivered to your garage. Please check for receipt. Hearing the system's notification, I pulled the car keys from my pocket and glanced at them, instantly too exasperated to even complain. Right now, my home is filled with nothing but money. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Tell me, has the plot already derailed? I pressed again. If you insist on asking, I can only say no comment. I simply gave up trying to communicate with this damn system. This devilish thing is clearly here to screw me over. Still, surviving the birthday banquet means I've temporarily scraped through this segment of the plot. I was just about to think about my next steps when my mother, Xia Hongying, approached and said, "What are you standing here dawdling for? Mu Yue is leaving. Aren't you going to see her off?" "Let her leave," I said. I couldn't wait for this woman to get lost. If she hadn't deviated from the script today, I'd be enjoying my life by now. Still angry at the Su family? They really messed up today, letting some random bodyguard cause trouble. My mother frowned. Exactly, it's not just impolite, it's downright outrageous. My eyes lit up as I quickly grabbed Mom's arm and urged, "Mom, we can't let this slide. In my opinion, this engagement should be cancelled, otherwise, where would the Tang family's reputation be if word got out?" I was overjoyed inside. What a thoughtful mother indeed, she truly understands me. Mom gently tapped my forehead with a smile and said, "I've seen how you feel about Mu Yue. Our Tang family doesn't care about such trivial matters of pride, your happiness is what truly matters. Moon Shepherd is indeed a nice girl. With her by your side, she'll surely be a great support to you." Seeing I was about to speak, Mom simply stood up and said, "Alright, enough pretending. I understand your little thoughts. I wish you both happiness, and don't forget to visit old Master Wang at the Wang family this afternoon." With that said, she strode away, leaving me utterly bewildered. Life sure is thrilling, it's sentencing me to more surprises by the day. Right after Mom left, Chief Bodyguard Eugene hurried over, carrying an exquisite rosewood box. He placed it respectfully on the table and said, "Young Master Tang, this is what Madam asked me to deliver, a gift for your visit to old Master Wang." "Got it. Thanks for the trouble." I nodded. The old Master Wang Mom referred to was from the Wang family, one of the four great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Tang family ranked first among the four, with the strongest influence. Coming in second was the Wang family, followed by the Qins in third place, and the Su family bringing up the rear. The Wangs and the Tangs had been close for generations, maintaining frequent exchanges. Old Master Wang had always treated me kindly since I was a child. Some time ago, old Master Wang suffered a cerebral hemorrhage that left him partially paralyzed, and he's currently recuperating at home. Holy shit, isn't this the plot from chapter 62? I instantly jolted awake. According to the original storyline, after old Master Wang fell ill and became paralyzed, his condition couldn't be cured, so the Wang family searched everywhere for renowned doctors to treat him. As the protagonist of a power fantasy novel, Yi Chen naturally has maxed out medical skills. Things like the Supreme Unity Divine Needle technique are child's play for him. This plot point is the perfect moment for him to show off, flaunting his medical expertise to cure old Master Wang, thereby gaining the Wang family's friendship and laying the groundwork for his future domination of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Damn it, am I really going to have to walk right into another beating? I suddenly felt confused. Was I doomed to forever play the role of a stepping stone? Then I carefully reconsidered the situation. According to the original plot, I should already be dead by now. In this segment, the one who got trampled wasn't me, but another miracle-working doctor who went to see the patient. First let an expert take action, wait for the expert to fail, then let the Dragon King come out and show off. That's how you demonstrate true superiority. This realization slightly eased my mind. As long as I'm not the one being trampled, everything's manageable. As for trying to avoid this plot segment altogether, I wouldn't dare attempt such foolishness. I tried forcing my way out of a plotline once before, and the consequences were fatal. The system rules are clear, you can scheme to survive, but under no circumstances can you escape the plot. Eugene, standing beside me, noticed my constantly changing expression and couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Tang, are you alright?" "I'm fine," I shook my head. "That's good to hear." Eugene sighed with relief, then smiled while trying to claim credit. "Young Master Tang, I know you're still upset about what happened today. Don't worry, I've already sent people to teach that you fellow a lesson." I widened my eyes at Eugene and asked, "Who did you send people to teach a lesson to?" "That little bodyguard guy," Eugene said smugly. "Young Master Tang, didn't you say he was some kind of expert?" "Well, I just specially rounded up over 30 men to teach him a lesson he won't forget." I drew in a sharp breath. Holy shit, were you actually trying to make sure I didn't survive till the series finale? Gnashing my teeth, I growled, "Call them back immediately. No one lays a finger on him." "Ha, right away." Eugene hurriedly pulled out his phone to recall the men, though he was clearly confused. "Have they been called back?" "He's been summoned back." "That's good then." I finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, that was close, almost got ambushed again. I sized up Eugene carefully. No matter how you looked at him sideways, straight on, up or down, the guy still seemed like a loyal double-crossing bastard. "This one's gotta go. Captain you know what they say, adversity reveals true strength, and chaos shows who's loyal. I'm very pleased with your performance today. I draped an arm around He Jin's shoulder with a warm smile. But I think someone of your talents is wasted as just a bodyguard captain. Tell you what, our Tang family has a mining company in South Africa. How about you go oversee things for me there? Me? He Jin was deeply moved. I must be the most generous guy ever. Yes, let's go tomorrow. I'll arrange it for you later. Your salary and bonuses will triple over there. Work hard for a few years first. I gave He Jin a firm pat on the shoulder. Sniff. Thank you for your trust, young Master Tang. I'll definitely work hard. He Jin was so moved he cried. After repeatedly expressing his gratitude, he tearfully went off to pack his things. After He Jin left, I felt quite satisfied. Excellent, another traitor dealt with. Sent to Africa, there's no way you can jump out and stir up trouble for me anymore, right? I glanced down at the Rolex on my wrist. The life of the wealthy, so simple, unadorned, and dull. Holding the gift placed on the table, I headed towards the garage. Soon, a silver Lamborghini Veneno drove out from the Tang residence. The Wang family's ancestral home is located in the outskirts, and it took me about an hour to drive there. As one of the four great families of Su Hang, the Wang residence was originally a princely mansion. Over the past century, the mansion had undergone several renovations. The last time I visited was, well, the last time. When I drove up to the main gate, the bodyguard stationed there immediately recognized me and respectfully called out, "Good day, young Master Tang. Please park the car for me." I casually tossed the car keys to the bodyguard and strode into the Wang residence with the gift in hand. The interior of the mansion features classical Suzhou-style garden landscaping, complete with pavilions, terraces, towers, and a serene little pond. Walking through it, every glance offers breathtaking beauty. I had just reached the living room doorway when a tall beauty in a qipao happened to walk out, and we collided squarely. Fortunately, the qipao-clad woman possessed exceptionally developed assets in certain areas. Those ample cushions prevented either of us from getting hurt. Feeling that astounding elasticity against my chest, I nearly blurted out a curse. My gaze instinctively traveled over the qipao beauty. She wore a white osmanthus-patterned qipao with jet black hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath a flawlessly exquisite angelic face lay an utterly devilish figure. The only issue was that her qipao seemed to be struggling under the strain of her overwhelmingly voluptuous proportions. "Ref, that's a foul," she charged with the ball. "This fabric is truly remarkable. Probably top-grade silk. If it were used for a shirt, it would have given way long ago. Suddenly, I heard the qipao-clad beauty gasp sharply. Instinctively, I glanced over and saw her staring at me with wide eyes. "What did you just say?" She seemed skeptical, thinking to herself, "How dare this guy speak to me like that?" "Ha, I didn't say anything. Are you okay?" I was baffled and instinctively reached up to rub my nose. Wang Yishua didn't notice my lips moving just now, and subconsciously thought she was hearing things. With a composed expression, she said, "Must have misheard. Why are you at my place?" "I came to visit the old master," I said, lifting the gifts in my hand. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Standing before me was Wang Yishua, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, my ex-girlfriend, and also the second female lead in this story. Because the Wang and Tang families were old friends, we'd known each other since childhood. During college, we attended the same university and dated for 2 months in our freshman year. Later, a notorious flirt at school started clinging to me relentlessly, which Wang Yishua misunderstood, leading to our abrupt breakup. Later, I became the most famous simp in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Meanwhile, after graduating from university, Wang Yishua returned to her family's company to focus on work and has remained single ever since. My grandfather is still asleep and resting. "Here, have a seat and enjoy some tea while you wait," Wang Yishua called out as she began brewing tea for me, though a trace of bitterness flickered through her eyes. After she broke up with me back then, the two of us barely kept in touch. It wasn't until last month's class reunion that she realized she had misunderstood me all those years ago. This revelation filled her with deep regret, because all these years, she had never truly let go. But now it was too late. She had just learned the news of the marriage alliance between the Tang and Su families. I wasn't really thinking about anything else, just completely focused on watching Wang Yishua brew tea. Her tea-making movements were truly pleasing to the eye. Dressed in a perfectly matching qipao, tea brewing became an artistic performance in her hands. TSK, even making tea looks so elegant. Sumuyue being called the #1 beauty is straight bullshit. If you ask me, Wang Yishua is clearly the most beautiful woman in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Look at this grace, these tea brewing movements. Sumuyue isn't even in the same league, always walking around with that sour face like I owe her money. Arranged marriage? What a fucking joke. Sooner or later I've got to find a way to get out of this damned engagement. As my teasing remarks rang out, Wang Yishua's hand trembled abruptly, her movements instantly thrown into disarray. She nearly dropped the teacup. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at me. "You alright?" I casually asked upon seeing Wang Yishua's sudden mishap. "I'm fine," Wang Yishua shook her head, momentarily overcome with excitement. Her heart leapt with secret delight as she deliberately inquired, "I heard you got engaged to Su Muyue today? Congratulations, you've finally gotten your wish." Ha, well, that's a long story. Anyway, marriage is completely out of the question. I'd rather die than admit to this. Break things off? Bullshit. It's all Sumuyue messing around, okay? That bitch is crazy. She's got someone else on her mind yet deliberately uses me as a shield to put on an act. Sigh, the author is such an idiot. What's with the ex-girlfriend plot? Such a tiny misunderstanding, just explain it clearly and it's over. The protagonist can have a harem with no issues, but the villain can't even have a normal romance? Hearing these complaints, Wang Yishua instantly became even happier, though she didn't quite understand what the author meant by villains and such just yet. Holding the teapot as she poured me a cup, Wang Yishua deliberately sat close to me and said softly, "What's going on between you two? Relationship troubles?" "No relationship, just friends." "Why do you ask?" I noticed something was afoot and slightly furrowed my brows. As an experienced villain, I knew the best way to survive was to stay away from these female leads, whether she was heroine number 1 or number 99. My tone carried a hint of indifference, but my inner thoughts betrayed me. Damn it, why did she suddenly scoot so close? Her legs already touching mine. She smells so good, is that her natural scent? Her legs are so fair, crap. I mean her clothes are, whatever, she's just gorgeous. Wang Yishua felt both happy and shy in her heart. With a playful smile at the corners of her lips, she leaned in closer again and said softly, "It's nothing, I just wanted to apologize. I misunderstood you back then. It doesn't matter anymore, I don't care. And why are you so close to me anyway?" I deliberately put on a displeased expression. Damn, I'm giving you my stink face already. Aren't you going to back off? Where's the dignity of a female protagonist in escapist fiction? But on closer look, she's really cute. That skin is fucking flawless. Your eyes are beautiful, and your figure and demeanor are flawless, but please stop coming closer, I genuinely can't handle it. Wang Yishua struggled to hold back her laughter. Why so harsh to someone? You were my first love, can't I get a little closer to you? Wang Yishua bit her lip, putting on a pitiful expression as she wrapped her arms around mine. Mind the distance. We're just friends now, I replied sternly, swiftly pulling my arm away. We broke up years ago. Your tactics won't work, I don't like Sumuyue, nor will I ever take you back. Damn, how could you do this? Charging into me with the ball is one thing, but grabbing my arm? That's cheating. Please, act normal. This isn't like you at all. Shouldn't you be keeping all men except Yi-Chen at arm's length? But I'm so jealous of my own hand right now. Wish it was holding my head instead, I'd love to be a boob pillow. Wang Yishua couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. That laugh of hers completely stunned me. She's truly gorgeous, but damn, there's something wrong with this woman. I've been giving her such a cold shoulder, yet she can still tolerate it? The female leads in power fantasies usually treat all men other than the male protagonists like livestock. With how I treated her, she should be decisively turning hostile, cutting all ties with me permanently, even holding a grudge. Only then can I distance myself from Yi-Chen, the child of fortune, and survive. In short, the first rule of survival in power fantasies is not to compete with the protagonist over women. As long as I stay low-key, with my assets, would I ever lack for women? Survival comes first. What are you laughing at? I said sternly, shifting away to put distance between us. This woman terrifies me. If Sumuyue acting strange today wasn't enough, now Wang Yishua has lost her mind too? I remembered something happy, Wang Yishua said with a charming smile. Damn it. Whatever, I'm afraid of you, okay? I'll hide in the bathroom for a bit. I decided to take the initiative. If I can't win, I can at least avoid the conflict, right? Just as I was about to get up and slip away, Wang Yishua had already stood up first. She barely took 2 steps when suddenly, she let out a cry and fell flat on the ground. Ha, as expected of you, the heroine of a feel-good novel. Classic clumsy fall. I couldn't help but laugh. A sly smile flickered across Wang Yishua's face. With a pained cry, she rubbed her ankle and looked up at me pitifully, saying, "I've fallen over, and you're not even going to help me up?" I initially wanted to refuse, but then it occurred to me, what if acting too cold offended her so badly that she held a grudge? Women tend to be petty, especially towards ex-boyfriends. Later, when she and Yi-Chen ended up together, she might deliberately badmouth me. Didn't that just invite trouble? So I walked over with a stern expression and reached out to pull Wang Yishua up from the ground. No sooner had she stood than she lost her balance and tumbled into my arms. I just want to yell, what the fuck? This script, is this fucking right? Should a villain like me even get this kind of treatment? Stay calm, this is fucking sugar-coated bait for sure. She's destined to become Yi-Chen's harem member, just help her up and get the hell out of here. Wang Yishua, who was lying in my arms, couldn't help feeling irritated after hearing my inner thoughts. She looked at me with a grievance-filled expression, her eyes brimming with tears as she said, "Tangyu, I think I've sprained my ankle. It hurts when I walk." Chapter 7, the female lead's tricks run deep. I want to go back to the countryside. I'll help you to the sofa to rest, Tangyu said in a calm tone. I wouldn't even help an old lady, but I'll help you just so I can bolt right after. Hearing Tangyu's inner thoughts, Wang Yishua smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits. Trying to slip away? Not a chance. When they returned to the sofa and she saw Tang Yu about to leave, she quickly called out, "Tang Yu, I've twisted my ankle. Would you rub it for me?" "I won't do it," Tang Yu refused outright. Today he just wanted to coast through the scenario and claim the rewards. Getting physically intimate with the second female lead? That's basically volunteering to get killed. You're lying. Back in college when I sprained my ankle playing tennis, you were the one who massaged it better for me. Do you really hate me that much now? Wang Yishua said with teary eyes and a hurt expression. Yes, so if you're really not feeling well, I can call your family doctor for you. Tang Yu nodded coldly. That's right, just think I dislike you, so stay away from me, okay? Anyway, we're not compatible. You're part of Yi Chen's harem, while my character setting is a cannon fodder villain. If he finds out about this, I'll be fucking dead by tonight. After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts again, Wang Yishua snorted coldly in her heart. You think I'll stay away just because you tell me to? But seeing how scared this guy seemed of that so-called Yi Chen, she decided to threaten him instead. You won't give me a massage? Fine, then go ahead. Later I'll tell everyone how you took advantage of me. Tang Yu, who had just lifted his foot to leave, froze in shock. Holy shit, don't do this, can't we talk this out like reasonable people? If you go around blabbing, Yi Chen will definitely hold a grudge against me, damn it. I've never seen a single power fantasy where the antagonist can steal the female lead from the protagonist and still survive. Don't be like this, we can't go back. Let bygones be bygones, okay? Tang Yu could only patiently persuade with earnest words. I'm not listening, turtle chanting sutras. You've got 1 minute to think it over, or I'm posting this on Moments. Wang Yishua pulled out her phone and waved it. Posting to Moments means certain death, but rubbing my feet leaves a sliver of hope. Damn it, let's do it. After brief contemplation, Tang Yu decided to choose the latter option. Fine, you can massage it, but don't tell anyone about this. Tang Yu reluctantly repeated the warning as he settled onto the sofa, lifting Wang Yishua's delicate feet onto his lap. While gently kneading her slender ankles, Tang Yu stole glances at Wang Yishua's voluptuous figure from the corner of his eye. Back when we were dating, this girl definitely wasn't this well developed. What on earth has she been eating these past few years? What's with wearing safety shorts under a cheongsam? Where's the trust between people? Wang Yishua, lying on the sofa enjoying a foot massage, flushed with a hint of bashfulness. This secretly flirtatious jerk claims to be unmoved by sweetness or toughness, yet melts at the slightest softness. That's enough. Hearing Tang Yu's increasingly unrestrained inner thoughts, she was finding it hard to resist. After pulling her foot back, she pretended to twist it and said, much better. I'll come to you next time I'm injured. There's going to be a next time? Tang Yu widened his eyes. Was she determined to make things difficult for him? Obviously. Wang Yishua squinted her eyes and laughed happily. Being able to hear this guy's inner thoughts and having dirt on him. If I just let her go like this, would I still be Wang Yishua? Humph. Damn system, get your ass out here. Why has Wang Yishua's character gone off script too? Tang Yu roared in his heart. Damn it, another idiot trying to get himself killed. But, the system laughed. Wang Yishua's phone on the table suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and answered the call, frowning after a few words of conversation. Got it. Let's postpone the new energy conference for another half hour. I'll be there later. After hanging up, she flashed Tang Yu a sweet smile. I have an urgent meeting at the company. I'll go to it first and come find you later. Just go ahead with your business. Tang Yu was only too glad he couldn't wait for this woman to leave. The new energy project? Now I remember, isn't this a trap set by Wang Rulong and Yi Chun? In order to invest in this project, the Wang family's 50 billion cash flow was completely tied up, plunging Tingwan Group into a severe crisis. Wang Rulong seized the opportunity to challenge for power, while Yi Chen played the good guy to help Wang Yishua resolve the crisis, successfully adding her to his harem before arranging for Wang Rulong's death. In the end, didn't the Wang family still fall into his hands? Wang Yishua, who was just about to leave, shuddered, her eyes filled with shock. How did Tang Yu know all this? This investment is the company's top secret. Only a handful of people know about it. And the one pushing this project forward was none other than her cousin, Wang Rulong. Could it really be true? Wang Yishua gently bit her lip, her gaze toward Tang Yu now filled with admiration and gratitude. It must be him secretly caring for her, using the Tang family's influence to help investigate these matters. She wanted to ask Tang Yu clearly and thank him properly, but found herself unable to utter a word when she opened her mouth. Left with no choice, she could only bid Tang Yu a quick farewell before hurrying off to the company to prepare for investigating the matter. Her face was cold as frost when she left, her heart filled with murderous intent. What a Wang Rulong! What a Yi Chen! If I ever find out the truth, none of you will live to tell the tale. After Wang Yishua left, Tang Yu heaved a huge sigh of relief and leaned back on the sofa, chuckling to himself. Master, I've achieved enlightenment. The Wang Yishua is acting strange again today, but the plot setup is already established. Just wait till Yi Chen comes to the Wang family to show off. The domineering aura emanating from him is sure to conquer Wang Yishua. When she compares Yi Chen to me later, she'll definitely fall for Yi Chen immediately. As for that messy history between her and me, she certainly won't mention it to Yi Chen. If I just keep a low profile today, while Yi Chen is busy flaunting his charm and chasing girls, he won't have the bandwidth to notice me. Once he learns Su Muyue has nothing to do with me, I should survive till the grand finale this time. Tang Yu thought to himself with delight. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door. Tang Yu looked toward the entrance and saw a petite, pretty girl. Despite her small stature, certain parts of her figure were extraordinarily well developed, even swaying slightly as she walked. Dressed in full Lolita fashion, she looked like a beautiful girl straight out of an anime. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the girl immediately flashed a sweet smile and greeted him. "Hello, brother Tang Yu. Oh, Xiao Yu, long time no see." Tang Yu quickly greeted her, swiftly recalling the woman's identity. She was none other than Zhang Xiaoye, the most famous goddess doctor in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Only 20 years old this year, yet her medical skills ranked within the top 10 in Huaxia. Her grandfather was none other than the revered mountain and pole star of Huaxia's traditional medicine, Zhang Tianyi, hailed as a generation's medical sage. With extraordinary medical skills and breathtaking beauty, this heaven-blessed maiden naturally belonged in the harem of the Dragon King, Yi Chen. Chapter 8. With such teammates, how could great things not be achieved? Indeed, this is also standard wish-fulfillment fiction tropes. The male lead can pick up girls wherever he goes, meeting police beauties at the station, flight attendants on planes. Even picking up a little beggar from the roadside and cleaning them up turns out to be a stunning beauty, who's most likely some lost young princess from a super influential family. All these beauties in the harem have influential backgrounds. Once they fall for the male lead, their families will step forward to support him. Yi Chen chose Suzhou and Hangzhou as his first stop upon returning to China, precisely because these cities are famous for their beauties. While gathering his harem here, he'll also conquer all the major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou to serve as his backing, helping him rise step by step across China. How has old Master Tang been recently? Has he been taking the medicine I prescribed on time? Zhang Xiaoye walked up to Tang Yu with a sweet smile on her face and asked. Yes, actually I really must thank you. My grandfather has been feeling much better after taking the medicine you prescribed. Tang Yu quickly thanked Zhang Xiaoye with a smile. Why are you being so formal with me, brother Tang Yu? Zhang Xiaoyu gave Tang Yu a coquettish glare, clearly displeased with his polite distance. The Jiang family had practiced medicine for generations, ranking among Suzhou Hangzhou's century-old prominent clans, maintaining exceptionally close ties with the Tang family. Under the Tang family's protection, no one in Suzhou or Hangzhou dared cause trouble for the Jiangs. Likewise, whenever someone in the Tang family fell ill, the Jiang family would be the first to offer medical assistance. She and Tang Yu had known each other since childhood, and their bond was nearly as close as siblings. If I weren't being polite to you today, I'd be in trouble. Who told you're part of Yi Chen's harem? That damn stallion is absolutely outrageous. Sigh, it's such a shame that my adorable little Yu has to be wasted on him. Damn author must have shit for brains. Suddenly hearing this string of thoughts, Zhang Xiaoye was completely bewildered. I'm part of Yi Chen's harem? Who the hell is Yi Chen anyway? She widened her eyes at Tang Yu and asked, Brother Tang Yu, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Tang Yu rubbed his nose, wondering why all these women seemed so strangely off today. Zhang Xiaoye was also confused. She'd heard it clearly just moments ago. That voice unmistakably belonged to Brother Tang Yu. Fortunately, one of the Wang family's caregivers approached just then. Seeing Zhang Xiaoye, she hurried over respectfully. Dr. Jiang is here. Old Master Wang just woke up. Would Dr. Jiang like to rest first or? Let's go now. Zhang Xiaoye patted her small case containing her silver needles and other tools. I'm coming too. Tang Yu quickly grabbed his own gift and followed behind them. After walking through several corridors, the three arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. This was where old Master Wang lived. A couplet was still pasted on the gate of the small courtyard, handwritten by old Master Wang. Reading is good, farming is good, knowing what's good makes everything good. Starting a business is hard, maintaining success is hard, recognizing the hardship makes it not hard. Tang Yu glanced at the couplet and couldn't help but roll her eyes. This is also a damn clue the author planted. Later, when Dragon King Yi Chen arrives, he'll remember the couplet at a glance and discuss it with Old Master Wang. So Old Master Wang thinks Yi Chen is extraordinarily talented and proficient in everything, destined to become outstanding among men. He's practically eager to become sworn brothers with him, not caring if they were born in the same year, same month, or on the same day, just wanting. Just as he finishes rolling his eyes, several members of the Wang family approach from behind. Naturally, accompanying them was also the Dragon King, Yi Chen. Oh, isn't this little Yu here to visit the old master? Upon seeing Tang Yu, several members of the Wang family greeted her with smiles. Uncle, Auntie, they responded politely. Tang Yu also quickly greeted the elders of the Wang family with a smile. Standing behind the crowd, Yi Chen's eyes instantly turned icy cold and brimming with murderous intent when he saw Tang Yu. He had originally planned to kill this rich second-generation brat who dared to compete with him for a woman today, but having just returned to the country not long ago, his foothold wasn't solid yet. Making a big scene would actually be detrimental to his plans. He suppressed his murderous intent for now, deciding to bide his time and plot slowly. After a brief clash of gazes between the two, Tang Yu tactfully averted his eyes. According to the usual script, as the antagonist, he should have stepped forward to trample Yichin a few times, but he wasn't out of his damn mind. Damn it, he's the author's favorite character. Why provoke him? The group walked into the small courtyard together and soon saw old Master Wang lying on the sickbed. Due to hemiplegia, old Master Wang had lost sensation in half his body and couldn't move around freely. Seeing everyone coming to visit him still brought him great comfort. He greeted everyone with a smile, though his speech was somewhat slurred. Dad, rest first and don't speak. Your health comes first. Yes, today Dr. Jiang is coming to treat you. He'll surely cure you. Grandpa Wang, focus on recovering first. Once Xiaoyu helps you get better, I'll come play chess with you. Tang Yu quickly went over to greet them, as today's task was mostly completed by now. Next, he just needed to stand quietly by and watch Yichin show off. At this moment, Yichin was standing at the back, observing old Master Wang's condition. As an all-around expert, his medical skills were naturally top-notch. His diagnostic skills through observation, listening, questioning, and palpation had reached perfection. He could pinpoint a patient's ailment without even taking their pulse. Standing beside him was Wang Rulong, the only son of the Wang family's second heir. With his handsome features and vaguely delicate countenance, he perfectly fit the criteria of a tall, rich, and handsome elite. In terms of talent alone, he ranked above average even among the wealthy second generation of Suzhou and Hangzhou. But compared to Wang Yishua, he fell far short. The Wang family once ranked third among the four great families, unable to surpass the Qin family. However, after Wang Yishua joined the company, the Wang family's assets skyrocketed by 80 billion in just 3 years. This fully demonstrates her exceptional talent in business. Her brilliance was so dazzling that it made Wang Rulong pale in comparison, rendering him mediocre. Unwilling to accept his fate, Wang Rulong ultimately chose to collude with outsiders in his bid for control of the Wang family, but the outcome was predictable. As a fellow villain, I can't help but sympathize with you. Tang Yu couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he looked at Wang Rulong. The pity was that Wang Rulong lacked the protagonist's fortune and couldn't hear Tang Yu's inner thoughts at all. He was feeling a bit nervous at the moment, looking at Yi Chen and whispering his question. Brother Yi, are you confident you can cure my grandfather's illness? According to their plan, Yi Chen would heal his grandfather first, gain his grandfather's approval, and then get closer to Wang Yishua. In the end, he would get the beauty, and I'd get the empire. Yi Chen calmly extended one hand. 50%? Wang Rulong was immediately stunned. The success rate seemed far too low. I meant everything is under control. Yi Chen felt slightly dissatisfied in his heart. How utterly stupid. No wonder this fool was dumb enough to invite a wolf into his house and come seeking cooperation with me. Once I've obtained Wang Yishua, you'll be the second stepping stone I crush beneath my feet. As for the first one, of course it's that bastard surnamed Tang standing beside us. Brother Yi truly lives up to his reputation. Wang Rulong grinned and praised with sincere admiration. With such a teammate by our side, how could we fail in our grand endeavor? Chapter 9. Why has this jinx taken a liking to me again? Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to spare him another glance. These so-called rich second-generation playboys were all worthless. For every general's success, 10,000 bones must bleach beneath his feet, and they were precisely the bleached bones beneath his own. His gaze had already settled on Jiang Xiaoye, and a flicker of lust crept into his eyes. Upon returning to Suzhou and Hangzhou, he wasted no time in ordering his subordinates to gather some information for him. This document lists all the famous beauties of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Jiang Xiaoye is ranked among the top 10 on this list. Moreover, she was one of the women Yi Chen had already eyed early on and decided to take into his harem. Not just because she was beautiful, but also for the sake of her grandfather. Of course, Yi Chen wasn't lusting after her grandfather's charms, he was eyeing the Jiang family's network of connections. This medical prodigy family had saved countless influential figures. If he could win Jiang Xiaoye's favor, this powerful network would be an immense asset to him. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoye was completely focused on taking old Master Wang's pulse and making her diagnosis. After a brief diagnosis, she immediately understood the condition. Seeing Jiang Xiaoye's hands relax, Wang Rulong quickly asked, Divine Physician Jiang, how is my grandfather? The blockage of meridians caused by a stroke, along with some other complications, has led to hemiplegia, but it's not too serious. I can unblock the meridians using the 13 ghost acupuncture points. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoye opened her case and took out her silver needles. She beckoned to Tang Yu again and called out, Brother Tang Yu, come here and help me sterilize the silver needles. I'm not sure I can. Though a man should never admit he can't do something. But Tang Yu truly believed he wasn't up to the task. Damn it, I was lying down all snug and still got shot? Hurry up, you used to be pretty skilled at this. You're the only one who knows my needle sequence, Jiang Xiaoye urged. At this moment, Tang Yu wished he were the one lying on the bed having a stroke. But in front of everyone, he couldn't bring himself to refuse such a small request. It would seem downright unfilial toward old Master Wang. As he walked over and picked up the silver needles to sterilize them, he noticed Yichen shooting him a murderous glare. Damn you, you little bastard, how the hell is this my fault? Tang Yu silently groaned in his heart. There he went, pissing off that walking calamity again. Damn it! Yichen gritted his teeth in secret. That bastard surnamed Tang truly deserved to die. Does he have to get his hands on every woman I like? Close all the doors and windows properly. All of you, back off a bit, don't crowd around. Before the acupuncture began, Jiang Xiaoye had everyone step back, leaving only Tang Yu by her side to assist. Holding her breath, Jiang Xiaoye was just about to begin the needle insertion. Yet, Yichen suddenly spoke up, interrupting her movement. He stepped forward and said with a calm expression, Dr. Jiang, are you planning to treat the hemiplegia by applying the 13 ghost points acupuncture technique at the Tianju point of old Master Wang? Yes, what's the matter? Jiang Xiaoye slightly furrowed her brows. Having just adjusted her focus and energy, she felt somewhat annoyed at being interrupted mid-action. I don't think that's appropriate. You likely haven't recognized the true nature of old Master's condition. Applying acupuncture to unblock meridians this way might actually harm the patient's body. If you're uncertain, perhaps you should let me take over. Yi Chen stepped forward and said. As soon as he spoke, the members of the Wang family showed expressions of displeasure and rebuked him. What kind of person are you? Who are you to teach Dr. Jiang how to treat illnesses? What a joke. This is the first time I've heard of someone daring to teach Dr. Jiang how to practice medicine. Who brought this person in? Get him out of here. Ha, here it comes, the classic setup, stirring up trouble first. After stirring up trouble, he'll probably make a bet. Let Xiaoyu take over the treatment, and when she messes up, he'll step in to show off. Then the Wang family will be impressed, and Xiaoyu will admire his medical skills and fall for him. That said, there's nothing wrong with Xiaoyu's treatment approach. She's just being too cautious, worrying about harming the old man's health. She needs to be more aggressive. Stimulating the Weiqiu point to drain the stagnant blood would do the trick. Tang Yu silently vented in her heart on the side. After hearing these inner thoughts, Xiaoyu's expression instantly turned extremely peculiar. Although Yi Chen was furious inside after being scolded by everyone, his face remained composed. How else could he maintain his air of superiority? Wang Rulong immediately stepped forward to plead on his behalf. Honored elders, Yi Chen was invited by me. He is also skilled in medicine and came specifically to treat grandfather. Why not give him a chance? Nonsense. Your grandfather's health is no joking matter. Just letting anyone we find off the street try their hand? What use is some wet behind the ears youngster who probably hasn't even grown facial hair yet? A middle-aged man shouted angrily. Oh, Yi Chen let out a scoff upon hearing this and said disdainfully, this divine physician Jiang is even younger than me. Who says my medical skills can't compare to hers? How about we make a bet? What kind of bet? If divine physician Jiang fails to cure him, I'll save the old man, but then you'll have to apologize to me. Has that Dr. Jiang cured her yet? If she's cured, I, Yi Chen, will crawl out of the Wang family on my hands and knees. Fine, it's a deal, the middle-aged man said angrily. If even Dr. Jiang couldn't cure her, then only her grandfather coming out of retirement personally would do. Seeing his plan progressing smoothly, Yi Chen felt extremely pleased with himself deep down. Otherwise, how else could he make these noble families regard him with higher esteem? This is called psychology. Looking at the visibly displeased Jiang Xiaoye, he flashed his signature devilishly charming smile. Dr. Jiang, you can also make a bet with me. Bet on anything. I, Yi Chen, will never break my promise. Jiang Xiaoye had been listening to Tang Yu's inner thoughts for a while and roughly understood the whole affair. At this moment, she felt no goodwill toward Yi Chen, even finding his smile disgustingly greasy. A bet? How could a medical professional possibly treat the sacred practice of medicine as a bet? I'm sorry, I don't gamble. Please be quiet so you don't interrupt my treatment. After delivering her cold response, she instructed Tang Yu to sterilize the silver needles again. Faced with Jiang Xiaoye's aloof attitude, Yi Chen remained unfazed. After I demonstrate my medical skills later, she'll naturally become infatuated with me. After all, women are creatures who inherently admire the strong. Wang Rulong stood by anxiously. This was none other than the legendary Dr. Jiang. His original plan was to have Yi Chen treat his grandfather first so he could take credit as the recommender. That would be first-class merit. But seeing the confident, devilish smile on Yi Chen's face, he couldn't help but feel infected by it too. Look, Brother Yi is smiling like that, which means everything is completely under his control. That's so like you, Brother Yi. Sigh, looks like I remembered correctly. After the treatment, the old man still has some stagnant blood left in his body. Xiaoyu made a small mistake in her treatment approach. In just a few more minutes, it would be Yi Chen's time to show off, and Xiaoyu would take a liking to him for it, eventually joining his harem. Tang Yu's inner voice sounded once again.
Jiang Xiaoya simply maintained an expressionless face after listening, focusing her attention on the silver needles in her hand. The Jiang family, being a lineage of divine physicians, possessed the 13 Ghost Gate needles as their most treasured secret technique. Swiftly, her hands moved like fleeting shadows as silver needles descended one after another in rapid succession. After inserting 13 needles in one breath, Old Master Wang's complexion immediately changed dramatically.
The entire Wang family in the room collectively tensed up with nervousness. Chapter 10, His double standards have always been on point.
After about 5 minutes, Old Master Wang's left hand suddenly lifted slightly. At the sight of this, the Wang family members all gasped in astonishment.
As expected of Dr. Jiang, such incredible medical skills indeed. Thank heavens,
the old master has finally recovered.
Dr. Jiang truly is remarkable. Some people boast loudly but end up making fools of themselves.
The middle-aged man who had made a bet with Yichen earlier let out a heavy, disdainful snort. Yichen curled his lips slightly, his face revealing an expression of contempt.
The Ghost Gate 13 needles were indeed remarkable.
But his own divine Tai needle technique, that was truly the #1 needle art under heaven.
That little girl Jiang Xiaoya is still far from being my match.
When she becomes my woman, I wouldn't mind passing on my supreme skills to her.
After removing the silver needles one by one from Old Master Wang's hands, Jiang Xiaoya asked, Old Master Wang, how do you feel now? Much more comfortable. I can even speak now.
Old Master Wang's voice trembled slightly, but it was already much more fluent than before.
That's good. Jiang Xiaoya nodded and advised. I'll write you a prescription later. Take it regularly for 3 months. This illness still requires gradual recovery.
Having said that, she took out paper and a pen from her small case and began writing the prescription.
Kid Ji, what do you have to say for yourself now?
At this moment, the middle-aged man from before stepped forward. He stared at Yi Chen and said, I won't make things difficult for you either.
Having you crawl out would diminish the dignity of the Wang family.
But you must apologize to Dr. Jiang.
Oh, Yi Chen sneered and extended 3 fingers. Are you sure it's cured? Alright then, let me count. If the old man shows no issues in 3 minutes, I swear I'll kneel and apologize. Still trying to fight a losing battle, huh? Fine.
The middle-aged man pulled out his phone and started the timer. He simply couldn't stand this arrogant fellow any longer.
The Wang family members also glared at the fellow with fury written across their faces.
Once 3 minutes are up, they'll teach this kid a lesson he won't forget.
Jiang Xiaoya immediately understood what Yi Chen meant. This was exactly in line with what Brother Tang Yu had silently wished for. She quickly grasped Old Master Wang's wrist to re-examine him. Sure enough, some congested blood began to gradually gather. She had previously considered that the old man was too weak and wanted to slowly regulate his condition with traditional Chinese medicine. But now that the situation had changed, she had no choice but to switch to a different treatment plan. Brother Tang Yu, sterilize another silver needle for me. She looked up and instructed Tang Yu. Okay. Tang Yu nodded, his face showing some confusion. What does this girl want with another silver needle? Could she have already discovered the problem? Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Xiaoya's lips. I owe it all to you, my dear brother Tang Yu. If you hadn't told me, how would I have known? The silver needle in her hand unerringly pierced the external mount acupoint on the old man's calf. After this needle was inserted, a large red patch suddenly appeared on the old man's calf. Jiang Xiaoya swiftly administered a few more needles, and soon dark blood began flowing continuously from the old man's calf. A towel. Jiang Xiaoya reached out her hand. Tang Yu promptly handed her the towel, which she used to start wiping away the stagnant blood from the old man's leg. And when Yi Chen saw Jiang Xiaoya's movements, he was utterly stunned. Was he the clown all along? There's no way this woman should have discovered this latent condition. If her medical skills were truly this outstanding, she should have completed the treatment in one go from the very beginning. This doesn't make any sense. He truly couldn't figure it out. How had things come to this? The middle-aged man standing behind him glanced at his watch and darkened his expression as the 3-minute mark passed. Dr. Yi, the 3 minutes are up. Shouldn't you be fulfilling your promise now? Yi Chen immediately felt utterly embarrassed. Today was supposed to be about playing the distinguished expert, conquering the Wang family while also winning over the beauty. Now he was truly caught in an untenable position. As the Dragon King, he had never bowed his head to anyone in his entire life. Kneeling to apologize? That's absolutely out of the question. But as his eyes gleamed with mischief, it occurred to him Jiang Xiaoya would surely become his woman in the future. Bowing his head to his wife? Well, that much he could reluctantly accept. With that thought, he forced a suave smile. Ha, I never expected Suzhou and Hangzhou to still have a true master like Dr. Jiang. Today I was truly blind, and I apologize to Dr. Jiang here. The Ghost Gate 13 needles live up to their reputation. In my opinion, they're in no way inferior to my divine Tai needles. With that, he extended one palm.
A silver needle floated above his hand. This was precisely the supreme skill of manipulating needles with chi from the divine Tai needles technique. Seeing this move, the Wang family members all wore expressions of astonishment.
Here we go, quickly changing the subject, huh? But Xiaoye is indeed obsessed with medical arts.
After showing off his Tai divine needle technique, Xiaoye will probably be curious about him now.
Sigh,
as expected of you, Dragon King always smooth with the ladies.
Tang Yu's sarcastic comments swiftly followed. A flicker of annoyance flashed across Jiang Xiaoye's face. Was this guy actually trying to romance her?
She had already listened to Tang Yu's older brother drone on for ages. All that nonsense about how she supposedly had feelings for this guy named Yi Chen and should join his harem or something.
But right now, her impression of Yi Chen couldn't possibly be worse.
Having medical skills but lacking medical ethics. If you're going to treat patients, just focus on treating them properly.
How dare you use patients as betting chips?
Such a person is nothing but trash.
How could they even think of pursuing me?
She feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, you're so impressive."
Then you must keep your word, right? Didn't you promise to kneel and apologize?
Tang Yuren, who was happily eating melons, gossiping, froze on the spot.
Holy shit, Xiaoyu, this isn't right. What kind of snakeskin operation is this? He's already showing off his supreme Tai needle technique. Shouldn't you be exchanging medical skills to deepen your bond?
Yi Chen's heart burned with raging fury at this moment. The silver needle in his hand twisted instantly under the unbearable surge of his inner force, overwhelmed by his raging emotions.
How dare a mere woman humiliate him like this?
If not for his interest in her and her family's connections, she would already be a corpse by now.
At this moment, Wang Rulong stepped in to mediate, laughing. It was just a joke. No one should take it seriously.
Both of you are renowned healers, you should learn more from each other.
Yeah, just joking around, don't take it seriously.
The middle-aged man from earlier also softened his expression and stepped in to smooth things over. They had just witnessed that this arrogant young man indeed possessed some real talent. By giving him face now, they could more easily seek his help in the future if needed.
Yi Chen's expression softened slightly as he smiled. That was just angry talk earlier, but I did offend you today.
If Miss Jiang doesn't mind, let's have dinner together this evening so I can make amends.
Ha, a true Dragon King who keeps his word, as expected of you.
If it were a villain who reneged on a lost bet, getting beaten half to death would be the least of their worries.
Can't score and already scheming again, you're just a damn talking stud machine. Alright dude, I'm impressed.
Tang Yu rolled her eyes beside them, unleashing a full barrage of sarcasm in her mind.
I mind. Jiang Xiaoye snorted coldly and refused decisively.
After listening to brother Tang Yu's incessant muttering for ages, she already knew exactly what kind of scoundrel he was. Yi Chen felt both awkward and angry, but fortunately someone pushed the door open at that moment, breaking the tense atmosphere. Wang Yishua walked in from outside, her eyes carrying a trace of coldness.
Chapter 11, Your smile is disgusting.
When Yi Chen saw Wang Yishua arrive, the fury in his heart instantly subsided, replaced by a certain desire. He had seen many beauties, but the only one who could wear a cheongsam so elegantly was Wang Yishua, truly worthy of being the woman he had set his sights on. It wouldn't be long before he would claim both her and the Wang family for himself. Noticing Wang Yishua looking in his direction, he immediately flashed his signature devilishly charming smile.
This is truly his ultimate killer move for seducing women, practiced tens of thousands of times in front of a mirror to perfect it. A bewitching smile brimming with unbridled arrogance, the perfect degree of aloofness, just enough to pique a woman's curiosity. Damn it, can't you fucking smile normally? Will you die if your mouth isn't crooked? If I weren't no match for you in a fight, damn right I'd tape your mouth shut. What fucking idiot author wrote this book? I can't believe it, that creepy smile actually gets him girls?
Tang Yu, witnessing that smile from the side, mentally roasted him relentlessly.
Jiang Xiaoye, hearing this, desperately kept her head down, stifling her laughter. Wang Yishua also heard Tang Yu's inner thoughts, but she wasn't in the mood to laugh right now.
After returning to the company earlier, she immediately suspended the project and mobilized all the Wang family's resources to launch an investigation. Her investigation confirmed everything was exactly as Tang Yu had said. The new energy project that her cousin Wang Rulong had been pushing turned out to be a trap. She needed to investigate further without solid evidence. Acting rashly would only alert their opponents. She walked to the bedside and took old Master Wang's hand with concern.
Grandfather, are you feeling any better? I'm much better now, just a bit sleepy.
Old Master Wang's speech was becoming increasingly fluent, though his tone remained somewhat weak.
Then you should get some proper rest first. We'll come visit you again later. Wang Yishua gently reminded him while carefully tucking the blanket around the elderly man.
A group of people walked out of the small courtyard, leaving only the caregiver to look after the old man.
Oh dear, it's already 3 o'clock. I need to get back to the free clinic. Jiang Xiaoye's phone alarm suddenly rang. After glancing at her phone, she bid farewell to the others and prepared to leave. Safe travels, Dr. Jiang. Feel free to visit us more often, Dr. Jiang.
The members of the Wang family all smiled and greeted Jiang Xiaoye.
Jiang Xiaoye nodded and blinked at Tang Yu, saying, "Brother Tang Yu, why aren't you saying hello to me?" Bye.
Tang Yu forced a smile and waved her hand.
Little sis, it's not that I don't want to say hi to you, damn it, I just don't dare to. Yi Chen the dumbass thinks you're his woman. If I get too close to you, he's gonna come after me. Note, provided a colloquial and natural English equivalent that preserves the crude tone while adjusting the Chinese profanity idiot to a softer English counterpart for readability. The brackets were maintained as per instruction number 2.
Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye immediately felt a surge of stomach acid.
Thinking of me as his woman?
Gross, what a piece of shit. Yi Chen was already seething with anger, wishing he could punch Tang Yu to death at that moment.
How could the woman he likes call him brother? And with such affection too.
Yet his expression remained composed as he took the initiative to greet Jiang Xiaoye.
Dr. Jiang, if it's convenient in the coming days, I'd like to visit your residence.
I've heard old Dr. Zhang's medical skills are extraordinary and wish to exchange knowledge with him.
Not convenient, not welcome, and not allowed to come.
Jiang Xiaoye instantly changed her expression, threw Yi Chen a few scornful words, then snorted and walked away. Just the sight of him now turned her stomach. Yi Chen nearly choked with fury, his fists itching to lash out. Never in his life had he encountered such disastrous failure in wooing a girl. But now he couldn't lose his temper, because his flirting plan wasn't over yet.
Wang Yishua was still here. He glanced at Wang Rulong nearby.
Wang Rulong immediately caught on and walked up to Wang Yishua with a smile. By the way, sis, let me introduce you to a talented young man. This is Dr. Yi Chen, whose medical skills are no less than Dr. Zhang's. Yi Chen took a deep breath, then flashed his signature devilish smile once more. He walked up to Wang Yishua and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Miss Wang." Wang Yishua merely gave him a cold glance, showing no intention of shaking his hand.
Her tone was icy as she asked, "Has anyone ever told you something? What is it? You look disgusting when you smile."
Yi Chen's smile froze instantly, and the atmosphere became unbearably awkward enough to make one question their very existence.
"Does laughing make you look disgusting?"
The comment had already wounded his pride. This was the very source of his most prized charm, his unfailingly successful trick for picking up girls.
But, Tang Yu burst out laughing, unable to hold back any longer. Damn it, finally someone spoke their mind.
Yi Chen immediately turned his head and glared at him fiercely, eyes brimming with murderous intent.
"What are you laughing at?"
Yi Chen said through gritted teeth.
I remembered something happy."
Tang Yu felt his asshole clench under that intense stare, muttering curses in his heart.
"The hell you glaring at me for? I wasn't the one who insulted you. Besides, your smile was creepy to begin with, can't you tell when you look in the mirror? What's with your attitude? How dare you glare at young Master Tang like that?" "Exactly, what a lack of manners, young Master Tang didn't even say anything about you. What's so great about having some medical skills? We shouldn't allow such people into our Wang family in the future."
Several members of the Wang family, seeing his furious glare at Tang Yu, immediately began criticizing him with displeasure. Tang Yu was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, truly on the verge of tears.
You're really too protective of me. Don't do it again next time."
"A few more times of this kind of protection, and I'll be done for." After being collectively mocked by the Wang family members, Yi Chen's gaze at Tang Yu grew increasingly venomous. "All the humiliation I suffered today is connected to this damned punk." Just thinking of today's purpose, he quickly suppressed the killing intent in his heart.
"Miss Wang, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Let's talk properly when we have the chance in the future."
Yi Chen nodded with a smile at Wang Yishua before striding away.
Seeing Yi Chen leave, Wang Rulong's expression turned extremely awkward.
Today, not a single step of the plan he and Brother Yi had devised had been taken.
Worse yet, the guy had even managed to offend young Master Tang, leaving him utterly frustrated. "I'll see Brother Yi off."
He hurriedly said goodbye to his family and trotted to catch up with Yi Chen, trying to console him.
"Brother Yi, there was a minor accident today. Don't take it to heart." Yi Chen asked with a dark expression. "Never mind the accident. Does Wang Yishua have some grudge against me?"
Being told by a woman to her face that his smile was disgusting had left him psychologically scarred.
He could no longer easily flash that confident, wicked smirk like he used to. Could it be that these women today were giving him the cold shoulder because his smile wasn't cutting it anymore? Was this charisma not working overseas like it did back home? Chapter 12, Tricked by Her Again.
"Not at all," replied Wang Rulong, utterly bewildered.
"Does my smile really look disgusting?"
"Well, not exactly, just a bit unique," Wang Rulong replied tactfully. Yi Chen nearly couldn't restrain himself from slapping this bastard to death. With a frosty expression, he glared at Wang Rulong and asked, "What's that kid Tang's relationship with your family? Our families have been close for generations." "Young Master Tang is very close to us, and he's also my sister's ex-boyfriend," Wang Rulong quickly replied.
"Ex-boyfriend?"
Hearing these words, Yi Chen's eyes filled with a murderous intent. The one thing he could never accept was his woman having intimate contact with another man.
What a Tang you! You're deliberately opposing me, aren't you? Every woman I'm interested in, you just can't leave alone?
However, as a master of medical arts, he could discern that Wang Yishua was still a virgin, which slightly improved his mood. After a moment's thought, Yichen spoke up. Let's not rush our plan for now. I'll deal with that Tang kid first to prevent him from messing with our scheme.
Absolutely, absolutely. Brother Ye's wisdom is truly unmatched. Wang Rulong praised sincerely. The Tang family's trillion-dollar fortune is right there. If they extend a helping hand to resolve the Wang family's difficulties, wouldn't all the plans he and Yi Chen had made go to waste? So, Brother Yi, what do you plan to do? Wang Rulong asked curiously. You'll know after the Tang family collapses. Yi Chen smiled faintly, not wishing to explain further. After leaving the Wang residence, he stood by the roadside and took out his phone to make a call. When the call connected, a sweet feminine voice came through. Dragon King, what are your orders? Qiyin, how's the progress on infiltrating the Tang Corporation? It's done. The current identity is the general manager's secretary. Good. You have 1 week to get everything I need. In a month, I want the Tang family wiped out from Suzhou and Hangzhou. At that very moment, Tang Yu, who was still at the Wang family's residence, suddenly sneezed. Damn it, who's talking about me again? Rubbing his nose, Tang yused inwardly. Damn system, where's the reward for finishing the plot? Ding! Host has successfully survived the second storyline. Reward, poison immunity constitution. This reward satisfied Tang Yu quite a bit. Poison immunity was truly a good thing to have. Which protagonist in an urban escapist novel doesn't know how to use poison? Especially someone like Yi Chen who's skilled in medicine. With this thing, hope of surviving until the finale just increased by another margin. Tang Yu, in a rather good mood, was just about to slip away when Wang Yishua blocked his path. You need something? Tang Yu immediately asked with a cold expression. Girl, why are you blocking my way? I know you've got a crush on me, but this isn't good, because I'm the man you can never have. Your destiny isn't me, it's Yi Chen, understand? Though I don't know why you find his smile disgusting today, eventually you'll fall for that 105-degree grin of his. A faint smile curled at the corner of Wang Yishua's lips. A man beyond her reach? Well, damn it, she would have him. As for being infatuated with Yi Chen's smile? Ugh, he could take his sorry ass and scram. Can't I even talk to you? Do you really hate your ex-girlfriend that much? She said with a melancholy tone, wearing a pitiful expression. Why ask when you already know the answer? Tang Yu snorted coldly. If I didn't dislike you, I'd be asking for trouble, little sister. Your brother is just a villain, and for a villain to survive, he must never compete with the protagonist for women. This is what they call destined to meet but not meant to be, understand? Stop being unreasonable. Back then you couldn't have me, and now you've missed your chance for good. Alright, I get it. Won't force you then. Wang Yishua nodded, then suddenly frowned and pointed ahead. Yi Chen, who told you to come back? Tang Yu instinctively turned her head, her eyes widening as she thought Yi Chen had come to cause her trouble. But when she looked back, she realized there was no one there at all. Damn it, where's anyone? Tang Yu turned his head back with a gloomy expression, only for his lips to land right on Wang Yishua's cheek. She had deliberately moved her face close to his when he turned away. This way, the moment Tang Yu turned back, his lips were bound to brush against her cheek, and she was holding her phone in hand, recording everything with the front camera. So this moment when Tang Yu kissed her cheek was captured by the phone. Oh my, young Master Tang, how could you do this? After being kissed, Wang Yishua's flustered expression carried a hint of bashfulness. She lightly bit her lip and took 2 steps back, quickly saving the video. Hee hee, let's see how you'll escape now. Damn, you set me up? Tang Yu felt utterly devastated. Damn it, are you even the female lead? Who does something like this? You think you're the landlord or something? Well, I'm damn well not Sister Bucktooth. Recording videos? Now we're screwed. If that idiot Yi Chen sees this, he'll fucking kill me. One night as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Though we never had that night, we were still each other's first love. Surely there's at least 10 days worth of grace? How could you scheme against me? What scheme? You think a proper young lady like me would casually let you take advantage? Young Master Tang, have some decency. Wang Yishua put on an innocent look with a sly smile. Delete the video. Name your price. Tang Yu extended his hand with a dark expression. Damn it, good thing I'm now a rich villain. Money can solve anything. This just proves to Wang Yishua what a vulgar person I am, talking about nothing but money. Money? My family's got plenty of that too, doesn't seem particularly useful. Wang Yishua sighed and shook her head. Seeing Tang Yu's frustrated expression made her want to laugh. But hearing him keep calling out Yi Chen at every turn, Wang Yishua found herself growing increasingly repulsed by this man. As a business prodigy with exceptionally high intellect, she had fully grasped the situation after listening to these inner thoughts for a while. The world she inhabited was actually the setting of a novel. According to the original plotline, Tang Yu was the antagonist while she was destined to become part of Yi Chen's harem. Harem? Don't be ridiculous. She had already ordered an investigation into Yi Chen's background. Given the slightest opportunity, this bastard won't leave Suan alive. Enough of this nonsense, delete the video. Or don't blame me for turning hostile. Tang Yu threatened with a dark expression, his voice low and menacing. Auntie dear, what exactly do you want? If not money, then what? My pure and flawless body? I just don't get it. Apart from being wealthy, handsome, towering at 1.85 meters with 8-pack abs and extraordinary aura, what else about me could possibly attract you? Be sensible and let me go now. The Tang family reigns supreme in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Our influence alone should scare you straight, got it? Then go ahead and turn against me. If you do, I'll post the video on my moments. Wang Yishua waved her phone with a grin. Is this fun? Do you really think I won't hit a woman? Tang Yu deliberately put on a fierce look and clenched his fist threateningly. See this? A fist as big as a sand pot. Someone as adorable as you, I could make you cry for ages with one punch. Delete the video now. This isn't something the female lead should do, understand? Chapter 13, hey, come inside with me. Then go ahead and hit me. Let's see where you'd aim. Wang Yishua rolled her eyes and said, someone as adorable as me would definitely cry for a long time if punched. Stop it. What exactly do you want? Just give it to me straight. Tang Yu shook his head vigorously, saying in a solemn tone, if this video gets out, he's really dead meat. Damn it. Have you ever seen a villain who kissed the male lead's harem and lived to tell the tale? A cuckold can never withstand the god of pure love. Come on, get in the house with me. Wang Yishua had already learned how to handle Tang Yu and was inwardly thrilled. She grabbed his arm and urged him eagerly. And no, I'm definitely not up for this. Tang Yu shook his head desperately, every fiber of his being resisting. Don't make me get rough with ya. Come on, let's go inside. Under Wang Yishua's repeated threats, Tang Yu obediently followed her into the house. Fine, it's just going inside. Better than having the video leaked. If she really tries anything funny, I'll defend my chastity with my life. How could a proper villain let the female lead take advantage of him? Hearing Tang Yu's muttering, Wang Yishua was laughing wildly in her heart. This guy, what a sweet dream he's having. Wang Yishua was absolutely one of the top noble ladies in Suzhou and Hangzhou, flawless in every aspect without a single fault to pick. Except her room, well, that might be another story. This was Tang Yu's first time entering her boudoir. The room was a mess, with things strewn about haphazardly, and several pieces of clothing tossed onto the bed and sofa. With just a glance, Tang Yu immediately noticed a pair of black panties lying about. This woman's room is way too messy, just throwing things everywhere. But this black stockings are nice, Chon Sam with black stockings? I'm totally down for that. Damn, why are there fishnet stockings too? Bro doesn't like these, even white stockings would be better than this crap. How can your room be such a mess? Don't you ever have it cleaned up? Tang Yu deliberately put on a stern face and said coldly. He just wouldn't believe in evil omens. Even the dogs back in his hometown would detour to avoid him. A proud beauty, could it really be so hard to draw a little hostility from her? Wasn't I just about to have someone come and clean it up? Wang Yishua replied with a charming smile, her eyes fixed intently on Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked utterly baffled. Was she really being asked to clean the room? Hurry up. Others don't even get the chance to tidy my room. Besides, it's not like you've never done it for me before. You helped me clean up several times back in college. Wang Yishua grinned smugly, like a cunning little fox that had tricked a crow out of its meat. Just this once. Tang Yu let out a cold snort and deliberately maintained a frosty expression as she helped tidy up. It's just tidying up the room, still better than doing other chores. But speaking of which, can pantyhose carry athlete's foot? What if it gets transmitted to me? I'll wash my hands properly after cleaning up later. Wang Yishua, who had been happily eavesdropping on their inner thoughts, suddenly darkened her expression. Who the hell has athlete's foot? She snorted coldly and asked. During all these years we've been apart, besides simping for Su Muyue, have you been seeing other girls? I wasn't really Simuyu's simp. That was just an act to make it easier for me to play with other girls. To be honest, I'm dating 4 girls right now. Tang Yu knew women despise womanizers the most, so he didn't hesitate to tarnish his own image. Surprised? Think I'm disgusting? LOL, truth is I've been too busy simping these years, haven't even held a girl's hand. Get rid of me quickly if you're unhappy. Remember, a man like me, rich and handsome, can't be relied on. Is that so? I never thought you were such a heartless man. Seems I misjudged you. Wang Yishua's expression brightened again, shifting from gloom to cheer. You really did misjudge me. Back then, chasing you was just for fun anyway. Tang Yu folded the blankets with practiced ease while taunting. Alright, you can get mad now. Hurry up and kick me out. Why are you tormenting me? Oh, so back when you were chasing after me, what exactly caught your eye? Easy to fool. Tang Yu activated sarcasm mode. Because you were good looking. If you weren't so charming, graceful, and had a great figure back then, who the hell would chase you? Oomph, you heartless jerk. Wang Yishua pretended to be displeased, though inwardly she was bubbling with joy. Not every word spoken from the lips holds truth.
but what's in your heart will never deceive you. This line from the deadbeat scoundrel made Tang Yusin's heart bloom with joy. This woman truly couldn't stand herself anymore. I need to figure out a way to provoke her further, make her angry enough to kick me out. Winning women's affection was beyond him, but getting them to spit in his face now that came naturally. His eyes darted around before landing on a cute white lingerie set.
I'll play my natural role as a creep, see if that doesn't disgust you enough? Your taste needs work, huh? Maybe I should pick some out for you personally later? He deliberately raised it with a lewd grin, turning to leer at Wang Yishua with that sleazy smile. Click. The shutter sound of the camera clicked instantly. Wang Yishua sighed while holding her phone. Oops, I accidentally took a photo, just in time to preserve the evidence. First stealing a kiss, then doing something like this. How am I supposed to protect my innocence as a girl? Tang Yu was dumbfounded. What the hell? Why aren't you following the script? Why did you take a photo with your phone? Shouldn't the normal plot be you calling me a pervert and telling me to get lost? It's only been a few years? How did you become so scheming? Wake up. This isn't your character setting. What should I do? My ex-boyfriend keeps bothering me like this. If word gets out, it'll be so embarrassing for me.
Wang Yishua sighed, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled.
Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, this was definitely not something Wang Yishua would do in the original novel's plot. I was just kidding, don't be like that. Tang Yu sulkily put down the underwear in her hands and dutifully folded it before placing it with the rest of the laundry. Fine, I surrender, I won't do anything, alright? I give up. Originally thinking to lay low and avoid Yichen. Now it seems that aside from Yichen, I need to lay low and avoid these female leads too. Wang Yishua happily whistled twice. With these leverages in hand, won't this guy have to obediently listen to me in the future? Heh, don't even think about running away. By the way, let me talk to you about something serious.
Seeing that Tang Yu was almost done packing, Wang Yishua said with a smile, I've been planning to invest in new energy recently.
What's your take on it? Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Finally, she was getting to the point. Although Yichen is a dumbass, that won't stop me from playing matchmaker for him today. That's right, I'm the villain who repays evil with good. The sooner you two start dating, the sooner I can retire and enjoy life. New energy? That's a great business. The next decade will be ruled by new energy in the commercial world, and the government is strongly supporting it too. This is a golden opportunity we can't miss. He gave an admiring thumbs up with an impressed expression. Hurry up and invest in new energy. Trust me, this project is guaranteed to make big bucks. Assuming there are no issues with their partner. Wait, are they collaborating with Farsis Corporation? That company is absolute trash. When the project inevitably collapses, Yichen will finally make his grand entrance. I see, I understand now. The plot still holds up. Wang Yishua and Yichen's conflict today was meant to pave the way for their emotional development. Once Yichen steps in to save Wang Yishua, she'll undoubtedly be filled with remorse and fall for him. You never fail, you damn author. Was this all part of your calculations? Chapter 14. Something's missing. The amusement in Wang Yishua's eyes grew even stronger. She said cheerfully, since you're optimistic about it, then I'll invest in this project. But I'm still hesitating. The potential partner I have in mind is the French company Pharos. I just have this nagging feeling that they're somewhat unreliable. You're overthinking it. I've dealt with this company before. They're really strong in new energy research. If we collaborate with them to acquire their latest technology, making money won't be an issue. Tang Yu said with complete seriousness. Is this silly girl's intuition a bit too sharp? There really are problems with Pharos, but Yichen has covered them all up. The tax evasion through fraudulent accounting at their company won't be exposed for some time yet. As for their much-hyped new energy technology, it's far from mature right now. There are huge safety issues. To put it bluntly, it's just a damn scam company. Yichen is downright vicious too. He deliberately spent billions to acquire shares and control this dumpster fire of a company just to set up the Wang family. Wang Yishua was barely holding back her laughter. She felt she had completely mastered how to manipulate Tang Yu, as if she held a remote control in her hand. Just press the buttons on the remote, and this guy would react accordingly. Alright, since even you are so certain, then there shouldn't be any problems. I plan to delegate the project to Rulon. Do you think he has the capability to handle this project? She looked at Tang Yu and asked again. Dragon Wang is renowned in Suzhou and Hangzhou as a brilliant mind. With his talent, there's absolutely no doubt he can handle this. Tang Yu enthusiastically praised, his excitement barely contained. They're back. Everything's finally fucking back to normal. Just hand this godforsaken project to Dragon Wang, it's as good as settled. If you don't give it to him, how else would he cover up the project's issues? If I remember correctly, that vice president of yours, the one surnamed Li, is in cahoots with Wang Rulong. He knows about this too. He took a 100 million bribe from Wang Rulong and deliberately helped create a smokescreen. Wang Yishua narrowed her eyes. Vice President Li? There's only one Vice President Li in the company, Li Deshen, who's been with the company for 30 years.
He's trusted by the Wang family for both his competence and his loyalty to them. He has been strongly advocating for this new energy project and has talked to me several times, saying it could sustain the Wang family's development for 20 years. Tang Yu arranged all the cosmetics on the table with a cold expression and said, "It's all packed up, can you let me go now?" Not bad. You can go now," Wang Yishua replied cheerfully. Tang Yu didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he stared at her phone, silently asking, "Aren't you going to delete those videos and photos yet? Why are you looking at me like that? I already deleted the photos and videos. Check if you don't believe me. Do you think keeping something like that brings me any glory?" Wang Yishua pouted with displeasure. "Exactly, they must be deleted. I absolutely won't allow a beauty like you to have her reputation tarnished because of a scumbag like me." Tang Yu nodded vigorously before turning and sprinting away. Damn it, I finally escaped Wang Yishua's clutches. After swiftly running out of the Wang residence, the first thing Tang Yu did upon getting back in the car was turn on celebratory music. The most beautiful flower on the prairie, the crimson sarilang. Tang Yu hummed along cheerfully, feeling absolutely wonderful. After a hard day's work, the plot was finally back on track. This way, Wang Yishua would surely follow the storyline and end up happily with Yi Chen. Though Jiang Xiaoya seemed a bit off somehow. But Yi Chen had already declared he would challenge her grandfather at the Jiang family, so their storyline would likely begin from this point. As for Su Muyue, that woman's practically sewn into the same pants as Yi Chen. No wonder she's the lead female character. To protect Yi Chen, she'd even fake a marriage alliance with herself. High, truly high. But compared to this survival king here, it still falls a bit short. My wise eyes have seen through everything. Once Yi Chen charms his way into their hearts, won't all those little misunderstandings with me be resolved? Okay, quitting time has come, it's time for the villain to return to his own life. Tang Yu stepped on the gas pedal, and the car shot onto the road, ready to experience the life of the wealthy properly. Donghai Group, CEO's office. Su Muyue was sitting at her desk reviewing a document. This was a new real estate project the company had invested in, requiring roughly 10 billion in funding, a moderately significant undertaking for the Su family. Her female secretary stood nearby, occasionally stealing glances at Su Muyue's stunning profile. Being a beautiful woman herself, standing beside Su Muyue always made her feel inadequate by comparison. Why can some women be so perfect when they're also women? Just like her name suggests, Muyue. It's already 6 o'clock, aren't you getting off work yet? Su Muyue, who was reviewing documents, suddenly looked up and asked her secretary. Ha? The female secretary seemed momentarily taken aback, forcing an awkward smile as she said, I didn't hear any knocking, I thought it was still early. By routine, at exactly 6 o'clock when work ended, the young master of the Tang family would come knocking to pick up President Su for dinner after work. For 3 solid years, as long as they weren't on holiday, young Master Tang would reliably show up without fail. Of course, President Su had never agreed to it. Her casual remark left Su Muyue feeling somewhat wistful and lost. She glanced at the office door. Indeed, according to routine, that man should have come knocking by now. She usually found his persistent advances quite annoying, but today, not hearing it actually made her feel rather unsettled, as if something was missing. President Su, I heard you're engaged to young Master Tang? Congratulations on finally being together. I'll head off now. The female secretary finished packing her things and offered her blessings with a smile. Su Muyue gave an affirmative hum but instantly lost all motivation to continue working, feeling as though something was weighing heavily on her chest. An arranged marriage? Arranged marriage her foot, she already knew exactly what that guy was up to. After liking her for 3 whole years, he just stopped liking her out of the blue. It left her feeling a little aggrieved. Of course, she knew she couldn't blame others either, after all, she really had ignored that guy for 3 whole years. What's wrong with me? Su Muyue rubbed her temples, then picked up her bag and left the office. After she stepped out, the subordinates still working late greeted her one after another. Good morning, President Su. President Su, you've worked hard. President Su, off work already? Heard you're with young Master Tang now, congratulations. Seeing all these eager, smiling faces only made her feel more stifled inside. She knew all those people at the company secretly despised her, they'd even given her the nickname Iceberg. Don't they all get tired wearing masks all the time? She remembered Tang Yu again. At least with this guy, she could hear what was really on his mind. In this world where everyone wears masks, he doesn't even have a mask, it's practically like streaking. Chapter 15 The Joys of Being Tall, Handsome, and Rich. After returning to his Maserati, Su Muyue hesitated with his phone for a long time before finally locating Tang Yu's WeChat. Are you free tonight? I'd like to talk. Tang Yu was driving on the road. Suddenly, he received a message from Su Muyue. He froze after glancing at it. Holy shit, why is Su Muyue contacting me? After a moment of thought, he decisively pulled over to respond. About calling off the engagement? You should have said so earlier, let's hurry and explain things to our parents.
Su Muyue replied with a string of ellipses, utterly speechless. Who wants to talk about breaking off the engagement with you? But she wasn't quite sure what exactly she wanted to talk about with this guy, she simply wanted to see him. Replying to me with ellipses, what's that supposed to mean? Are you laying eggs over there? Tang Yu initially wanted to reply like this, but then thought it sounded too crass. It's fine to be annoying to others, but there's no need to completely tarnish your own image. What if she screenshots this and posts it on social media, pulling a Wang Yishua-style shady move? So, summoning the basic courtesy expected from 9 years of compulsory education, he amended it to, speak plainly or get lost. Contact me when you're ready to break off the engagement. This woman's refusal to annul the engagement properly had Tang Yu thoroughly pissed off at her. You're just putting on an act to protect him while throwing me under the bus. Is this even something a human would do? Do you really hate me that much? Su Muyue's eyes brimmed with angry tears. His cold demeanor was such a stark contrast to before that she couldn't accept it. Well, obviously. Who told you to trick me? I hate being used as a human shield. Alright then, I still need to go drinking with some sisters. If you want to break off the engagement, just say so. No problem. We can keep in touch via message in a bottle. Tang Yu quickly replied with a few messages, then cradled her phone while giggling delightedly. With this kind of attitude toward yourself, how can you keep pretending? Just lay your cards on the table and honestly play the female lead you were meant to be. In short, the advantage is mine. You scoundrel. I won't cancel the engagement. I'll marry into your Tang family, just you wait. Suddenly, another message popped up in the WeChat chat box. Tang Yu's hand trembled in fright, nearly dropping her phone. Was this woman being serious? Are you fucking insane? He hastily replied with a message, only to be met with a red exclamation mark notification. This nearly made Tang Yu spit blood in frustration. In the original plot, Su Muyue was indeed portrayed as a stubborn character who wouldn't change what she set her mind on. But shouldn't that stubbornness have been directed at Yi Chen instead? Oh crap, is this woman really losing her mind? Tang Yu's face turned pale. He had just started to feel his plan was nearing success, only for Su Muyue's move to completely dumbfound him. Taking a deep breath, he tried sending a few more messages to dissuade Su Muyue, apologizing for his earlier attitude and begging her to show mercy and spare him this time. But all the messages sent were marked with red exclamation marks. This woman had truly blocked him. Damn, I went too far. She responds to gentle treatment, not force. Don't most women actually prefer forceful approaches? Tang Yu sighed helplessly. Why was retiring so damn difficult to achieve? If I really married her, wouldn't that idiot Yi Chen bring people to flatten the Tang family? At that very moment, WeChat lit up again. Tang Yu widened her eyes to look and only then noticed the contact name was Qin Ming. This Qin Ming is not a forensic doctor, but the eldest son of the Qin family, one of the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In the original plot, he was known as one of the 4 young masters of Suzhou and Hangzhou alongside Tang Yu, and was also Tang Yu's loyal sidekick. In wish-fulfillment novels, those typically dubbed young master of X City are usually destined to be trampled underfoot by the male protagonist. Qin Ming was no exception. He and Tang Yu, that pair of miserable brothers, met equally tragic fates. Tang Yu was kicked into a vegetative state first, then died. As for him, it was slightly better. He was poisoned to death by Yi Chen. Damn, bro, what have you been up to lately? Seeing Qin Ming's message, Tang Yu suddenly had an idea. Damn right, why not just call for backup outside? I'm literally the villain here. Gotta leverage my villainous advantages to solve problems. Looking kinda troubled there, where you at? I'll come find you. I'm messing around at Galaxy, you able to come? If not, I can pick somewhere else to wait. The Milky Way, in Qin Ming's words, was a large entertainment venue offering all kinds of amusements, rather rowdy and smoky, attracting many second-generation rich kids. As a loyal simp, the original Tang Yu had always kept himself clean and would never set foot in such places. But now, Tang Yu couldn't care less about that. Having finally gotten to play the role of a tall, rich, and handsome man, wouldn't it be downright foolish not to enjoy himself? Wait. Soon, Tang Yu drove the car to the entrance of the entertainment club called Starry River. As the silver Lamborghini Veneno pulled up, many pedestrians couldn't take their eyes off it. Several live streamers at the entrance promptly aimed their cameras at this incredibly eye-catching sports car. Holy shit, isn't this the poison? I heard there are only 2 in the whole country. Which rich second generation is driving such a flashy sports car? Damn it, when can I be reborn into such a wealthy family? You could be reborn as their family dog. The streamers exclaimed in amazement, speculating about who the owner of this car could be. There was also a pure-looking yet scantily clad female internet celebrity who walked up to the car on her own initiative. Isn't coming to places like this all about hunting for sugar daddies? After Tang Yu opened the car door and got out, quite a few of the female onlookers gasped in surprise. They never expected the car owner to be such a handsome young man. In terms of appearance, he somewhat resembled the once popular actor Zhao Enjuan, but his temperament was even more outstanding. Oh my god, isn't this the eldest son of the Tang family? I recognize him. Their Tang family's assets must have reached trillions long ago, right? It must be his first time coming to a place like this. I can't hold back, I need to go strike up a conversation. Soon, several girls couldn't resist and eagerly approached him on their own. The female influencer leading the pack couldn't possibly let these flirty vixens steal her spotlight. With a cold snort in her heart, she quickened her pace toward Tangyu. When they were just 1 meter apart, she suddenly lost her balance and fell onto Tangyu. Are you okay? Tangyu instinctively reached out to steady her. I'm fine. Sorry, young Master Tang, I almost bumped into you. The female influencer wore a pitiful expression as she apologized, yet seemed desperate to press her body right into Tangyu's. Wouldn't negative distance be even better? It's nothing, be careful. Tangyu shook her head with a smile. His smile was so charming that several girls around couldn't keep their legs together. Oh, not because he's rich, but simply because he was strikingly handsome. The female influencer was about to continue flirting when several other girls already swarmed around him. Hello young Master Tang, I'm Weiwei. Are you here for fun? Mr. Tang, can I add your WeChat? Mr. Tang. They all pulled out their phones to exchange contact information with Tangyu. One female livestreamer even deliberately tugged her collar lower to flaunt her assets. To make matters worse, some girl was secretly groping Tangyu's backside. The other passers-by around couldn't help but feel envious. Damn it, not only is his family rich, but he's also this handsome. Does he even leave any room for others to survive? Tangyu was also inwardly shocked beyond words. This is the first time he's received such treatment. Is this what they call the happiness of being tall, rich, and handsome? So having money and good looks makes women come at you like this? What kind of lame villains were those I played before? Some underground street thugs, gatekeeping security guards or private bodyguards, in short, not a single one with assets exceeding $1 million. Chapter 16, They're all good girls. As Tangyu was surrounded by a group of women, a young man standing at the entrance of Stellar Club looked over. Damn, isn't that my big bro? The young man recognized Tangyu and immediately rushed over. Surrounded by a group of women, Tangyu became like the Tang monk entering the kingdom of women. With so many women crowding him, the young man found it nearly impossible to squeeze through. Could you make some room, please? Helpless, the young man could only shout out. His shout drew the women's gazes, and their faces quickly lit up with delight. Oh my, isn't that young Master Qin? Young Master Qin is here too. They all greeted Qin Ming enthusiastically, their attitudes equally warm. Who the county magistrate is doesn't matter. They just want to be the county magistrate's wife. Alright, babies, stop pestering my big brother. It's his first time playing here, you'll scare him off with all this enthusiasm. Qin Ming shouted with a laugh. Only then did the group of women reluctantly make a path. Grabbing Tangyu's arm, Qin Ming walked out from the crowd of women, chuckling. Big bro, how does it feel coming here for the first time? Quite nice, they're all good girls, Tangyu praised. Though they smoke, drink, get tattoos, go clubbing, and stay out all night, they're still good girls. Well, as long as they don't dream of marrying me. Right, they're all good girls. Qin Ming burst into laughter and said, shall we find somewhere quiet to sit and chat? You can come in and chat too. Tangyu pointed at the Star River Club. We came all the way here precisely to enjoy life, didn't we? As villains, who knows if we'll see tomorrow or the Dragon King first, better seize the pleasure while we can. Holy shit, bro, you're serious about this? Qin Ming reached out to feel Tangyu's forehead, his big brother had never come to such places before. Quit dawdling. Tangyu simply strode right inside. Today he was going to enjoy himself here, and not even Jesus could stop him. Damn, big brother's really acting strange. Qin Ming followed with a worried expression. Though it wasn't fully dark yet, the Milky Way Club was already bustling with activity. On the dance floor, men and women swayed their bodies to release pheromones, while several scantily clad beauties performed an erotic dance on stage to the deafening music. Qin Ming led Tangyu to the VIP area on Platform 1, his exclusive seating section. He had barely taken a seat when drinks were promptly served. Several beautiful women arrived along with them. However, Qin Ming didn't let the women approach, waving them off to entertain themselves first. He was too worried about his elder brother to bother with them. After pouring Tangyu a glass of wine, he asked with concern, Big bro, something seems off about you today. How so? You never used to come to places like this. People change. Tangyu lifted his glass and clinked it lightly against Qin Ming's. Qin Ming took a small sip and asked in bewilderment. No way. Bro, didn't you just get engaged to Su Muyue? If she finds out you're here, wouldn't those 3 years of effort go down the drain? Right, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. Tangyu promptly set down his glass, pulled up his WeChat, and showed Qin Ming the chat history. After reading it, Qin Ming felt his head buzzing. Damn, is this really something Big Bro would do? Daring to talk to Su Muyue like that? Damn, Big Bro, you finally stopped being a simp. To be honest, if it weren't for our life and death bond, I would have cut ties with you long ago.
Coming back to his senses, Qin Ming was incredibly excited. He picked up the wine bottle and poured Tang Yu another glass, insisting on toasting with him to celebrate. The two had been close brothers for years, having even attended the same elite school together. Back in their second year of middle school, when their group went out to play, Qin Ming accidentally fell into the river. While everyone else stood frozen, Tang Yu was the only one who jumped in to save him. With this bond established, Qin Ming was dead set on recognizing Tang Yu as his elder brother. However, Tang Yu's 3 years of unwavering licking boots without regard for wind or rain had indeed earned him a rather unfavorable reputation in their circles.
Even ordinary folks know that bootlickers won't get the house, no reward for servility.
For someone who was tall, rich, and handsome, engaging in such behavior was truly like grinding naked, losing face in every direction.
Damn you! Tang Yu couldn't help but give the kid a slap on the back.
Then he snapped irritably, "Tell me what's wrong with people these days. After chasing her for 3 years with no response, now she's acting like this.
Being a damn fool, that's what.
People just don't value things until they lose them," Qin Ming said with a sneer. Tang Yu felt there was still something slightly off about the situation.
She was the female lead, damn it, how could she possibly be interested in a villain? There had to be some kind of scheme at play here. Then tell me how to make her stop bothering me? Tang Yu asked Qin Ming earnestly, seeking advice.
This bastard had already conquered 100 women by age 17, and his count reached 1,000 by 20. Now he's probably lost track himself. Such is the plain and tedious life of the wealthy. Easy, just follow my example and become a man-whore, Qin Ming declared with pride.
He wasn't always this depraved.
Once, he too harbored beautiful illusions about love. Until he turned 17, when he overheard his father discussing with an elder about arranging a marriage between their families.
The plan was to formalize the engagement once they came of age. Wealthy families still placed great emphasis on matching social status. Upon learning that his intended fiancée was a young lady nearing 400 pounds, he matured overnight. To prevent the marriage, he became the most notorious nightclub prince in Suzhou and Hangzhou, effectively killing the arrangement. That's right. Tang Yu suddenly realized that the master was right. As long as I remain a piece of dog shit, wouldn't women naturally stay away from me?
His gaze toward Qin Ming was filled with admiration, truly his good brother, born to play the villain.
Wanting to survive isn't just about keeping a low profile. Isn't the reason those villains in feel-good novels get hated by the heroines precisely because they're full of dirty tricks? Yet this villain's image clearly isn't rotten enough. It's purely the author deliberately enhancing his simp attributes. Come on, my good brother, let's raise our glasses. From today onwards, we'll be the legendary duo of the Star River Club.
Tang Yu raised his glass and clinked it against Qin Ming's.
Damn, bro, you're speaking the truth. From now on, this is where we'll live.
Qin Ming burst into laughter, his gaze already sizing up tonight's quarry. He's been playing here for so long without ever making a mistake.
Though some self-proclaimed little fairies online claim they come to places like these to relax. But anyone who believes that must be out of their damn mind. Relax? What kind of decent person comes here to fucking relax? A man runs into the women's bathhouse saying he just wants to wash his hands. Do you really believe that nonsense?
After scanning the room, all he saw were the same familiar faces, leaving him rather bored.
Big bro, it's all familiar faces tonight, why not make do with what we've got?
Qin Ming said with a laugh. It was rare for the elder brother to visit for the first time, and he couldn't rest easy with his conscience if he didn't arrange for a couple of top-notch companions.
Alright, whatever you think is best. Tang Yu nodded. It was just playing along, so he didn't have high expectations anyway.
Qin Ming immediately made the arrangements, and soon 7 or 8 beautiful women of varying appearances came running over, all with looks and figures around a 75 out of 100. Seeing them standing in a line holding bags, Tang Yu almost got the wrong idea.
You four, go keep my elder brother company.
It's his first time playing around here, don't go too wild. Qin Ming pointed at 4 of them, and the girls immediately laughed and ran over to swarm around Tang Yu.
Mr. Tang, how about we feed you drinks? Young Master Tang, you must work out often.
Your arm muscles are so firm.
I exercise regularly too, would you like to feel my abs? Young Master Tang, what type of girls do you like?
Several young women practically fought to sit on Tang Yu's lap, each vying to outdo the others in their eagerness to please him.
Chapter 17, all I want is to give them a home. Hey bro, didn't you want to upset Su Muyue? How about I help you shoot a short video and post it?
Guaranteed to piss her off when she sees it. Qin Ming offered suggestions from the side, he'd had it out for Su Muyue for a long time.
Hiss, damn kid, you're a fucking genius.
Tang Yu felt his villain experience was still lacking when it came to tarnishing reputations, this junior really had the knack for it.
Alright, get into position quickly. Big bro, you put your arms around them, and ladies, let's see some more passionate expressions. And don't forget to match your lines.
Qin Ming started directing, filming a short 10-second video with his phone. After finishing, he handed the phone back to Tang Yu.
Big bro, take a look and see if you're satisfied. If not, I can get you even juicier shots, like at a hotel. Don't.
Tang Yu shook his head hurriedly. Damn it, I just wanted to tarnish my reputation a bit and make women like Su Muyue dislike me, not turn into a goddamn public enemy. He still planned to endure through this wave and then enjoy life properly. After watching the short video twice, Tang Yu was quite satisfied. In the video, he looked like a complete lust-driven fiend, and several beauties played along perfectly, creating the atmosphere of a quintuple black team session tonight. Alright, let's post it like this. Tang Yu returned the phone to Qin Ming with satisfaction, truly his good buddy. Qin Ming grinned and immediately posted the short video using his own account. His short video account had over 6 million followers. Since he often posted flashy displays of wealth and occasionally gave away hundreds of thousands in prize money to fans, he had attracted a substantial following. Among those who followed him back was Su Muyue. As members of the four major families, they frequently interacted and knew each other, so mutual follows were perfectly normal. My good buddy came to Xingha today. Handsome guys just get all the attention, what can I say? After titling the video, the upload was approved within 2 minutes of submission. The likes and comments on the short video skyrocketed in no time. Qin, who's this handsome guy? Can I get to know him? Wow, he's really good looking, but somehow familiar. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? I'm totally into this big brother. To make sure Su Muyue would see this video, Qin Ming even specially had mentioned her. Hee, been wanting to teach this bitch a lesson for ages, always putting on airs, making my big brother lose face in the circle every damn day. At this moment, Su Muyue was resting at home. Her eyes were still slightly red and puffy from having cried for quite a while in the car earlier. Furious. After watching some short videos at home, my mood improved slightly. While scrolling, my phone suddenly alerted me Qin Ming hadn't mentioned her. Why would he had mentioned me? Su Muyue was somewhat puzzled. The two of them were merely nodding acquaintances, with no particularly deep interactions between them. After tapping the notification, the short video automatically jumped to the new clip Qin Ming had just posted. When she saw Tang Yu in the video happily hugging several beautiful women, grinning from ear to ear, her face instantly darkened. Big bro, with all these women in your arms, doesn't that make you a playboy? Scum? I'm not scummy, I just want to give all the girls in the world a home. Hearing Tang Yu's voice in the video, a wave of disappointment and grievance quickly surged through her heart, making her tear up again in anger. It was as if she had lost something, only to suddenly realize how important that thing truly was to her. After crying for a while, she suddenly realized something was off. This guy had never indulged in debauchery before. He deliberately went out to have fun and even asked Qin Ming to send him a short video? Something's wrong. She wiped away her tears, thought for a moment, then hurried to the mirror to touch up her makeup. She was determined to personally visit the Starlight Club to see what scheme this guy was really plotting. After all, she could hear his innermost thoughts. There was no way he could hide anything from her. After finishing her makeup, she picked up her phone and called Tang Yu again. Young Master Tang, your phone is ringing. The girl sitting next to Tang Yu noticed his phone lighting up and quickly grabbed it to hand to him. Thank you. Tang Yu reached out and pinched the girl's cheek playfully. Just a faint squeeze left powder foundation on her palm, but Tang Yu pretended not to notice and quickly grabbed her phone. Su Muyue? Seeing her name on the caller ID, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. As expected, the plan was proceeding smoothly. She was probably calling to give him an earful. With a beaming smile while answering the call, Tang Yu chuckled, "Hello? What exactly do you mean? Do I really annoy you that much?" Su Muyue's aggrieved voice came through the receiver. "Ha, what did you say? I can't hear you, it's too noisy here. Is it about calling off the engagement? Mei-chum, sounds good, let's set a time tomorrow then. I know you can hear me, just wait, I'm coming to find you." Su Muyue hung up after saying this. Tang Yu held his phone, his brows knitted tightly together. What the hell's gotten into this woman? Has she lost her damn mind? With her proud temperament, shouldn't she be cursing him out right now, then annulling the engagement tomorrow? Then it suddenly dawned on him. It must be to protect Yi-chen that she had no choice but to keep up the act. When you act, you go all the way, might as well commit to the performance. This woman's schemes run deep indeed. Good thing I've caught on to her tricks already. Big bro, what's wrong? Did Su Muyue call? Qin Ming asked from the side. Yeah, said they're coming to find me, then we'll piss her off together later. Tang Yu chuckled darkly. As long as we manage to drive Su Muyue away tonight, everything will go smoothly. Qin Ming also started chuckling along, then suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Damn, bro, I almost forgot about something important." "What's serious matter?" "Tonight I've arranged to meet another stunning beauty. This one's absolutely top-notch, at least on the same level as Su Muyue." After speaking, Qin Ming looked at the girls and said, "Darlings, you go have fun first. Just put all your expenses here on my tab today. My big brother and I have serious business to attend to later." The girls all lit up with excitement and quickly agreed with smiles before leaving with their bags. After sending all the girls away, Qin Ming chuckled mischievously. Brother, I really had to sacrifice what I love dearly this time. Later, I'll have that stunning beauty come over to keep you company.
You can wrap your arms around her and piss off Su Muyue. Is it that exaggerated? Someone on Su Muyue's level? Tang Yu was somewhat skeptical. There were indeed many beauties in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but only a handful could compare to Su Muyue. However, bringing in a truly stunning beauty would indeed annoy Su Muyue even more.
Otherwise, while the girls around earlier were considered beauties out in the world, but compared to Su Muyue, she fell short by more than a tier, likely not good enough to act alongside him.
You'll find out soon.
Qin Ming smiled mysteriously and immediately began contacting the person on his phone. Tang Yu, meanwhile, felt a little thrill of anticipation. As a villain, there's no way I can play together with the female leads. He'd rather stay single till death, die outside, jump off from here, than ever get together with the female leads. But those other beauties, well, there's still a chance for me. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a slender figure carrying a bag approached from the distance.
Good day, young Master Qin.
The woman walked over and greeted Qin Ming with a smile.
Finally here, Sister Linghan. Come, let me introduce you. This is my sworn brother, Tang Yu.
Qin Ming quickly proceeded to introduce Tang Yu with a smile.
Chapter 18. Would you want this blessing if it were given to you?
Tang Yu glanced up at the woman and immediately agreed with Qin Ming's assessment in her heart.
In terms of looks alone, this woman was no less beautiful than Su Muyue, the renowned beauty of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Moreover, her demeanor carried an even more alluring charm, as if seductiveness was in her very bones. Her outfit was equally provocative. She wore a semi-transparent white blouse that teased the imagination with its tantalizing glimpses. The black leather skirt she wore below accentuated her spectacular figure to the fullest, while her long, snow-white legs shone so dazzlingly that one couldn't tear their eyes away. Her watery peach blossom eyes flickered with momentary surprise when they landed on Tang Yu. She promptly sat down beside Tang Yu and extended her hand, saying, Mr. Tang, you're so handsome. I'm Linghan, pleased to meet you. Then I'm even more delighted than Miss Ling to meet such a stunning beauty like you. Tang Yu smiled as he grasped the other's jade-like, ice-cold petite hand, only for his pupils to suddenly constrict in realization. Holy shit, isn't this the jade-faced fox? Damn it, has that bastard Yi Chen moved this quickly? Has he already arranged for her to come? Wait, her target probably isn't me, it should be Qin Ming. At this moment, Tang Yu was profoundly shocked deep inside. Likewise, Ling Han, who shook hands with him, was also greatly startled. Suddenly hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, she almost thought her identity had been exposed. That's right, she was one of the pawns deliberately sent by Yi Chen, and also one of the top elites of the Dragon Soul organization. What's up with this guy? Is he speaking to me in ventriloquism? No way, that's definitely not ventriloquism. A flicker of shock flashed in Lingan's eyes. As a top-tier assassin, she possessed an astonishing array of skills. Ventriloquism is one of her specialties, but this guy in front of me doesn't look like someone who'd use ventriloquism at all. Watching the two of them holding hands without letting go, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The boss is the boss, damn good looking. Women just can't seem to walk past him. They're already like this just from a handshake. Tonight's gonna be fireworks, isn't it? Snapping back to reality, Ling Han smiled at Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, your skincare routine must be impressive, your hands are even fairer and softer than mine. Oh, really? Tang Yu gave an awkward laugh and hastily let go of Ling Han's hand, his scalp tingling with discomfort. He glanced at Qin Ming, who was smirking triumphantly and giving him a thumbs up, mouthing the words. So, bro, did I show you enough brotherly loyalty? Loyalty my ass. Damn it, she's an assassin. Their target is you, and you fucking pushed her onto me. I treat you as a brother, but you bastard aren't acting like human. After hearing Tang Yu's inner voice again, Ling Han was 100% certain. This wasn't ventriloquism, but I heard this guy's inner thoughts. She was astonished deep down after working as an assassin for so many years. What hadn't she seen before? Yet this situation was a first for her. Stay calm, don't act rashly for now. Ling Han took a deep breath. Though her identity had been exposed, she was confident she could easily escape from here. Better stay and observe a bit longer. After all, this guy is also one of the Dragon King's targets. Come on, new friends should drink more to celebrate getting acquainted. At this moment, Qin Ming, ever the good buddy, stepped in to ease the tension, pouring drinks for both of them. Shouldn't we help our boss get this woman drunk? Come on, bottoms up. Tang Yu raised his glass with a somewhat forced smile as the three of them clinked their cups together. He glanced at the seductively beautiful face of Jade Fox and now only wanted to grab a bucket and run for his life. What's more dangerous than the female lead? Nature itself became the assassin under the protagonist's command. He instinctively shifted his body to the side, first putting some distance between them to regain a sense of security. His plan was to lie low, but damn it, he ended up right under the enemy's gun. What's wrong, young Master Tang? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Noticing Tang Yu's movements, Ling Han asked with a smile. My butt hurts from sitting too long. Tang Yu laughed heartily. Don't come over here. Never forget your original intentions as a human being. What's your goal? Keeping your teeth cavity free? Of course not. Your target is our dear young master Qin Ming. Yes, go flirt with him, got it? Rather the priest die than the monk suffer. Don't worry bro, big bro will remind you later to flee abroad and hide. I won't abandon you to your fate. Ling Han's mouth twitched. This guy actually had quite a sense of brotherly loyalty? But how did he know about the organization's plan? Ling Han grew increasingly curious about this man. According to the organization's files, he was just a wealthy second-generation simp. But now it seemed things might not be that simple. It's okay. If you're feeling unwell, I can give young Master Tang a massage. I majored in medicine, after all. She reached out and placed her hand on Tang Yu's thigh, smiling sweetly. Wow, big bro, you've got quite the luck with ladies. Sister Ling Han has never treated me this well. Qin Ming chimed in teasingly from the side. The hell with your teasing. Want this kind of good fortune for yourself? Tang Yu gave an awkward laugh and said, Miss Ling is indeed very considerate, but it seems my bottom doesn't hurt anymore. As long as it doesn't hurt, come on, let's keep drinking and chatting. Ling Han raised her glass with a smile. Tang Yu nodded and quickly started thinking about a countermeasure in his mind. According to the original plot, Yi Chen's ambitious first goal after returning to China was to subdue the 4 major families of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The 4 major families hold immense influence in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once he gains control of these 4 families, Yi Chen will call all the shots in Suzhou and Hangzhou from then on. He will be the uncrowned king here. To control the 4 great families, aside from seducing women, he also had to kick away each obstacle in his path. Qin Ming, as the male heir of the Qin family, became one such stumbling block, so he dispatched several of his finest operatives. The jade-faced fox, Ling Han, was tasked with handling the Qin family. After getting close to Qin Ming, she used her beauty to control him before moving on to seduce another young master. Ultimately, the 2 men clashed, and Qin Ming was poisoned to death by the jade-faced fox. The Qin family believed the other young master was responsible. When the 2 families went to war, Yi Chen swooped in to reap the rewards. After carefully recalling the entire plot, Tang Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Alright, the Dragon Soul organization has strict rules against arbitrarily altering missions. This woman and I are just playing our parts, the real targets are still Qin Ming and that other unlucky bastard. In that case, there's no need to panic. I'll just play my role convincingly until she finds me revolting enough to leave on her own. Ling Han, overhearing everything, frowned slightly. This guy actually knows so much about the Dragon Soul organization? You should know that the Dragon Soul organization is incredibly powerful and extremely secretive. Outsiders have no clue about their internal rules. That rich second-generation heir surnamed Tang is definitely no ordinary person. After adjusting his mindset, Tang Yu proactively moved closer to Ling Han with a sly grin. Miss Ling, you're so beautiful. I wonder if you have a boyfriend. Chapter 19, Everyone's an actor. Not at all. Does young Master Tang plan to introduce me to someone? Ling Han replied with a playful smile. She leaned her body against Tang Yu on her own initiative, sending him suggestive glances. Thought she could make him leave? No chance. She was determined to find out just how much this guy knew about their organization. Damn, this is unexpected. If your target is Qin Ming, shouldn't you be glancing at him by now? Does she know Qin Ming enjoys being a cuckold and is deliberately putting on this act for him? Fine, if you want to act, then let's act. Life's all about performance anyway, later I can use you to deal with that idiot Sumu Yue. Tang Yu quickly ran calculations in his mind. He chuckled and smoothly pulled Ling Han into an embrace. So Miss Ling, what are your hobbies? Let's see if I know any like-minded people for you. Hobbies? I enjoy dancing and music. How about you, young Master Tang? Well, we're quite similar then. I enjoy listening to music and watching R-rated movies, Tang Yu said with a straight face. But Qin Ming, who had been drinking, spat out all the alcohol in his mouth. Dude, your flirting skills are on par with cavemen's? Ling Han feigned bashfulness and cooed, young Master Tang, you're so mean. Just joking, don't take it seriously. Tang Yu burst into laughter. I told you young Master Tang couldn't possibly be that kind of person. Exactly, how could someone like me possibly enjoy listening to music? Both Ling Han and Qin Ming shivered from the cold. Young Master Tang, you're so funny. Ling Han couldn't help but praise Tang Yu playfully, snuggling into his arms as she spoke flirtatiously. Ha, don't try that trick on me. I've had my fill of sugar-coated bullets. Women will only get in the way of enjoying life, especially Yi Chen's women. But Yi Chen is quite the scoundrel, not letting a single woman from his own organization slip through his grasp. He deliberately assigns them dangerous, impossible missions just to swoop in and play the hero. TSK, he's got it all figured out. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ling Han, however, was utterly shocked. How does this guy even know about this? Twice in the past 2 years when she failed missions, the Dragon King had stepped in to rescue her. He even suffered serious injuries, saving her once, moving her deeply. but now that Tang Yu mentioned it, she suddenly sensed that something was amiss.
Those 2 missions she had failed were indeed more challenging than they had claimed to be. That was why she had failed them.
Just how much more do you know? Ling Han was burning with curiosity.
Yet she had no way to voice her question, so she could only keep up her act while listening in silence. Fortunately, Su Muyue finally made her entrance at this moment. Clutching her bag with furious determination, she stormed straight toward platform number 1 in Star River Club the moment she arrived. All along the way, people gasped in awe at the sight of Su Muyue, with many stepping forward to strike up conversations with her. A few men were still relentlessly chasing after them, putting on the appearance of being determined to pester endlessly.
But as soon as they saw Su Muyue step onto the number 1 high platform,
they dared not make any further advances.
Tang Yu.
Su Muyue arrived and saw a woman, whose beauty was no less than her own, nestled in Tang Yu's arms.
She couldn't help but feel her eyes burning with fury. What now? Coming to talk about breaking off the engagement? Tang Yu smiled faintly, finally having waited for this annoying woman to show up. See that? I've got such a stunning beauty in my arms. Can you still take it? Go ahead, don't hesitate, today I'll allow you to splash wine in my face. Come on, don't hold back just because I'm a delicate flower. Show me the dignity of a female lead. Su Muyue instantly understood his scheme after hearing his inner thoughts. Just as expected, this guy deliberately posted those short videos to provoke her, just to force her to abandon the marriage alliance. Oof, he simply refused to oblige. Her expression softened slightly as she sat beside Tang Yu and said, "What's this talk about breaking off the engagement? After all we've been through to come together, what are you thinking? I just saw you drinking alone here and thought I'd join you." Qin Ming on the side was utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, he finally understood why Big Bro had said Su Muyue was acting strange. That ice-cold, aloof Su Muyue, how could she possibly tolerate her fiancé hugging another beautiful woman and still speak so calmly? Seeing Su Muyue sitting beside him, pouring herself a glass of wine, Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded. You're not following the script? Sis, you're already being cheated on, and you can still tolerate it? Come on, follow your heart. Think about who you are. You're Su Muyue, the Ice Queen, don't you get it? How about this? Today I'll make an exception and offer you a special deal. I'll let you slap me and call me shameless, then we can call off the engagement. Deal? Don't hesitate. It's such a perfect opportunity, you should prove yourself properly. If you don't do this, how will Linghan report to the Dragon King that our relationship is purely innocent? Then go drink somewhere else. You're disturbing Miss Ling and me. Tang Yu wrapped his arms around Linghan, flashing a provocative leer. See that? This is what shameless beast looks like. If you can't stand it, leave now. Don't push me to be even fouler, my moral boundaries are quite flexible, and I'm capable of anything. Ling Han's body trembled slightly, nearly reflexively slapping Tang Yu to death with a furious backhand. This bastard had played his cards well, daring to take advantage of her while still plotting to use her. She gritted her teeth in silent fury. That brat was as good as dead. Su Muyue felt both exasperated and amused in her heart. This guy, with his terrible acting, thinks he's fooling anyone? You want to force me to leave? Not a chance. Just keep drinking if you want, I'm not stopping you. When you're tired of playing around, let's go home together, okay? Su Muyue reached out to hold Tang Yu's arm and said softly. Tang Yu strongly suspected that Su Muyue wasn't herself at all. Had Wu Dalon possessed her or something? Is this something a carbon-based lifeform would say? Where's your identity and stance? Calm down, lines about being a love-struck fool are my thing, don't get your roles mixed up. Quick, drink this and banish hunger to be your true self again. Don't look at me like that. I've already figured things out. These past 3 years, I put you through so much hardship just to test you. But from now on, I'm going to make you the happiest man in the world. You can do whatever you want, I won't judge you. Su Muyue said gently, her expression tender. Tang Yu took a deep breath, feeling his legs go weak. This woman, she's really going to be the death of him. Playing for real now, huh? Fine, let's see who can sink lower then. Damn it, I might as well shit my pants. Never mind, that'd make me utterly lose face. Sigh, if all else fails, I'll just drag Linghan away first. If she keeps listening to this, the game's truly over. Having made up his mind, Tang Yu let out a cold laugh and said, whatever, then drink slowly. Miss Ling and I are going to the restroom. Don't come bother us. With that, he embraced Linghan and stood up to leave the platform. Qin Ming stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Damn, bro, why is everyone so wild today? Damn it, as the king of nightlife, I'm not even half as wild as you guys. Su Muyue indeed didn't join them. Holding a champagne glass, she drank slowly with mixed feelings of happiness and complexity. The happy part was that this guy wasn't actually fooling around, he was just acting. But his resistant attitude towards her. Su Muyue's mood was extremely complicated. Had his 3 years of affection all been fake? Chapter 20, The Ultra-Brave Security Manager. Tang Yu's arms were wrapped around Linghan, who was already prepared to strike at any moment. She would use her beauty to flirt with targets during missions, but she absolutely wouldn't allow any real physical intimacy with the targets.
Fortunately, after spinning her around once, Tang Yu let her out through the back door of Galaxy Club.
Young Master Tang, what are you bringing me here for? She asked shyly in a low voice.
Tang Yu took off his wristwatch worth millions and handed it to Linghan, saying,
Here's a gift for you. I really like sensible girls like you who don't constantly talk about money. Women like Su Muyue, who are only after my money, make me sick just looking at them. I'll go back and talk to her about canceling the engagement. Let's grab a drink together next time.
With that, Tang Yu swaggered back into the Star River Club.
His mood instantly lifted considerably. No matter how good Su Muyue's acting skills were, he had ultimately outplayed her. After hearing these words, Ling Han would definitely tell Yi Chen. Surely even that idiot Yi Chen wouldn't think I was competing with him for a woman then?
Ling Han casually put away the watch Tang Yu had given her. As a professional killer, she still liked money very much. She quickly returned to the car and dialed Yi Chen's number on her phone. The call was answered almost immediately.
What's wrong, Honor? Is the mission going smoothly?
Yi Chen's voice came through from the other end of the line. Hearing Yi Chen call her Honor used to bring Ling Han a quiet joy in her heart. But after overhearing Tang Yu's internal monologue revealing so many things, her feelings had subtly shifted now.
As for Yi Chen's affectionate nickname,
she instinctively felt a twinge of repulsion, even thinking this guy was somewhat hypocritical.
We're almost at the target, but we ran into Tang Yu and Su Muyue while approaching, she reported while holding her phone. Tang Yu? What's he doing with Su Muyue? They're drinking at a bar. Is this bastard trying to get Su Muyue drunk, so he can take advantage of her?
On the other end of the phone, Yi Chen was already boiling with rage.
The woman he loved, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to lay a finger on her. Otherwise, the Dragon Lord's wrath, rivers of blood shall flow. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Han replied. They didn't drink much, but they were all over each other. Su Muyue seemed quite proactive. Impossible. Su Muyue has only me in her heart. How could she possibly take initiative with another man? Keep an eye on Su Muyue for me and protect her, understood? Yi Chen roared into the phone. How about this, Dragon King? Let me adjust the plan and infiltrate the Tang family to get close to Tang Yu. That way, I can also better protect Su Muyue. Ling Han proposed. She had already lost interest in continuing the mission. Her only thought now was to get close to Tang Yu and gather more information from him. This guy even knows the secrets of the Dragon Soul organization. Perhaps the piece of information I've been investigating all along, he might just have the answer. Fine, Honor, you adjust the plan first. The Qin family can wait for now. Remember, under no circumstances is he to lay a finger on my woman. Got it? Yi Chen barked the order over the phone. He was currently wearing a security guard's uniform with a walkie-talkie hanging from his belt, patrolling around an upscale residential area in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After leaving the Wang family today, he rushed straight here to take up this new job. Yes, this was also the Dragon King's usual tactic for picking up women. Using a humble identity to get close to a woman, then revealing his formidable power to pique her curiosity and make her fall in love with him. No sooner had he finished his roar, a stout man came riding up on a patrol cart. This was none other than Liang Fifan, the security manager of the residential complex. Walking over, he immediately kicked Yi Chen in the buttocks and cursed in anger. New guy, are you out of your fucking mind? Who told you to make phone calls and shout during work hours? What do you mean someone touched your woman? Seriously, did someone steal your damn blow-up doll? Yi Chen's temper flared after taking that kick. Just some measly little security manager. How dare you lay hands on the dignified Dragon King himself? If this weren't happening on home soil, he'd have been a corpse the moment he made his move. But for the sake of his romance scheme, he had no choice but to swallow his pride, grinding his teeth as he replied. Manager Liang, company policy clearly states employees may answer calls during work hours. The company's got these fucking rules too. Subordinates aren't allowed to talk back to superiors. I wasn't talking back, I was reasoning with you. Reason your mother's ass. Quit if you don't want to work, dumbass. Manager Liang spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground before swaggering off on his bike. Yi Chen stood there shaking with rage. Once his womanizing plan succeeds, this guy will be the first to die. That Tang guy can wait his turn. On the other end of the phone, Ling Han hung up with a look of utter disdain after listening. After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts for a few sentences, her intellect seemed to have dramatically upgraded. His attitude towards Yi Chen grew increasingly disdainful. A man who would go to such lengths just to pick up women, does someone like him truly have the right to lead the organization? When Tang Yu returned to the first platform, Su Muyue was already slumped over the table. Yes, her tolerance for alcohol was extremely poor. He was already drunk after less than 3 drinks. Qin Ming had been keeping watch beside her. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, his face turned shocked as he blurted out. Damn, bro, you finish in just 3 minutes? Finish your ass. I didn't even go. I sent her away. That woman is extremely dangerous. Don't have anything to do with her in the future, got it? Tang Yu frowned and admonished. When he took over this body, its memories came along with it.
In his heart, he still held deep feelings for Qin Ming as a brother. As a villain, Qin Ming's death was actually quite unjust. Simply because they wouldn't let the family business be taken away, they became stumbling blocks that Yi Chen had to eliminate. When it comes down to it, villains are just a matter of perspective. When readers immerse themselves in wish fulfillment novels by identifying with the Dragon King, they naturally feel utterly exhilarated. But when you see things from the villain's perspective opposing the Dragon King, the experience is overwhelmingly bitter. Alright, big bro, whatever you say goes. Qin Ming agreed with a smile, not bothering to ask for reasons. Women are everywhere, just find another one, easy fix. He pointed at Su Muyue slumped over the table and asked, so what do we do now? I'll take her home. Tang Yu was also getting a headache. If this woman couldn't handle alcohol, she shouldn't have drunk so much. Did she really need to go so hard just for acting in this play? What if I took advantage of her while she's vulnerable? Then wouldn't the Dragon King become the cuckolded, miserable dragon? But thinking about it, doesn't it seem quite interesting? Shaking her head, Tang Yu dismissed this dangerous thought. It's better to honestly continue being a villainous survivor for now. Competing with the protagonist for women, that's way too damn dangerous. Carrying Su Muyue on his back, Tang Yu immediately felt a soft, expansive warmth pressing against him. The mingled scents of Su Muyue's fragrance and alcohol were unexpectedly pleasant. Chapter 21, You're This Wild? Due to being intoxicated, Tang Yu called for 2 Tang family bodyguards to drive and pick them up. Don't drink and drive. Don't drive if you've been drinking. Every urban wish fulfillment novel has a villain who dies from drunk driving. Want to survive until the finale? You must have ample safety awareness to live through the protagonist's wrath. After a black Rolls-Royce pulled up, Tang Yu carried Su Muyue on his back as they settled into the rear seats together. One of the bodyguards in the car stepped out to drive his poison car back to the Tang family estate. The 2 luxury vehicles traveled one after another on the road, making Tang Yu feel rather pleased. Being rich, damn, it feels good. If only this world didn't have Yi Chen, it would be absolutely perfect. The drunken Su Muyue's cheeks were flushed red, looking far more adorable than her usual perpetually scowling face. She suddenly giggled and tilted her head, collapsing onto Tang Yu's shoulder. Buzz off. Tang Yu pushed her head away without hesitation. The bodyguard driving nearly drove the car into the river when he saw the scene in the rearview mirror. Holy moly. Was this really their usual love-struck young master? Back in the day, the young master loyally licked her boots for 3 years without fail, rain or shine. Even the most devoted dog would sigh in admiration at his skills and admit he's the true master of bootlicking. He'd even heard co-workers claim they saw the young master licking that Miss Sue's high heels with their own eyes. Once, his own father got so infuriated by his son's complete lack of dignity that he gave the young master a thorough beating. That day, it was said several belts were whipped until they snapped, landing the young master in the hospital. Yet the very next day, the young master secretly slipped out of the hospital, clutching a bouquet of roses, and went back to wait for Miss Sue to finish work. Su Muyue, who had been pushed away, just giggled foolishly and snuggled right back up to Tang Yu. In an impossibly sweet and coquettish tone, she said, I just want to stick to you. Tang Yu was full of question marks, then suddenly remembered. This woman had lost her mother to cancer when she was very young. Her father, Su Chongshan, was an extremely strong-willed man too busy reviving the Su family to spend time with her, yet still demanded nothing short of perfection from her. Under loneliness and pressure, she developed a stubborn and highly competitive personality, growing increasingly cold and independent. This icy mask shrouded her, simultaneously protecting her while pushing everyone away. Yet once drunk, she would completely remove this mask, revealing her clingy, vulnerable side like a puppy trusting unconditionally. But, why are you showing me this side of you? Holy shit, why are you getting handsy now? Seeing Su Muyue practically climbing onto him, Tang Yu desperately tried to push her away. But he had greatly overestimated himself. Due to the lame author's setup, as the antagonist, he was just an ordinary tall, rich, and handsome guy with rather weak combat abilities. Meanwhile, Su Muyue, the female lead, had some martial arts skills under her belt. Handling 2 or 3 burly men was no problem for her. Tang Yu, whose combat ability was even worse than a single burly man, trying to compete with her in strength was simply asking for humiliation. Su Muyue climbed onto him and started giggling mischievously. Come on, give me a kiss. Puckering her lips, she began swaying her head and inched closer to Tang Yu. Holy shit, stay the hell away. Old Wang, fucking pull her back already. Tang Yu struggled to resist, but his hands were already pinned down firmly by her. All he could do was frantically shake his head to avoid her. Damn it, she really had him pinned down and was planting fierce kisses all over. Once she sobered up later and remembered this incident, wouldn't she kill him? Young master, I'm driving right now, can't help you on the overpass. The bodyguard muttered helplessly while munching on melon seeds, secretly looking down on his young master in his heart.
Damn it, when a beauty throws herself at you, why act all high and mighty? If you're really that impressive, try being a simp for 3 years then?
Under Tang Yu's constant struggles, Su Muyue failed to land a kiss on his lips several times. But Tang Yu's face wasn't so lucky, it ended up with several red lipstick marks. After planting those kisses, she gave a satisfied drunken hiccup, staring intently at Tang Yu.
I've kissed you so many times, why won't you kiss me back? You're this damn wild? Tang Yu was about to cry. God damn it, how could she do this? This wasn't Su Muyue, this was just a fucking thirsty succubus. Who said you could stop fawning over me? You promised you'd fawn over me for a lifetime. You're going back on your word.
Su Muyue pouted, her tone tinged with a hint of sadness.
But I've been licking for 3 years and still haven't gotten anywhere. Then why don't you try licking for 3 more years? What happens if I try it? You'll turn into a giant simp.
Su Muyue said with a mischievous grin. Tang Yu thought this woman was truly drunk, her mood swings were downright astonishing. Su Muyue suddenly pressed her face against Tang Yu's and began gently rubbing it, pouting with grievance.
I'm sorry, okay? I know you're upset. How about I lick you instead? Please don't ignore me.
Her sudden coquettish behavior caught Tang Yu somewhat off guard. Yet mere seconds after speaking these words, she slumped against Tang Yu and fell fast asleep. Tang Yu let out a long sigh, the woman had finally quieted down. If she kept fussing like this any longer, his pure and unblemished body might have been ruined by her.
After another 10 minutes of driving, they finally arrived back at the Tang residence. Tang Yu had no intention of sending Su Muyue back.
She was far too drunk now, and returning her to the Su family would only make things awkward. The Tang family had a big house anyway, so accommodating her for rest wasn't an issue. As Tang Yu carried Su Muyue off the car, he spotted his father Tang Gangcheng standing at the entrance.
Tang Gangcheng's face was currently as black as coal.
Half an hour earlier, while resting at home and browsing his phone, an old friend had suddenly sent him a video link. He clicked in to look, only to see his own son lewdly hugging 4 women while drinking. The bastard was even shouting something like, "I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give them all a home." This infuriated him beyond measure. That little beast, after all the trouble he went through to arrange the marriage alliance for him, was he showing his true colors so soon? Now seeing Tang Yu carrying a woman as he got out of the car, his face covered in lipstick marks, he slowly pulled off his belt. Upon seeing his unruly son still alive, father prepares his belt discipline. Holy shit, Dad, calm down first. Tang Yu was so frightened he nearly jumped out of his skin, already guessing what his father intended to do. Calm down? You've got some nerve, kid. No sooner is the engagement settled than you start showing your true colors, huh? Bringing women home to fool around? Tang Gangcheng let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on the belt in his hand. This isn't just anyone, this is Su Muyue. I went out for drinks with her. That short video was just for fun. Xin Ming asked me to help shoot it, said it was to gain followers. Tang Yu hastily passed the blame. Tang Gangcheng stared for a few moments before realizing it was indeed his future daughter-in-law. This smoothed out his expression a few degrees, and he slowly tucked the belt back in. Several bodyguards hidden nearby also emerged from the shadows, their faces showing a trace of embarrassment. They were arranged by Tang Gangcheng to prevent Tang Yu from running away. Mother Tang, Xia Hanying, also stepped forward, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao in her hand. Damn, a one-stop service for getting beaten up and treated. Chapter 22, choosing any would be death. Tang Yu carried Su Muyue on his back, his face dark with exasperation as he walked into the house. Tang Gangcheng frowned and scolded. How much wine did you pour into my? How did she get this drunk? She insisted on drinking herself, and couldn't handle more than 3 cups. Bullshit. Muyue would never go drinking in those kinds of places. Don't think I can't see right through your little scheme. Tang Gangcheng scolded without hesitation. They were both men, did this guy really think he could hide such obvious intentions? Tang Yu desperately wanted to cry. Can't you see these lipstick marks all over my face? It's not like I pressed my own face against someone else's, is it? Upon returning home, Mother Tang supported Su Muyue as she said, I'll take Muyue to your room to rest first. Next time, young man, you're not allowed to take her out drinking. Why send Muyue to your room? Let her rest in the guest room. Tang Gangcheng said somewhat discontentedly. His wife was perfect in every way, except she spoiled their son too much. This marriage alliance was also something she had been pushing hard for at home, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to swallow his pride. Mother Tang smiled and nodded, understanding what her husband meant. Tang Gangcheng looked at Tang Yu with deep concern as he spoke. I know you've liked her for years, but some things can't be rushed. She has to be willing too. If you dare scheme anything again, I'll break all 3 of your legs. You're overthinking it, old man. I have no interest in her, really. Then who have you taken a liking to? The Wang girl? Or perhaps Jean Curson? Tang Gangcheng raised an eyebrow and asked. Tang Yu felt that either choice would be a dead end. Among the 4 great families, excluding the Tang family, each of the other 3 had beauties who had caught the eye of that bastard Yi Chen. You could say this guy conquered these 3 great families by charming women. This is also the most outrageous aspect of wish fulfillment novels.
Would these prestigious noble families really throw all their dignity out the window? Would they really tolerate their precious daughters waiting on you alongside other women while pouring all their family resources onto you?
Bullshit. After being lectured by his father while having his ear pulled for what felt like ages, Tangyu finally escaped the fate of getting a beating. Back in his room, after freshening up, he lay down on the bed worth several $100,000 and fell into a contented sleep.
The life of the rich is just so simple, unadorned, and monotonous.
After Mother Tang left the guest room, Su Muyue, who had seemingly fallen asleep, slowly opened her eyes.
She was completely sober now.
Or rather, she hadn't been all that drunk to begin with. Even in the car, though intoxicated, she had still maintained her senses. But under the influence of alcohol, she wasn't so keen on staying rational anymore. She wanted nothing more than to follow her instincts, to do what she normally wouldn't dare do, to say what she normally wouldn't dare say. She even tried, like this guy, to tear off her mask for once. But now, completely sober, she couldn't help but feel thoroughly embarrassed at the memory. I just wanted to talk to him, so how did I end up kissing that guy?
Oh no, tomorrow I won't be able to face anyone.
Covering her burning cheeks, she sighed softly. She really shouldn't have had that drink.
Dwelling on it, she tossed and turned in bed until nearly 3 a.m. before finally falling asleep.
Early the next morning, the sound of knocking roused her from sleep.
Muyue, are you up yet? Time for breakfast.
Mrs. Tang's voice came from outside the door.
Coming, auntie.
Su Muyue rubbed her drowsy eyes and responded with a groan, reluctantly getting up to wash her face. Due to poor sleep, the dark circles under her eyes were quite noticeable. As she stepped out, she accidentally bumped into Tangyu, who was still in pajamas. Tangyu looked full of energy, though her expression turned somewhat peculiar upon seeing Su Muyue.
Morning, he said casually. What's this woman staring at me for? Could she be remembering last night?
Sigh, this drunken lunatic, I must never drink with her again, or even my pristine virtue won't stay intact. Hearing Tangyu's thoughts, Su Muyue felt her face flush again, recalling what had happened in the car last night. She didn't quite dare to meet Tangyu's eyes, muttering a quick greeting before lowering her head and walking ahead.
Excellent. This is how you should react, be a little colder toward me, understood?
A female lead should act like a proper female lead.
I'll reluctantly forgive you for yesterday's incident.
Following behind her, Tangyu felt rather pleased. This woman finally seemed normal again. The two walked to the dining table, where breakfast was already prepared. Today's breakfast was personally made by Tang's mother early in the morning, without even letting the chef lift a finger. After all, this was her future daughter-in-law's first breakfast at their home. It naturally called for some special attention.
Good morning, uncle and auntie. Su Muyue came over and greeted Tang's parents. Good morning, Muyue.
Both responded cheerfully in unison to greet Su Muyue. They were quite satisfied with Su Muyue. She was both beautiful and capable. It's just that her temperament is a bit cold, making her own son play the simp for 3 years. Tangyu also greeted them before sitting down and immediately started eating a plate of xiaolongbao.
What are you doing? Only eating by yourself? Give some to Muyue too.
Seeing Tangyu burying himself in eating, Mother Tang grew somewhat displeased. She can serve herself if she wants to eat something, it's not like she's a child. Tangyu curled his lips.
No way am I serving her food, not in this lifetime.
Eat if she wants, starve if she doesn't. I'm no chow chow, I've no interest in tending to someone else's harem.
Damn women, they just ruin a man's chance of surviving till the finale.
Hearing Tangyu's inner thoughts, Su Muyue suddenly felt her teeth itch with irritation.
That bastard, it's just serving him some food, it's not like I'm eating him alive.
With a guilt-ridden expression, she spoke softly.
It's alright uncle and auntie, I can manage. I'm terribly sorry for the trouble I caused yesterday by drinking too much. No need to apologize. It's all this brat's fault for taking you drinking.
If he ever pressures you to drink again, just tell uncle and I'll beat him to death.
Father Tang said kindly. Really, I didn't make her drink. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qin Ming that guy. Tangyu's face was like WTF, he was practically turning into the kitchen squad, professionally carrying the blame, huh? Yes, it was my own fault for insisting on going drinking with him. Uncle, please don't scold him.
Su Muyue bit her lip, looking aggrieved as she spoke. Her words only made Tang's parents grow even more pleased with her. Look at how considerate and understanding this future daughter-in-law is. To keep this kid from getting scolded, she'd rather lie herself.
Damn it, woman, are you starting to screw with me again? Even running to my parents to score points, god damn it, is it really necessary to take the act this far? Got it. You're deliberately playing me, don't want to bear the pressure of breaking off the engagement, so you're making me the scapegoat? You scheming bitch, damn it, I admit defeat.
After turning it over in his mind, Tangyu finally understood. Having polished off a steamed dumpling, he spoke up.
Mom, Dad, you've seen it yourselves, we really don't get along well.
I think maybe the arranged marriage should. Before he could finish speaking, Father Tang had already pulled out his belt, glaring sideways at Tangyu.
What did you say?
Tang Yu obediently swallowed the remaining half of his sentence.
Getting beaten up first thing in the morning doesn't seem quite appropriate. Chapter 23, Wang Yishua's Revenge. Dad, don't hit him. Maybe I did something wrong that upset him. I'll fix it. Su Muyue looked at Tang's father with a pitiful expression as she pleaded. Bah, why do you humor him like this, child? That rascal's just begging for a good thrashing.
Old man Tang found Su Muyue increasingly agreeable inside as he put his leather belt away.
His own son had stubbornly refused to listen and insisted on becoming a doormat. 3 whole years he spent like that. Now that he's finally won the beauty's heart, this brat wants to stir up trouble again. Isn't this just asking for a beating?
Amidst the cheerful chatter of Tang's parents and Su Muyue, breakfast finally came to an end. Tang Yu stood there like an outsider, not daring to utter another word under the threat of a belt whipping.
Tengwan Group, General Manager's Office. Wang Yishua was reviewing an investigative report about the French company Fars.
Ever since she overheard Tang Yu's inner thoughts last time, she had been accumulating more and more information in her hands.
After several days of investigation, the truth now lay plainly before her. Fars company indeed has significant issues.
The vice president Li Deshen, who has been actively pushing this business, suddenly had his wife's bank account credited with 20 million yuan not long ago. She had someone investigate the source of this money and found it was transferred by a female celebrity named Hina. The sugar daddy who supports this female celebrity happens to be her own cousin, Wang Rulong.
If she wasn't mistaken, these 20 million yuan were most likely the deposit for Li Deshen. What a bold Wang Rulong, truly daring to collude with outsiders.
A cold glint flashed through Wang Yishua's eyes. The reason she could hold such high authority at a young age and maintain her position securely was due to her wisdom and methods. For this kind of traitorous scum, she would absolutely show no mercy, even if it was her own cousin. However, compared to Wang Rulong, she was actually more concerned about another person.
Yi Chen.
This person had already made it onto her kill list, but she still hadn't thoroughly investigated his background. His identity is too mysterious, shrouded in a veil of mist. The only clue she has managed to uncover so far is an investment company called Huajin. Just half a month ago, this company invested a huge sum to become the largest shareholder of Farith Company.
Yet this company does not belong to Yi Chen. This person is hiding deep.
Forget it, let's not rush and startle the snake in the grass yet.
Wang Yishua was a very patient person. You need a long line to catch a big fish.
After some thought, she decided to make a phone call. After about 10 minutes, a dignified middle-aged man walked in. He was none other than Li Deshen, the company's deputy general manager.
Mr. Wang, you wanted to see me?
Li Deshen smiled as he entered, his eyes discreetly sizing up Wang Yishua.
Since the young mistress took over the company, these senior executives have been feasting their eyes day after day. General Manager Li, how many years have you been with our company? Wang Yishua asked.
Exactly 30 years. I dedicated my entire life to this company. Li Deshen laughed heartily.
Really?
Wang Yishua suddenly slammed the table and snapped coldly.
Was it dedicated to the company, or to Wang Rulong's 100 million?
A flicker of terror flashed in Li Deshen's eyes. 100 million, that number made him extremely uneasy.
Yet his expression remained calm as he pretended to be confused. Chairman Wang, what do you mean by this? I don't like nonsense. You know very well how our Wang family deals with traitors. Think of your family, if not for yourself. Wang Yishua threatened with icy indifference.
She would show absolutely no mercy when it concerned the entire Wang family. Li Deshen's legs went weak, and he quickly knelt on the ground, pleading.
President Wang, my family had nothing to do with this. I was forced by young Master Rulong to do this. Soon, Li Deshen confessed everything.
Wang Yishua leaned back expressionless in her office chair after listening, feeling somewhat shocked inside. All of this was perfectly voiced out by Tang Yu's inner thoughts.
What a Yi Chen, daring to scheme against me.
She gave a cold laugh in her heart, having already come up with a plan for revenge. She opened her mouth to speak.
Li Deshen, I'll give you one chance. Go find Wang Rulong and tell him I've agreed to this collaboration. The finance department will transfer the payment within 24 hours. Ha!
Li Deshen could hardly believe his ears.
Was Chairman Wang really willing to jump into this trap, knowing full well what it was?
Do exactly as I say. Tell him to push Fars to transfer the funds to the partnership account as soon as possible.
Wang Yishua didn't want to explain further to Li Deshen.
Understood, thank you, President Wang, for the opportunity.
I'll make sure to do my best. Li Deshen nodded repeatedly, exhaling deeply in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow.
He had just left the office and was about to take the elevator down to find Wang Rulong. The elevator doors happened to open, and Wang Rulong stepped out holding a file.
Mr. Li, how did it go?
Seeing Li Deshen, Wang Rulong hurried over, throwing an arm around his shoulders and asking eagerly. Chairman Wang has agreed and is signing the contract. He asked me to notify finance to transfer the payment.
Li Deshen hastily replied.
Wang Rulong's face lit up with wild joy. He'd finally managed to get his cousin to agree. With this settled, once the plan succeeded, the general manager position would soon be his for the taking. As for my cousin, let her marry off obediently.
Why should a woman contend for power with oneself?
By the way, President Wang also asked me to remind you to contact Fair's company and have them transfer the funds promptly to advance the project.
Li Deshan reminded him. Alright, thanks for your hard work, President Li.
I'll wire the remaining 80 million to you later.
Wang Rulong gave Li Deshan a hearty pat on the shoulder before returning to his office to call Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen was patrolling the residential neighborhood. After receiving Wang Rulong's call, Yi Chen's mood immediately brightened. Alright, I got it. You just wait to take over Tingwang Group.
After making this promise, he hung up the phone, but a trace of coldness flickered across his face.
Idiot.
With a cold snort, he made a call to the Dragon Soul organization.
This collaboration between Fars Corporation and Tingwang Group requires Tingwang Group to provide 50 billion in funding, while Fars Corporation needs to contribute 30 billion in funds and technical personnel. The current Fars Corporation is already an empty shell.
Therefore, this money must be sourced from the Dragon Soul organization. Playing the long game to catch the big fish, this money is just temporarily frozen for now.
Once he conquers Wang Yishua, the Wang family's hundreds of billions in wealth will all be his.
When the call connected, a deep, resonant male voice came through.
Dragon King, what are your orders? Transfer 30 billion to Farstag Company. Understood. From your personal account or, obviously from the organization's account. We'll transfer it back later, it's just 30 billion, after all. Yi Chen said impatiently. His own money was all deposited in the foundation, earning him enormous returns every single day. When he could use public funds, he would absolutely never spend a dime of his own.
Alright, the man on the phone replied with a tone of resignation.
Chapter 24, I'm the veteran medicine man, specializing in curing bullshasters tea. At that moment, a patrol car happened to pull up.
Behind the wheel was none other than manager Liang Fifan. Just as he drove over, he heard Yi Chen shout into his phone, "It's just 30 billion, isn't it?" which made him frown involuntarily. Stopping the car, he glared at Yi Chen and started berating him.
Hey newbie, are you out of your damn mind? Can't you go a single day without showing off? It's just 30 billion, even all the crap in your trash can doesn't add up to 30 billion. Last warning, if I catch you bragging at work again, this old Chinese physician will have to treat your condition personally.
He jabbed his rubber baton toward Yi Chen's face while barking the threats. This newcomer, he genuinely can't stand the sight of him. Wherever he goes, he acts all high and mighty, strutting around like he owns the place. These past few days, he's been sneaking around flipping through the residence files. Honestly makes him suspect if this guy's casing the joint to pull a heist. Yi Chen, who had been all smiles moments ago, suddenly turned ashen-faced. He glared at Liang Fifan with venomous eyes, telling himself repeatedly that he must endure in his heart. Before the womanizing plan was completed, it wasn't yet time to kill him. Only after Liang Fifan left did Yi Chen continue his patrol with bitter resentment. After the Dragon Soul organization transferred the money into Far's company, Wang Yishua, who had been under constant surveillance, was the first to receive the news.
Finally took the bait. A smile crept onto Wang Yishua's face.
Once this money was transferred to Far's company, it would be nearly impossible for them to get it back. She had already thoroughly investigated Far's company's tax evasion schemes. In France, tax evasion is an extremely serious offense, and those caught will face astronomical fines.
By her estimation, these 30 billion might not even cover the fines, but that's still not enough.
She looked into Huajin Investment Company. This firm's assets hover around 500 billion.
300 billion yuan isn't enough to make them truly bleed.
Her revenge had only just begun. After some thought, she picked up her phone and sent Tang Yu a WeChat message.
Let's meet for dinner, I've got a business proposition for you.
Tang Yu had just arrived at his company and barely warmed his seat when Wang Yishua's message came through.
Business negotiations? Now, discussing deals worth hundreds of millions might be worth considering. Tang Yu chuckled darkly but quickly dismissed the thought as inappropriate. Keeping his distance from the female lead was the only sure path to survival. These past 2 days, he had finally enjoyed the life of a tall, rich, and handsome man in peace. All he wanted was to live a quiet life. Not now.
So he replied with just 2 words, tossing in a panda head emoji for good measure.
Is that so? Well, nothing can be done about it then.
I accidentally stumbled upon some old photos I'd forgotten to delete while cleaning up my phone yesterday. Who knows what might happen if I post them on Moments. Wang Yishua replied quickly with a message, along with a photo attached.
Tang Yu glanced at it and instantly changed his expression. Holy shit, isn't this that photo of me in her room?
In the picture, he was holding a cute little white bra with a distinctly lecherous grin on his face. Any random passerby seeing this photo would think it's some creepy dude stealing underwear.
Damn it, wasn't this deleted? What happened to basic trust between people? Tang Yu cursed bitterly with profound grief. Oh, would you like a chance to rephrase that? Wang Yishua replied instantly again. Where should we meet? Deep Sea Restaurant. Listen to me, Mua.
Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu put away his phone and left the company with tears in his eyes.
When we arrived at the deep-sea restaurant, Wang Yishua was already waiting at the entrance.
Spotting Tang Yu from afar, she immediately waved at him with a smile. Today, she wore a white three-quarter sleeve blouse that accentuated her ample curves enough to make one worry whether the buttons might pop at any moment. The light gray professional skirt hugged her perky bottom perfectly, while her sheer black stockings accentuated her shapely legs, leaving much to the imagination. Whether it's a cheongsam or office attire, she carries both with a unique charm.
Many men around couldn't help stealing glances at this stunning beauty.
They'd already tried approaching her, hoping to get her contact information.
Unfortunately, none succeeded. Wang Yishua's response was always, "I'm waiting for my boyfriend."
So they stood there admiring the beauty, while also wanting to see what kind of bastard could actually land such a stunning woman. Upon seeing Tang Yu approach, the group had to admit defeat. If nothing else, that Bugatti Veyron sports car was proof enough that this guy operated on a completely different level than them. Not to mention, the dude was tall and handsome to boot.
Damn it, all the good women are taken by dogs. They could only secretly curse in their hearts. Do we have to discuss business here?
Tang Yu said coldly, his face filled with displeasure.
Damn, isn't this deep-sea restaurant just a place to eat people? Even if I'm the damn digging immortal, I can't handle this shit. Are we here to discuss business or some billion-dollar deal? Digging immortal? Billion-dollar deal? Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yishua's mouth twitched. Was this guy seriously afraid she might eat him alive? Even if she really did, wouldn't he be the one benefiting from it? Humph. Yeah, it's romantic here after all.
She extended her arm and looked at Tang Yu.
What are you doing? Would you rather link arms? Or do you prefer holding hands directly? Or should I just grab your arm? Please maintain some boundaries. If we're discussing business, then let's focus on business. Tang Yu refused coldly. What the hell are you doing holding hands? This woman isn't right in the head.
Playing like this in a public place, damn it. Soon all of Suzhou and Hangzhou will know we're together.
Restrain yourself, understand?
It's human nature to desire me, but you've got to control yourself.
Oh, who's that in the photo showing no sense of boundaries? Even my private clothes had to be taken? Wang Yishua let out a soft "oh." Tang Yu knew this woman was subtly threatening him. He could only obediently reach out and take Wang Yishua's arm. The deep-sea restaurant resembles more of a grand aquarium. However, it's not open to tourists and operates on a membership system.
Dining here feels like being submerged in the ocean floor, making it both a luxurious and romantic destination. Many wealthy individuals enjoy bringing their female companions here for meals.
First, because it's romantic here. Second, because the lighting here is intentionally kept relatively dim, with candles used for illumination during meals. People, after all, always prefer to do sneaky little things in dark places. That's how they seek thrills. If you don't believe me, just go flash a light in the University Grove at night. You'll see plenty of interesting sights. Many people come here to dine in private rooms. Before the meal even begins, people have already started eating each other up. If the fish in the aquarium were intelligent, they'd probably have mastered all human mating positions by now. That's why Tang Yu always believed the owner of this restaurant must be a dirty old man. Don't go into the private room, just eat outside. Even if we go into the private room, it won't matter. Big bro won't yield. Ever heard the saying? Something about a sparrow not being worthy of a true dragon, though, to be fair, you're not exactly a sparrow either, ha. Wang Yishua, who was secretly eavesdropping on their thoughts, immediately darkened her expression. Am I not good enough for you? Today I damn well will be a match for you. Just see how you like that. Chapter 25. Brother's heart is colder than steel. Do you have a private room? She looked at a waiter and asked. Hello, the private rooms are fully booked. The waiter replied respectfully. No problem, we'll just eat outside then. Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this. Luckily there were many customers today, now she was definitely safe. Alright, let's eat outside then. Wang Yishua didn't necessarily insist on dining in a private room.
Seeing Tang Yu's cheerful expression, she knew exactly what was making him so happy.
He'd have even more reasons to be happy later. After they were seated, the waiter replaced their candles with 2 new scented ones. Darling, what would you like to eat? Wang Yishua asked with a smile as she held the menu. Whatever, I've lost my appetite eating with you, and don't call me darling, Tang Yu said coldly. Damn, something's really off with this woman. Weren't we here to discuss business? What kind of business is this? I'm not selling myself. Professor Wang, don't be like this. We're not compatible. You're a good person, too good for me. Oh, then we'll have the couple's set meal.
Wang Yishua smiled as she handed the menu to the waiter, shaking her feet slightly until her high heels slipped off. She gently kicked Tang Yu's calf with her black silk-clad foot. What are you doing? Tang Yu immediately wore a guarded expression. Good lord, buddy, this isn't something you should casually put out there. Public place, mind your manners okay? Don't wipe your sweaty feet on my leg. My feet itch. Wang Yishua laughed in exasperation. As if my feet are sweaty. I take meticulous care of them every single day, okay?
then why are you rubbing against me? Disgusting. Tang Yu grumbled displeasedly, sneaking a glance at Wang Yishua's feet. Good heavens, how could you wear black stockings here? I worked as a fish butcher at our T-Mart for 10 years, my heart is colder than my blade. Nothing can move me. Except black stockings. Obviously joking, my feet hurt from walking in heels too long. Come, massage them for me. Wang Yishua giggled and urged impatiently. She was determined to see how long this reserved man could keep up his act. In your dreams. Tanya snorted coldly and said, weren't you here to discuss business? Hurry up and get to it. I still have work to get back to later. I'm too tired to talk right now, but if someone massaged my feet I wouldn't be tired anymore. Wang Yishua outright resorted to shamelessness, resting her feet on Tang Yu's lap. Her legs were pale and long, slender yet still voluptuous, the kind even professional leg models would envy. For women with unappealing legs, black stockings were their fig leaf. For a woman like Wang Yishua, black silk stockings carry a certain suggestive flavor. Damn, how can this be? If your foot comes any closer, this won't be just a meal anymore. No wonder this enchantress chose this kind of place to eat. Should have known better and gotten a private room. Being seen like this would be social suicide. I can call a waiter to help massage you. Tang Yu feigned displeasure and lowered her legs. His hand had just grasped Wang Yishua's leg when her body trembled slightly, as if shocked by an electric current. Her trembling made Tang Yu's hand tremble as well. Why are you touching my feet? You're so perverted. Wang Yishua bit her lip with a shy expression on her face. Tang Yu was speechless. How did it suddenly seem like he was some kind of pervert? But then he reconsidered the situation. Yeah, bro is just too passive. Always trying to avoid her. That's why she thinks she can pick on me. If I just take the initiative, can she really match my level of shamelessness? Damn right, bro's the most shameless guy in the village. I'd even stop to watch dogs mounting each other. You think I'm scared of her? Are you sure you want me to massage your legs? Tang Yu deliberately attempted to mimic the Dragon King's wicked smile, but his execution fell rather short. While Dragon King Yi Chen could precisely curve his lips at a perfect 90-degree angle, Tang Yu's attempt barely reached 30 degrees. Go ahead. Wang Yishua's face showed a hint of shyness, though inwardly she was overjoyed. Oomph. Let's see just how thick-skinned you can be today, buddy. Anyway, with the dim lighting, little under-the-table maneuvers were hard to detect. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu grasped the woman's leg and gave it a few gentle squeezes. Even through the layer of stockings, his fingertips could still sense the springy smoothness and delicate softness of her skin. Dang, she takes really good care of her skin. Wang Yishua occasionally shuddered slightly, her face flushing with shyness as she kept her head lowered without speaking. Her reaction to this, Tang Yu was quite satisfied. He had always known that this woman was all talk and no action. When it came to the real deal, how could she possibly be his match? Heh, feeling shy now, are we? Trying to tease me, huh? This is your karma. Well then, woman, you started this fire, now you put it out. But after 10 minutes had passed, Tang Yu finally began to feel something was amiss, because Wang Yishua still hung her head in shy silence, refusing to say a word. Damn it, why are you still not responding? Even rubbing sticks to make fire would have worked by now. Where's your sense of shame? Why are you still putting up a tough front with me? Quick, drop your last bit of stubbornness and surrender to me right now, immediately. Say it loud, I'm sorry brother Tang Yu. Tang Yu was silently raging inside. What the hell is this woman playing at? Doesn't she have any sense of shame whatsoever? Or maybe she's just thick-skinned enough to handle this much? Fortunately, the waiter arrived just then with their dishes. Here's your couple's set meal, you two. She smiled as she placed the dishes on the table, then opened a bottle of red wine for both of them. Okay, thank you, here's your tip. Tang Yu was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. He hastily lowered Wang Yishua's foot, grabbed his wallet, and handed her a thick wad of cash. I really can't take much more of this. Thank you, young Master Tang. The waiter repeatedly expressed his gratitude while accepting the stack of banknotes. As expected of young Master Tang, handsome and generous as always. Tang Yu stood up and looked at Wang Yishua, saying, I'm going to wash my hands. You eat first. Okay. Wang Yishua raised her head with a sly smile, now just wanting to slam the table and laugh hysterically. This guy had been massaging her for ages, all the while muttering to himself about why she hadn't conceded yet. Hilarious. There's no way I can lose. Damn it, got careless. This woman's got some thick skin. Seeing her smile, Tang Yu realized he'd been tricked. With a dark expression, he went to wash his hands thoroughly. By the time he returned, Wang Yishua had already poured his red wine and cut his steak for him. She was just like a sweet and obedient girlfriend, blinking coyly at Tang Yu. Go ahead and eat, you've worked hard today. Thank you. Tang Yu responded indifferently, though he was genuinely quite hungry. During the meal, Wang Yishua didn't continue teasing Tang Yu, instead focusing intently on the food. The atmosphere grew quiet. Judge a man by lamplight, but a beauty by moonlight. Under the flickering candlelight, Wang Yishua suddenly stopped moving. Chapter 26. Oh dear, you're blushing. She couldn't help but stare at Tang Yu's handsome face,
her eyes filled with tender amusement. According to this fellow's inner thoughts, the world she inhabited was actually a fictional one from a novel. This point didn't particularly bother her, as long as she knew her own existence was real, that was enough. But when it came to following the predetermined storyline, she found herself considerably less willing to comply. Being the harem of that guy who looks like he's got a terminal illness when he smiles? Damn it, only someone out of their mind would do something like this. My own little Tangyu is far cuter, just her looks alone could easily overshadow that fellow, hee. What are you staring at me for? Tangyu suddenly noticed Wang Yishua's gaze while eating. Being stared at intently by such a stunning beauty, Tangyu felt somewhat embarrassed too. Oh my, you're blushing? Come, let me see. No way. Tangyu turned her face away. Let me see. Wang Yishua giggled mischievously. Just eat your meal properly, weren't we supposed to discuss business? What business? Unable to handle this woman's antics, Tangyu could only change the subject. Having teased Tangyu to her heart's content, Wang Yishua decided not to push her luck further and spoke up. I'm planning to invest in a project recently, just 30 billion short. Why don't you join in as an investor? 30 billion? Tangyu was momentarily stunned. For the Tang family's assets, coming up with 30 billion in liquid capital wouldn't be particularly stressful. But what does she need 300 billion for at this time? Clearing his throat, Tangyu spoke with an air of solemnity. 300 billion isn't exactly small change. First tell me what project you're planning to invest in. New energy, didn't you think it was quite good last time too? Wang Yishua said with a smile. Oh, alright then. Consider me an investor in this project, but you have to agree to 2 conditions. What's the catch? First, don't bother me for no reason in the future. You know what they say about propriety between men and women, right? Tangyu stated his first condition. He felt like he was no match for this enchanting witch when it came to scheming, so he might as well keep her at arm's length for now. I actually put on this act just to ask for your help. Wang Yishua nodded vigorously. Anyway, she didn't plan to keep her word. Today, you can afford to ignore me. I'll come find you again tomorrow. Hee. Tangyu snorted coldly and spoke up. Second, give me your phone. I need to delete both the video and photos. Damn, so it was a deliberate trap for me. Such a crafty woman, but guess what? I walked right into it on purpose. Once I delete all those photos and videos later, you won't have anything to threaten me with. Wang Yishua hesitated briefly before handing her phone to Tangyu, saying, alright, delete them then, but you better keep your word. Of course. Tangyu took the phone without hesitation, first opening WeChat to delete the photos from the chat history. After deleting the photos from the records, he then opened the file manager and located the video. Deleted. With the video now gone, only the photos in the album remained. He clicked open the photo album and was instantly dumbfounded. In the first photo, Wang Yishua was dressed in a Playboy bunny outfit. The provocative costume, paired with her explosive figure, was downright lethal. The black attire made her snow-white skin appear even more strikingly alluring. Moreover, she deliberately changed into a pair of garter stockings. In the frame, Wang Yishua flashed an exceedingly seductive smile, as if tempting herself. Holy shit, is this really something I'm allowed to watch for free? Her figure is insane. I completely underestimated her. His fingers kept swiping across the screen, flipping through over a dozen images before finally getting past that Bunny Girls series. But right after came a nurse outfit set. The difference was, black stockings had been replaced with white ones this time. Damn, I really can't handle this. I didn't expect you to be so bold in private. Pity we're on opposing sides, otherwise I'd have loved to personally photograph you myself. Speaking of which motherfucker took these? Don't tell me it was some guy. Fuck, just thinking about it pisses me off. Tangyu felt her face growing increasingly flushed as she stared. Goddamn, this was way too intense. The person in question is sitting right across from me. Fortunately, after flipping through this nursing uniform album, I finally managed to find that photo capturing myself. He hastily deleted the embarrassing evidence before handing the phone back to Wang Yishua. Did you finish deleting everything? Wang Yishua asked with a sly smile. Her heart was brimming with joy at this moment. A woman adorns herself for those who appreciate her. She had specially taken these photos to tease this guy. Never expected he'd take the bait all by himself. And still cursing the photographer in your heart? Hee, she took all these pictures herself. There's no photographer. Knowing how to be jealous is a good thing. Deleted them all. Don't do such pointless things anymore. Tangyu coughed twice awkwardly, his eyes revealing a hint of guilty conscience. At this moment, Wang Yishua appeared to him as if her clothes kept shifting and changing. Thank goodness she didn't come to me dressed like this. Otherwise I really couldn't handle it. What official could withstand such temptation? Alright then, get someone to transfer the money quickly. I'll notify you once the project succeeds. Wang Yishua urged. Tangyu nodded and made a call to the company on his phone. He was now the person in charge at the Tang Group. The author designed him as an extremely capable antagonist, perfect in every aspect, the epitome of tall, rich, and handsome. All these character setups were intentional foreshadowing. A lofty dominant figure reduced to obsessively pursuing an unattainable woman for 3 whole years. Dragon King Yichen could effortlessly win her over. Doesn't that just prove how extraordinarily awesome Yichen is? Alright, I'll transfer it to you within an hour at most. After finishing the call, Tang Yu's mood instantly improved significantly. The bunny girl is indeed quite nice, would be even better if she wore less. Ahem, I'll ask Qin Ming to arrange it later. Wang Yishua narrowed her eyes slightly. Qin Ming? She nearly forgot to settle accounts with that brat. Last time you took Tang Yu to the Starlight Club and arranged a bunch of girls for him? Wait till I find someone to teach him a lesson. Qin Ming, who was currently holding a supermodel in a hotel while discussing life ideals, suddenly sneezed. After the two left the deep-sea restaurant, they each drove back to their respective companies. When Wang Yishua returned, the funds from the Tang Group had already been transferred. Combined with the 50 billion she had prepared, the total sum reached a staggering 80 billion. This time, she was going to pull off something big. That bastard Jichen was going to bleed heavily for this. Is he the protagonist? Tang Yu is the villain. Ha, let him screw himself over and see how he becomes the protagonist then. Chapter 27. Brother really doesn't want to make money. France, Le Libre. As a forward-thinking media outlet, they embraced internet operations early on, amassing over 20 million followers across various social media platforms. Today, they suddenly published a news report that garnered millions of clicks within just 1 hour. The report publicly accused Fars Corporation of tax evasion. The article presented a detailed breakdown of Fars' financial activities over the past 7 years. Upon learning of Fars Company's actions, French netizens were furious. Is the French government eating shit? How could they fail to notice such a thing? They're too busy dividing the spoils, those bastards. Fine them. They must be fined into oblivion. The relevant authorities immediately sent personnel to Fars Company upon receiving the news. They detained all the executives and launched an investigation, freezing all funds in their accounts. The investigation results were revealed the next day. Fars Company was found guilty of severe tax evasion and will face astronomical fines. The 30 billion that Huajin Company just transferred isn't enough to fill this black hole. After Farsi Corporation's scandal erupted, Huajin Investment Corporation, as the largest shareholder, also suffered heavy losses. They were exposed for illegally misappropriating funds, and relevant authorities have already launched an investigation. As soon as this news broke, Huajin Investment Corporation's stock price began plummeting rapidly. Yi Chen received this news while squatting in the toilet. Getting paid to poop, he came here for at least 2 or 3 hours every day. Why was it detected? Who the hell provided the information? He roared furiously, clutching his phone in the toilet stall. Fals Company's sudden collapse. His plan to woo Wang Yishua fell through completely. The 30 billion funds hadn't even been invested into the project yet, and now they've directly lined the French government's pockets. 30 billion. For him, if he didn't pick up money when going out, it was a loss. He'd even taste the saltiness if a dung cart passed by his door. He couldn't sleep without gaining some advantage. Losing so much in one go made his heart bleed. What he found even harder to accept was that Huajin Investment had suffered devastating losses. The stock price kept plummeting wildly, and now the company was desperately throwing money at the market to save it. Huajin Investment is one of the major companies under the Dragon Soul organization, with total assets of around 500 billion. With this current stock market crash, their losses have reached nearly 100 billion at minimum. Dragon King, there's another situation to report to you. The main reason for these losses is that someone took the opportunity to short our stocks. The opposing side invested a total of 80 billion Chinese yuan. The organization has confirmed through investigation that this capital came from Tungwang Group and Tang Group. On the other end of the phone, the report continued. Upon hearing about the Tungwang Group and the Tang Group, Yi Chen's face turned livid. How could those two families do something like this? Where exactly did things go wrong? His plan was supposed to be flawless. Wang Rulong would never dare to betray him. Wang Yishua should also be kept completely in the dark. Could it be that waste of space Tang Yu discovered something? Him? Has my identity been exposed? Yi Chen asked coldly. No, the Dragon King's identity remains completely confidential. Good. A mere 100 billion loss means nothing. Once I take down the 4 great families, this money will return tenfold, 100-fold. Yi Chen hung up after saying this. As long as his identity remains hidden, he'll just find another way to conquer Wang Yishua. When it comes to subduing a woman, he has 10,000 methods at his disposal. As for Tang Yu, this time, the money he's taken, he'll repay it with his life one day. Then he took out his phone again and sent a text message to his subordinate, Qian. Within half a month, you must dig up the leverage against the Tang Group. I want the Tang family to die horribly. After sending the message, he left the restroom. Walking onto the lawn downstairs, he quickly scanned the area and soon snatched up a half-meter-long snake. After catching the snake, he effortlessly pulled out its fangs. This way, the snake lost its ability to attack. With a cold laugh, he walked toward Villa number 8, where Qin Kurson, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, resided. He hadn't managed to find an opportunity to approach Qin Kurson these past 2 days. If that's the case, he'd just have to create the opportunity himself. Seeing no one around, he effortlessly tossed the snake through the second-floor window of the villa, then stood downstairs quietly waiting for his chance to play the hero and save the damsel. Creating accidents to build affection, making the other person fall in love step by step. This was his specialty. Ding, host has successfully survived the plot. Reward, Bright Moon Hotel, already transferred under host's name. Tang Yu, who had been lying at home like a lazy fish, suddenly heard the system notification in his ear. He instantly sat up from the bed. Holy shit, how did I survive the plot just like that? He looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't done anything at home. System, what did I even do? So he silently questioned in his heart. Successfully survived 88 chapters of the plot. The system's voice sounded. Tang Yu thought for a moment before recalling the plot of chapter 88. In this chapter, Dragon King Yi Chen's scheme succeeds, Wang Yishua falls right into his trap, and Teng Wang Group's 50 billion funds get frozen. What follows next is Wang Rulong's power grab, after which he comes out to pick up girls. I understand. Tang Yu smiled with relief. After all the hard work of acting and enduring for so long, he had finally given his elder brother the reward he deserved. In quite a good mood, he stood up, tidied himself, and prepared to go see his new reward. The Moonlight Hotel sounds quite ordinary by name. Yet in Suzhou and Hangzhou, it holds exceptional fame. This is the only 7-star hotel in the entire Suhang region. Across all of Huaxia, it ranks among the most prestigious luxury hotels one can find. Its value is roughly 20 billion. Such extravagant generosity from this damn system was something Tang Yu hadn't anticipated. Though the Tang family was already immensely wealthy. But who the hell would ever complain about having too much money? Of course, it would have been even better if the system had swapped this reward for something like ancient martial arts techniques or other life-preserving rewards. As he stepped into the garage, Tang Yu was just about to pick a sports car and set off when his phone rang. He glanced at his phone and saw that it was a call from the company. What is it? Young Master Tang, the 30 billion investment transferred to Tengwang Group a few days ago has been returned, along with an additional 15 billion in profits. Tang Yu began to feel that something was amiss. Wasn't this money supposed to have been invested by Wang Yishua into the new energy project in Frozen? How could there still be a profit of 15 billion after the funds were returned? Profit is always a cause for joy. This is damn weird. Could the plot have collapsed again? Tang Yu quickly hung up and dialed Wang Yishua's number instead. What's wrong, sweetheart? Missing me? Wang Yishua's sweet, coquettish voice came through the phone. Tang Yu instantly recalled her photo dressed as a bunny girl. He cleared his throat and said, "So how's that investment project we collaborated on last time coming along?" "Oh, I suddenly discovered some issues with the company we're partnering with. After looking into it, I found someone's trying to scam our Wang family. So I used the money meant for investing to short their stocks instead, made a little profit. Next time there's a good opportunity to make money, I'll call you again." Mwah. Wang Yishua blew Tang Yu a kiss over the phone. Chapter 28, Silly Girl, Eyes Never Lie. Damn it, has the plot really gone off the rails again? Damn, bad move. It's F***king harder for me to lie low now. Tang Yu felt like vomiting blood. Is it really that hard for me to just quietly lie low and reap some rewards? Hey babe, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing the phone go silent, Wang Yishua asked from the other end. No, I'm just too happy, so happy I can barely speak. Is that so? Then I'll come to you next time I need help earning money. Thank you. Tang Yu wiped away her tears and hung up the phone. He was drenched in cold sweat despite the scorching heat, his hands and feet icy cold. Hell is empty, the Dragon King walks the earth. The rest he couldn't recall. In summary, this world is full of oppression toward bastards. When will bastards truly rise up? The Su family. As one of the 4 great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Su family was once as glorious as the Tang family. But in recent years, it has declined so severely that it can hardly maintain its status as one of the 4 great families. Were it not for the outstanding performance of Su Muyue among the younger generation, many would believe it's only a matter of time before the Su family falls out of the 4 great families. Su Muyue, exhausted after a busy day at the company, had just driven her Maserati back to the Su residence. A figure immediately stepped forward to greet her. It was Yi Chen, who had been waiting anxiously in the car. After their parting at the Tang family last time, he naturally couldn't continue working as a bodyguard for the Su family. Muyu, long time no see. He stepped forward with a smile and greeted Su Muyue warmly. What brings you here? Su Muyue's brows knitted slightly in response. Seeing Su Muyue frown, Yi Chen felt a sweet warmth in his heart. Was she putting on this cold front to protect herself and push him away? Silly girl.
I missed you, so I came to see you. Yichen smiled slightly. Don't speak like that.
We're not familiar with each other.
Please show some restraint.
Su Muyue pushed the car door open and stepped out, preparing to go home with an impatient expression. Yichen quickly blocked her path, looking at her with deep affection as he spoke.
Stop pretending, girl. Your eyes can't lie. You care about me. You're just afraid the Tang family might hurt me.
But let me tell you this, the Tangs are nothing before me. I'm more powerful than you think.
Soon you'll learn who truly rules Suzhou and Hangzhou.
Su Muyue nearly vomited her lunch from sheer disgust. She had murder in her eyes. It truly wouldn't lie. Just then, several members of the Su family happened to step out of their house.
Seeing Yichen blocking Su Muyue here, the group flew into a rage. Su Chongshan gritted his teeth in fury and said, "It's you again. Last time you humiliated our Su family, and now you dare show your face today?"
With that, he turned to the two bodyguards at the entrance and barked, "Beat this bastard out of here." The two bodyguards immediately clenched their fists and charged forward menacingly. Yichen stood arrogantly in place, allowing the two bodyguards to strike his body with their punches. Then he gave a slight shudder with his body. Using their own force against them, he sent both bodyguards stumbling backward before they fell flat on their buttocks. The two men stared at Yichen in terror, still unable to comprehend what had just happened.
The Su family members were also stunned by this sight. This guy, how is he so skilled? What's his background, anyway?
Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yichen smiled with a wicked charm. I wanted to keep a low profile, but you people really look down on others. Today I'll show you, the Tang family is nothing but ants beneath my feet. I, Yichen, am the true dragon son-in-law of the Su family. What can a worthless trash like Tang you compare to me? 3 days later is Muyue's birthday. I'll be the one hosting her birthday banquet. I want to book the top floor of the Moonlight Hotel to give her the best birthday banquet. After a pause, he continued, besides this, I'll also prepare a grand gift for the Su family.
You've been secretly plotting to get that piece of land in the west of the city, haven't you? I'll secure it for you. He had originally intended to remain even more low-key, but Su Muyue and the Su family's behavior had left him utterly dissatisfied. What's there to fear from a mere Tang family? If this were abroad, he could annihilate the Tang family overnight. Once, a prominent family far wealthier than the Tangs had offended him.
The Dragon Soul organization merely dispatched 8 elite members.
Overnight, that entire family was completely wiped out.
So from now on, he would gradually reveal his true strength.
To accelerate his control over Suong. Is this guy out of his mind? Someone call the mental hospital and get this guy committed, quick. I've never seen someone brag like this in my entire life, claiming to lease the penthouse of Moonlight Hotel? As if you're worthy. Ha ha, even our Su family couldn't secure that property. If you pull it off, I'll lick your shoes clean.
The Su family members burst into laughter as they mocked him relentlessly. They all looked at Yichen with eyes full of mockery, as if he were some sort of clown who'd lost his mind. Never mind anything else, just the idea of booking the top floor of Moonlight Hotel alone was impossible.
2 years ago, when Su Muyue celebrated her birthday,
Tang Yu, the eldest son of the Tang family, had personally negotiated with Moonlight Hotel's owner, offering 300 million yuan to reserve the entire top floor for Su Muyue's birthday banquet. With the Tang family's power and such extravagant conditions proposed, the Bright Moon Hotel still refused, clearly stating that rules couldn't be broken unless the Tang family outright purchased the hotel. If even the Tang family couldn't accomplish this, what qualifications did he have to succeed? Faced with everyone's sneers, Yichen merely responded with a cold smile. He pulled a prepared document from his pocket and tossed it toward the Su family members. See for yourselves whether I can do it after reading this document. Su Chongshan caught the thrown document and glanced at it, instantly startled beyond measure. It was none other than the confidential classified material regarding that coveted plot of land in the Western District. The documents also contain information about 2 other plots of land the municipal government plans to develop in the second half of the year. How on earth did he get his hands on such top-secret materials? In major business dealings, information is the most crucial element. With just this information alone, if the Su family manages to seize the initiative first, it could mean billions in profits. The other members of the Su family changed their gazes when they looked at Yichen after seeing this information. This man might truly have extensive connections and immense power. If they formed a marital alliance with the Tang family, could the Tangs bring such substantial benefits to the Sus? From the perspective of family interests, their thoughts shifted instantly. Su Muyue didn't overthink it, she had absolutely no interest in Yichen whatsoever. However, his boastful claim actually presented a perfect opportunity to get rid of him once and for all. So she responded coldly. Fine, those are your words. If you fail to deliver by then, you're forbidden from bothering me ever again. There's no way he could possibly book the penthouse of the Moonlight Hotel. If he goes back on his word later, he wouldn't have the face to keep bothering me. Even if he somehow manages to reserve it, I'd still turn him down. It's a deal. Yichen nodded with an air of pride, looking at the Su family members as he spoke.
With me, the dragon son-in-law, the Su family will become the second most powerful clan in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Having said that, he swaggered off. Watching his retreating figure, the entire Su family burst into laughter. This is indeed a perfect opportunity to test this person's capabilities. If he can truly accomplish these two things, it wouldn't be bad for the Su family to choose a better son-in-law. After leaving the Su residence, Yichen hadn't walked far when a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of him. Chapter 29, Longchen Group. A tall man stepped out of the car and bowed to him respectfully. Dragon King, Longya, how did the matter proceed? Yi Chen asked calmly. An aura of royal dominance unique to those in power radiated from him, putting considerable pressure on the man before him. The man he called Dragon Fawn was one of the 8 war generals of the Dragon Soul organization. Ugly in appearance yet fiercely loyal and exceptionally skilled in business, he had earned Yi Chen's deep trust. Wherever he went, Yi Chen always kept Dragon Fawn by his side. First, it's easier to command him. Second, his ugliness sets off my own handsomeness. Longya hastily reported. Your Majesty, we've successfully acquired BlackRock Group and renamed it Morning Dragon Group. Not long ago, after Huajin Investments suffered significant losses, the Dragon King recalled him from Europe back to China. Moreover, he was allowed to mobilize a full 500 billion in funds to successfully acquire Suzhou Hangzhou's Blackstone Group. The Dragon Soul Organization's foundation is truly unfathomable. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. Then I'll leave it to you to handle. I don't wish to reveal my identity too soon. Thank you for your trust, Dragon King. Your humble servant will surely manage Longchen Group well. Longya clasped his fists excitedly. Yichen nodded in satisfaction. This Suzhou and Hangzhou weren't quite what he had imagined. Relying solely on staying low profile would make progress far too slow. He decided to accelerate his conquest of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Longchen Group was merely his vanguard. Longya, I want to throw a birthday banquet for my woman in 3 days. Under the name of Longchen Group's director, book the top floor of Moonlight Hotel. After securing it, spread the word to make sure everyone in Suzhou and Hangzhou knows the boss of Longchen Group is throwing a birthday banquet for his beloved. And secure that land in the Western District for the Su family too. Let them witness my power firsthand. Any who defied death, Yi Chen declared with incomparable arrogance. Dragon Fong obeys your command. Dragon Fawn clasped his fists with ice-cold fury in his eyes. Whoever hindered the Dragon King would face his lethal wrath. Bright Moon Hotel. The only 7-star luxury hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou is truly a landmark of these cities. The main structure consists of 2 curved towers joined together by an arched connecting section in the center. From a distance, the hotel resembles a giant ring standing above the lake, incorporating elements of harmonious unity between heaven and humanity found in Chinese aesthetics. Every night, the entire hotel reflects on the lake's surface like a bright moon, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. Not bad, the system's reward this time is quite humane. I suggest going all out with a super double next time. Driving in his car, Tang Yu gazed at the hotel that now belonged to him from a distance, feeling fairly satisfied. After so many rounds of transmigrating through books with this damn system, the reward this time is indeed unusually generous. It's just that such sudden generosity makes him feel something's fishy about the whole deal. He drove the car to the hotel, where the general manager, Wang Defa, was already waiting for him at the entrance. Young Master Tang. Seeing Tang Yu step out of the car, he immediately rushed over to bow in greeting. Manager Wang, there's no need for such formalities. Tang Yu chuckled and patted his shoulder. After the system transferred the hotel ownership to him, it even thoughtfully replaced the management team with members of the Tang family. Young Master Tang, shall I show you around first? Wang Defa made an inviting gesture. Tang Yu nodded and followed Wang Defa as they began exploring the hotel together. The moment they stepped into the hotel, Tang Yu's gaze was immediately drawn to the colossal crystal chandelier. The entire lobby was constructed from golden citron and various types of jade, embodying opulence and extravagance to the utmost degree. Wang Defa led Tang Yu through various hotel facilities before finally arriving at the hot springs. The hotel hot spring boasts over 100 hot spring pools. Among them are more than 40 hot spring villas, frequented by wealthy patrons from Suzhou and Hangzhou. He pointed at one villa and asked, Young Master Tang, should we reserve a few hot spring villas for private use? Just keep one building. Tang Yu nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll make the arrangements later. From now on, this hot spring villa won't be open to the public. Wang Defa nodded in agreement, and the two of them walked past the hot spring before returning to the general manager's office. They had barely taken their seats when Wang Defa's secretary rushed in before he could even finish brewing the tea. President Wang, the representative from Longchen Group has come to our hotel requesting to book the top floor for a birthday banquet. The secretary reported. Book the top floor? Wang Defa raised his eyebrows. The top floor of the Manhua Hotel was one of its signature features. Thanks to the spectacular view, distinguished guests came here to dine every day. Reserving the entire top floor for one person would undoubtedly offend the other patrons.
Just as he was about to refuse, Tang Yu suddenly spoke up and asked,
Longchen Group?
Yes, Longchen Group. It was called Blackstone Group not long ago, but changed its name after being acquired. The secretary hurriedly replied.
Blackstone Group was quite renowned in the Suzhou and Hangzhou area, and its sudden acquisition sparked curiosity among many.
Just where did this mighty newcomer come from, capable of such grand moves, to shell out a staggering 500 billion to buy such a colossal company? Tang Yu immediately blurted out an expletive in astonishment. Damn it, isn't this the plot from chapter 95 of the original book? In this chapter, Yichin stops pretending to be weak and starts gradually revealing his true strength. To prove himself to the Su family, he booked the never-opened penthouse of the Moonlight Hotel and threw Su Muyue a grand birthday banquet. During this birthday banquet, the entire Su family had their faces slapped hard, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Su Muyue was also conquered by his romance, completely falling for him. After taking control of the Su family, his influence in Suzhou and Hangzhou grew even stronger.
He began planning to annex the Tang family. Damn system, screw your mother, you're screwing me over again, aren't you?
Tang Yu cursed bitterly in his heart. He said this damn system suddenly being so generous must be hiding some shady shit.
According to the original plot, Yichin sent Longya to book the entire top floor for Su Muyue's birthday banquet.
The hotel's general manager stubbornly refused to break the rules.
So Longya grabbed the general manager by the throat, threatening him with death. Refuse, and you die.
After half-stepping into the gates of hell, the hotel's general manager realized this was someone not to be trifled with. He had no choice but to agree.
Now, the pressure was firmly on him.
If he refused, given Longya's rabid dog temperament, he would stop at nothing to force their compliance. But agreeing to this would also bring trouble.
If Yichin truly succeeds in winning Su Muyue, the Su family would become part of his faction.
When combined with Longchen Group and other forces, both the Tang family and myself would be in grave danger.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, there's no fucking way to stay out of this safely. I need to figure out how to stir up some trouble, but personally getting involved in stirring up trouble seems a bit risky. After taking a deep breath, his gaze fell upon Wang Defa. If he remembered correctly, this guy's talent for being a two-faced rat was quite exceptional. One of the classic tropes in wish-fulfillment novels is that the villain's underlings are always causing trouble. Wang Defa was no exception.
So Tang Yu saw this as the perfect opportunity to showcase his talents.
What's the matter, young Master Tang? Noticing Tang Yu's strange look, Wang Defa quickly walked over with a smile and asked, Director Wang, I think we can agree to contract the top floor, but we absolutely must not let the birthday banquet succeed. You get what I mean, right?
Tang Yu grinned mischievously and winked at him. If the birthday banquet succeeds, following the original plot means certain death.
If we don't agree, that bastard Longya will cause us endless trouble.
In that case, let Wang Dafa fully unleash his potential.
Given this traitor's sudden understanding, he'll surely produce some divinely inspired strokes. Let the Dragon King tremble in fear.
Okay.
Wang Dafa nodded, though still feeling somewhat confused in his heart. What does Mr. Tang mean by this? If you're unwilling, wouldn't it be simpler to just refuse outright?
Puzzled, he left the office and went to the reception room where Longya was waiting.
How should I address you, sir? I'm Wang Defa, the person in charge of this hotel. Wang Defa greeted Longya with a beaming smile as he stepped forward to shake hands. Longya shook Wang Defa's hand with an arrogant expression and said, My name is Longya. My boss wants to book your top floor for his woman, Miss Su Muyue's birthday party. Name your price. He'd heard about Manhua Hotel's rule that their top floor wasn't available for private bookings, but the Dragon King has already issued his command. What the Dragon King decides to do must be accomplished. He was fully prepared to teach them a lesson, to make Moonlight Hotel understand that there are people they cannot refuse. Those who defy the Dragon King shall die. Wang Defa's eyes instantly darkened. Miss Su is their boss's woman? What the hell? They're here to compete with young Master Tang for a woman. He grasped the situation in an instant. No wonder young Master Tang wanted me to agree first before sabotaging things. Was this meant to be a deliberate slap in their face?
A chance to rise above the crowd has arrived.
Wang Defa gave a smug internal laugh and readily agreed. President Long, is it? Greetings.
Our Moonlight Hotel sincerely wishes to establish friendly relations with your company. As such, we're making an exceptional exception to open our top floor for your event, completely free of charge.
Wang Defa's attitude somewhat surprised Longya,
but he quickly figured it out. Presumably, the existence of the Longchen Group had made the other party eager to curry favor. After all, anyone with half a brain would realize what spending 500 billion to acquire a company meant. Only someone with unfathomable power could accomplish such a feat. Since your hotel has shown such sincerity, I'll represent Longchen Group in accepting your goodwill. Later, I'll send the birthday banquet proposal to President Wang. Longya said approvingly. Excellent, excellent. Wang Defa laughed and agreed, both of them grinning like children weighing several hundred pounds.
After the two sides finalized the matter, Wang Defa hurried back to report to Tang Yu.
upon learning that the matter had been settled. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction.
Damn system trying to scam me? With my extraordinary intelligence and the dream team by my side, how could a petty system possibly beat me?
Chapter 30. So young Master Tang had it all planned. After clearing the hotel ordeal, Tang Yu pondered for a moment. According to the original plot, to demonstrate his strength, Yi Chen also helped the Su family secure the land in the western part of the city. However, this plot of land has already been acquired by their own family.
After leaving the hotel, Long Yu would proceed to handle this matter next.
To avoid trouble from this mad dog, Tang Yu decided to employ the same trick again. Director Wang, make another call to Director He and have him yield the West District land to the Su family first. He turned to Wang Defa and spoke. Let that bastard Yi Chen show off his capabilities to the Su family first.
After Wang Defa ruins the birthday banquet, we can simply take that land back. When the Su family realizes they've been made fools of, do you think they'll give him a warm welcome? No matter what, we can't let that bastard continue to grow stronger in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Understood, young Master Tang. Wang Defa nodded vigorously. He already understood young Master Tang intended to use this plot of land as a birthday gift for Miss Su. Truly worthy of young Master Tang making such a grand gesture the moment he takes action. Make it happen. Absolutely must make it happen. At this moment, Tang Yu heard the system's prompt in his ear. Beep, host, you're truly a sly dog. Due to shamelessness triggering a special reward, the mastery of ancient martial arts immovable Vajra technique, can be used once, is complete. Tang Yu exclaimed, holy shit, ancient martial arts?
In urban power fantasy novels, if cultivation isn't written about, ancient martial arts are absolutely the most formidable existence. As for this immovable Vajra power, Tang Yu saw that it was a defensive technique. According to the system's introduction, cultivating it to perfection would make one's body as hard as the immovable Vajra. In other words, you can't break through my defense, but it can only be used once, which kind of sucks. System, how about making it one-time use? Tang Yu chuckled and negotiated. The system remained completely silent. Tang Yu could only sigh, the system was truly shameless.
But having once is better than never having at all. Starting from today,
no matter how skilled the master is, they can't knock me out with a single punch.
At least 2 punches. I wonder what rewards will come after the birthday banquet ends. This is a major storyline. With eager anticipation, Tang Yu left the office, laughing heartily. Laughing up at the sky as I stride out the door.
No one knows the lychees have arrived.
After Tang Yu left, Wang Defa remained in his office, his emotions surging with excitement.
Being transferred to take charge of the Bright Moon Hotel was definitely a promotion. The task young Master Tang entrusted to him must be completed flawlessly.
Crush that damn rival in love.
Make young Master Tang proud. He sat in front of the computer, anxiously waiting for Longya to send him the birthday banquet plan. After waiting for 2 hours, the birthday party plan finally came through.
He quickly opened the email and grinned as he pulled up the birthday party plan. You little bastard, that damn plan is kinda romantic as hell. So you're Yi Chen, huh? Alright then.
If I don't trample your face beneath my feet during this birthday banquet, Wang won't be my last name.
Wang Defa chuckled darkly, barely able to contain his anticipation.
After leaving Moonlight Hotel, Longya, posing as the head of Longchen Group, went to contact another influential figure to help the Su family secure that piece of land. This was originally quite a troublesome matter, and he thought some unconventional methods would be needed to resolve it. But when he contacted the other party and they learned Longya's purpose, they quickly agreed. They didn't even set any conditions, just said they'd do it as a courtesy to the Longchen Group. Both matters were resolved so smoothly that he couldn't help but feel quite proud of himself.
Our own organization merely acquired a 500 billion conglomerate, yet it made the entire Suzhou-Hangzhou region look at us with newfound respect. This little Suzhou-Hangzhou area turned out to be nothing extraordinary.
No wonder the Dragon King chose this place as his first foothold for returning to China.
Conquering Suzhou-Hangzhou would be as easy as turning one's hand.
He immediately called Yi Chen, reporting the situation as soon as the call connected. Dragon King, everything has been taken care of.
Excellent.
Your competence remains as reliable as ever.
Quickly spread the news, make sure everyone pays attention to this birthday banquet. Understood, Dragon King. Under Dragon Tooth's influence. Soon, news spread throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou.
The top floor of the Moonlight Hotel, which even the eldest son of the Tang family couldn't secure for events, had actually been booked by the owner of the Longchen Group. The entire high society was abuzz with curiosity. Who exactly is this mysterious boss of the Dragon Dawn Group? And who is his woman, to have the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel reserved for her birthday? The women of Suzhou and Hangzhou are green with envy over this. Why can't such romantic things ever happen to them? 3 days later, several Rolls-Royces abruptly parked at the Su family's grand entrance. Lanya stepped out of the car and walked through the Su family's gates. By now, the sky had darkened, and the Su family members were waiting for Yi Chen's arrival. They were determined to see for themselves whether this person truly possessed abilities far surpassing those of the Tang family. Upon hearing that Longya had arrived, the Su family members were all somewhat astonished.
Longya? Isn't he the boss of Longchen Group? What's he here for? Longya walked up to Su Muyue and bowed respectfully, saying, Miss Su, young Master Yi.
Young Master Long asked me to come pick you up for your birthday celebration at Moonlight Hotel.
Yi Chen? Yes. Su Muyue's expression faltered slightly. Did he actually reserve the entire top floor of Moonlight Hotel? The Su family members all looked shocked as well. Is the mysterious tycoon who bought Longchen Group actually Yi Chen? Su Muyue took a deep breath and still decided to go. No matter what, she had to make things clear with him today. She had no feelings for him. She stood up and said, Alright, let's go then. Seeing Su Muyue about to leave, Su Zhongshan hurriedly stopped her. Muyue, are you really going? This isn't quite appropriate. You and Xiaoyu have already. What kind of trash is Tangyu? Young Master Yi could crush him effortlessly with just one finger. Longya snorted coldly from the side. What right does some mere rich kid from Suzhou Hanzhou have to compete with the Dragon King for a woman?
Su Muyue furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing this, turning to Su Chongshan as she spoke.
Dad, it's fine. I'll go ahead and make the trip. If any issues come up, I'll handle them. Alright then.
Su Chongshan sighed and could only comply with his daughter's wishes. Soon after, a group of people boarded the car and drove toward the direction of Moonlight Hotel. By the time they arrived at Moonlight Hotel, the sky had completely darkened. A large crowd of reporters and onlookers were already waiting below the hotel. They were curious to find out which lucky woman deserved such special treatment.
As for the several Rolls-Royces driving over, those didn't attract much attention from them.
Not at a place like the Bright Moon Hotel. Here, even Mercedes and BMWs were regarded as nothing more than security detail vehicles.
Everyone, please come in. Young Master Yi is already waiting for you on the top floor.
Longya led the way for the Su family members.
Just as the group entered the elevator, Su Chongshan's phone rang. After answering the call and speaking briefly, his expression instantly lit up with excitement. Muyue, we've secured that land in the Western District. He looked at Su Muyue excitedly. With proper development, that Western District land could bring at least 10 billion in profits to the Su family. For the current Su family, this is an exceptionally rare major project. The entire Su family was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. They all understood just how crucial this project was for the Su family. This Yi Chen truly had extraordinary connections and abilities. Choosing him might prove to be a better decision than going with the Tang family. Long Ao was quite satisfied with the Su family's reactions. With a faint smile, he said, this was just a casual effort from young Master Yi.
His capabilities are 10,000 times greater than you can imagine. At this moment, Yi Chen had changed into a tailored high-end suit, having deliberately groomed himself meticulously. Holding a glass of red wine by the floor-to-ceiling window, he quietly admired the night view, his heart tinged with quiet anticipation. Tonight, he would prove to the Su family that he was their true dragon son-in-law. Yet at this moment, only staff members were present at the top-floor venue. Tonight, he had only invited members of the Su family. For now, he couldn't be too high-profile. It wouldn't do for all of Suwang to know he was pursuing Su Muyue. Wouldn't that interfere with his harem plans? So he deliberately created this situation, letting the Su family know his capabilities while ensuring it wouldn't affect his womanizing pursuits.
Chapter 31, How dare you compete with young Master Tang for women?
Only when the Su family entourage arrived did Yi Chen put down his red wine glass and step forward to greet them.
Mu Yu, you finally came. Did I keep my word or not? Seeing Su Muyue arriving,
Yi Chen's lips curled up in an instinctive roguish smile, radiating the exhilaration of triumphant vindication. He clapped his hands, and immediately someone wheeled out a large cake. I know you love fruitcake, so I specially had this customized for you. But before eating the cake, I have another gift to give you. He looked at Su Muyue and spoke softly. Su Muyue sighed, her expression turning serious as she said, Yi Chen, I don't know who you really are, but I need to make this clear to you. Before she could finish speaking, the sound of fireworks suddenly erupted, cutting off her voice. The entire night sky was instantly illuminated by fireworks. Everyone's attention was unconsciously drawn to the dazzling display. As the first firework burst open, countless others soared into the sky in its wake. For a moment, the entire night sky seemed to transform into a sea of flowers. Even those waiting below the hotel were drawn to the dazzling fireworks. As they gazed upward, they suddenly realized the fireworks had morphed into scripted characters. Su Muyue, happy birthday? Oh my god, is today's birthday banquet really for the young miss of the Su family? This is so romantic. How much must this have cost? This fireworks display could be seen across nearly half of Suwon City. Countless people quickly pulled out their phones to capture the moment and prepare to upload short videos. Many streamers have stopped their broadcasts and simply turned their cameras to the fireworks. Holy shit, is this how rich people date? Damn, these fireworks have been going for 10 minutes already? There's still more? Insane. Rich folks end up together, while single dogs watch it happen. After watching the live stream for about 10 minutes, Everyone began guessing how much money this firework display must be burning through. The view from the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel offered the clearest vantage point for the fireworks, and the Su family found themselves utterly mesmerized by the spectacle. As the grand fireworks display drew to a close, thousands of drones suddenly ascended into the night sky from all directions. These drones filled the darkness like a swarm of multicolored fireflies. After reaching a certain altitude, they began performing a light show in the sky.
Holy shit, there's an actual performance? How many damn drones is that? At least 3,000, right? Insane, must have cost several million just for this birthday bash, huh? This light show left all the onlookers completely stunned. Damn, they're practically force-feeding the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou region with their PDA.
Yi Chen was extremely pleased with this. The scale was indeed impressive. The Dragon Fong squad definitely didn't disappoint. Seeing the stunned expressions on all the Su family members' faces, he inwardly cheered with delight.
From today onward, the Su family should finally understand who truly deserves their fawning attention. After lasting for over 10 minutes, the light show finally transformed into 7 massive characters. Happy birthday, Su Muyue. Just as everyone thought this magnificent light display was about to conclude, the drone formation changed once again. This time, they formed a heart shape and 4 large characters. Love from you. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. This finale was quite good, or was it?
His face instantly looked as if he had eaten shit and still had some stuck in his teeth.
Damn it. The birthday feast he had prepared for Su Muyue. Why did that bastard's name appear during the closing?
The Su family members also had a change in expression.
Isn't this Tang Yu's name?
The spectators watching the performance below didn't seem particularly surprised.
Is that you, the young master of the Tang family, right? Oh my god, young Master Tang is so romantic. Hey, I knew it had to be young Master Tang's doing all along.
At this moment, Wang Defa, standing silently in the corner observing everything, revealed a satisfied smile.
This should make young Master Tang extremely pleased.
Tang Yu had already arrived at the hotel by now. Upon learning that today's birthday celebration had successfully taken place, he hurried over in a rush.
What the hell is Wang Defa doing? Didn't we tell him to stop this birthday banquet? As a double agent, shouldn't he be causing some trouble?
By the time he rushed panting to the top floor, all eyes were fixed on him. Su Muyue was gazing at Tang Yu with tearful emotion. She never imagined that the one who carefully prepared this birthday banquet for her would actually be this guy. She had sent him messages last night, but he didn't reply at all.
Little did she know he was secretly preparing a surprise for her. Humph, what a closet romantic.
She blushed as she walked up to Tang Yu and said, "Thank you, I'm really happy today for my birthday."
Happy?
Tang Yu still didn't quite understand, but he was starting to panic a little.
Damn it, what the hell did Wang Defa do? Yi Chen walked up to Tang Yu with an ashen face. He stared fixedly at the culprit and said in a deep voice, "Did you do all this?"
Me? Puzzled, Tang Yu instinctively turned his head and only then noticed the drone formation flying in the air.
Love your you? You? Nice, eh?
This is young Master Tang's grand gift for you.
Deal with it. At that moment, Wang Defa's voice suddenly rang out.
He came over surrounded by a group of bodyguards, encircling Yi Chen to prevent this mad dog from harming young Master Tang. Then, with an excited expression, he looked at Tang Yu, eager to claim credit.
Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with this birthday banquet? Simply disrupting the birthday banquet, how could that possibly be enough? To crush someone, you must utterly destroy them. Make sure Tang Xiao's rival understands the consequences of contending for Tang's woman. Did you arrange this? Tang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, swelling with pride at his meticulously planned maneuver. His gaze towards Yi Chen carried undisguised disdain. What does the boss of Longchen Group count for? How dare you compete with young Master Tang for a woman? Are you even worthy? Tang Yu felt a tightness in his chest, as if he might cough up blood. I just wanted to take potshots from the shadows, but you went and dropped a damn bomb. I never expected someone with such honest-looking eyebrows and big eyes could be such a thorough-blooded traitor. Chapter 32, Wang Defa berates the Dragon King. Yi Chen's face was now contorted with rage, his eyes fixed venomously on Tang Yu. That bastard. He's dead meat. Seeing several bodyguards block his path, he charged forward and threw several punches. The bodyguards were sent flying backward one after another. Watching him charge towards Tang Yu, Su Muyue was furious. She blocked Yi Chen and shouted, "Other than bullying people with brute force, what else can you do?" Seeing Su Muyue standing in front of him, his eyes burned with rage, even revealing a trace of murderous intent. His own woman dared to protect another man? Then he quickly regained his composure. She wasn't protecting Tang Yu. She was protecting herself. If she acted on impulse and punched that Tang bastard to death right here, this whole situation would escalate beyond control. Even if she wanted to kill this scoundrel, she absolutely couldn't do it in front of so many witnesses. Savages will always be savages. This is outright lawlessness. We live in a society governed by law. Just call the police and let them handle it. I refuse to believe he can turn the world upside down. speechless. If you can't back up your tough act, don't put it on in the first place. No need to throw a tantrum in embarrassment. The entire Su family began cursing loudly nearby. Their attitude changed in the blink of an eye. This guy had been pretending for ages. Turns out the entire feast was young Master Tang's doing all along. How dare he stand here looking so smug and cocky? What does such a person have to compete against the Tang family? How dare he even claim to be the dragon son-in-law of the Su family? Is he worthy? Longya also knew this wasn't the time for rash actions. If we're really going to resort to ruthless measures, we can't do it in front of so many people. He quickly grabbed hold of Yi Chen. Young Master Yi, don't act rashly. Calm down first. Then he turned to Wang Defa and shouted angrily. What's the meaning of this, Moonlight Hotel? Our young Master Yi is hosting a birthday banquet for Miss Su, and you dare pull this stunt? Do you believe I can have your hotel shut down? Wang Defa let out a scornful laugh, dismissing it with indifference. Throw a birthday party? Isn't today supposed to be our young Master Tang hosting it for Miss Su? As for you lot, I haven't taken a single penny from you. What right do you have to complain? Longya's expression suddenly darkened. At last, he understood why the other party refused to take his money. Wang Defa glared at Yi Chen and shouted angrily. Moreover, our Tang family has already formed a marriage alliance with the Su family. This young Master Yi is truly shameless. How dare he pursue a girl who's already betrothed to another? A broken-backed cur dares to bark so wildly here? In all my decades of living, I've never seen someone so utterly shameless. Yi Chen trembled at the verbal assault. To think he was the Dragon King. When had he ever suffered such public humiliation? Exactly, some people have no damn self-awareness. Shamelessly clinging on like that, it's disgusting. Boss Wang nailed it with that burn. That's exactly how things stand. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. The Su family members all chimed in approvingly. Seeing the Su family members still chiming in, Longya gritted his teeth in frustration. Pointing at the Su family members, he stomped angrily and shouted, "Have you no shame criticizing young Master Yi? Without him, your Su family wouldn't have gotten that land in the West End even in your next lifetime." The Su family members' expressions immediately turned somewhat awkward. Although this kid had been putting on a show, pretending to own what wasn't his, but didn't the Su family really take advantage of him regarding that plot of land in the west side of the city? Su Zhongshan's face darkened, and he was just about to step forward to offer returning the land. Wang Defa sneered coldly, his face full of disdain as he spoke. What does that land in the west of the city have to do with you? It was only because young Master Tang spoke up that the Su family got it. Don't believe me? Go ahead and call to confirm. Young Master Tang is a low-key person, so as his subordinate, he had to step up and help young Master Tang save face. As soon as he said this, Su Chongshan hurriedly pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, Director Wang, this is Su Chongshan. About that piece of land in the West District. After asking a few questions and receiving an answer, he looked at Tang Yu with a grateful expression. Xiaoyu, on behalf of the Su family, thank you for your help with this. Su Muyui also gazed at Tang Yu with tender affection. This guy. To think he'd sacrificed so much for me in secret. I'll treat him to drinks next time. Do you have anything else to say for yourself? Wang Defa sneered coldly while glaring at Longya and the two captives, questioning them. He had personally arranged this matter himself. How dare they shamelessly try to claim credit for it? Longya's face had turned the color of liver. With an ashamed expression, he looked at Yi Chen and whispered, Dragon King, this subordinate is incompetent. Please punish me. Yi Chen's mindset was on the verge of completely collapsing. But after the extreme fury subsided, he instead calmed down at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he didn't say anything about Dragon Fong but looked at Su Muyue and spoke. Muyue, very soon you'll realize who is your most correct choice. With that said, he strode away from the place that had subjected him to such humiliation. Longya quickly followed in his footsteps and left with him. After they left, Wang Defa smugly smoothed his hairstyle. Dare to challenge young Master Tang? You think you're worthy? Uncle can take you all out single-handedly. Alright, now that those annoying people are gone, let's continue celebrating Miss Su's birthday. Wang Defa clapped his hands and started making arrangements. The Su family members all smiled and began celebrating Su Muyue's birthday. Su Muyue walked up to the cake, closed her eyes, and started making a wish. After she finished making her wish, everyone began dividing the cake. She handed a cut slice of cake to Tang Yu, whose face looked utterly lifeless. Try this cake, it's pretty good. Okay. Tang Yu took the cake and had a taste. It was indeed quite delicious. Thank you for everything today. This has been my happiest birthday, and I think I'll remember this day for the rest of my life. Su Muyue smiled radiantly at Tang Yu as she spoke. Today, Tang Yu could come to the birthday party, and she was genuinely happy. It's fine, as long as you're happy. Tang Yu let out a bitter laugh. Oh, and guess what I wished for today? Su Muyue gazed at Tang Yu with burning eyes. What? Don't tell anyone. Su Muyue deliberately lowered her voice. As she leaned closer, she suddenly planted a kiss on Tang Yu's cheek.
This time, caught off guard, Tang Yu failed to dodge. Oh! Wang Defa, who was standing nearby, immediately cheered upon seeing this, feeling quite pleased with himself inwardly. This time I really nailed it helping young Master Tang pick up girls. Sumu Yue, meanwhile, blushed and stuck her tongue out at Tang Yu before running off shyly. Tang Yu reached out and touched the spot where she had kissed him. His emotions felt somewhat complicated.
After the birthday banquet ended, Tang Yu didn't go home.
Instead, he stayed to rest in the general manager's office.
Young Master Tang, were you satisfied today? Wang Defa was thrilled with his performance today.
Bro really outdid himself today.
Satisfied, Tang Yu nodded. He was fucking ecstatic.
After sizing up Wang Defa for a few moments, he realized that no matter how he looked at it, left, right, up, or down, this guy couldn't stay here any longer. This guy was undoubtedly a top-tier trader, he had underestimated him too much. So he took a deep breath and said, Director Wang, I've thought it over. Some of your talents is being wasted here. Perfect timing, our family just started a new business in Siberia. You'll be the regional manager there, with triple the salary and bonuses.
Mr. Tang, I don't deserve this. I only did some insignificant little tasks. Wang Defa said with humble expression, though his heart was already bubbling with joy. This Mr. Tang's alright, someone worth keeping around. Don't stand on ceremony, this honor is well deserved. The Tang family never mistreats those who have rendered service. After you hand over your duties tomorrow, prepare to set off. Tang Yu gave Wang Defa a pat on the shoulder and then turned to leave. Damn it. If another snitch like this shows up, send the bastard straight to Syria. As soon as Tang Yu left, Wang Defa leaped up excitedly. Damn it, another promotion and raise.
In his excitement he grabbed his phone, opened WeChat and shared the good news with a group of colleagues.
This group consists entirely of the Tang family's management.
Brothers, helping young Master Tang chase girls really works.
I just got promoted a few days ago, and young Master Tang promoted me again. Remember, from now on when young Master Tang wants to chase girls, show more initiative, got it?
Anyone who dares to compete with young Master Tang for women will be crushed mercilessly.
Especially that idiot named Yi Chen.
After imparting his insights to his colleagues, Wang Defa smiled faintly.
This uncle can only help you guys this much. Thank you for the reminder, Director Wang. I've had an epiphany.
Grateful.
Got it, Yi Chen, right? The group chat erupted in excitement as everyone rushed forward to seek guidance and learn. Chapter 33, Is this how you test a cadre?
Yi Chen and his companion left the hotel, finding quite a crowd still gathered at the entrance.
They were all excitedly discussing tonight's birthday banquet. Hearing their chatter,
Yi Chen gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked.
What insolence from Tang Yu, daring to humiliate me like this.
Longya followed behind Yi Chen with a pale face, trembling in fear. The very first task assigned by the Dragon King had been bungled like this.
Thinking back to how the Dragon King was just publicly humiliated made cold sweat break out uncontrollably down his back.
The Dragon King's wrath floods rivers with blood. After walking some distance from the hotel, the two stopped at a park. Longya wiped cold sweat from his face and quickly stepped before Yi Chen, speaking remorsefully.
Dragon King, my failure today merits punishment. Longya willingly accepts his due.
With that, he raised his left hand and forcefully slapped his own chest.
His palm, imbued with profound internal energy, was just about to strike.
Yi Chen swiftly reached out and grabbed his wrist.
No need. You're my brother, just a minor matter.
His simple address of brother moved Longya profoundly. The Dragon King actually considered him a brother. He didn't even punish him for his offense. All my life I've wandered like a fallen leaf, lamenting never finding a worthy lord. Now that I may serve the Dragon King, I swear to devote my very life and soul.
Longya choked back a sob.
But we can't let today's matter end like this.
Yi Chen snorted coldly.
His voice turned icy as he said, take your men immediately and prepare to retaliate. Within a week, I want Moonlight Hotel shut down for good, and that bastard Wang must die.
Today's humiliation demands 100-fold payback, or his name isn't Yi Chen. Okay.
Longya revealed a sinister smirk.
Crushing a single hotel would be child's play. Then he asked again, by the way, Dragon King, what about that punk surnamed Tang?
We don't need to bother with him yet. I've already sent Ling Han and Qi Yin to infiltrate his circle, he's as good as dead.
Yi Chen said coldly.
Not only would he kill him, but he would also make him watch the downfall of the Tang family with his own eyes before death. Upon hearing that Ling Han and Qi Yin had gone, Longya grinned.
Among the 8 war generals of the Dragon Soul organization, the Dragon King naturally ranked first.
Ling Han and Qi Yin ranked 3rd and 4th respectively. With these two joining forces, failure was simply not an option. As for him, he only became the 8th due to the Dragon King's favor, but lacking sufficient strength, he remained eternally stuck in the 8th position.
So many people in the organization called him Old 8th Dragon. After Dragon Fawn left, Yi Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath with a dark expression. Worthless.
Returning home, Tang Yu lay on the bed looking utterly exhausted.
Another goddamn day of barely surviving. Remembering Yi Chen's expression earlier today,
Tang Yu knew the difficulty of his survival mission had just increased again. Ding! Host has successfully survived the plot. Reward, Greenbag Heavenly Scripture Volume 1 automatically mastered. He had just laid down when the system's voice rang out. In an instant, his mind was flooded with endless knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Holy shit! Is this damn system suddenly turning benevolent, giving out such insane rewards? Did it just max out my medical aptitude in one go? He sat up on the bed and carefully examined his own body. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through flesh to glimpse the meridians within. Even the slightest physical ailment could be effortlessly identified. His mind overflowed with countless medical secrets, acupuncture, massage, and various treatment plans beyond measure. Simply put, his current medical skills rank among the very best in all of China. Though receiving such an excellent reward, Tang Yu didn't rush to celebrate. This damn system isn't quite right. System, is this Greenbag Heavenly Scripture ripe? Tang Yu asked in his heart. You trying to pick a fight or what? Would I cheat you with unripe melons when running a legitimate system? The system replied with evident displeasure. Cut the crap, you bastard. Sending me this hotel turned out to be setting me up. Tang Yu cursed angrily. The system immediately played dead. Seeing this damn thing remain silent, Tang Yu resolved not to use these medical skills publicly for now. Otherwise, who knows if this damn system has set him up. Lying down on the bed, Tang Yu quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he saw both Wang Yishua and Su Muyue dressed in bunny girl outfits, competing to snuggle up to him like he was some prized little pig. Just as Tang Yu was experiencing this bittersweet agony, someone was gently patting his face and calling his name. Brother Tang Yu, wake up, it's time for breakfast. Hearing this sweet voice, Tang Yu instantly awoke from his dream. He opened his eyes to a blinding white landscape. At that moment, he remembered something Yasuo had once said. I've touched mountain peaks and descended into deep valleys, both have served me well. The phrasing might be slightly off, but Tang Yu felt it captured the essence well enough. Jiang Xiaoye was currently standing by his bedside. Today she was dressed in a JK outfit, her sweet and innocent face paired with her petite figure making her look remarkably like a high school girl. Yet despite her Lolita-like face, her development in certain areas was rather astonishing. Standing beside the bed, she bent forward to pinch Tang Yu's cheeks with her hands, trying to wake him up. So when Tang Yu opened his eyes, he found himself somewhat lost. Xiaoyu, are you testing me with this? Still groggy from sleep, Tang Yu nearly blurted out what was really on his mind. He quickly amended, Good morning, what brings you here? I came to treat Grandpa Tang's illness. Hasn't his stomach trouble been acting up again these past 2 days? Jiang Xiaoye stuck out her tongue and nudged Tang Yu with her hand as she asked. What was that test you mentioned just now? Nothing, just talking in my sleep. Tang Yu shook her head vigorously. Girl, could you pay a little attention to your image, you know? First thing in the morning, you're showing this kind of thing to an innocent young boy like me, is this appropriate? It's absolutely perfect. You must be stunted because all your nutrients pooled in one spot. No wonder some seniors say that when a woman bows her head and can't see her feet, it's truly an unparalleled beauty in the world. After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye's ears burned red all the way to the roots. She glanced down at her collar line before hurriedly straightening up, her face flushing as she urged him. Hurry up and get out of bed for breakfast. Auntie sent me to wake you. Alright, you go out first. I need to put some clothes on. Tang Yu was accustomed to sleeping nude and couldn't possibly get up in front of Jiang Xiaoye. Jiang Xiaoye stuck out her tongue and quickly ran out. After going out, she took a deep breath, vigorously rubbed her face, and muttered. Brother Tang Yu has gotten naughty. Ever since she last heard Tang Yu's inner thoughts, she couldn't stop thinking about it. I happened to come today to check on Grandpa Tang, so I dropped by to confirm things with this guy once more. Confirmation was indeed made, though admittedly it was a bit awkward. She didn't want it to be this long, walking around with it is exhausting. Chapter 34, Uncle here happens to love bullying the weak and fearing the strong. After washing up, Tang Yu took Jiang Xiaoye out for breakfast. When they arrived at the dining hall, a young man with a ponytail was eating breakfast. Seeing Tang Yu enter, he immediately stood up to greet them. Bro, Dr. Jiang, long time no see. Seeing the long-haired young man, Tang Yu paused slightly before nodding with a smile and saying, long time no see. Come eat quickly, breakfast is about to get cold. Let's eat and then go see Grandpa together. The long-haired young man enthusiastically set out bowls and chopsticks for Tang Yu and the other person. Tang Yu sat down and quietly began eating breakfast, his sidelong glances taking in the ponytailed young man's smiling face. The guy who called him brother wasn't his actual younger brother. He was the son of his second uncle, in other words, his cousin Tang Ruoyu. Tang Yu had quite a vivid impression of this fellow. In the original novel's plot, not long after Tang Yu's death, old Master Tang became so enraged he fell gravely ill and passed away. Tang's parents would stop at nothing to avenge Tang Yu, using all their power for revenge. But no matter how formidable the Tang family was, they were no match for the chosen one favored by destiny. The Dragon Soul organization backing him was far more powerful than the Tang family. Playing the pig to eat the tiger only works when you've got the backing for it. So Tang Ruoyu, who had been suppressing his ambitions all along, seized the opportunity to pledge allegiance to Yi Chen, stabbing the Tang family in the back while serving as the Dragon King's dog. This guy played a huge role in the sinking of the Tang family's mighty ship. Need to find an opportunity to bury this kid, Tang Yu muttered to himself. Damn it, the trillions in assets of the Tang family are the rewards I've been surviving to the end to bring back. The chosen one can't take me head on. Is it really that hard to deal with a traitor like you? Uncle here, I just love to bully the weak and fear the strong. Jiang Xiaoye, who was eating porridge, looked up at Tang Yu with a puzzled expression in her eyes. Brother Tang Yu, who is he planning to bury? After breakfast, the three of them went to the small backyard to find the old master. When they arrived, the old master was sitting in an armchair playing with his phone. The sound of fighting and game character voices kept coming from my hands. The old man's face twisted in rage as he kept cursing. Charge already! Can't even initiate a team fight as a tank? Are you grade schooler playing ADC? Shouldn't you be in class instead of ranked matches? A bunch of trash even at 80, I'd never pull off such idiot moves. The three newcomers were visibly shocked upon entering. Damn, this old man's got some serious swag? After the match ended, Old Man Tang slammed his phone on the table, clutching his chest in frustration. Grandpa, you really shouldn't play games anymore. It's not good for your health. Tang Yu quickly went over to persuade him. That's right, Grandpa Tang, you need to take care of your health. Grandpa, you should get more rest. Jiang Xiaoye and the other quickly chimed in to console him. Got it. I'll uninstall and stop playing. Old Master Tang nodded, picked up his phone, and immediately deleted the damn game. Just looking at it made his blood boil. Have some tea and rest first. Let me check your pulse. Jiang Xiaoye poured a cup of tea for Old Master Tang before sitting beside him to begin examining his pulse. Tang Yu quietly observed his grandfather. After receiving the reward of the Qing Nong heavenly scripture, he now only needed to focus his gaze to detect physical ailments in people. Grandfather's stomach condition is a chronic issue. Cold energy is distinctly lingering around his stomach area now. According to the Qing Nong Tianjing, this is due to stomach yin deficiency caused by insufficient yin in bodily fluids. The best treatment plan would be gentle nourishment, using century-old black and colored Ganoderma as the medicinal catalyst, along with 6 other herbs like Solomon seal and Adenophyra root to make an herbal tea. Taking it for a month should suffice. But is this damn Chang Nong Tianjing actually reliable? Jiang Xiaoye, who was taking the old man's pulse, couldn't help but have her pupils constrict upon hearing these thoughts. She shot Tang Yu a rather astonished glance. Brother Tang Yu actually knows medicine? And he didn't even need to take my pulse, just standing nearby was enough to spot the problem? In traditional Chinese medicine's observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, the highest realm of observation is the divine perception state. Only by reaching the state of divine concentration could one achieve such a feat. Grandfather had told him that no one in Chinese medicine had attained the state of divine concentration for centuries. As for the Qingnan Tianjing, this was the divine scripture that all Chinese physicians dreamed of obtaining. As someone obsessed with traditional Chinese medicine, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She really wanted to have an in-depth discussion with Brother Tang Yu. Little Yu, are you done yet? Seeing that Jiang Xiaoye had been checking the pulse for quite some time without any movement, Old Master Tang asked with a smile. All right. Coming to her senses, Jiang Xiaoye quickly said, it's due to stomach yin deficiency. Grandpa Tang, have you been experiencing frequent dry mouth, throat irritation, and stomach discomfort lately? Yeah, it's an old problem. Jiang Xiaoye smiled sweetly. For chronic conditions like this, gradual nourishment is key. I'll prepare some herbal tea for you. Long-term consumption should do the trick. However, this herbal tea requires century-old black Ganoderma lucidum as a catalyst. Our household doesn't currently have any in stock. We'll need to have it shipped from out of town. Estimated arrival is the day after tomorrow. When it arrives, have Tang Yu come collect it from my place. After listening to Tang Yu recite the prescription under his breath, she analyzed it and concluded it was indeed an exceptionally potent formula with almost no side effects on the human body. All medicine carries some toxicity. The highest attainment in prescription crafting is healing illness while safeguarding the patient's health. Truly worthy of the Qingnong heavenly scripture. Tang Yu watched with a hint of surprise. Could the herbal tea this girl was making be the same as what he had in mind? This Qingnong heavenly scripture, could it actually be the real deal? Alright, might as well have this kid help me visit your grandfather. Old Master Tang nodded with a smile. Sure, my grandpa was just talking about Brother Tang Yu the other day. Jiang Xiaoye grinned until her eyes crinkled. This would be the perfect chance to ask Brother Tang Yu about medical techniques. After chatting with Old Master Tang for a while, she excused herself and went back to the clinic to continue her work. Old Master Tang turned his gaze to Tang Yu and the other person, asking, do you two still have something to discuss? Grandfather, I'd like to work at Miley Foods.
Tang Ruoyu said.
The Miley food he mentioned was one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, which had developed quite well over the years.
Old Master Tang was in no hurry to voice his opinion.
Tang Ruoyu was the child of the second son and had been working in a subsidiary of the Tang Group all these years, never getting involved in the core business. As a direct descendant of the Tang family, the reason for his marginalization lay with his father. 7 years ago, his father had embezzled company funds, secretly transferring the Tang Group's assets into his own name. After this despicable act was discovered, according to family rules, he should have had his legs broken and been exiled from the family. If not for Tang Yu and her family pleading desperately on their behalf, the Tang family would have nothing to do with them now. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed at Tang Yu and said, "Ask your brother, he's in charge of the Tang Group now. Big brother, what do you think? If you feel I'm not capable enough, I can start as a mid-level manager and gradually gain experience." Tang Ruoyu looked at Tang Yu with a gentle smile as he asked,
"Well, no problem there. I trust your abilities completely. Going forward, our family will rely on the joint efforts of both of us brothers."
Tang Yu chuckled and slung an arm over his shoulder.
"Damn, already turning traitor, huh? Just see if I'll let you off easy."
Knowing the original plot, he was fully aware of what kind of filthy bastard his seemingly harmless cousin really was.
Chapter 35, Pass on Ace. "Thank you, brother, I won't let you down,"
Tang Ruoyu said with tears of gratitude, then turned to look at Old Master Tang.
"Since your brother agrees, then work hard and don't disappoint us again."
Old Master Tang said calmly. He was getting on in years and didn't want to dwell on the past. After all, they were family.
"Thank you, grandfather.
I'll head to the company now to familiarize myself with the work." Tang Ruoyu hastily bowed to Old Master Tang.
After stepping out of the Tang family's gate, his face instantly darkened, filled with resentment in his eyes. Though he was also a member of the Tang family, he felt treated like a servant in front of them. Why does that old dog favor Tang Yu so much? How is he any inferior to him? In terms of looks, Tang Yu was slightly more handsome than him. But when it came to talent, was he really inferior? Back in the college entrance exams, he had only fallen short by 500 points from a perfect score. With a cold snort, he drove his Porsche straight toward Miley Foods. This is the core business of the Tang family. That fool Tang Yu was stupid enough to let himself manage this operation, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Young Master Yi has already promised him, as long as he cooperates. Once Tang Yu dies, everything in the Tang family will be his. After Tang Ruoyu left, Elder Tang's gaze became profound. He pulled out an old smoking pipe, lit it, and looked up to advise Tang Yu. "Things have been rather uneasy in Suzhou and Hangzhou recently. Be extra careful." "Understood, Grandpa. I'll be cautious." Tang Yu nodded. This elder was the stabilizing pillar of the Tang family, possessing great wisdom by nature. He guessed his grandfather had already discerned some hints of the situation. However, Tang Yu had already devised a plan in his mind for dealing with Tang Ruoyu, that rebellious troublemaker. After leaving home, Tang Yu drove back to the Tang Group headquarters. As soon as he entered the office, he saw two professionally dressed girls cleaning around his desk. "Young Master Tang." Upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, one of the pretty short-haired girls promptly greeted him. "Lulu, how come you've gained weight again after not seeing you for a few days?" "Ha, where did I gain weight?" The short-haired girl widened her eyes. She had just weighed herself last night, no change. "Right here." Tang Yu straightened his chest. The short-haired girl let out a flirtatious sigh after understanding, giving Tang Yu a suggestive sideways glance. Tang Yu chuckled mischievously. The Tang Corporation had an unusually high number of beauties, and he often amused himself by teasing a few here and there. As long as they weren't the female lead, you can flirt around freely. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have the skills to back it up. If you're not tall, rich, and handsome, then don't go provoking women like this. "Mr. Tang, this is our new secretary, Shi-in. She's completed her training and will start working officially today." The short-haired girl named Lulu introduced them. "Hello, young Master Tang." Shi-in immediately greeted him, though a flicker of disgust crossed her eyes as she looked at Tang Yu. "You must be Shi-in. Welcome to our Tang Group family." Tang Yu laughed heartily as he walked over and shook Shi-in's hand, his eyes appraising her. Her oval face was framed by delicate willow leaf eyebrows, her pure eyes brimming with intelligence, yet giving an impression of innocent naivety. If judged purely on appearance, she'd easily score 95 out of 100. Sigh, this girl is quite beautiful indeed, with that unmistakable charm of a delicate young lady from a modest family. I mean, Sigh, how can it be an A-cup? If we get married, won't the kids go hungry? If only I could give her half of Xiao Yu's share. Qi-ying, in the midst of shaking hands, suddenly wore a face full of perplexion. Am I hearing things? Feel free to ask me if you have any questions about starting work. I'm very kind to girls, so no need to be too nervous. Seeing Qi-ying staring at him blankly, Tang Yu chuckled and patted her shoulder. Mr. Tang, I'll be leaving now. Are you free to come to my place for dinner tonight? I bought a bottle of red wine to share with you. Lulu stood at the doorway, sweetly inviting Tang Yu with a coy tone. I'm busy tonight, next time it's on me.
Tang Yu laughed heartily, he already had dinner plans with Qin Ming that evening. These days, boys really need to be more careful about protecting themselves. If I actually believed you, who knows whether you'd serve me red wine or white after I got there.
After hearing the inner voice once more, Qin finally confirmed it wasn't auditory hallucination. Could it be that she could actually hear this guy's thoughts? This realization instantly excited her. The Dragon King had specifically dispatched her to infiltrate the Tang Corporation precisely to investigate their confidential information. Being able to hear this guy's thoughts would make this mission way too easy. Tang Yu opened his computer and had just clicked on a business document. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. Shi-in? Isn't she that damn mole sent by Yechen? Shit, I was so busy teasing Lulu that I almost forgot about this. No mistake here. Someone this pretty yet completely flat-chested, it's gotta be her. As Tang Yu's inner monologue sounded once more, Shi-in was simultaneously shocked and utterly humiliated, wishing she could kill the bastard in her heart. Damn it, do you have to keep bringing up the whole A-cup thing? Have you no shame at all? After the humiliation faded, her emotions shifted toward nervousness again. The identity has been exposed, doesn't that mean the undercover operation has failed? What's worse is that she's already made an appearance, which is an extremely dangerous situation. Stay calm, don't act rashly. She took a deep breath and quickly adjusted her mindset. What bothered her most now was how this guy knew her information. The secrecy capability of the Dragon Soul organization was terrifying. As one of the 8 war generals, she couldn't possibly be recognized so casually. There wasn't just her as the world's woman for a. Mr. Tang, is there anything you need me to do? She feigned a calm smile and asked softly. Go make me a pot of tea first. Tang Yu quickly assigned her a task while pondering countermeasures in his mind. According to the original plot, apart from Tang Wuyu acting as the mole, Shi-in also played a significant role in bringing down the Tang group. Not only is she exceptionally skilled in combat, but she's also a world-class hacker. That's precisely why Yi Chen specifically sent her into the Tang group to steal classified information. All they want are the confidential documents anyway. I'll just steal it for you. I'll make a fake copy soon. Shi-in, who was making tea, instantly felt a headache hearing this. Do you really think I'm stupid? Can't tell the difference between real and fake? With a smile on his face, Tang Yu rapidly typed on the keyboard, altering all sorts of data on a confidential document. In this way, even if Yi Chen got hold of these documents, they'd be utterly useless. After modifying the data, he printed out the documents and sealed them in a file folder. Then he placed the folder on the desk and said, Shi-in, please deliver this document to General Manager Zhou of the business department for me. Okay. Shi-in placed the steeped tea in front of Tang Yu, then picked up the documents ready to deliver them, her eyes brimming with disdain. This bait is way too obvious. Only a fool would take it. LMAO, keep this fake intel safe. There's plenty more for you to steal in the coming days, take it back and screw Yi Chen over good. But this is actually for your own good. Consider it helping you get indirect revenge. He's your real enemy. Speaking of which, our Tang family actually did your father a favor, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Just as Qin picked up the documents, hearing these inner thoughts made her delicate frame shudder involuntarily. The Dragon King was her actual enemy? Did the Tang family have a favor owed to our father? Chapter 36, Killer's Diary. At that moment, she could no longer restrain herself and was about to blurt out the question on the spot. Yet when she opened her mouth, she realized no sound would come out. Leaving the office with mixed emotions, Qin felt somewhat dazed. She had grown up in the Dragon Soul organization, personally trained by Yi Chen's master, which made her utterly loyal to Yi Chen. But as an orphan, she deeply wanted to know who her family was. Had they abandoned her, or was there another reason? So she had been secretly investigating all this time, yet no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find any information about her parents. It was as if these two people didn't exist in the world. After all these years, she had almost given up hope. Now that Tang Yu suddenly brought it up, she was momentarily stunned. How much does he actually know? Why is the Dragon King his enemy? And what does it have to do with the Tang family? A multitude of questions tangled in her heart. After taking a deep breath, she quickly composed her thoughts. Investigate the Tang family first. Since the Tang family had shown kindness to her father, following this lead would surely yield answers. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at her phone and saw that it was a call from the Dragon King. She quickly ran to the rooftop of the office building and answered, Dragon King, what are your orders? Shi-in, how's the investigation going? Yi Chen's voice came through. She hesitated for a moment before replying, I've already obtained the first set of documents. I'll send them to you later. Good work, as always. You're the one I trust most. Hearing that things were progressing smoothly on this end, Yi Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He held his phone with a sinister smile and said, as long as you complete the task before Linghan, you can become my woman before she does. Qin held her phone, unsure how to respond to those words. Suddenly, she felt somewhat reluctant to eat.
Tang Yu's inner thoughts that the Dragon King was the true enemy had significantly shifted her mindset.
Why aren't you saying anything?
Noticing that Qin failed to produce any excited or grateful sounds, Yi Chen's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Qin snapped out of her daze and hurriedly replied, "Someone came by earlier and I didn't hear you.
I need to deliver these documents first." With that, she hastily hung up the phone.
After quickly photographing the fake documents with her phone, she promptly delivered them to the business department. When she returned from delivering the documents, Tang Yu was busy typing away, fabricating false materials. Qin noticed how long Qin had taken to come back.
Tang Yu couldn't help but grin. This silly girl must have secretly copied the documents. Absolutely hilarious. They say big breasts mean no brains, but her flat-chested IQ isn't much better. No wonder she's been fooled by Yi Chen and his apprentice for so many years. Sigh, she's really quite pitiful. Hearing this, Qin couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Can you fucking stop mentioning the A-cup thing already? I really wanna punch someone.
But after hearing Tang Yu mention Yi Chen and his apprentice, she had no choice but to believe Tang Yu's words. This guy even knows about the existence of that old man from the Dragon Soul organization. After spending another half-day faking documents, Tang Yu stretched lazily upon finishing his work. Glancing at Qin standing nearby, he pondered for a moment before giving his orders.
"Oh, the company plans to enter the gaming sector soon. I need you to do some market research for me." "How do we conduct research?"
Qin knew this guy must be up to some shady scheme again. Tang Yu ran over and turned on the television mounted on the office wall, then powered up the gaming console.
"There are 25 games here in total, all top sellers in the current market.
I hope you can complete all of them, then send me a daily work report.
The company also provides free snacks, milk tea, and such. All takeout orders are reimbursed, so feel free to eat whatever you want. Just focus on this task for now. If you get tired from playing, you can go rest in the lounge next door, no problem at all."
Hearing Tang Yu's arrangements, Qin was utterly stunned.
"Alright, hurry up and start playing. No slacking off, there are surveillance cameras in the office, and I can see you."
With a stern expression, Tang Yu finished her warning before leaving the office with a smile.
Transferring you away wouldn't be appropriate either. To keep you from causing trouble elsewhere, I might as well let you play games every day." After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts before leaving,
Qin sat there speechless and started playing the game. Soon, she became immersed in the world of the game.
July 13th, playing video games. July 14th, playing video games. July 15th, playing games. July 16th. Qin, oh Qin, how could you be so decadent? Have you finished investigating all the things you need to investigate? July 17th, playing games. Moonlight Hotel, a certain room on the 12th floor.
A waitress stood at the door, knocking gently. "Hello guest, it's been 2 hours past the checkout time.
Are you still there?"
It was now 3 p.m., when the original checkout time had been at 1 p.m. noon. According to hotel policy, if the guest hasn't checked out after 2 hours, someone needs to inquire at their room. After repeated knocking, there was still no movement inside. The hotel staff could only use the room key card to open the door. Upon entering, the air conditioning was running at an astonishingly low temperature. Shivering from the cold, the female staff noticed the bathroom light was still on. When she glanced inside, she saw a woman lying in the bathtub. The water in the tub had already turned blood red. Soon, a piercing scream rang out, echoing down the hallway.
Within minutes, the hotel's medical staff rushed over to perform emergency measures. "It's no use." After working on him for a while, the medical staff let out a bitter laugh. The news of someone committing suicide at the Bright Moon Hotel quickly spread. A large group of guests immediately checked out upon hearing the news. Tang Yu also rushed over without delay. When he arrived, Zhao Li, the hotel's new general manager, was already waiting for him. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, he quickly apologized with guilt. "Master Tang, it's my incompetence.
Something like this happened right after I took over the hotel." The previous general manager barely warmed his seat before getting promoted with a raise and leaving. He had just taken over when this hot potato landed in his lap. If this isn't handled well, it would greatly impact the hotel.
"It's not your fault." Tang Yu patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What's the situation now?"
"The scene has been cordoned off. The police are conducting investigations and gathering evidence."
"The initial assessment points to suicide," Zhao Li replied. "Suicide?" Tang Yu frowned.
Only the wealthiest of the wealthy could afford to stay at the Moonlight Hotel.
There's a saying online that money doesn't necessarily bring happiness.
That's because the joys of the rich are beyond ordinary people's imagination. So all these years, no one had actually committed suicide at the Bright Moon Hotel. Happy people, who the hell would want to kill themselves? Zhao Li looked around and lowered his voice. But the police found that the victim had a section of hair missing, and might have even been, though they couldn't find any evidence. Where's the surveillance footage? The surveillance didn't catch anyone entering or leaving her room.
Tang Yu furrowed his brows, something was indeed amiss.
He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, sitting down to think for a moment.
Suddenly, someone came to mind. Dragon Fong. Chapter 37, Want to buy a hotel? As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, Dragon Fong actually had considerable prominence in the original storyline.
Given that he managed to become one of the 8 great generals, his abilities were naturally quite formidable. To bolster the presence of his character, the author gave him a bizarre trait. That is, after killing someone, he would take something from the victim. For men, he'd cut off a pinky finger. For women, he'd snip off a lock of hair.
And this guy, just like his master, is a lust-driven beast.
The difference is that Yi Chen, as the protagonist Dragon King, has standards. He only goes for the finest women. As for him, as long as she vaguely resembles a human, he'll take a bite. He even has a catchphrase, pretty or ugly, once they're in my mouth, Dragon Old A just sees meat.
It must be him.
A shadow flitted across Tang Yu's face. Given the humiliation Yi Chen suffered at the hotel last time, it was only natural he'd seek revenge. But framing me for a murder, that's downright psychotic. I need to find a chance to bury this bastard. The master might be tough to beat, but taking down a mad dog shouldn't be hard.
At that moment, 2 figures came into Tang Yu's view.
2 middle-aged men walked side by side, chatting and laughing with cigarettes dangling from their lips. One of these men was missing an ear, the other had lost an eye. When 2 such men walked together, it was impossible not to notice them.
Tang Yu recognized them. They operated in Suzhou and Hangzhou's underworld. They were cousins, nicknamed Heaven's Mutilation and Earth's Deficiency, and held considerable power in the criminal underworld.
In the original plot, these 2 were utterly despicable villains who, due to their arrogance, offended the Dragon King and were crushed to death.
Master Tang, do you suspect they did it?
Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, Zhao Li asked in a hushed voice.
Tang Yu shook his head with a smile. It's not them. I've figured out who it is. Just calm the victims' families down.
I'll deal with the murderer myself.
Zhao Li nodded, not daring to ask anything more.
By the next morning, the victims' families had already caused a huge scene in front of the hotel.
Dozens descended upon the entrance, blocking the hotel's doors completely.
The commotion grew louder by the day, severely impacting the business of Moonlight Hotel.
Surprisingly, aside from appeasing the situation, the hotel took no further action. After several days of turmoil, Longya felt the timing was almost ripe. He arrived alone at Moonlight Hotel to confront Zhao Li, finding Tang Yu coincidentally present as well. Seeing Tang Yu, a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes as he sneered coldly. Well, if it isn't young Master Tang? Haven't seen you in days. Your hotel's business has really taken a nosedive, huh? Wouldn't that be thanks to President Long bringing his gang to stir up trouble every single day? Tang Yu retorted angrily. There's no choice.
The deceased was an executive of our Longshan group. I have to protect her rights. Longya grinned openly, freely admitting that he was the one stirring up trouble.
Do you really think our Tang family in Suzhou Hanzhou is powerless? That we'd let some Longshan group push us around? Tang Yu stared coldly at Longya while issuing her icy threat. The Tang family? They're nothing but frogs in a well. Longya sneered disdainfully. The Tang family can only jump around in this small pond called Suzhou and Hangzhou. Young Master Ye's celestial connections are beyond anything your Tang family could imagine. My purpose here today is simple. I don't like how this hotel operates. Either it goes out of business, or you sell it to me. Last time, the Dragon King suffered grave humiliation here. Simply making your hotel lose business wouldn't be enough retribution. He wanted to buy the hotel at a steal, making the Tang family bleed heavily. This was to vent the Dragon King's anger. He raised a palm and declared, 5 billion, either sell the hotel or wait for bankruptcy. Why don't you just rob someone instead? Standing nearby, Zhao Li's face darkened with anger, and he cursed loudly. Quadruple this price, and you might barely afford the Moonlight Hotel. This guy isn't just asking for the moon, he's demanding the whole damn sky. Do you even have a voice here? You're just a dog the Tang family keeps. Longya glared at Zhao Li and roared angrily. As one of the 8 battle commanders of the Dragon Soul organization, his fury carried considerable weight when unleashed. Zhao Li swallowed hard and didn't dare to say anything more. You're overthinking it. Even if you cause trouble here with your people for a whole year, I still wouldn't sell this hotel to you. Tang Yu pointed at the door, signaling that he could leave. Longya suddenly flew into a rage, like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He leapt up and kicked the marble coffee table with one foot. The marble coffee table instantly developed countless fine cracks and shattered into a pile of dust. The strength behind that kick gave Zhao Li a tremendous fright. Is this guy some kind of monster? A glint of amusement flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. This was the usual tactic of Mad Dog Longya during negotiations, deliberately intimidating opponents to break their psychological defenses. Feigning panic, he deliberately shouted, "Where are my bodyguards?" At Tang Yu's call, for bodyguards waiting outside immediately rushed in. They stood alertly protective in front of Tang Yu, poised for battle. Seeing these bodyguards, Longya's face showed disdain. These were just guard dogs watching the house. They couldn't possibly compare to someone like him who had crawled out of piles of corpses.
He could easily slaughter them all with just one hand. He squinted at Tang Yu and threatened coldly. Young Master Tang, calling 20 more of these worthless men wouldn't make a difference. Young Master Yi is a refined man, but me, Longya, am not. At worst, I'll kill you and just leave China. Tang Yu sneered inwardly. He deliberately feigned a look of fear, hesitated for a moment, then said, fine, I'll sell. Seeing Tang Yu lower his head in retreat, Longya flashed a triumphant smile. In the face of the Dragon Soul Organization, all beings are mere ants. He tossed the pre-prepared contract at Tang Yu and said, sign and stamp it with the company seal. I'll have the money transferred to you immediately. Mr. Zhao, go fetch the company seal, Tang Yu said while holding the contract. Zhao Li reluctantly went to open the safe and took out the official seal. After the signing and stamping were completed, the ownership of this hotel transferred from Tang Yu to Dragon Feng. He is now the head of Longchen Group, so the hotel has also been placed under his name. After signing the contract, Longya smiled with satisfaction. He looked at Zhao Li and Tang Yu, who appeared unconvinced, and pointed at the door as he said, "Two good-for-nothings, now get lost. Remember, this is just the interest for offending young Master Yi." Zhao Li's face turned livid with rage, while Tang Yu walked out grim-faced without saying a word. After stepping out of the hotel together, Zhao Li couldn't hold back anymore. "Young Master Tang, why did you agree to his terms? How could our Tang family allow ourselves to be humiliated like this by him?" The Tang family ranked first among the four great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Not quite claiming to hold the heavens in one's palm, but certainly not to the point of being trampled upon by a newcomer like Longchen Group. For young Master Tang to concede so much defies all logic. "You'll understand in a couple of days." With a relaxed smile, Tang Yu lit a cigarette and chuckled, "No hurry, the real show has just begun." "Alright then." Seeing young Master Tang so composed, Zhao Li's mood also calmed down. "By the way, has President Wang's family already moved out?" Tang Yu asked again. "They boarded the train to Siberia the night before last. As per your instructions, young Master Tang, we forged travel records showing his trip to Africa." Zhao Li quickly responded. "Then it's fine." Tang Yu smiled faintly. Given Yi Chen's petty-minded group, they would certainly seek revenge on Wang Defa as well. Now that Wang Defa was safe, the hotel had also gifted them the property. Now it's time to teach that dog Longya a lesson. He returned to the car, took out his laptop, and typed furiously to send an email. Chapter 38. The Moonlight Hotel has big problems. After Tang Yu and the other person left the office, Longya revealed a satisfied smile in the general manager's office. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, took out his phone, and dialed Yi Chen's number. As soon as the call connected, he immediately spoke with respect. "Dragon King, the retaliation against Moonlight Hotel is complete. I forced that punk surnamed Tang to sell the hotel to us for 5 billion. Oh, Yi Chen's voice on the other end carried a hint of delight. Bright Moon Hotel was the place where he had been humiliated. Longya had been acquired so cheaply, instantly earning him tens of billions in profit. His abilities truly remained exceptional. You've done well with this matter, but this is just reclaiming a fraction of what's owed." Yi Chen smirked arrogantly and asked, "By the way, what about that guy surnamed Wang? A mere dog of the Tang family dared to publicly reprimand him. He must die. I've already had someone investigate. He flew to Africa a few days ago. Send someone to kill him. Anyone who insults me will surely die," Yi Chen commanded. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen pocketed his cell phone with a sinister smile. After suffering so many losses in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he finally got to vent his pent-up frustration. "This is just a bit of interest, the real show is just beginning." Yin had already obtained some classified materials for herself, while the other chess pieces were also being strategically positioned. The entire Suhang region was nothing more than his testing ground for trying out his skills. West District Police Station. An extremely beautiful policewoman sat before her computer, frowning as she stared at several documents lost in thought. The case at Bright Moon Hotel from a few days ago was still under investigation. This case was undoubtedly a homicide, but Baiwani couldn't find any evidence, which frustrated her immensely. She had already spent several days glued to her computer, racking her brains to solve the case. "Captain Bai, why don't you take a break? You didn't get proper rest last night, did you?" A young police officer came over to check on her. "No need. Why sleep long in life when eternity awaits in death?" Baiwani waved her hand dismissively and slid her cup toward her colleague, saying, "Brew me another black coffee, would you?" "Alright then." The young officer's eyes showed a trace of pity. Captain Bai took his work far too seriously. "Wouldn't it be nice to relax sometimes and fall in love with me?" When the freshly brewed coffee arrived, Baiwani took a sip. The bitterness jolted her fully awake. Just then, the laptop suddenly pinged. She quickly glanced and noticed someone had sent her an email. Her intuition told her this email sent to her private inbox was an important clue. She hurriedly opened the email and instantly her pupils shrank. The email was related to the Bright Moon Hotel, but it had nothing to do with the murder case. Instead, it involved drugs. "Hurry, call Director Wang over." She slammed the table and shouted at her colleague. Snapping out of it, the colleague rushed off to fetch their supervisor.
The man addressed as Director Wang was a middle-aged man with a square jaw and an aura of unwavering integrity.
He walked over and looked at Bai Wani with concern. "Wani, I don't mean to criticize, but a pretty young lady like you working overtime every day, those dark circles under your eyes make you look like a panda.
Take a look at this first."
Bai Wani moved her chair aside to let her supervisor see the email.
Director Wang glanced at it, and his expression immediately turned grave. If the leads in this email were true, this would be a major case. Convene a meeting immediately and form a task force for investigation.
"I'll lead it myself,"
Director Wang ordered sternly. Soon, the entire West District Division sprang into action.
After a 2-hour meeting, the investigation team left the division to begin their inquiries. Bai Wani also wanted to join the investigation team, but Chief Wang rejected her request, telling her to eat and rest first.
Feeling somewhat frustrated, she changed into civilian clothes and went out for a meal.
She wasn't picky about food, usually eating at a roadside food stall across from the branch office.
Just as she reached the stall's entrance, someone greeted her. "Officer Bai."
She turned her head and glanced, pausing for a few seconds before recalling the person's name and smiling. "Yi-chen, right?" She had met him not long ago. At that time, there was a pickpocket stealing on the bus. He stepped in courageously to stop the thief. After getting off the bus, the thief returned with accomplices for revenge, but he swiftly knocked them all down. She was quite surprised when she went to arrest him. This guy's skills were unexpectedly impressive, so she remembered him vaguely. But what left the deepest impression was still this guy's smile. It always felt a bit odd. "I thought Officer Bai had forgotten my name." Yi-chen subconsciously flashed a wicked smile, the corner of his mouth curling up arrogantly. Right now, he was carrying a shabby plastic woven bag filled with all sorts of plastic bottles and whatnot.
"So you're developing a side hustle?" Seeing him like this, Bai Wani couldn't help but feel amused.
"No, I just ran into an old lady. It's heartbreaking to see someone her age still collecting bottles. I helped her carry back the bottles and bought her some fruit."
Yi-chen sighed. Hearing this, Bai Wani actually felt a bit more favorable towards him. Was this man unexpectedly kind-hearted? "Are you going to eat? Want to join me?"
"I'll come right back after dropping off these bottles." Yi-chen gestured to the food stall nearby and smiled faintly.
"No need, I'll just take it to go. I've got work to finish."
Bai Wani flashed a carefree smile, waved her hand dismissively, and sauntered into the restaurant to order.
Yi-chen didn't press the matter further. When chasing women, one must know when to hold back.
A woman who's easy to get into bed with you will be just as easy with other men. The more stunning the beauty, the slower you must take things. Only then will she become devoted, even willing to join your harem. He walked a distance carrying a bag of plastic bottles before casually tossing it into a trash bin. He had just bought them for 10 yuan from an old woman collecting scraps when he arrived. The reason it cost 10 yuan was because he didn't have smaller denominations on him.
This bag of plastic bottles wasn't even worth 5 yuan. A few more meetings should do the trick. This kind of woman is pretty easy to hook. Yi-chen grinned triumphantly.
2 deliberately arranged meetings, and he had already mustered enough confidence. Bai Wani, this woman he absolutely had to conquer. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, renowned as one of the top beauties in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but her background was also extraordinarily distinguished.
Though the Bai family wasn't among the 4 great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, their influence was utterly formidable. The Bais were deeply entrenched in politics. Half the political circle in Suzhou and Hangzhou consisted of their protégés and old associates. To wield control over Suzhou and Hangzhou, one simply couldn't bypass the power of the Bai family. He quickly washed his hands by the roadside and hurried off to the next destination. Still had to go raise his favorability with other beauties. Chapter 39, I'm off to find a prison to sit in. Bright Moon Hotel. It's now renamed as Longchen Hotel. Upon taking over the hotel, Longye immediately sent the troublemakers packing back to their homes.
These people were all family members of the deceased woman, who had been an executive at their company.
After spending millions to pacify them, there's not a peep of trouble anymore.
After working hard to eliminate all negative influences, the hotel's business gradually began to return to normal. At that moment, he was sitting in his office, embracing his beautiful secretary, getting ready for some passion.
Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway outside the door.
The office door was abruptly shoved open.
A group of police officers stormed in. What the hell is this? Can't you even knock? Seeing the crowd, Longye showed not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, his face wore an arrogant sneer. What is my current status?
The head of Longchen Group.
In Suzhou and Hangzhou, he's a top-tier major entrepreneur. What do a bunch of small cops amount to? Are you in charge of this hotel?
Leading the team was Bai Wani, who produced her ID card and asked coldly.
That's correct. What seems to be the problem? Longye's gaze roamed freely over Bai Wani's figure.
Of course, if he had known this was a woman the Dragon King had his eye on, he would have never dared to look at her like that. Your hotel is suspected of harboring drugs.
Come with us. With a wave of Baiwani's hand, officers immediately pulled out handcuffs ready to lock onto Longya. Bullshit. Longya's face darkened with anger as he stared coldly at Baiwani and the others, issuing a warning. Do you know who I am? I'm the person in charge of Longchen Group. How dare you lay a finger on me? Before he could finish speaking, a SWAT officer grabbed his hand, preparing to handcuff him on the spot. Just as he was about to retaliate, several fully armed SWAT officers had already raised their guns and aimed at him. He immediately raised his hands, his eyes burning with anger. If this were abroad, how dare they treat me like this? None of them will live to see another day. Handcuff him and take him away. Baiwani waved her hand, and a group of people escorted the humiliated Longya out of the hotel. Once he was taken downstairs, Longya was completely dumbfounded. The surrounding area has been cordoned off. The police cars on the street stretched into two long serpents. Dozens of people sat handcuffed on the ground, their faces filled with terror. Among them were Tian Kan and Deke, the very masterminds behind this incident. Even if Longya were a fool, he could tell things had definitely escalated beyond control. I want a lawyer. Let me call my attorney, he cried out in a slightly panicked tone. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. When the remaining people were all dragged out, a group of them were taken away in police vans. Soon, this major news spread throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. The famed Bright Moon Hotel has actually been implicated in drug concealment. As the hotel's responsible person and legal representative, Longya has completely fallen this time. Bright Moon Hotel was also sealed on the spot. Tang Yu, who quietly facilitated all this, was now lying in bed playing with his phone. He was already aware of the operation carried out by the West City branch, back when he first encountered the twin cousins, Tian Kan and Deke. Tang Yu recalled that according to the original plot, those two weren't exactly virtuous characters. Driven by money, they had the audacity to take such deadly risks. Upon seeing them, Tang Yu immediately ordered a discreet sweep of the hotel. After uncovering some traces, Tang Yu simply tossed this hot potato to Longya's team. They gladly took the bait, and in the process, he effortlessly recouped 5 billion. Had he not done this, the hotel would have inevitably been lost when the scandal broke, and he would have landed in hot water himself. As for offending each end, Tang Yu was gradually getting used to it. If you can play it safe, then play it safe. But when playing safe stops working, hell no to sticking my neck out for you to chop. Serves you right, bastard. You framed me with freaking lives on the line, you piece of shit. Tang Yu cursed once more, then remembered the damn system and kept right on cursing. Damn system, you're screwing me over too? I knew you had ulterior motives giving me such a good thing. I'm just an emotionless reward dispensing machine. Barking dogs. Don't stop, dog. Fuck off. After Tang Yu angrily cursed, the system stopped responding to him. Just as he was about to put down his phone and sleep, it suddenly rang. He glanced at the note, which showed Baiwani's name. What does she want me for? Tang Yu couldn't help but feel curious. Had she discovered it was him who sent her that email? After obtaining the clue last time, he had deliberately chosen Baiwani as the recipient of his anonymous email. Both coming from prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he and Baiwani were somewhat acquainted. However, Baiwani had quite a poor impression of him. That's because he had a good friend, Qin Ming. Qin Ming was the most notorious playboy in all of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The two were as close as peas in a pod, so he ended up being despised by Baiwani as well. After pondering for a moment, he answered the phone. Well, if it isn't Miss Bai calling? Looking for a heart-to-heart chat this late at night? Get lost. You were the previous owner of Moonlight Hotel, right? Report to the West District Bureau immediately for questioning. Baiwani's annoyed voice came through the phone. What did I do? Just get your ass over here. No backtalk, or I'll send someone to drag you from your house. After Baiwani hung up, Tang Yu couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval. This woman is still such a feisty little chili pepper. She's quite the renowned figure in Suzhou-Hangzhou social circles. Because she's too upright for her own good, many young masters who tangled with her ended up suffering heavy losses. Yet there's just no way to touch her. Her family background is downright formidable. Even Tang Yu would have to hold his nose and admit defeat when encountering her. Power is indeed far more formidable than money by a significant margin. This is also the standard character setup for a badass policewoman heroine in power fantasy fiction. Coming from an influential family while overflowing with a sense of justice, her daily routine consists of nothing but making arrests. Yet despite her strong sense of justice, this beauty actually ended up becoming part of the Dragon King's harem. Tang Yu couldn't help wanting to curse whenever he thought about it. This damn setting was so goddamn stupid. But this was precisely why Tang Yu had chosen her. Using the heroine's own sword to strike down the Dragon King's vicious dogs. Lay low when it's time to lay low. Strike without mercy when it's time to strike. After cheerfully getting dressed, Tang Yu was ready to head out. After all, neither the legal representative nor the manager of the hotel was registered under her name. Just going through the motions. Old man Tang, seeing him all dressed up, raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you up to this late at night? Going to see that Qin Ming kid again?" "Nope, just going to find myself a jail cell to sit in, Tang Yu said cheerfully.
Just as old man Tang sensed something amiss and was about to fetch the disciplinary belt, commonly known as the 7 wolves for character correction, Tang Yu had already made his escape. By the time he voluntarily showed up at the West District Police Station, the place was already buzzing with activity. With an incident of such magnitude, even the city's top officials had arrived in full force. The leaders greeted Tang Yu with wry smiles upon seeing him.
Isn't this young Master Tang? What brings you here too? Little Yu, what brings you out so late at night?
I came looking for jail time to serve.
Tang Yu greeted these elders with a bitter smile and hastily scurried inside. As he entered, Wani had been waiting for him. In her hands were a pair of gleaming handcuffs, her face full of disgust as she glared at him. So right, bro, so right. That's how you should look at me. This expression is perfect. Although I deeply feel my dignity being scorned, it's alright, I like it, hope you can do it even harder. Spitting would be fine too if possible, mouth-to-mouth spitting.
Wani felt like she might have been pushing herself too hard lately and not getting enough rest.
Whose voice was that just now? Was it actually this guy's? Chapter 40, Solving Cases by Hearing Thoughts. Miss by oh wait, officer by, could we skip the handcuffs? I don't think I've done anything wrong, have I?
Tang Yu walked up to her with a cheerful grin, his eyes darting around inquisitively.
Too bad Longya wasn't anywhere to be seen. Igu's hotel. Serves you damn right.
Wani shook her head to clear it and promptly handcuffed Tang Yu with a cold expression.
Stop laughing, asshole. You're a suspect too. Get inside and wait.
She pointed to an office nearby. The interrogation rooms were all full tonight, so they had to make do with an office.
Tang Yu obediently walked in. Soon, Wani walked in with a cup of black coffee.
After taking a sip, the intense bitterness left in her mouth sharpened her focus considerably.
Did you hear about what happened at the Bright Moon Hotel today? She sat down and asked Tang Yu, her gaze resting on him. I know, it was all over the news. Tang Yu nodded. All right.
As the former owner of Moonlight Hotel, you're also considered a suspect.
We'll begin taking your statement now.
Wani picked up her pen, ready to start recording.
What? How did I become a criminal suspect? Tang Yu looked utterly innocent. You're the damn criminal suspect. My family is loaded, why would I bother with this crap? Wasn't that email all sent by me, bro? Why the hell would I report my own crimes if I had nothing better to do? After hearing the inner voice again, Wani could finally be certain she wasn't hallucinating from mental exhaustion. This was unmistakably that guy's annoyingly smug voice. Her pretty brows furrowed slightly. Putting aside the confusion about being able to hear thoughts, her primary concern was the email. Was that email sent by him? She's not someone who enjoys unreasonable arguments. With the Tang family's wealth, there's indeed no need to touch such dirty dealings.
Alright, I admit calling you a criminal suspect might not be entirely appropriate, but you still need to cooperate with our investigation.
Wani twirled the pen in her hand, fixing her gaze on Tang Yu as she asked, what do you know about any leads in this case? Nothing at all. I recently bought the hotel just to host Su Muyue's birthday celebration, and sold it right after the event was over. Tang Yu cheerfully pulled Su Muyue out as a shield. Bro, I've sent you everything I know, okay? But bro really did sell the hotel after finding out Tian can DK and those scumbags were causing trouble. Normally I'd just report them immediately, but Longya forcibly insisted on buying the hotel. What could I do?
Damn bastard framed me by killing someone in my hotel and staging it as suicide, then stirred up trouble by bringing people here.
If I could find any evidence, I'd report his ass too, you know? Wani shuddered slightly, her eyes blazing with fury. Longya? Was it really him who orchestrated that hotel murder case I've been investigating so painstakingly?
When she went to arrest Longya today, she already sensed something was off. The guy had several old calluses on his hands. Based on her judgment, these were telltale signs of someone who'd practiced with firearms for years.
What a set of dragon teeth.
Wani gritted her teeth in frustration.
As a police officer, she loathed this kind of criminal the most.
But she was also a bit annoyed by the Tang Yu before her.
This guy knows so much, yet he's still hiding things from me? Fortunately, I could hear his inner thoughts. Why is this silly girl grinding her teeth? I didn't say anything wrong. Could it be she's jealous because I celebrated Su Muyue's birthday? Oh well, it's understandable, being so busy with work she's never dated anyone. Jealousy is natural. Feel jealous all you want, just don't try any underhanded tricks on me. If you can't have it, destroy it. I know your type, you petty women.
Noticing Wani's suddenly murderous expression, Tang Yu grumbled silently to himself. Wani nearly slapped this guy dead on the spot.
Damn it, who wants you anyway?
She took a big gulp of black coffee to perk herself up, staring intently at Tang Yu.
Then I'd really like to know, why did you suddenly decide to sell the hotel to Dragon Fong, and at such a low price? That move is highly suspicious. Got money, feel like splurging.
Tang Yu grinned with shameless extravagance.
He's stirring up trouble with his crew every damn day. My hotel can't even operate properly. If this keeps up, what's stopping him from framing me with another dead body? Ex-mercenaries like him? They're all fucking heartless bastards. Mercenary? Bai Wani's expression changed once more. She had already conducted an investigation into Dragon Fong.
According to the gathered information, Dragon Fong held the identity of an entrepreneur abroad and had returned to the country this time for investment purposes. As for the mercenary's identity, she truly hadn't been able to uncover it.
She quickly noted down this crucial piece of information. It couldn't be wrong.
This clue perfectly aligned with her deductions.
So how much do you know about Longya? Bai Wani continued questioning.
I'm not familiar with him, but Officer Bai, I get the feeling this guy isn't decent. One look and you can tell he's the type who's killed before.
He's in a rush to buy my hotel. My guess is he's probably connected to some criminal gang.
You should investigate him thoroughly.
Tang Yu didn't hesitate to start smearing Longya's reputation.
Like hell my brother would know anything about this scum. That guy is a rabid madman. After killing people, he collects body parts from his victims.
Oh, right, the woman he killed?
Her hair might be hidden in his house. I'll send you an email later. Nearly forgot about that.
Bai Wani quickly jotted down this crucial lead. With so many clues in hand, this case can finally be cracked.
She now viewed Tang Yu with slightly more favor. That guy had genuinely been a huge help.
But how did he know so much?
After going through the motions with a few routine questions, she hastily put away her pen, eager to continue the investigation.
Alright, that concludes the investigation. Thank you for your cooperation.
Not hard work, just hard luck. If Officer Bai could treat us to some barbecue to make up for it, that'd be great. Tang Yu jingled the handcuffs on his wrist with a chuckle.
Sure, but next time, I'm busy right now. Bai Wani took the key and unlocked Tang Yu's handcuffs.
Her prompt agreement left Tang Yu somewhat puzzled.
Damn, is this woman really going to treat me to a meal? Nah, better not. Don't be so polite, I wouldn't dare eat with you.
In case you get enchanted by my dashing good looks, it might interfere with my low-profile survival strategy.
Bai Wani stared at the guy with utter bewilderment. As if I'd ever be attracted to your so-called dashing good looks? Hatui. She still had cases to solve, no time to bother with him now. As for being able to hear his inner thoughts, she'd figure that out later. First things first, she was gonna nail this Longya punk. The two were just about to get up and leave the office. The office door was abruptly pushed open. Yichen walked in with a lawyer, his expression visibly displeased. 30 minutes earlier, he had suddenly received word that Longya had been arrested. After checking the case files of the Moonlight Hotel, he immediately rushed over with his team. Dragon Fong had spent years abroad and wasn't entirely familiar with domestic laws, but he knew these matters inside out. In China, anything even remotely related to drugs could essentially reboot your life permanently. Chapter 41 Dragon King, the jailbound man. The moment he stepped into the office, spotting Bai Wani and Tang Yu together, his eyes instantly locked onto Tang Yu with deadly focus. That bastard. What's he doing with Bai Wani? Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Tang Yu cleared his throat and pretended not to see it. Why are you staring at me? Think I'm trying to steal Bai Wani from you? Damn playboy, do you think every beautiful woman in the world belongs to you? Bai Wani raised an eyebrow and shot Tang Yu a fierce glare. What's this guy muttering about again? Then she looked at Yi Chen and asked, what's wrong? Are you here to file a report? No. Yi Chen's face showed a hint of awkwardness as he replied with a bitter smile. I'm here to visit a friend of mine, someone you've taken into custody. Haha, my murderous little friend. Tang Yu silently gloated on the side. Who is this friend of yours? After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Bai Wani's slight affection for Yi Chen vanished completely in an instant. What kind of people play with criminals besides trash? Seeing Bai Wani's cold gaze, Yi Chen felt like he was about to vomit blood internally. He said somewhat gloomily, it's called Dragon Fong. As a master at wooing women, he was well aware that his actions today had committed a major taboo, easily arousing Bai Wani's disgust. But with Dragon Fong in trouble, how could he, as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, possibly stand by and do nothing? If this matter isn't handled properly, Longya will be fucking reincarnated. What would the organization think of him then? Returning to Huaxia without accomplishing anything and sending a brother to serve Buddha first? Just as expected. When Bai Wani heard the name Longya, her impression of Yi Chen hit rock bottom. She glared at Yi Chen with an unfriendly expression and asked, what's your relationship with him? He's currently a criminal suspect. He's my employee. I'm the actual boss of Longchen Group. Yi Chen had no choice but to reveal his true identity. However, Bai Wani wasn't the least bit surprised by this revelation. She had no interest in matters of power or status. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, he'd have to follow the rules. She said coldly, the nature of his crime is particularly severe. Visits aren't permitted at this time. You should leave. Yi Chen grew anxious upon hearing this. He pointed at Tang Yu and said, Officer Bai, I need to explain something to you. If Longya has truly broken the law, I will be the first to report him. But this time he's innocent, he's only just taken over the Moonlight Hotel for a few days.
The previous owner of the Bright Moon Hotel was this young Master Tang. He's the one you should be arresting.
Tang Yu widened his eyes in astonishment and muttered in bewilderment. None of my business? I wasn't involved.
Officer Bai has already finished investigating.
I'm innocent. Damn it, what's this got to do with me? Fucking stupid Dragon King, don't try to pin this on me. I didn't kill anyone at the hotel. If anyone should be arrested, it's you.
A pervert like you just drives up the price of rice by existing.
Damn it, they're really in cahoots. Could that bitch Baiwani actually be helping to frame me? After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Baiwani genuinely wanted to beat the crap out of this bastard. What did he mean by wearing the same pants as him? I've barely even known him for long, okay?
Framing an innocent person, she'd sooner die than do something like that.
She glared at Yi Chen angrily. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job.
The hotel's legal representative and person in charge is Longya right now, and he's exactly who I'm arresting. You're his boss, which means the Moonlight Hotel is your business.
Perfect. You'll be coming in for questioning as well. Yi Chen's face turned green with anger. What the hell kind of logic was this? To conceal his identity, the legal representative and shareholders of Longchen Group were not actually him, right? If he hadn't chosen her for his harem, Yi Chen really wanted to slap her silly right now. His woman only needed to obey him. What use was there in being righteous? Holy shit, is this plot going off the rails? Does Baiwani seem to dislike him? That can't be right. Yi Chen should have already scored some goodwill by now. This guy purposely caught a pickpocket to engineer their first meeting. He even went and bought a bag of plastic bottles, claiming they were for an old homeless woman. After these 2 waves of goodwill earned, Baiwani should probably be screaming inside that she's fallen for him now. Ha, the plot must have screwed up again. Perfect, hurry up and arrest him, Officer Bai. For a jail-bound man like him, it'd be a shame if he didn't end up inside. Tang Yu was lurking nearby, munching on metaphorical popcorn, practically itching to shout for them to throw down. Life has its sorrows and joys, partings and reunions, while cattle and horses grace our existence. Indeed, magic proves to be the only way to defeat magic. Baiwani's gaze turned stormy and dark. Could even their initial chance encounter have been deliberately orchestrated by this Yi Chen fellow? This man. Absolutely disgusting. Officer Bai, I can cooperate with your investigation. The innocent have nothing to fear. But the person you should really be investigating is this young Master Tang. I suspect he deliberately sold the hotel at a suspiciously low price to frame my friend. The estimated value of Moonlight Hotel should be around 20 billion, yet he sold it to Dragon Fong for just 5 billion. That's the most damning evidence. Yi Chen pointed accusingly at Tang Yu while suppressing his rage. Screw you, you shameless bastard. If you hadn't sent Dragon Fong to sabotage my hotel, would I have sold it so dirt cheap while barging like an idiot? If we're talking about Longya using human lives to frame you, you're at least 89% responsible for that, okay? Just as Tang Yu was about to retort, Baiwani beat him to it. What's wrong with his family being rich? He bought the hotel just to confess to his girlfriend. Yi Chen immediately trembled with rage, his hands and feet turning icy cold despite the summer heat, blah blah blah. He recalled that humiliating moment in the hotel that day. Baiwani snorted coldly and said nothing more to Yi Chen. After listening to his inner thoughts for a long time, she had already concluded that Yi Chen was definitely no good guy. If there was any connection between him and that hotel murder case, she wouldn't mind personally arresting him and sending him to jail. She turned her head and spoke softly to Tang Yu. Tang Yu, thank you for cooperating with the investigation today. It's late now, you should go back and rest. Let me treat you to dinner next time. After listening to his inner thoughts for so long, she was now certain that Tang Yu was innocent. Moreover, the moment he discovered the criminal lead, he immediately emailed it to himself. What does this signify? He believes he deserves unconditional trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted such important evidence to himself. Being trusted truly is a deeply gratifying feeling. Ha! Tang Yu looked utterly confused. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Why suddenly acting so gentle with me? Stop it, don't you dare be nice to me. This isn't you, calm down, where's that damn temper of yours? Beside them, Yi Chen's veins were bulging on his forehead. Baiwani, how could she be treating this guy with such gentleness? Yet her attitude toward him was as cold as if she'd seen an enemy? His venomous glare fixed on Tang Yu, his heart boiling with hatred. At that moment, the office door was pushed open from outside. An exceptionally beautiful woman walked in, followed by bodyguards and lawyers. The woman who entered was none other than Su Muyue. Seeing Su Muyue walk in, Yi Chen's anger from earlier instantly dissipated as his mood lifted. He even felt a slight touch of emotion. This girl kept saying she wanted to stay away from him. Yet when he was truly in trouble, she still came rushing over. As expected of the woman he had his eye on. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips as he spoke. Muyue, you come here. Are you alright? Before he could finish, Su Muyue stepped in front of Tang Yu and asked softly with concern. Chapter 42. Hey now, don't fight over me. She had just been working overtime at the office. Ever since acquiring that plot of land in the Western District, there'd been endless tasks to handle.
Then her secretary suddenly informed her that something had happened at the Bright Moon Hotel. She knew Tang Yu was the owner of Moonlight Hotel and immediately called him after checking the news. When no one answered, she contacted Tang's father instead, only to learn that Tang Yu had already left home, saying something about finding a prison cell to sit in. That's when she realized he had come here. Nothing serious, just here to cooperate with Officer Bai's investigation.
Tang Yu said expressionlessly. No, don't come any closer. Stop provoking the Dragon King, look at his expression.
Give me some space to survive, or this bastard will come for me tonight. He'd already caught sight of Yi Chen's livid face from the corner of his eye.
This awkward situation.
Tang Yu almost wished she could dig out an entire Dragon King temple with her toes for him right then and there.
Hearing Tang Yu's silent thoughts, Su Muyue also glanced sideways with the corner of her eye. She saw Yi Chen's gloomy face filled with resentment. She found him increasingly detestable. Could he really be under the impression that she fancied him? What a lunatic! After a momentary thought, she simply linked arms with Tang Yu and said, "All's well then, let's head home." Tang Yu's eyes widened as she just wanted to scream for help. Holy shit, are you pulling this crap again? Don't be like this, Teacher Wang. I'm still just a 100+ pound kid, this isn't appropriate. Yi Chen's fists were clenched so tightly now that his nails were nearly digging into his flesh. The woman he loves. How could she be so intimate with someone else right in front of him? What is she thinking? Could she truly have no feelings for him? That can't be. Her eyes wouldn't lie to him. Tang Yu was just about to withdraw his arm and hastily leave this trouble spot. Someone else walked in from outside the office. This time, another stunning beauty entered. Wang Yishua, looking hurried, walked in with a frown. Seeing that Tang Yu was unharmed, her expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Tang Yu, are you okay? I heard the owner of Bright Moon Hotel got arrested, gave me such a fright. She had just gotten the news and rushed to the West District Police Station to check on him. But what she didn't expect was to find Su Muyue here. And yet she's clinging to her own little Tang Yu's arm? What does she mean by this? Wasn't this woman the one who hadn't spared our precious a single glance in 3 years? Noticing Wang Yishua's gaze, Su Muyue immediately became alert. She knew Wang Yishua was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend. Women are particularly sensitive when it comes to exes, especially when the other woman is a knockout beauty who doesn't lose to her in looks. The moment their eyes met, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop instantly. Wang Yishua was the first to attack. With a cold laugh, she looked at Su Muyue and said, "Well, isn't this Miss Su? Our #1 ice queen of Suzhou Hanzhou actually has such an proactive side? I thought you weren't interested in men at all. And what does that have to do with you?" Su Muyue fought back without hesitation, tightly clutching Tang Yu's arm. "Holy shit, what are you two doing? Stop it, don't fight over a handsome guy like me, it breaks my heart. Oh wait, no goddammit, just don't do this shit in front of the Dragon King. Can't you guys let me live in peace anymore?" Seeing how the two women were at each other's throats the moment they met, Tang Yu was utterly dumbfounded. He had heard rumors before about their rivalry, how they could barely stand to be in the same room together. But if you two don't get along, why drag me into this mess? He was just about to slip away when Wang Yishua had already come over and grabbed his other arm. She shot a sidelong glance at Su Muyue. "You're holding onto my boyfriend's arm, how does that have nothing to do with me? If you really like handsome guys, I can introduce you to a few, just don't harass my baby." "Your boyfriend? Miss Wang, you certainly have thick skin, since when does anyone call someone else's fiancé a boyfriend?" Su Muyue's demeanor was in no way inferior to Wang Yishua's, her eyes brimming with hostility. "Oh, so he's your fiancé, tell me, what do you actually know about him? Do you even know his favorite food? What brand of cigarettes he smokes? Does he prefer black stockings or white ones? Can you answer any of that?" Wang Yishua scoffed at Su Muyue's words. Fiancé? She'd heard Tang Yu muttering to herself about canceling this engagement. Based on what she knew of this woman, she must be feeling miserable now that the bootlicker who fawned over her for 3 years had disappeared, and wanted him back. "Oh, how could I possibly give you such an opportunity?" Su Muyue was genuinely left speechless. She honestly couldn't think of a comeback for a moment. Does knowing this even matter? He likes me, that's what's important. The whole of Su Hang knows he likes me. He even threw me a birthday banquet just a few days ago. Su Muyue decided to counterattack with her strongest move. No matter how beautiful or goddess-like a woman may be, she always has some tricks up her sleeve when it comes to fighting with her own gender, and she was no exception. Sure enough, Wang Yishua instantly grew somewhat irritated. She even felt like giving Tang Yu a few blows. This guy, didn't he claim to have no interest in her? What the hell happened at that birthday party the other day? She was already getting ready for bed at home when she saw it, and it pissed her off beyond belief. So she gritted her teeth and simply pulled out her phone. "Oh, you wanna flaunt your love in front of me, bitch? Let me show you what real PDA looks like." Tang Yu's face instantly changed when he saw her move. Just as he was about to stop Wang Yishua's crazy action,
Wani already slammed the table with an angry expression.
Enough, stop arguing here. I still have work to do. Get out now.
Wani and Su Muyue actually had a pretty good relationship, both girls were her high school besties.
Seeing these two close friends argue over Tangyu here, she was thoroughly annoyed too. Damn it, the social circle is really messy. Wani's anger flared up, and Tangyu quickly dragged the two women out of the office.
Meanwhile, Yi Chen, standing to the side, looked more disgusted than if he had swallowed a dead fly. The two women he had feelings for
were actually competing for another man's attention right in front of him, and that man wasn't even him?
As they walked out of the office, the two women stubbornly clung to his arms, refusing to let go. Thus, the single dogs at the West District branch suffered a devastating blow to their morale.
Damn it, two gorgeous women fawning over one dude? Who the hell is this guy anyway? Can we just arrest him? Sho, that's young Master Tang from the Tang family, Suzhou Hanzhou's #1 simp, you know? Simps get everything they want? Damn it, I'm gonna start simping from tomorrow too.
Tangyu occasionally heard the word simp being tossed around, almost turning back to teach them a lesson with his fists.
God damn it, you're the real simps. I absolutely despise spineless sycophants the most.
After leaving the West District branch, Tangyu looked at the two women helplessly.
Are you two trying to tear me in half to take me back separately?
Then tell her to let go first.
Wang Yishua grumbled petulantly. Why should I go first? Su Muyue snorted coldly, refusing to back down. Stop being so childish, alright? Is this really how you want to portray yourselves? Let go of me quick. Do you think I'm some kind of toy? Even if I were a toy, there's only one of me, not enough for all of you to share.
Tangyu's face showed pain mixed with just a hint of pleasure.
Because
they hugged his arms tightly against their softness, creating a strangely pleasant sensation.
Chapter 43 Good News and Bad News.
Fortunately, a Maybot pulled up and stopped in front of them at that moment. After the car door opened, Qin Ming stepped out. Upon seeing Tangyu with his arms being held by the two women,
he suddenly looked astonished, wondering if he was still dreaming. Holy crap, bro, what are you? Qin Ming hesitated to speak. What the hell was going on here? Su Muyue and Wang Yishua, two famously aloof beauties in their circle, were actually clinging to Big Brother's arms? Damn, bro, when did you learn to play so well?
Seeing Qin Ming arrive, the two women also felt embarrassed to keep sulking like this, so they both let go of Tangyu simultaneously.
They're playing truth or dare.
Tangyu gave an awkward smile and defended himself with a lame excuse.
Oh really?
Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with amusement. As an experienced playboy, he understood these games all too well.
Then he inquired with concern, Big bro, are you alright?
I heard something happened at your hotel.
Nothing serious. I happened to sell the hotel to someone else just a few days ago. Tangyu shook her head. That's great. Big bro's a lucky man blessed by heaven. Let's go drink to celebrate.
Qin Ming approached with a grin, draping an arm around Tangyu, only to find Su Muyue and the other girl glaring at him with murderous eyes.
The last time he took Tangyu to the Galaxy Club. Both women remembered that incident all too well. Wang Yishua made a direct throat-slitting gesture as a warning.
If she ever took their little Tangyu to that chicken coop again, she'd kill the kid for sure.
All you flamboyant bitches, get the hell away from me. Humph.
After both women finished warning Qin Ming with their eyes, they exchanged pleasantries with Tangyu and left. As soon as they left, Tangyu hurriedly lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. Qin Ming squatted next to Tangyu with a sly grin and said, Bro, you've got some serious luck with the ladies.
You think this is some kind of blessing? Tangyu snapped irritably.
As a villain who just wants to quietly survive till the story's conclusion, lying low is the ultimate strategy. Qin Ming merely chuckled without answering. Of course he thought it was a good thing. After Tangyu finished smoking, he rose wearily to his feet.
Big bro, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest first. Let's drink another time. I've been exhausted lately, can't sleep well and keep having nightmares every night. Alright, go back and rest quickly. Tangyu nodded, feeling warm and fuzzy inside.
Rushing over the moment he heard something happened, this buddy's really got my back. He was about to leave when he suddenly stopped, turned around, and frowned at Qin Ming with a questioning look.
Can't sleep well these days and having nightmares? Yeah, no idea what's going on. Hope it's not a kidney deficiency. Qin Ming let out a bitter laugh. Tangyu frowned deeply and suggested, try going on a trip for a few days to relax. Forget it, can't be bothered to go out. I'm heading back to rest first.
Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively before getting into the car and driving off. After Qin Ming left, Tangyu returned to his car and lit another cigarette. He already knew the reason behind Qin Ming's physical discomfort.
This is the plot involving the Qin family in the original book.
Qin Ming's physical discomfort was caused by disrupted feng shui in the Qin ancestral home. The root of the problem was a jade Buddha statue that Qin Ming purchased and brought home a week earlier.
That jade Buddha had been tampered with by Yi Chen. After Qin Ming brought it home, the family's feng shui was severely affected, transforming what was once an auspicious site into a place of ominous energy.
At the moment when the Qin family faced a crisis, Yi Chen stepped in to save them. In the end, the Qin family revered him as if he were a deity, treating him with utmost respect. The Qin family's eldest daughter, Qin Kurson, also developed warm feelings for him, falling step by step into his hands. Though this kind of plot might seem a bit brain-dead, in urban wish fulfillment novels, this would be completely normal. Show off, get slapped, recruit forces and beauties, receive endless one-time rewards. Just as Tang Yu was recalling the plot, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Beep, host successfully survived the West District Police Station plot. Reward, complete cultivation of the ancient martial art Yin-Yang limitless technique, one-time use. Hearing the reward, Tang Yu froze for a moment before immediately cursing. Goddamn system, what's the fucking point of giving disposable shit every day? Why not throw in a pack of disposable chopsticks while you're at it? According to the system's introduction, this ancient martial art technique called Yin-Yang limitless power allows practitioners to use an opponent's force against them when mastered to completion, doubling the damage received and returning it. This is absolutely top-tier treasure. But damn, these usage restrictions are straight up infuriating. But that's because the host failed to perfectly stealth through the plot and earned the hatred of Dragon King Yi Chen. The system explained. Tang Yu was instantly covered in black lines, expression denoting exasperation. Damn straight I'd love to flawlessly coast through this. But fuck me, the whole world's full of goddamn snitches. After Tang Yu left, Yi Chen remained alone in the office. Bai Wani thoughtfully handcuffed him. In her mind, Yi Chen was practically no different from a criminal. Otherwise, how could he possibly be the boss of Dragon Feng? Yi Chen remained expressionless when the handcuffs were put on him, but inside, he was seething with rage. He was none other than the Dragon King himself. Getting handcuffed? Was he nothing but a prisoner now? Yet, for the sake of his flirting plan, he had no choice but to endure it for now. I've endured all these years, what's one more moment? He had originally thought that given his friendship with Bai Wani, giving a statement wouldn't take too much time. Although I call myself the boss of Dragon Feng, I have absolutely no connection with the Longchen Group. I'm just the silent partner behind the scenes. This also meant that even if the Manhua Hotel had major issues, the blame couldn't be pinned on him. Yet Bai Wani absolutely refused to let him go, relentlessly demanding answers from him. The stalemate persisted until afternoon the next day, when a stunningly beautiful woman of tall stature arrived at the West District branch with some people and secured his release. After being released, Yi Chen's face was noticeably grim. He looked at the tall, beautiful woman and said gratefully, "Thank you, Miss He, for making this special trip." The beautiful woman who came to pick him up was the eldest daughter of the He family, He Huiyin, renowned as one of the most beautiful women in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The He family maintains a rather low profile in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but their influence is no less than that of the four great families. This family was a branch of the prominent Yanjing He family. The matriarch of the household, old Madame He, had some connection with his master. So after arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, his first visit was to the He residence, where he treated old Madame He's illness, earning himself a favor from the family. Yet such a precious favor was ultimately wasted on this ridiculous nonsense. He felt like dying. "My pleasure." He Huiyin smiled faintly. "Miss He, my friend was jailed because of this matter." Yi Chen looked at He Huiyin with a somewhat helpless tone, wanting to try asking for her help. He came out by himself, but Dragon Feng is still inside. "There's nothing I can do about this. When it comes to drugs, no one has any say. I hope Mr. Yi can understand, after all, this is China." He Huiyin shook his head. Even if the Yi family had the capability, they wouldn't help with such matters. Too much trouble. Alright, I won't trouble Ms. He any further. I'll think of another way and visit old Mrs. He again in a couple of days. Yi Chen knew this matter was quite tricky. His relationship with the Yi family wasn't at that level yet. Alright then, I'll head back to the office for a meeting first. He Huiyin bid farewell and returned to her car before driving off. She couldn't help but shake her head as she got in the car. Granny said Yi Chen was undoubtedly a true dragon among mortal men, but she thought he was nothing special, just a so-so. After watching Yi Huiyin drive away, a shadow flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Could this woman's icy demeanor mean she's looking down on me? Once I've taken her for myself, I'll make sure to give her a proper whipping. The He family will be mine as well. It'll pave the way for advancing into Yanjing in the future. Over the following days, Yi Chen took members of the Longchen group to pull strings everywhere, trying to secure Longya's release. Dragon Tooth, detained for investigation, felt like living was worse than death. To begin with, he'd already had terrible luck because of the Moonlight Hotel incident. Then the police searched his residence and found strands of hair belonging to the woman who died at the hotel. With this evidence uncovered, the situation instantly became much more serious. This time, I'm thoroughly screwed. Fortunately, after being locked up for a full week, Yi Chen was finally able to visit him. Knowing that the Dragon King was coming to see him, Longya was overwhelmed with excitement in his heart. The Dragon King truly is omnipotent. With him taking action, I'm sure to escape this place. After being brought to the visitation room, Longya exclaimed excitedly, "Young Master Yi, Yi Chen sat behind the glass partition in the visitation room and nodded with a smile.
I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The good news?
I got the lawyer to fight for a reduced sentence.
What's the bad news? Commutation would still leave about 20 years to serve.
Chapter 44, in short, the advantage is mine.
Lanya's legs went weak, nearly toppling him from his chair. 20 years? As one of the 8 dragon generals of the Dragon Soul Organization, Dragon Elder 8, how could I possibly tolerate being locked up in this damned place for 20 years?
At this moment, he suddenly regretted coming to China more than ever.
Damn it! If he hadn't messed with that godforsaken hotel, none of this would have happened. I'll keep looking for a way out. Don't worry, maybe I'll be out before you know it. Yi Chen comforted him. Once he gained control over the entire Suhang region, would it really be difficult to release someone from prison?
The conquest of the 4 major families was now gradually reaching its final stages. Although there had been a minor hiccup in the plan to take control of the Wang family, it still remained firmly within his grasp. The Qin family's affairs are progressing very smoothly, and we'll soon see the results. The Tang family has Qin and a few other pawns in place, so taking them down will only require some time.
With 3 families under control, dealing with the weakest Su family will be as easy as turning over one's hand.
In short, the advantage is ours.
Before gaining control over Su and Hang, Dragon Fong will have to endure some hardship for now. Dragon Fong sighed and said, Young Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you then.
I hope to get out soon and serve by your side like before, sharing the little burgers I make with my own hands.
Alright, brother, we'll meet again very soon.
Yi Chen gave Longya a determined look before rising and leaving the meeting room.
On Antique Street, there was an antique shop called Debao Pavilion.
This shop was one of the largest and most renowned in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and it was also part of the Tang family's business empire. The person in charge of the shop was Zhao Gaoshan, a longtime employee of the Tang family. He started working at this antique shop in his teens and stayed for over 30 years. His abilities and other qualities were quite impressive, earning him the deep trust of the Tang family. Young Master Tang, take a look at the ledger. This shows last month's turnover, and our shop's profits have been quite solid these past few months.
Zhao Gaoshan handed the ledger to Tang Yu. Although times have changed, the antique shop still preferred keeping accounts the old-fashioned way with ledgers. Alright, good work. Tang Yu smiled as he took the account book and casually flipped through it.
He had barely turned 2 pages when a man and woman walked in through the door. Tang Yu glanced up, then closed the book and hid behind a counter, deliberately turning his back to avoid being recognized. The man and woman who walked in were none other than Yi Chen and Qin Kurson.
As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Kurson was an exceptionally renowned beauty in Suzhou and Hangzhou.
Yet today, she appeared utterly exhausted, like a rose on the verge of withering. Her current state stemmed from some unknown troubles that had recently befallen the Qin family.
The entire family couldn't rest well, and everyone would have nightmares after falling asleep. After some time, everyone began experiencing various health issues. Some of the Qin family's servants and bodyguards were particularly frightened, choosing to resign and leave the household. After their departure, these bizarre phenomena completely disappeared. So the entire Qin family began suspecting there might be something wrong with their home's feng shui. She came to the antique market today specifically to look for items that could improve the feng shui, never expecting to run into Yi Chen on the way. Of course, this chance encounter was deliberately arranged by Yi Chen.
As the Dragon King, his daily routine consisted of either chasing after women, or being on his way to chase after women.
Miss Qin, I have some knowledge of feng shui and metaphysics.
If you're looking to improve the feng shui in your home, I'm afraid none of these antiques here will suit your needs. Watching Qin Kurson diligently picking through the items in the shop, Yi Chen, standing beside her, offered a reminder.
Can you even read feng shui? Qin Kurson looked astonished as she spoke. She hadn't known Yi Chen for very long.
Last time at home, a snake had somehow slithered in, scaring her half to death.
Coincidentally, Yi Chen was patrolling the neighborhood and rushed over upon hearing her screams. After he helped her deal with the snake, that's how the two of them got acquainted. Yeah, I've got great skills. Working as a security guard was just a temporary job to settle down for a while. Yi Chen smirked with a devilish grin. First get close to women, then pique their curiosity. That was her ultimate pickup technique. True enough, you've got way more than just great skills. Becoming a security guard was all part of your pickup strategy. Only you could come up with something like that, deliberately throwing a snake into someone's house just to play the hero and save the damsel. I've never met someone as shameless as you, seriously. If it weren't for your rotten morals, would the Qin family's feng shui have gone wrong? How dare you put on an act here? You damn bastard, wasting your talent by not going into acting. And you're still running around building a harem? If you love two-timing so much, why don't you go dance ballet? From the corner, Tang Yu silently took in their conversation and scoffed inwardly. Qin Kurson, who was in the process of selecting antiques, suddenly heard a series of sounds that momentarily stunned her. She glanced around but didn't see anyone speaking near her. Yet, upon hearing this voice, something about it struck her as vaguely familiar. Could it be the voice of an old acquaintance?
What concerned her even more was how much information those few sentences contained.
Setting up a snake incident in her own home? Was he also behind the feng shui issues in the Qin residence?
She understood perfectly well every one of these remarks was pointing to Yi Chen by her side. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen, a flicker of doubt flashing through her eyes.
Could this seemingly harmless fellow really be the perpetrator behind all this?
Or was it perhaps that she hadn't rested well these past few days, her mind so fatigued that she was imagining things? Yi Chen noticed Qin Kurson staring blankly at him and thought to himself, she must be captivated by this handsome face of mine. Then he smiled with even more confidence and spoke. Miss Qin, from what I've observed, the issue must lie with the feng shui of your home. It's attracting malign energies.
Relying on these antiques to improve your feng shui isn't very realistic.
Here's what I'll do, I have a protective talisman with me. Take it back first and see if wearing it improves your situation. With that, he pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket and eyed Qin Kurson as he spoke. This talisman was taught to me by a great master. It took 3 months to make, but as long as you wear it, it will definitely protect you from being invaded by sinister energy.
You're bragging without even drafting a script? 3 months for this thing? It only takes 3 minutes to make. Anyone can scribble this thing randomly. The key is having your blood in it. Who else created those sinister energies? With your blood inside, naturally you won't be attacked by them. Alas, poor Qin Kurson, that foolish woman had been taken in, utterly deceived, still believing this man to be her knight in shining armor, sent by heaven to save her. When she heard the voice again, Qin Kurson could finally be certain this was absolutely not a hallucination. Someone was speaking to her, but it seemed only she herself could hear that voice. She had no idea what was happening, but at this moment, she felt a surge of anger. If all this is true, then don't blame her for being ruthless. But without solid evidence in hand, she wouldn't rush to show her cards either. Chapter 45. How dare you challenge young Master Tang?
Qin Kurson disguised her expression perfectly, taking the protective charm with a gentle voice.
Alright, thank you, I'll wear it.
Since we're all friends, no need for such formalities.
Yi Chen smiled triumphantly.
He knew that once this talisman was taken back by Qin Kurson, the malignant aura in her home would no longer harm her. Once it proves effective, she will surely find a way to seek my help in resolving the Qin family's issues. With that, the plan to win over the Qin family succeeded. Once Qin Mingda's kid is dealt with, won't the Qin family be entirely under his control? This time, he finally felt everything was about to go smoothly. Dragon Feng. The days when we two brothers go out for sliders together aren't far off now. Qin Kurson nodded and carefully put away the talisman. After browsing in the shop for a while, she left the antique store. Yi Chen quickly followed her footsteps and left together. Only after they had left did Tang Yu emerge from behind the cargo container. He circled around and walked up to one of the containers, his gaze settling on a jade talisman. The jade talisman was carved into the shape of a yin-yang fish, appearing so lifelike that it was truly a masterpiece worthy of its fame. The price tag on the yin-yang fish jade talisman reads 880,000 yuan. According to the original plot, Yi Chen would arrive at the shop shortly thereafter to repurchase this yin-yang fish jade talisman. This was his key prop for showing off. It could completely absorb all malignant energies. Gazing at the yin-yang fish jade talisman, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided not to put it away. There was no other way. He wasn't some protagonist blessed with heaven-defying luck. Starting out with all these skills from the get-go was pointless. He wouldn't even know how to use them. According to the novel's original setting, the Dragon King was omniscient and omnipotent. He was proficient in everything from feng shui to medicine, gambling to stone gambling. So, this thing could only be left to him to solve the problem. Yet, watching Yi Chen smoothly take over the Qin family, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel quite displeased. He couldn't just stand by and watch his sworn brother have his family business snatched away by this bastard and be driven to ruin. A villain's life matters too. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision that would defy ancestral traditions.
Uncle Zhao, come here for a second.
Tang Yu waved at Zhao Gaoshan, who was cracking melon seeds behind the counter. Zhao Gaoshan hastily set down the sunflower seeds in his hand and rushed over, looking at Tang Yu.
What's up, young Master Tang? Keep this yin-yang fish jade pendant safe. Remember, it's not for sale to anyone except a customer named Yi Chen, understood?
Be careful, Tang Yu reminded. This crucial item must end up in Yi Chen's hands to resolve the Qin family's crisis, so there can't be any slip-ups here. Damn, this plot keeps derailing. He's got to put in some effort. Zhao Gaoshan nodded, feeling that the name young Master Tang mentioned sounded vaguely familiar. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized with a start.
Yi Chen, wasn't that the little bastard boss Wang had mentioned in the group chat a while back?
I heard that bastard actually dared to compete with young Master Tang for a woman. After Boss Wang gave him a good beating, he got promoted with a raise and was sent abroad as a supervisor.
Is fate giving me an opportunity now?
He smiled knowingly, grasping the hidden meaning in young Master Tang's words.
You wanna play a trick on this kid, don't you?
Also, mark up the price a bit, just make it 30 million.
Tang Yu added another instruction.
Yi Chen was determined to get his hands on this prop, so they couldn't let him off too cheaply.
It wouldn't hurt to squeeze some charity money out of this bastard. Don't worry, young Master Tang, I understand.
Zhao Gaoshan vigorously thumped his chest, knowing his chance to prove himself had come.
Alright, I'll leave it to you then.
Tang Yu gave Zhao Gaoshan a thumbs up. The Qin family's plot still had to proceed smoothly. Once Yi Chen resolved the Qin family's troubles, he'd find a way behind the scenes to expose this bastard's true colors.
Couldn't take you head on. It's perfectly fine to play dirty behind someone's back. After Tang Yu left the shop, Zhao Gaoshan immediately took out the yin-yang fish jade pendant from the cabinet.
This thing was personally retrieved by him during an outside trip. Originally, there were two pieces collected, representing yin and yang respectively. Having worked in the shop for so many years, his expertise in such matters was truly profound.
Do you know the true purpose of this yin-yang fish jade talisman? That damned punk Yichin wants to buy this. Could it be to ward off malignant energy?
Zhao Gaoshang muttered to himself with a slight chuckle before rummaging through his belongings to pull out a box. Inside the box lay an identical-looking talisman, the yin counterpart of the yin-yang pair.
These two yin-yang fish jade talismans, the yang talisman is used to eliminate sha-qi, malefic energy. The yin talisman, on the other hand, is used to nurture sha-qi.
If placed in a place with extremely strong sha-qi, he swapped the two items, placed the yin token inside the counter, and adjusted the price to 30 million. With everything set, he returned to the counter with immense satisfaction. Now he just had to wait for that bastard who dared to compete with their young master Tang for a woman to jump right into the trap. After about half an hour of waiting, sure enough, Yichin walked in from outside. He entered the shop and browsed around before stopping at the counter displaying the yin-yang fish jade talisman. Earlier when accompanying Qin Kurson inside, he had spotted this item at first glance, knowing it was an excellent treasure for countering evil energies. Originally, to resolve the Qin family's issues, he didn't need these tools, he could handle it alone. What he hadn't anticipated was that the Qin ancestral home's feng shui was indeed slightly too favorable. This gathering wind-storing water golden belt feng shui formation accumulated evil qi at an exaggeratedly rapid pace after he tampered with it. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to seek external solutions. But when he saw the price tag, his expression changed slightly. He slapped the glass counter hard and shouted, "Are you robbing people? This thing's priced at 30 million? You must have added 2 extra zeros by mistake." Zhao Gaoshan, munching on sunflower seeds, walked over with a grin. "Boss, we're absolutely not trying to cheat you. This was something our shop acquired last month. It's a genuine treasure excavated from the tomb of a Song dynasty prince.
At this price, we're practically giving it away." "Cut the crap. I know more about these things than you do. One question, will you take 500,000 for it or not?"
Yi Chen's face turned icy as he spoke. One of the few dozen things he hated most in life was being cheated out of his money.
"Friend, quit joking around.
A feng shui master from Hong Kong just yesterday said this was a genuine treasure and is coming to buy it tomorrow.
Take it if you want it, otherwise forget it. I can sell to anyone."
Zhao Gaoshan waved his hand and was about to walk back to the counter.
Hearing that someone else actually wanted this item too, Yichin couldn't help but change his expression slightly. After pondering for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and paid the money, slapping the table as he declared, Alright, wrap it up for me then.
This thing might be expensive, but compared to conquering the Qin family, it's nothing. Once the Qin family is taken down, the hundreds of billions in assets will all be his." Zhao Gaoshan immediately rushed over with a smile and carefully packed the item for Yi Chen. After Yi Chen left the shop, Zhao Gaoshan's smile twisted into something cold and sinister. He snorted coldly and spat on the ground with disdain.
"A loser like this dares to challenge our young Master Tang? Asking for death." Chapter 46, Old Master Wang falls ill again? The Wang family.
Since Jiang Xiaoye last visited the Wang family to treat Old Master Wang, his health had gradually improved. After finishing his meal today, Old Master Wang picked up a calligraphy brush to practice writing. Before he could complete the first character, the brush suddenly slipped from his hand. Immediately after, the old man clutched his chest and sank into a chair, his body trembling violently. The caregiver by his side was terrified. After helping him into bed, she immediately called the Wang family's private doctor. Soon, the private doctor arrived to examine Old Master Wang. Upon receiving the news, members of the Wang family rushed over one after another. Seeing the pale-faced old master lying in bed, they all grew extremely tense.
The old man had just recovered not long ago. How could this happen again? After the examination was completed, Wang Yishua hurriedly asked, "Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather doing?" The doctor looked somewhat perplexed as he shook his head and said, "Mr. Wang's condition is quite critical. His organs are gradually failing, but we can't pinpoint the exact cause. I recommend calling Dr. Jiang over immediately." He was considered quite a renowned expert in the country, yet even he had never encountered such symptoms before.
Despite such severe physical issues, the root cause remained elusive. Wang Yishua immediately grabbed her phone to call Jiang Xiaoye. After confirming her location, she hurriedly arranged for the Wang family's private helicopter to pick her up. When Jiang Xiaoye arrived, she hurried over carrying her small bag and began examining the elderly Mr. Wang. After checking for quite a while, a look of puzzlement involuntarily appeared on her face.
The old man's condition was extremely worrying, yet she couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Little you, what's actually wrong with my grandfather? Seeing Jiang Xiaoye's look of confusion, Wang Yishua felt a pang of panic in her heart.
The Wang family members around them also wore expressions of alarm. A Wang family with the old master present was entirely different from one without him. I can't identify the exact issue, but the old master's condition is truly critical. If we don't find a solution within a day, I fear he might. Jiang Xiaoye's face was utterly ashen. Never did she imagine that even with her medical skills, she couldn't pinpoint the issue? Such a thorny problem was truly unprecedented. At Jiang Xiaoye's words, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. Even Jiang Xiaoye, with her extraordinary medical skills, couldn't find any problems. What are we supposed to do now? Standing at the very back of the crowd, Wang Rulong's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. When Jiang Xiaoye arrived earlier, he had been terribly nervous inside. He'd been desperately afraid she might discover something, so it was fortunate she couldn't solve the problem. Last time, he had intended to cooperate with young Master Yi to freeze the Wang family's liquid assets, in order to oust Wang Yishua from the center of power and take her place himself. Yet for some reason, the plan ended up failing. Not only did Wang Yishua detect suspicious clues, but she also turned the tables and bit back at young Master Yi. At the time, it scared him out of his wits. Later, seeing that Wang Yishua showed no intention of causing him trouble, he assumed it was just a minor coincidence, his identity hadn't been exposed yet. As for today's incident, of course, it was his doing. After young Master Yi's plan failed, he came up with another scheme for him. He was told to target the old man directly. With the old man gone now, the matter of succession must be decided. According to family tradition, the reins of the family must ultimately remain in the hands of a male heir. Without the old man's protection, Wang Yishua won't be able to hold on to her power. Grandfather, don't blame me for being ruthless, it was you who showed too much favoritism. Wang Rulong sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat guilty. But compared to power, what did this amount to? What should we do now? Should we invite old Dr. Zheng to try? Wang Yishua's voice held a bitter note as she spoke. Jiang Xiaoye shook her head and said, I can't figure it out. Even if my grandfather comes, he probably won't do much better. This situation is quite troublesome, but there's someone who can help me. Who? Brother Tang Yu, Jiang Xiaoye replied. Last time at the Tang family residence, she had eavesdropped on Brother Tang Yu's inner thoughts and discovered he had actually mastered the Qingnan Tianjing and even entered the state of divine concentration. If it can't be detected now, we can only rely on him entering a deep trance to see what's wrong with old Master Wang's condition. Wang Yishua never expected Jiang Xiaoye to actually ask her to invite Tang Yu over. When it came to her grandfather's life and safety, she wouldn't ask too many questions. She immediately took out her phone and called Tang Yu. Tang Yu was currently in the office playing games with Qi. He noticed that ever since he let this girl spend her days here playing games and reporting data, she had been working quite diligently. From clock in to clock out, she'd practically sit here without moving an inch from her seat. When it came to ordering takeout though, she was definitely proactive. At least 3 milk teas a day plus all sorts of junk food. It's like a lazy, overweight otaku just lying around. However, Tang Yu clearly understood that all of this must be the masterful acting skills of this woman. She simply wanted to numb herself by working diligently to achieve her goal of stealing information. Tang Yu didn't care about that. Since all the data has already been tampered with, let her steal as much as she wants. After receiving Wang Yishua's call, Tang Yu picked up the phone and asked, What's up? Where are you now? I'll send a helicopter to pick you up. My grandfather isn't doing well. Come here quickly. From the other end of the line came Wang Yishua's anxious and aggrieved voice. At this most vulnerable moment, she truly longed to see Tang Yu. I'm at the company. Just have the helicopter pick me up from the office building's rooftop. Without wasting time, Tang Yu tossed aside the controller and hurriedly left the office, heading to the top floor to wait. Old Master Wang's sudden incident had also caught Tang Yu somewhat by surprise. According to the original plot, Old Master Wang remained quite healthy until the very end. After waiting for a while, the helicopter soon landed nearby. Tang Yu quickly climbed aboard the helicopter and began pondering where things had gone wrong. After several consecutive plot deviations, he had to admit that the storyline of this book had already collapsed. As the helicopter arrived at the Wang family residence, Tang Yu immediately saw Wang Yishua waiting for him with red-rimmed eyes. Don't worry, old Master Wang is blessed with good fortune. Nothing bad will happen. Tang Yu quickly reassured her in a gentle voice. Alright, you should go check on him right away. Wang Yishua grabbed Tang Yu's hand and pulled him towards the house. When they entered, Jiang Xiaoye was in the middle of giving grandfather Wang his acupuncture treatment. Though she couldn't pinpoint the root of the problem, alleviating grandfather Wang's symptoms wasn't particularly difficult for her. The gazes of the entire Wang family converged upon Tang Yu. They also wanted to know why Jiang Xiaoye had called Tang Yu over at this moment. After all, he didn't understand medicine.
What's wrong with the old man? Tang Yu, still unaware of the situation, walked over and asked Jiang Xiaoye.
I can't pinpoint the exact illness right now, so I plan to try the 13 ghost acupuncture needles first.
I need your assistance. Chapter 47. I'm not interested in bunny girls.
Jiang Xiaoye came up with such a lame excuse that everyone in the room was left dumbfounded.
Tang Yu was equally bewildered upon hearing this. Did you purposely come here to lend a hand?
He subconsciously focused his attention, his gaze sweeping over Master Wang repeatedly.
Even Jiang Xiaoye couldn't detect what was wrong. What illness has the old master contracted? Could it be that after the Wang family's plotline collapsed, the writers forcibly revived the Dragon King character to show off as a miracle doctor and restore the narrative?
This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation, because in every previous book transmigration cycle, he never survived past the first plot segment. Either he'd die immediately upon arrival, or last 2 or 3 hours before getting killed. Fortunately, after scanning carefully with his gaze, he eventually spotted a golden thread near the old man's heart region.
How strange. What is this golden thread? Why is it coiled around the old man's heart? Damn it, it's still fucking moving. Isn't this Yi Chen's golden thread goo worm?
This thing is downright sinister. Once it enters a human body, the host will inevitably die within 24 hours. After the host dies, this thing self-destructs and dissolves, leaving not even a trace of evidence behind. So if we want to save old Master Wang, either Yi Chen has to come personally to undo the goo, or we can try the secret recipe from the Qingnong heavenly scripture.
Prepare incense from 11 herbs, mugwort, Maria paniculata, red holoisite, and others. I'll find some way to secretly remind them later. No matter what, we can't let old man Wang die.
Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yishua and Jiang Xiaoye both visibly changed expressions, and the moment they both noticed each other's expressions, they instantly guessed the same thought.
That means the other person could hear Tang Yu's inner thoughts too.
At this moment, Wang Yishua finally understood why Jiang Xiaoye had asked her to bring Tang Yu along. So this was the reason.
I just remembered a prescription. Have someone gather the medicinal herbs for me first.
Jiang Xiaoye quickly wrote down the series of medicinal herbs she had just heard with paper and pen, then sent someone to fetch the ingredients.
A servant from the Wang family immediately went to retrieve the medicinal herbs.
Jiang Xiaoye began pondering the pharmacological compatibility of this prescription. The formulas in the Qingnong Tianjing were all priceless lost treasures. Since little Yu has a treatment plan, let's all go rest outside and leave her here to watch over Grandpa.
Wang Yishua also breathed a sigh of relief, urging everyone to leave the room first. Oh, so does that mean I'm not needed anymore? Tang Yu was still contemplating how to remind them about it. Yes, I have something to tell you. Come with me first.
Wang Yishua grabbed Tang Yu's arm and pulled her toward the small garden nearby.
Why so serious? Is there something important you want to tell me?
Tang Yu followed Wang Yishua with some confusion, sensing that something felt off about the atmosphere. After arriving at the small garden, Wang Yishua pulled Tang Yu to sit down and asked,
I think something's wrong with my grandfather. He was perfectly healthy before, so suddenly falling ill like this, it's very likely he was poisoned. What do you think?
I also think that's possible, but we still need to investigate carefully.
Tang Yu nodded in agreement.
This wasn't poison, it was black magic. The golden threadworm curse requires close proximity to the target.
If Yi Chen didn't come here to do it himself, then it's almost certainly that idiot Wang Rulong. What kind of moron would collude with an outsider, thinking he could become the Wang family's patriarch?
Just having this secret held over your head means you'd be licking their boots for life, you idiot.
Wang Yishua's eyes turned icy in an instant.
Just as she had suspected, once again, it was that fool Wang Rulong stirring up trouble behind the scenes. She hadn't spared him last time due to any lack of evidence. She simply didn't want to tip her hand, intending to use Wang Rulong's stupidity to outmaneuver Yi Chen. Never expected him to be so reckless as to dare lay hands on Grandpa. In that case, there's no need for me to keep him around as bait any longer. Wang Yishua let out another soft sigh, feeling somewhat emotionally drained. She truly didn't care much about the family wealth after all. They could never spend it all.
But not everyone shares this perspective. Was Wang Rulong the only one with such thoughts? How many others shared similar ideas?
She rested her head on Tang Yu's shoulder.
Noticing Tang Yu about to move, she couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. If you behave, I'll wear a bunny girl outfit for you next time. What kind of bunny girl are you talking about? Stop getting your dandruff all over my shoulder.
Tang Yu pouted in displeasure and grumbled. I despise dishonest people more than anything. One must always keep their word.
Bunny girls or whatever, bro actually doesn't care about that stuff. I'm an upright kind of man. If you're really sincere, you could switch to a blood drop weapon. Blood drop weapon? Wang Yishua was momentarily stunned. What kind of thing was that? But she couldn't be bothered to think about it further. Just being able to stay by Tang Yu's side like this made her happy enough. At least now, she didn't have to think about those schemes and intrigues. The two of them sat quietly together in the small garden. Listening to Tang Yu's rambling thoughts, Wang Yishua couldn't help but find this secretly sensitive man increasingly endearing. Until a voice shattered this peaceful moment. Miss, Dr. Jiang has already treated the old master. Hurry over and take a look. A bodyguard came running and shouted. Let's go, quickly check on the old master. Tang Yu instantly let out a sigh of relief. Bro, if you'd come just a few minutes later, I would have gotten frozen shoulder. Hearing Tang Yu's inner monologue, Wang Yishua rolled her eyes before hurrying over to check on the old master. By the time they arrived, the room was filled with a rather pungent aroma. Old Master Wang had already regained consciousness, and a caregiver was feeding him a bowl of medicinal broth. After suddenly falling seriously ill, the old man looked noticeably weaker. Grandpa, are you feeling better now? Wang Yishua quickly expressed her concern. There's nothing serious now, just feeling weak. After taking the medicine, I'll rest for a while. The old man himself didn't quite understand what exactly was wrong with his body, only feeling weak in all four limbs and wanting to sleep. Let the old man rest well for a couple days and he'll be fine. After Jiang Xiaoye treated the old man with the prescription she'd heard about from Tang Yu, the goo worm crawled out on its own and died. She had already collected the dead goo worm. I plan to go back and study this with my grandfather. This guy named Ji Chen is really disgusting. After everyone came by to express their concern for a while, they left the old man to rest alone in the room. Tang Yu had just walked out of the room when his phone rang. He glanced at his phone and realized it was Qin Ming calling. Big bro, didn't you say to call you when my family does the feng shui arrangements? Hurry over, lots of people have already arrived today. Qin Ming's voice came through the phone. Alright, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Tang Yu acknowledged and then hung up the phone. After saying goodbye to Wang Yishua and the others, Tang Yu hurriedly drove to the Qin family residence. According to the original novel's plot, today was when Dragon King Yichen would pull off an extravagant stunt to show off. And in doing so, he'd secure his status as Suzhou Hangzhou region's top feng shui master. Chapter 48, The Wang Family's Revenge. Wealthy individuals tend to place great faith in metaphysics, and thus hold great reverence for feng shui masters. With this new identity, Yichen's status in Suzhou and Hangzhou rose another significant tier, earning him the respectful title of Grandmaster Yi. That said, when it came to feng shui, he genuinely possessed considerable expertise. After all, he's the golden boy of a trashy wish fulfillment novel author. There's nothing he doesn't know. The writer might as well have given him 5 enlightenment roots. How should I expose this bastard? Tang Yu pondered the matter while driving. Adhering to the principle of lying low when possible, a direct confrontation was definitely out of the question. Tang Yu racked his brains but could only think of discreetly notifying the Qin family through some means. No sooner had Tang Yu left than Wang Yishua turned to the Wang family members and said, All elders, please gather at the Wang family ancestral hall. There's something I need to discuss with everyone. What's the matter, girl Wang? What do we need to do at the ancestral hall? A white-haired old man spoke in a hoarse voice. When a family gathers at the ancestral hall, it must mean something important is about to be announced. All eyes turned to Wang Yishua's face. Wang Rulong, guilt-ridden like a thief, also grew nervous. He truly didn't expect Jiang Xiaoye could cure his grandfather's illness. Didn't she say it was impossible before? Now Wang Yishua is insisting on going to the ancestral hall. Could she have discovered someone tampering with grandfather? Still, he wasn't overly anxious because he wasn't the least bit worried about his own identity being exposed. Young Master Ye's method of teaching himself to cast deadly poison was extremely covert, absolutely undetectable by any investigation. Something concerning the life or death survival of our family has come up. I must ask everyone to follow me immediately. Having spoken, Wang Yishua immediately strode toward the ancestral hall. The remaining members of the group exchanged grave looks before following behind Wang Yishua, expressions flickering with confusion. What exactly could be so serious as to threaten the very survival of the Wang family? It's fine. Even if she finds out, there's no evidence. Wang Rulong silently reassured himself. After everyone arrived at the ancestral hall, one of the elders spoke up. Xiaoxue, everyone's here now. What's so urgent? Speak up quickly so we can all think of a solution together. Wang Yishua nodded, her face cold as frost, then pointed at Wang Rulong standing at the far edge of the group and spoke first. Rulong, come forward and kneel before our ancestors. The crowd turned to stare at Wang Rulong in shock. Has Wang Rulong made another big mistake this time? Wang Rulong's mother stepped forward and said, Xiaoxue, what are you trying to do? Why did you suddenly make your brother kneel? Has he offended you in some way? Wang Rulong walked over with a bitter smile and said, Yeah sis, is there some misunderstanding between us? Misunderstanding? You colluding with outsiders to stab us in the back counts as a misunderstanding?
That new energy project our company recently collaborated on with Farsi, our family almost suffered massive losses because of it.
And today's incident where Grandpa was cursed, that was your doing too, wasn't it?
Wang Yishua fixed Wang Rulong with an accusatory stare as she questioned him.
Wang Rulong instantly turned pale with fright, shaking his head desperately as he said, "No way, sis, are you mistaken? How could I possibly do such a thing?
The Farsi collaboration was indeed my misjudgment, blame my incompetence.
But how could grandfather's matter have anything to do with me? Even if I completely lacked humanity, I wouldn't be capable of doing such a thing, right? Surely there must be some misunderstanding? Do you have any evidence, Xiaoshui?"
The others also found this somewhat hard to believe,
because Wang Rulong usually behaved quite well at home.
"I'll just have the witness come up." Wang Yishua clapped her hands.
Soon, 2 bodyguards brought Li Deshan in from outside the door.
A visibly terrified Li Deshan entered and immediately knelt on the ground, explaining everything that had happened to the group in detail. This was now his only way to redeem himself. The young mistress had already promised him that as long as he came forward to testify, she would spare his life. After Li Deshan finished his explanation, both witness testimony and material evidence were in place. Wang Rulong, his face pale, still wanted to explain something. His father had already flown into a rage, charging forward and punching him square in the face. After knocking him to the ground, he immediately began stomping wildly with his feet. What wealthy families detest most are traitors who bite the hand that feeds them. Moreover, he had the audacity to lay hands on the family patriarch. This was already a capital offense set in stone. Only Wang Rulong's mother rushed forward, weeping and pleading, trying to stop her man. The others watched with cold expressions, and Wang Yishua didn't say anything either. Only after Wang Rulong was beaten nearly to death by his father did she finally speak up.
"That's enough, second uncle. Let's stop here for today. Grandfather hasn't recovered his health yet, and I think we should wait until he's better before letting him decide this matter." Wang Rulong's father nodded, his heart utterly disillusioned. He never expected his son to be so foolish. Given the old man's temperament, would he have any chance of surviving once he finds out about this? Take him away and lock him up first. Wang Yishua instructed the 2 bodyguards before addressing the Wang family members. This incident can't be blamed entirely on Wang Rulong.
While he's foolish, there's someone even more sinister behind this who must be held accountable.
Good, we absolutely cannot let this person get away. He must be made to pay the price. The crowd unanimously agreed on retaliation.
Since this person dared to scheme against the Wang family, then there's no need to show them any mercy. Soon, the Wang family sent people to track down Yi Chen's whereabouts, preparing to take revenge. At the same time, all enterprises under the Wang family name launched attacks against the Longshan group. The Qin household was currently bustling with activity, because 2 days ago, the Qin family suddenly announced they were inviting feng shui masters from all over to come solve their family's problems.
Whoever can solve this will receive $1 billion reward. For these feng shui masters, $1 billion is absolutely an astronomical sum.
Thus, feng shui masters from all over the country gathered together, all convened today to resolve the Qin family's crisis. As Tang Yu drove over, he happened to see Yi Chen getting out of his car. He stepped out of the car to find Qin Kurson already waiting for him.
"Miss Qin, how effective has my talisman been?"
After getting out of the car, Yi Chen asked with a smile.
"It's been very effective, so I'll have to trouble you today, Mr. Yi." Qin Kurson nodded, though her eyes held a complicated expression. She still remembered the inner voices she'd heard last time. To verify her suspicions, she'd secretly dismantled the talisman this very morning. Indeed, inside was a crudely scrawled demonic sigil bearing the traces of a single dried bloodstain. Ha! That silly girl Qin Kurson must have been stunned by the charm. Luckily, this time my brother was merciful and will kindly expose his true nature for you later. Speaking of which, where has Qin Ming gone? Just as she was wondering, that familiar voice sounded again. She immediately began looking around. Who is it? Chapter 49, I'll give young Master Tang face. She looked around but couldn't find the source of the voice. Yet this excited her greatly, because today, all the truth is about to be revealed. If the benefactor behind all this were to show himself, I must sincerely express my gratitude to him. Moreover, he was murmuring my younger brother's name, which means he knows him. In that case, finding him will be even easier. After the two had entered, Tang Yu leisurely stepped out of the car. Once outside, he didn't see Qin Ming, but instead noticed Zhao Gaoshan pacing by the entrance, dressed in a black tang suit and holding a long tobacco pipe. Today's attire gave him a somewhat distinguished, sage-like air. Tang Yu walked over with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and called out, "Uncle Zhao, what brings you here too?" Zhao Gaoshan immediately grinned sheepishly and whispered in a low voice, "A chance to witness the spectacle and help young Master Tang save face? Of course I had to come." After Yi Chen bought the yin-yang fish jade amulet last time, he'd been wondering what exactly the guy planned to use it for. After receiving updates about the Qin family, he finally understood.
So this kid just wanted to show off and pick up girls at the Qin family's place, so he decided to come over and put on a good show.
Who told this brat to offend young Master Tang anyway? Bring me honor?
Tang Yu was a bit puzzled, guessing that Uncle Zhao was here today for the Qin family's billion-yuan reward. If he could solve the Qin family's problem, it would indeed bring him honor. So he gave a thumbs up and said, "Alright, today's all up to you. Uncle Zhao, you must secure those billion yuan in rewards from the Qin family."
No problem. Zhao Gaoshan patted his chest and quickly agreed. Getting this done today means a billion yuan reward. When the time comes and we mention it in the group, what would Director Wang's benefits even amount to? Only I am the Tang family's foremost loyal and capable minister.
Each harboring their own thoughts, the two looked at each other and laughed pleasantly. Qin Ming also hurried over. He was originally waiting for Tang Yu at the door when suddenly his stomach felt a bit uneasy, so he went to the restroom. Seeing Tang Yu laughing here, he ran over, hugged Tang Yu, and joined in the laughter.
Damn, bro, what's got you so happy? Aren't I just happy for you? Your family's problem will definitely be solved today.
Tang Yu looked at Qin Ming with a somewhat meaningful smile.
Don't even mention it.
I don't know if this damn situation can be resolved. If all else fails, we might as well just move. Qin Ming sighed, appearing rather pessimistic, because these past few days, their family had already privately invited several feng shui masters to solve the problem.
Not a single one of them could get the job done.
There was even a master who, while performing a ritual, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and is still lying in the hospital. Otherwise, their family wouldn't have offered a $1 billion reward to gather masters from all over the country, hoping one capable expert could solve this thorny problem. Rest assured, not only will this matter be resolved today, but the culprit who brought your family to this state will also be exposed.
Tang Yu spoke up.
Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, thinking Tang Yu was joking with him, and didn't take it to heart. When the three of them walked in side by side, a group of feng shui masters were sitting together chatting over tea. They were dressed in various mystical-looking outfits. One might have mistaken it for a film set if they didn't know better.
To keep a low profile, Tang Yu deliberately walked over and took a seat in the corner.
Shortly after he sat down, Qin Pengqi, the head of the Qin family, emerged with a few bodyguards. The attendees rose one after another to greet him, casting warm and respectful gazes toward this financial benefactor.
Qin Pengqi nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then began to speak. Thank you all for gathering here to resolve the Qin family's predicament. My family honors its word. The check for 1 billion is already prepared.
Whichever master solves the problem today will receive the check immediately with both hands, and forever be a cherished guest of the Qin family. His words electrified the gathered masters like a shot of adrenaline, making the billion yuan seem within effortless reach. Rest assured, Chairman Qin, today I will certainly resolve your family's crisis.
What's a little bit of negative energy?
After my intervention today, the feng shui of the Qin family won't have any problems for the next 50 years. This trivial matter can be resolved with just a wave of my hand. Fellow cultivators need not compete with this humble monk.
Numerous masters came forward one after another to declare their positions. Their overlapping voices turned the room into a scene as noisy as a vegetable market.
At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a purple Taoist robe stepped forward.
With a loud shout, he proclaimed, "Fellow comrades, silence. Let this humble Taoist speak." After his booming voice echoed, the entire hall immediately fell silent. All eyes converged upon him. Isn't that the celestial master Zhao from Dragon Tiger Mountain? Why has he come too? Heh, for 1 billion yuan, you'd go even to Africa.
The crowd began murmuring in hushed tones, casting wary glances at Zhao Shizhu. Tang Yu also watched Zhao Shizhu with great interest. Having read the original book's plot, he knew this person's identity was the current heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, with formidable strength. Unfortunately, he fell victim to the protagonist's plot armor and had no choice but to become cannon fodder, suffering a humiliating defeat. In short, anyone who dares to challenge the Dragon King, no matter how exceptional you are in any field, even if you've devoted a lifetime of diligent study, you still can't match the Dragon King's skill after just half a year of learning.
Who's this old guy? He looks all high and mighty? Qin Ming asked curiously. Zhao Gaoshan answered eagerly. This is Master Zhao Shizhu from Dragon Tiger Mountain. See those disciples behind him?
One of them carries his ceremonial sword. That's the celestial master sword, said to have been passed down for over 400 years. Qin Ming muttered in acknowledgement, though he didn't really understand these things. Still, having someone who looked impressively formidable around was good. Maybe this guy could help solve their problems.
Zhao Shizhu surveyed the crowd and began to speak. Fellow cultivators, there's only one reward today. But with so many of us here, we can't possibly all make a move at once. So how should this reward be divided? Everyone was pondering this very question.
They exchanged glances, yet no one could offer a proper solution.
Everyone wants to keep the money for themselves. Who'd be willing to share it?
Therefore, this humble Taoist suggests we determine who deserves this reward based on skill. I shall step forward first to accept challenges from all present. If any fellow Taoist prevails against me, I shall depart immediately. If no one can defeat this Taoist, then this merit shall be claimed by me. Zhao Shizhu looked at the crowd with an arrogant smile. His insolent attitude infuriated numerous feng shui masters present. Anyone daring to come here today was undoubtedly an elite among the mystical practitioners. He dared to stand alone, attempting to overpower all the elites. Doesn't this imply he claims to be the foremost in the mystic arts? Although Dragon Tiger Mountain holds an exalted position within the mystic sects, the gathered masters are no pushovers either. Especially with this billion-dollar reward at stake, no one is willing to yield it without a fight. Master Zhao speaks with such arrogance. In that case, let this song be the first to test your mettle. At this moment, the head of the Song family, Song Qingshan, stepped forward. The Song family was quite renowned among the mystic sections. Their 64 mystic fate copper coins, passed down for centuries, could divine heavenly secrets or eradicate evil and dispel baleful energy. Yet Zhao Shizhu didn't even grant him a proper glance, speaking with detached calm. Then let this friend show us his skills. Chapter 50, A Grandmaster Shall Not Be Insulted. Song Qingshan let out a cold snort as he tossed a string of copper coins high into the air. Then, with his hands forming seals, the scattered coins that had flown skyward actually hovered in midair, arranging themselves into an array autonomously. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in cheers for him. Such a masterful display was not something just anyone could achieve. Qin Ming was also stunned speechless. These feng shui masters truly possessed such remarkable skills? Amidst the crowd's cheers, Song Qingshan was visibly pleased with himself. He extended his hand and pointed directly at Master Zhao. The copper coins floating in midair suddenly shot toward Master Zhao like a volley. Such paltry tricks, how dare you show off before an expert like me? Zhao Shizhu's face showed undisguised contempt as he extended one hand and sharply commanded, "Bring forth my sword." Behind him stood a young Taoist acolyte, reverently holding the Celestial Master's sword in both hands. At his command, the Celestial Master's sword flew up on its own and sliced down each of these copper coins one by one. Struck by the Celestial Master's sword, the coins split in halves and clattered to the ground. In just moments, nearly a third of the 64 copper coins had been destroyed. Song Qingshan felt such heartache that he nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. This is his most treasured family heirloom. He could no longer afford to continue the battle and hurriedly recalled those bronze coins. Yet the Heavenly Master's sword remained relentless, continuing to pursue and destroy the coins. Song Qingshan's heart ached beyond measure. He glared at Zhao Shizhu and shouted angrily, "Master Zhao, must you be so ruthless? Do you think this humble Taoist is someone you can challenge at will? Do you expect to leave without paying a price?" Zhao Shizhu replied with a faint smile. Song Qingshan's face instantly turned as purple as a pig's liver as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Today I acted rashly, Master Zhao. I beg your indulgence." "That's more like it." Only then did Zhao Shizhu raise a finger, summoning the Celestial Master's sword back to his hand. Song Qingshan hurriedly gathered his copper coins one by one, his face dark with rage. Not only had this trip earned him no money, but he'd also destroyed his family heirloom. Other practitioners of the mystical arts were also stunned by Zhao Shizhu's move. Many began to waver in their hearts. Even their combined strength couldn't match Song Qingshan's. How could they dare provoke Zhao Shizhu? If any fellow Taoists still wish to challenge this humble one, feel free to make your move. If none dare step forward, then this fine opportunity from the Qin family shall be mine, he declared. Master Zhao Shizhu held the Celestial Master's sword, stroking his beard as he smiled at the assembled crowd, exuding all the aura of a transcendent being far removed from worldly affairs. "I'll take this." A diminutive old man with rosy cheeks and white hair stepped forward. He too wore a Taoist robe, though slightly grubby, yet no one present dared to underestimate him. For this man bore great renown within the northern mystical sects, revered as Elder Kuwei. Zhao Shizhu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Come, show me your treasure." Let this humble Taoist broaden his horizons. The Elder Kuwei let out a cold snort as a crimson thread rose into the air from his hand. A faint fiery glow flickered along its length, like a serpent of flame. This scene instantly broadened everyone's horizons. "Damn it!" Qin Ming slapped his thigh and exclaimed. "Damn, bro, these guys really got some skills. I should learn a few moves myself to pick up girls later." "Then you'd probably need to spend a good 10 years or so." Having already known the plot, Tang Yu wasn't particularly interested. No matter how impressive they are, it's all pointless in the end. They're just stepping stones for Yi Chen's rise. According to the plot, this old man will also lose to Master Zhao, and then Master Zhao will have a conflict with Yi Chen. After Heavenly Master Zhao fails in his ritual, it's Yi Chen's turn to show off. From this point on, the silly girl Qin Kursen starts admiring him. Poor Qin Ming, my brother. Not only was he killed by Yi Chen, but his family assets and sister ended up in that bastard's hands too. Qin Kursen heard the inner voice once more and swiftly fixed her gaze on Qin Ming. Then she spotted Tang Yu sitting on the side and instantly recognized it was his voice. No mistake about it. Her younger brother had no other siblings besides him. Her heart was utterly shocked, yet her face remained perfectly calm. She wanted to see if it was truly as Tang Yu had claimed. At this moment, Elder Kueisheng had already begun his magical contest with Zhao Shizhu. The scarlet thread he controlled transformed into a fiery serpent, darting fiercely toward Zhao Shizhu. This seemingly imposing strike drew nothing but a scornful smirk from Zhao Shizhu. When the fiery serpent transformed from this red rope flew right before him, with a single touch of his finger, the fiery serpent actually halted in midair. Go back! Zhao Shizhu commanded sharply, and astonishingly, the fiery serpent formed by the red rope reversed its course, shooting straight back toward the Kueisheng elder. When his own weapon was controlled by his opponent, old man Kueisheng's face turned pale. He desperately ran around trying to dodge the attacks, looking utterly disheveled. The crowd burst into laughter, while simultaneously showing more respect for Zhao Shizhu. Truly worthy of being Master Zhao from Dragon Tiger Mountain. With this move, he truly proved himself as a master among masters, leaving them thoroughly convinced.
Grandmaster Zhao, this old man admits defeat utterly and completely.
After running for a while, Kueisheng Laoren had no choice but to swallow his pride and beg for mercy.
Zhao Shizhu smiled in satisfaction.
He reached out and tapped lightly, and the red string fell to the ground, utterly still. The disheveled old man Kueisheng picked up the red thread and tied it around his wrist, grumbling a bit but not daring to say anything more. Thus, no one else in the entire assembly dared to challenge Zhao Shizhu anymore. Zhao Shizhu flashed a triumphant smile at the crowd and clasped his hands together in greeting. Ladies and gentlemen, since you've conceded so graciously, I shall take it upon myself to resolve the Qin family's predicament.
Though reluctant, the many feng shui masters had no choice but to comply. After all, not a single one of them was a match for the opponent. Then I'll trouble Master Zhao with this matter. Qin Pengqi had his horizons broadened today as well. As cultivators, it's our duty to exterminate demons and monsters. This is simply what I ought to do. Zhao Shizhu remained quite courteous toward Qin Pengqi. After all, he was a wealthy patron. Qin Kursen was utterly dumbfounded at this moment. Everything indeed matched exactly what I just overheard in that inner voice. She quickly composed herself and spoke to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, this Master Zhao is truly remarkable, almost like an immortal being. With a disdainful expression, Yi Chen sneered. These are nothing but unorthodox tricks. This Taoist priest does have some skills, but compared to me, he's not even in the same league. In a moment, once I demonstrate my true abilities, Qin Kursen will understand what it means to confront a real master. As soon as he spoke these words, the gazes of everyone in the room instantly converged upon him. Here we go again, the classic move of provoking others with sharp words first. Then they'll get pissed off, challenge you to a bet, and end up getting stomped into the ground. After the stomping comes the fake magnanimity to win people over. You're truly a master at playing the lapdog. Holding a cup of tea, Tang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This all too familiar plot reeks of predictability. As expected, Zhao Shizhu was instantly enraged by his remark. When he looked over, he saw a young man in his 20s with a darkened expression. Where did this brat come from? How dare you call our Longhu Mountain a cult? If you're so unconvinced, let's settle this outside. Who invited this guy here? Get him out. That arrogant youngster is utterly ridiculous. An eminent master must not be insulted. Master Zhao, teach him a lesson. Numerous feng shui masters joined the verbal assault, their gazes at each and filled with the contempt reserved for clowns. Chapter 51. Our young Master Tang is a genius of unparalleled learning. Qin Pengqi frowned as he watched the two bodyguards point at Yi Chen. Get this man out of here. Just as the two bodyguards moved forward to expel him, Qin Kursen hurriedly stood up and said, Dad, Mr. Yi is an expert I invited here. He's truly skilled. Then she pulled out the protective talisman from her pocket and said, This is the talisman he gave me. Ever since I wore it, I've been sleeping peacefully these past 2 days. No more nightmares either. The truth hasn't come out yet. She couldn't let Yi Chen leave. Yi Chen stood up and smiled at Qin Pengqi. Uncle Qin, it's not that I'm being arrogant, I'm simply stating facts. This Master Zhao won't be able to resolve your family's issue. If I don't intervene, his reckless actions will only rebound onto himself. When that happens, he'll face certain death, and the Qin family will suffer the consequences. You ignorant brat! If this insignificant vapor pestilence is resolved today, will you kneel and apologize to me? Zhao Shizhu said angrily. What if you can't solve it? Yi Chen retorted. If I can't solve it, I'll give you this heavenly master sword as a gift. After speaking, Zhao Shizhu turned to glare at his disciples behind him and shouted angrily, Bring the incense. 2 disciples behind him immediately retrieved 3 incense burners. 3 sticks of incense were planted in each burner, yet none were lit. Zhao Shizhu began chanting incantations while forming hand seals. As soon as he finished reciting the incantation, the 9 sticks of incense instantly burst into flames. Immediately, the incense smoke swirled and condensed into a great humanoid shape in midair. When the great humanoid figure had fully taken form, Master Zhao Shizhu turned to Qin Pengqi and said,
Mr. Qin, this is the malignant energy gathered from your Qin family. Once I eliminate it, your household will be safe and untroubled from now on. Then we'll trouble Master Zhao with this matter. Qin Pengqi let out a long sigh of relief. The entire family had been suffering these disturbances for quite some time, now they could finally resolve this troublesome issue.
A trifling matter.
Zhao Shizhu gave a light-hearted chuckle, stepping in the 7-star stance as his celestial master sword pierced straight through the mist. The moment his blade connected, the mist seemed to emit a piercing shriek, startling everyone in the room.
Within seconds, the swirling vapor dispersed of its own accord.
The Qin family members also felt considerably relieved.
After successfully dispelling the sinister aura, Zhao Shizhu glared coldly at Yi Chen. Now that things have come to this, what more do you have to say? Kneel down and apologize. Yi Chen responded with an impassive expression. You might want to take a closer look at whether that baleful aura has truly dissipated or not. No sooner had he spoken than the vanished baleful energy coiled and gathered once more. These wisps of grey baleful energy surged toward Zhao Shizhu in unison. Though Zhao Shizhu countered with a few swings of his celestial master sword, the vicious energy still penetrated his body. His face turned pale, then he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Chaos erupted among his disciples as they frantically helped Master Zhao Shizhu up from the ground to examine his condition. The Qin family members, who had felt relieved just moments ago, now found themselves gripped by unbearable discomfort. It was as if a 1,000-pound boulder had settled on their shoulders. The other feng shui masters present also turned pale with horror. Such formidable baleful energy was something they had never encountered before. Several practitioners attempted to join forces to eradicate this sinister force, yet their ritual backfired, leaving them suffering the same fate as Zhao Shizhu. Qin Pengqi, feeling utterly miserable, looked toward his daughter and was shocked to find Qin Kursen completely unharmed. Could it be that the protective charm actually worked? Was this young man truly a hidden master beyond the mundane world?
His face filled with terror, he turned to Yi Chen and spoke earnestly.
I was rude earlier. Please, young friend, lend your aid to save the Qin family. All eyes in the room gathered on Yi Chen. Get out of the way, he's about to show off. After using the jade charm to dispel the sinister aura, we'll take back the jade Buddha statue we intentionally sold to the Qin family. This sinister aura was brought by that jade Buddha statue. Using the blood of stillborn fetuses and infants to soak a jade Buddha for 7 days fosters a malevolent aura. Come to think of it, as long as I smash this jade Buddha to pieces, this bastard will suffer the backlash too. Upon hearing Tang Yu's innermost thoughts, Qin Kursen couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock.
A while ago, Qin Ming truly did bring back a jade Buddha statue from outside, claiming it was a fine item obtained from a venerable monk. She suppressed her anger in her heart, looking at Yi Chen as she spoke softly. Mr. Yi, I'll trouble you then. Of course, you're my friend. The Qin family's matters are my matters too. Yi Chen curled his lips into a wicked smile. He took out the yin-yang fish jade talisman from his pocket and, after injecting a drop of blood into it, the talisman emitted a faint white glow. Immediately, the grey baleful energy in the room frantically condensed into the jade talisman before completely vanishing. Such trifling baleful energy can be dispelled with a snap, Yi Chen declared with an air of arrogance. Everyone in the room looked at him with admiration. No matter how pretentious this kid talks, his genuine talent is truly impressive. Such deadly murderous aura shattered effortlessly between his fingers. Yet barely 5 seconds later, the jade talisman in Yi Chen's hand cracked and then shattered into pieces. The sinister energy that had been absorbed instantly burst forth. This time, the sinister energy was far denser than before. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in grayish sinister energy. Several members of the Qin family suddenly felt difficulty breathing, their faces turning pale as they struggled to speak. Yi Chen's expression also changed abruptly. What on earth was going on? Had he cultivated too much evil qi, and now it was spiraling beyond his control? Holy crap, this plot development is messed up. Shouldn't he have solved it instantly after taking out the jade talisman? Could there be another problem? Tang Yu was also internally bewildered. Just then, Zhao Gaoshan suddenly stood up. He looked at Yi Chen with disdain and spoke. I thought you had some real skill, but after all this fuss, not only did you fail to solve the problem, you actually made the evil aura worse. As soon as he spoke, everyone's gaze turned toward Yi Chen. The admiration in their eyes was replaced by anger and contempt. This kid is spouting nonsense, yet unexpectedly making the situation even worse. Yi Chen recognized Zhao Gaoshan and couldn't help but change his expression. In an instant, he realized the things he bought back were already not right. It was him who's been scheming against me. Or could it be someone else? Zhao Gaoshan wasted no more words on him. He looked at the crowd, their faces filled with fear, and said, Don't panic, everyone. Although this man is utterly useless, our Master Tang is a scholar of divine knowledge, capable of overcoming all odds. Such petty malevolent energy, he can dispel it with just a flick of his fingers. Tang Yu's eyes instantly widened in shock. How the hell did I become some all-knowing sage with heaven-defying abilities?
Flick my fingers to break it? What the fuck am I supposed to flick with? Old Zhao, have some damn decency. Even as a traitor, you can't stoop this low. I don't even know how to do this myself, and you want me to come put on this fucking show? At this moment, Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded. He genuinely had no clue what to do. But the crowd was already showering him with eager, expectant gazes. It was as if he had become the sole beacon of light in the darkness. Qin Ming, his head pounding with pain, looked at Tang Yu and spoke. Damn it, big bro, if you've got a way to save my family, just do it already. At this moment, he finally understood why his big brother had assured him from the moment he arrived today that their family's problems would definitely be solved. Big brother really kept an ace up his sleeve. As expected of big brother, nothing is impossible for him. Zhao Gaoshan pulled Tang Yu out from the corner. A thoroughly confused Tang Yu felt something burning hot in his pocket. He pulled it out, only to discover it was actually a yin-yang fish jade talisman that someone had slipped in at some unknown time. At this moment, the yin-yang fish jade talisman had been activated by the drop of blood. Once Tang Yu held it in his hand, the jade talisman immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. Standing there, Tang Yu looked like a miniature human-shaped sun. The surrounding gray miasma surged toward him frantically, only to be dissolved by the golden light. Chapter 52, The Dragon King is furious. The consequences are dire. Soon, the miasma in the room completely dissipated, and the golden glow around Tang Yu vanished as well. When these malevolent energies dissipated, everyone in the Qin family felt their bodies recovering. The feng shui masters who had been harmed by the backlash of the malevolent energies also found the lingering energies within them gradually disappearing. For people like them, suffering such an invasion of malevolent energies could lead to extremely severe consequences. If not resolved quickly, the mildest outcome would be a shortened lifespan and serious illness, while the worst could mean immediate death. They all turned to look at Tang Yu with reverent eyes. What makes a master? This right here is a goddamn master. Sitting in the corner from start to finish, not uttering a single word, only stepping forward at the critical moment to turn the tide single-handedly, gazing upon his handsome face and majestic figure. The crowd was so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Who would have thought we'd be so fortunate to meet a true master today? Truly, a real master doesn't show his hand, and those who show their hand are no true masters. How shameful, I, a celestial master from Dragon Tiger Mountain, find my cultivation so vastly inferior to young Master Tang. Enough. After returning to the mountain, I shall enter seclusion for 20 years. Young Master Tang, today's life-saving grace is something I, Song, will remember. Should you ever have need in the future, I, Song, would gladly die 10,000 deaths without refusal. The group of feng shui masters burst into loud praises. They were genuinely in awe of this young Master Tang. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Being lavished with praise, Tang Yu's lips only twitched. Who am I? Where the hell am I? This damn plot isn't right. How did it become me showing off? Stop sucking up. Brother really can't take this. At this moment, Yi Chen was trembling with fury. He never expected that the carefully laid trap he'd designed would end up having Tang Yu pluck the peach right from his hands. According to his grand plan, he should have been standing here right now, basking in everyone's admiration and praise. With that, he would have effortlessly transformed into Su Huang's premier feng shui master. The entire Qin family admired him wholeheartedly, and Qin Kursin even fell in love with him because of it. But now everything had become a fleeting illusion. He stood there like a lonely clown. Occasionally, a few glances were cast his way, filled only with contempt. His heart burned with towering rage, wishing he could slaughter everyone present without exception. Especially Tang Yu. This person repeatedly brought him humiliation again and again. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, Qin Kursin suddenly dashed toward the Buddha statue placed on the shrine. She grabbed the Buddha statue and smashed it fiercely onto the ground. Crack! With the sound of the Buddha statue shattering, everyone's attention was drawn to the scene. As the statue broke apart, a streak of red light shot out from within and flew toward Yi Chen. When this red light entered his body, Yi Chen's face turned pale, and blood trickled from his nostrils. This was because the jade Buddha statue had been forged using the blood of infants and stillborn fetuses. Now that it's been destroyed, he, as the master, will suffer the backlash. He'd learned plenty of these crooked methods growing up by the old man's side, so he didn't see anything wrong with them. Those who achieve great things don't fuss over minor details. Success is built on a mountain of bones. If the Dragon King lacks even this much resolve, how can he accomplish anything? But today, those present are all feng shui masters. In terms of strength, they might not be a match for Yi Chen, but their insight wasn't far behind. Seeing this red light and Yi Chen's reaction, Zhao Shizhu was the first to react, pointing his heavenly master sword at Yi Chen. You shameless villain, so you were the one behind this killing aura setup. I saw it too. The schemes this boy devises are truly malicious. After all this fuss, turns out he was orchestrating and acting in his own play. What a brazenly shameless creature. The other masters also began pointing at Yi Chen and cursing him angrily. Seeing the reactions of these masters, Qin Kursin could finally be certain.
All these inner voices she had been hearing indeed matched up perfectly. After being exposed and cursed at by the crowd, Yi Chen's face twisted with utmost malice. How dare they treat me, the Dragon King, like this? When did this trash ever earn the right to point fingers and loudly insult me? Damn it, failed at showing off and got screwed instead. This petty dragon is definitely going to lose his temper. Don't you dare go on a killing spree. You're the Dragon King, you need to stay composed, got it? Seeing his gloomy expression, Tang Yu sensed something was wrong. He had originally planned to just scrape by the plot before warning the Qin family. It was this kid who set them up. He never expected things to escalate to this point. Qin Kursen snapped out of it and rushed over to look at her father. Father, this man is malicious at heart. Our Qin family must not let him off. Qin Pengqi glared at Yi Chen with a cold expression, his voice filled with fury. Mr. Yi, don't you think you owe our Qin family an explanation? His eyes fixed on Yi Chen were brimming with murderous intent. The Qin family has truly suffered greatly because of this brat during this period. What explanation? I don't understand what you're talking about. What purpose would I have for staging this whole show myself? Are you suggesting I have clairvoyance and knew the Qin family would offer a 1 billion yuan reward? Yi Chen denied coldly. Of course you wouldn't know the Qin family would bring out 1 billion. You're just going after that Qin Kursen, aren't you? Trying to play the hero and save the damsel. Win over Qin Kursen, and the entire Qin family will be yours. What a despicable act. With all the evidence staring you in the face, you still stubbornly refuse to admit it. Tang Yu thought contemptuously upon hearing these words. Qin Kursen's eyes blazed with rage. She glared at Yi Chen and said coldly, "Stop pretending. I know you orchestrated this. That snake was also thrown into my villa by you, wasn't it? I've checked the surveillance footage." Yi Chen's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. She actually knew about the incident where he had released the snake? Then why hadn't she exposed him? Sis, why waste words with him? Just beat him to death. Qin Ming gritted his teeth in hatred, for he was actually the first one to be deceived. That jade Buddha, it was something he'd been tricked into buying. At the time, he thought he'd gotten a great deal, never imagining it would bring such misfortune to his family. With one shout from him, a dozen or so Qin family bodyguards immediately rushed forward. Yi Chen showed no intention of fleeing whatsoever. The Dragon King, he would rather die standing than run away with his tail between his legs. Faced with the coordinated attack of over a dozen bodyguards, he snorted coldly and took the initiative to strike. As the lead bodyguard threw a punch his way, he effortlessly dodged before kicking the man flying through the air. Then he took the initiative, throwing punches with both hands to send the two bodyguards on his left and right flying once more. There was no doubt these bodyguards were professionals trained in their field. Against ordinary people, even unarmed, they could effortlessly take on 10 at a time. But before Yi Chen, they might as well have been experience points for the taking. Qin Ming grabbed a vase as a weapon and charged forward, intending to help his bodyguard subdue this young punk. Before Tang Yu could shout to stop him, Yi Chen had already seized Qin Ming by the throat. When Qin Ming was grabbed by the neck, the crowd's expressions instantly turned to shock. The remaining bodyguards hesitated to act, fearing any reckless move might provoke further harm. Let go of my brother. Qin Kursen flew into a rage instantly. If you dare cause trouble, I swear you won't leave Suzhou and Hangzhou alive. Qin Pengqi was equally furious. How dare an outsider act so arrogantly on our home turf? Facing Qin Kursen's fury, Yi Chen felt deeply pained in his heart. Even with his dating skills, this situation was probably beyond salvage. He said coldly to the entire Qin family, "Does the measly Qin family think they can threaten me, Yi Chen? We could have all gone our separate ways today. Blame that bastard surnamed Tang for this." With that, his gaze fell upon Tang Yu, eyes brimming with venomous resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family and now the Qins, this damn punk kept ruining his plans at every turn. He decided there'd be no more holding back. Today, let him learn what it means to never disrespect the Dragon King. Chapter 53, honestly, who's the real villain here? Under his gaze, Tang Yu couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Damn it, you useless piece of trash. What the hell does this have to do with me? You had the chance and blew it. How can you blame me for that? Bro really doesn't want to show off either. Just wants to be a quiet handsome dude. Tang, listen up. Today, I'll give you a choice. Either the Qin kid dies, or you take his place. Yi Chen glared at Tang Yu and said angrily, "That treacherous bastard stabbed me in the back countless times. If I don't demand some payback from him today, I'd be letting him off too easy." As he finished speaking, he suddenly increased the pressure. Qin Ming's face instantly flushed scarlet, struggling desperately for breath. "Don't make any rash moves. Just leave, and our Qin family will let today's matter slide." Noticing the odd expression on his son's face, Qin Pengqi grew somewhat flustered as he spoke. He should be the one to decide this. Yi Chen pointed at Tang Yu. Qin Ming waved weakly at Tang Yu despite struggling to breathe. Having trained in martial arts for years, he knew his eldest brother's skills were barely enough to kill a chicken. Let the eldest brother handle it. Wasn't that sending him to die in his stead? He had already saved himself once, there was no need to do it a second time. If he really died at the hands of that bastard Yi-chan, they could just be brothers again in the next life. What's wrong, you worthless piece of crap? Just gonna watch your brother die by my hand? Yi-chan stared at Tang Yu, his tone icy. Isn't he the one who enjoys playing dirty with me? Then I'll play dirty right back at him. Are you really going to stand there watching before all these people as your brother dies by my hand? Have you no shame left? Let him go, I'll keep you company then. Tang Yu gritted his teeth and said, damn it, he's really lost his mind. Though I'd love to lie low in peace, even a coward has his limits. After Tang Yu agreed, the Qin family members grew somewhat panicked. They couldn't bear to watch Qin Ming come to harm. Yet neither could they stand by while Tang Yu suffered in Qin Ming's place. Qin Kursen's eyes turned red-rimmed as she stared at Tang Yu. She and Tang Yu had previously had quite an unpleasant falling out over certain matters. Adding to that, Tang Yu had spent 3 years being a doormat, which made her opinion of him even worse. What kind of man has no self-respect at all? But today, her impression of Tang Yu completely flipped in an instant. What woman would dislike a man with a sense of responsibility and loyalty? You actually dared to agree? Yi Chen hadn't expected Tang Yu to truly dare to accept the challenge. He slightly loosened his grip to let Qin Ming catch his breath. He never intended to kill Qin Ming, he just wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Tang Yu and get revenge on him. Since he'd agreed to it, then he shouldn't blame me for not holding back. Release him, and let's have a proper duel outside. We'll each throw one punch, single strike decides the victor. Tang Yu pointed to the clearing outside the main hall. Though damn it all, what I really wanted was to keep lying low. But I'm no Dragon King, I've got more principles than him. For brotherhood, I can. Though Yi Chen gave his word, he kept his grip on Qin Ming's neck as the three of them walked out. Seeing the trio exit, the crowd promptly followed suit. The gazes of the gathered feng shui masters grew even more reverent as they looked at Tang Yu. What defines a true master? Exceptional skill, unassuming demeanor, yet fiercely loyal and righteous. This truly leaves us in a predicament. Qin Pengqi's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't bear to watch his own son die, yet neither could he stand by and let his nephew sacrifice himself in his son's place. This fellow had sent over a dozen bodyguards flying with ease, his capabilities were utterly unfathomable. Even if they called the police now, there simply wasn't enough time. Had he known this would happen, he should have spent more money to hire a few experts to guard his home. Trust him? Qin Kursen bit her lip. At this point, there was nothing else she could do. She hated Yi Chen to the core in her heart, that bastard. If I get the chance, I'll kill him with my own hands. After stepping outside, Tang Yu took a deep breath and spoke up. You can let him go now. Good. You finally dared to stand up like a man. What's the point of only playing dirty tricks? Yi Chen let out a cold snort and casually flung Qin Ming aside. Several bodyguards rushed forward to catch their young master. Standing with arms crossed, Yi Chen looked at Tang Yu contemptuously and said scornfully, don't say I'm bullying a useless waste like you, I'll even let you throw 3 punches first. If I so much as frown, I'll never set foot in Suzhou or Hangzhou again in this lifetime. As a martial arts expert, he could tell this guy was a frail good-for-nothing. Don't even talk about throwing a punch. Even if he let this guy hit him 100 times, it still wouldn't cause any harm. You go first. If I hit you, I'd feel like my fists got dirty. Tang Yu likewise crossed his arms and stood his ground, taunting. Take the initiative to throw a punch? His brain hadn't turned to mush. This damn system hadn't given him any martial arts skills for offense. He rushed forward willingly and threw a punch to scrape this bastard? Now he only had 2 skills left to use. They were the immovable king's technique and the yin-yang limitless technique. Both techniques could only be used once. This damn system had him completely figured out. 2 streams of energy coursed through his veins. These were none other than the 2 cultivation techniques. Though each could only be used once, both techniques had reached the pinnacle of perfection. The first could block a single attack. The second could turn the tide, doubling the damage received and striking it back at the foe. Truly worthy of young Master Tang, this is the demeanor of a true master. Indeed, why should one need to lift a finger when dealing with such petty riffraff? With young Master Tang's extraordinary abilities, eliminating this person must be as simple as crushing a maggot. Numerous feng shui masters had already become Tang Yu's devoted admirers. They were all convinced. This young Master Tang must be a truly formidable expert with unfathomable abilities. Seeking death. Yi Chen despised nothing more than others looking down on him like this. He was none other than the esteemed Dragon King himself. In places like Africa and the Middle East, where hadn't he commanded awe and respect? At this moment, all the accumulated resentment in his heart surged forth uncontrollably. With a thunderous roar, he rushed at Tang Yu and threw a powerful punch. But this punch, he didn't use his full strength. Because he couldn't kill this guy. He wanted this brat to lie on a sickbed, watching helplessly as the Tang family perished. The distance between them was barely 3 meters. With Yi Chen's strength, he dashed before Tang Yu in an instant, throwing a punch straight at his chest. At the same moment, under Tang Yu's will, the 2 currents of qi within his body began circulating. When Yi Chen's fist struck Tang Yu, it seemed as though he had punched cotton, soft and yielding.
Tang Yu, standing in place, didn't even budge an inch.
The terrifying force of this punch was absorbed by the immovable Vajra technique before being transformed through the Inyan limitless art. Tang Yu felt a surge of immense power gathering in his right hand.
He clenched his fist, then unleashed his punch with devastating force.
Yi Chen was still in shock, unable to comprehend why his punch had failed to inflict any damage. Tang Yu's fist had already connected with him. What seemed like a leisurely punch to him contained terrifyingly immense force.
Completely unprepared, Yi Chen was sent flying backward like a broken kite after taking the punch.
He was sent flying backwards several meters before crashing into a statue in the courtyard. The statue depicted a green ox with a shepherd boy riding on its back. Yi Chen collided directly with one of the ox's horns. The point of impact happened to be the most vulnerable spot right between his buttocks. Soon, the bull's horns were stained red with blood. A wave of pain radiated from his anus throughout his entire body, causing Yi Chen to shudder involuntarily. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, he would have cried out in pain. He felt a metallic taste in his throat and spat out a mist of blood as he opened his mouth. The onlookers were utterly stunned.
Young Master Tang is indeed a peerless master with heaven-defying abilities.
This man could effortlessly handle over a dozen bodyguards, yet young Master Tang sent him flying with a single punch.
The difference in their strength is like night and day. Chapter 54, thankfully he left it clean. Zhao Gaoshan was also dumbstruck. Holy shit, could young Master Tang really have been hiding such depths? Damn, bro, you're just too fucking OP.
Qin Ming, sitting on the ground, clutched his throat and coughed violently twice, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. With that single punch, that bastard surnamed Ji wasn't just coughing up blood on the spot. He even suffered severe damage to his nether regions.
In summary, at this moment, everyone had only 4 words in their hearts. Young Master Tang is awesome.
Standing in place, Tang Yu looked at his fist and Yi Chen's bloody, non-stop bleeding buttocks.
He was somewhat panicked. Damn, we nearly knocked the Dragon King's asshole inside out. Luckily, the Dragon King had a clean bowel movement today. Otherwise, if we'd literally beaten the shit out of him, the Dragon King would have surely fought to the death. That Tang Yu was one cunning bastard, hiding his skills so deep. Yi Chen's walking posture became noticeably awkward after climbing down from the statue. There was no helping it.
Each step sent waves of excruciating pain through his backside. Hissing through his teeth, he shot Tang Yu a glare brimming with hatred, yet now laced with newfound fear. Even if I didn't throw my full strength into that punch, I shouldn't have failed to deal any damage at all.
As for that punch thrown by this kid, though admittedly slow, its destructive power was even more terrifying than mine. If not for my extraordinary physique, that single punch might have already taken my life. He's now seriously injured both internally and externally. Don't let him go, attack him. I'll reward 10 million for breaking one of his arms, and if he's killed, I'll give 100 million. At this moment, Qin Kurson suddenly shouted fiercely. She'd been enduring for so long, and now that she finally had her chance for revenge, how could she let it slip by? The Qin family's bodyguards had just suffered a major setback and were currently seething with anger. Seeing the chance to kick a man when he's down, the whole group swarmed forward together. Yi Chen's face turned ashen. How could he dare fight this crowd? Just the unfathomable Tang Yu alone was enough to make him extremely wary. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. He silently comforted himself with these words, enduring the pain as he swiftly rushed out of the Qin family ancestral home. With a single forward dash, he vaulted over the wall and landed only to freeze in stunned disbelief. Outside the Qin family estate, a dozen cars were parked in waiting. Wang Yishua stood outside the Qin family's old residence with a face as cold as frost. She had brought over 30 people with her. All of them were dressed uniformly as black-suited bodyguards. After dealing with the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family had mobilized their forces to track down Yi Chen's whereabouts. Revenge is inevitable. Upon learning that Yi Chen was at the Qin family's residence, she mobilized all the elite forces from her household and brought them along. Yet, the moment she stepped out of the car, she witnessed Yi Chen scaling the wall and escaping. Spotting the bloodstains on Yi Chen's body, she instantly pointed at him without hesitation. Kill this fucking bastard. The Wang family bodyguards swarmed forward in unison. Yi Chen's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. He, the mighty Dragon King, had once rampaged across foreign lands like a tempest. All his life, he'd been the one beating others when they were down. When would it ever be his turn to suffer such humiliation? Facing these 30-odd people, Yi Chen roared in fury and fought them with all his might. But after taking that punch from Tang Yu, he had already sustained internal injuries. The injury to his chrysanthemum further severely impacted his performance. Because with every step he took, the pain in his anus was excruciating, as if he had grown a 5-pound hemorrhoid. With his strength severely diminished, faced with so many elite bodyguards ganging up on him, this time, the goddess of victory finally stood on the bodyguard's side. After beating over a dozen bodyguards, Yi Chen finally couldn't hold out any longer and was pinned to the ground by the crowd, getting pummeled relentlessly. Tang Yu and his group had already caught up. Upon seeing Yi Chen pinned by the mob and taking a brutal beating, Tang Yu's expression screamed holy shit. This has nothing to do with me, bro. I'm innocent, bro. I just gave you one punch. Seeing how vicious these guys were beating him, Tang Yu couldn't help but consider one question. What if the Dragon King gets beaten to death? How is this plot supposed to proceed? Just as Qin Kursen waved her hand, about to have her bodyguards rush in to deliver the final blows, Yi Chen, who had nearly been beaten to a pulp, struggled to pull a small bottle from his chest. When he smashed the bottle onto the ground, a cloud of red smoke immediately billowed out. The bodyguards who were beating him felt unbearably itchy all over after inhaling the red smoke. Forgetting to continue attacking Yi Chen, they desperately scratched their bodies, unable to bear the itch. After all the bodyguards fell victim, Yi Chen finally managed to escape. If he stayed any longer, he really would have been beaten to death by these bastards. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled up from the ground and lunged for the car, desperate to flee. Today's humiliation shall not be forgotten. I'll pay you back 100-fold in the future. Just as he was about to bolt, a bodyguard clenched his teeth and grabbed hold of his pants with an iron grip. The young mistress said when we came. Beat this bastard to death. Year-end bonus increased tenfold. If I could personally take him down, I'd definitely get at least 20 million in rewards. 20 million. With that kind of money, he could drive a Cadillac to high-end clubs 10,000 times over. So despite the itch creeping over his body, he absolutely couldn't let this kid get away. Don't even think about running. The bodyguard widened his eyes and roared in fury. The other bodyguards couldn't just watch their year-end bonuses slip away either. Enduring unbearable itching, they struggled to their feet in an attempt to stop Yi Chen. Yi Chen's patience had already been worn thin by these people. It was his first time seeing someone who could still get up after being hit with his itching powder. At the end of one's rope, he could only resort to his final move. The cicada sheds its shell. With the last burst of true chi erupting from his body, his pants instantly shredded to pieces. In this manner, he successfully shook off his bodyguards. At the same time, his blood-stained bare rear was exposed to everyone's view, resembling nothing so much as a wild monkey. Holy shit! At the sight of this, everyone collectively gasped holy shit. Eye-watering. This counts as getting out alive. As a person, you're already socially dead. Yi Chen could no longer afford to care about anything else. He rushed toward a Mercedes-Benz, ready to drive off and escape. Who the hell could worry about anything else at a time like this? Hurry, lock the car. A bodyguard snapped back to his senses and immediately shouted. They each took out their car keys from their mouths and pressed them, locking the doors of over a dozen vehicles. Yi Chen rushed to the cars and tugged hard at the door handle. The door remained stubbornly shut. Filled with shame and frustration, he had no choice but to turn around and dash toward the roadside. There just happened to be a taxi parked by the roadside at that moment. Without a word, he rushed into the front passenger seat, his face contorted with fury as he roared at the driver, "Drive now! Who the hell are you?" The driver was a young man, eyeing Yi Chen nervously with a panicked expression. This guy, why isn't he wearing pants? Just drive the damn car and stop talking shit. Seeing the pursuers closing in, Yi Chen was frantic with anxiety. It's not that I won't drive, I want to know where the hell you're pulling money from, the driver said with an angry face. Yi Chen punched the driver in the head with a backhand blow. The driver's head slammed into the windshield from the impact, knocking him out instantly. Yi Chen smoothly tossed the unconscious driver out of the car, stomped on the accelerator, and raced down the road in a desperate escape. The bodyguards, having caught up only to find the person gone, were quite frustrated. Damn it, the bonus slipped away. Upon learning that Yi Chen had escaped, Wang, Yishua and Qin Kursen were both furious. How did that bastard manage to get away with it? Tang Yu wasn't particularly surprised by this. What does it mean to be a child of fortune? It means encountering marvelous adventures wherever you go, and emerging unscathed from even the greatest crises. That's precisely why he wanted to lay low, avoid provoking such a cheater if at all possible. How come the whole world is forcing me to play with cheaters? Chapter 55. Come inside, let Big Sister give you a physical checkup. Watching Yi Chen run away, the feng shui masters present were also quite regretful about it. This scourge actually managed to escape. From this day forth, our mystic sect hereby renounces Yi Chen. Anyone associated with Yi Chen shall be treated as our mortal enemy. Zhao Shizhu from Mount Longhu shouted to the crowd. His face remained ashen at this moment. Although the baleful energy within him had been expelled, it would still take 10 days to half a month for him to fully recover. Good. We must never allow such scoundrels to continue masquerading under the Xianmen banner and swindling people. If I ever run into this fellow up north, he won't be getting any sweet melons from me. The others all voiced their agreement as well. Members of the Xianmen always abide by the Jianghu Code. Yi Chen's actions today are the most despicable to those in the mystic sects. After everyone reached a consensus, Zhao Shizhu turned to Tang Yu and said, Young Master Tang,
the kindness you've shown today will be engraved in Zhao Shizhu's heart. If ever you require anything from Longhu Mountain in the future, do not hesitate to ask.
Song Morin feels the same.
At such a young age, young Master Tang possesses such profound skills.
This old man believes young Master Tang is truly Suzhou and Hangzhou's top feng shui master. Does anyone disagree?
Young Master Tang might as well be called China's #1. Ha! The crowd resumed their lavish praises. Tang Yu cringed so hard he wanted to dig out the entire Ming Palace, Summer Palace, and Prince Gong's mansion with his toes.
Stop the boasting. Really, stop boasting. Who the hell calls himself China's top braggart?
My seniors flatter me too much. I've merely done some insignificant little tasks.
Let's not overthink it. Everyone should get some rest first. Tang Yu forced an awkward smile. Such remarkable talent and humility at such a young age. Young Master Tang is truly a dragon among men.
If I were to have a son, I'd want him to be like young Master Tang. After another round of lavish praise, the crowd finally dispersed to rest.
Are you okay?
After all those sycophants had left, Jean Curson ran up to Tang Yu with concern in her voice. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry.
Having known Tang Yu for so many years,
she was well aware that he probably wasn't capable of much. This guy stood here with such a calm expression, he must be forcing himself to suppress his injuries, not wanting any of them to notice and worry about him.
Nothing's wrong. Tang Yu shook his head with an indifferent expression.
Holy shit, why are you getting so close?
That's odd, didn't you really hate your brother?
Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Jean Curson replied with a gentle smile. Thank you so much for today. She and Tang Yu had known each other for many years, and though their relationship couldn't be described as mutually respectful, at the very least, it could be said they were like complete strangers. The reason for their discord was that over a decade ago, Jean Curson was sleeping at home one day. She had a habit of sleeping without clothes, otherwise, she couldn't fall asleep. That day when Tang Yu came to the Qin residence to play with Qin Ming, she opened her bedroom door. Thus the two ended up seeing each other in the nude.
How could she, an adolescent girl, endure such a situation?
In her fury, she didn't even bother to put clothes back on. He got up and walked over to give the stunned Tang Yu a fierce slap across the face. For a teenager in his early teens,
how much damage could such a fierce slap cause?
From then on, their relationship was beyond repair.
You're too kind.
Qin Ming is my brother, so it's only right. Tang Yu shook his head, but his gaze involuntarily lingered on Jean Curson's remarkably well-developed figure.
Not that he was being lewd.
It's simply that a man's eyes are naturally drawn to certain things. This is an instinctive appreciation of beauty, definitely not some vulgar and filthy behavior.
Every man is an artist at heart.
Hiss, speaking of which, it's been so long since I last saw her. How did this girl grow up so well-developed? Back when I first met her, she was just like a lotus bud barely showing its tip. Damn it, it's all because of that little bastard Qin Ming who screwed me over. That motherfucker intentionally asked me to help carry stuff, tricking me into going to that dumb girl's room.
If he wants me to marry his sister, he shouldn't be such a scumbag about it, right?
That slap across the face was totally uncalled for.
After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts,
Jean Curson suddenly felt a mix of embarrassment and guilt, shooting a murderous glare at her younger brother.
So it was this kid who screwed me over back then? This guy was close with Tang Yu, almost like brothers, so he'd constantly come to praise Tang Yu in front of her, trying to set them up together. With his half-witted IQ of 250, doing something like this wasn't surprising. Wang Yishua, who was walking over, also heard Tang Yu's inner thoughts.
She too directed a murderous glare toward Qin Ming. This kid, got some nerve, huh? How dare she think of helping her sister steal my man? Humph, this bitch must die. Qin Ming was drinking from a water bottle, still thoroughly shaken from having his neck grabbed by Yi Chen earlier that day. Damn, that was halfway through the gates of hell. Suddenly feeling two piercing cold stares directed at him, Qin Ming couldn't help but shiver. What had he done wrong this time? He stood up, hurried over, and pressed a hand against Tang Yu's chest as he asked,
"Damn, bro, you really took that guy's punch just fine?" "No big deal." Tang Yu shook her head. Although the damn system could be unreliable at times,
but the rewards it gave were the real deal.
"Big bro, you're insanely awesome. Never imagined you had such hidden talents." Qin Ming's gaze grew increasingly reverent. "Truly worthy of being our best big brother. Get lost." Wang Yishua walked over and immediately told Qin Ming to step aside. She frowned at Tang Yu and said, "Did Yi Chen really hit you?" She had just witnessed Yi Chen's skills firsthand. To escape from the bodyguards despite sustaining such serious injuries, his abilities were truly remarkable. "I took a punch, but it's nothing." Tang Yu gave a bitter laugh, pointing at the group of bodyguards and asking, "Why did you suddenly bring so many people with you?" Today's Qin family episode turning out odd was one thing, but why is she bringing people along to cause trouble for Yi Chen too? Wang Yishua gave a brief rundown of what had happened at home. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu could only react with holy shit written all over his face. That damn traitor Wang Rulong actually got exposed? In that case, wouldn't Ji Chen have effectively pissed off both the Qin and Wang families to no end? Counting myself as well. 3 of the 4 great clans have already openly turned against him.
Let's go inside first and check if you're hurt. Wang Yishua grabbed Tang Yu's arm and pulled him toward the house.
Yes, let's go take a look.
Qin Kurson was also quite concerned about this.
I'm really fine, don't worry, just let me go back and rest. Tang Yu certainly didn't dare let these 2 women examine his body. Holy shit, what the hell is happening? Don't worry, sisters, I'm really fine. What's the rush to leave? We need to check if there's any issue first, otherwise what if something happens halfway? Wang Yishua resolutely refused to let go. Cough, I'm really just worried about his health, nothing more.
Then maybe we should call a doctor instead, Tang Yu said with a bitter face.
This isn't right, absolutely fucking not right. Is this a medical examination, or something else entirely? My family doctor resigned just the other day. Let's get you checked out first. Though Qin Ming couldn't hear Tang Yu's inner thoughts,
as close brothers would.
He really understands women.
Tang Yu felt like strangling this bastard. She shouldn't have saved him in the first place.
Come inside now, don't make me get rough with ya. Wang Yishua pulled out her phone and waved it.
Tang Yu had no choice but to obediently submit. He felt like some frail female protagonist in a movie, completely at the mercy of someone holding leverage over her.
Chapter 56, 3 corporations join forces to suppress Yi Chen.
The 2 had just stepped into a guest room.
Wang Yishua was about to close the door when Qin Kurson quickly stepped forward. Why are you here?
I was just going to examine him, Wang Yishua said with a slight frown. In her eyes, this woman had already become a threat.
And that guy praised her for being well developed?
It's nothing special, not necessarily any better than me. But when it comes to legs, mine are much better looking than hers.
This is my home. Can I come check on my brother's benefactor? Qin Kurson said with a haughty expression.
Wang Yishua frowned, realizing there was no advantage in dwelling on this topic, so she said nothing more. She walked over to Tang Yu and looked at him, saying, "Take off your clothes, let me see if you're injured."
Really? I'm not hurt. Why would I lie to you about that?
Tang Yu felt like crying but had no tears left, trembling slightly.
Damn it, why did she seem even more like a pervert than himself? Let me have a look.
After taking off her glasses, Wang Yishua reached out to grab Tang Yu. Knowing there was no escape from this predicament, Tang Yu could only cooperate obediently, quickly stripping off his upper garments to prove he wasn't actually injured. Though he wasn't particularly strong in combat, he still maintained his physique through regular exercise. When he took off his shirt, revealing those 8 defined abs, both Qin Kurson and Wang Yishua found their gazes involuntarily drawn to him.
Women are far more visually driven than men.
Moreover, Tang Yu was an undeniably handsome man. Seeing Tang Yu feeling slightly embarrassed just made them even more brazen.
Women also enjoy seeing men blush.
They're even drawn to vulnerability in men, which stirs their maternal instincts and protective desires.
It's nothing.
Being stared at so intently by the 2 women, Tang Yu was genuinely struggling to hold his composure.
Wang Yishua smirked mischievously, running her fingertip lightly across Tang Yu's chest as she asked, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all."
Tang Yu shook her head and quickly grabbed her clothes to start putting them on.
"Look at you, it's not like the 2 of us are going to eat you alive." Wang Yishua snorted coldly and gave Tang Yu's butt a slap. "Damn it, you female ruffian, really think I'm easy to push around? If Qin Kurson weren't here, I'd totally smack you back." After Tang Yu's inner monologue rang out, both women's expressions turned slightly peculiar. This guy really enjoys trash talking in his head, huh? Wang Yishua chuckled inwardly. "Dare you hit me in private? If you dare, then I dare let you hit me. Should I head back first then?"
After putting on his clothes, Tang Yu felt like a male escort on call. "Finish the job, take the money, and leave."
"Forget going back, there's something important I need to tell you." Qin Kurson stopped Tang Yu. "What is it? Shouldn't our 3 families join forces? Though I don't know much about Yi Chen, he must have quite a background, right?" Qin Kurson spoke up. She truly didn't know much about Yi Chen,
but whether it was tactics or martial skills, this man was exceptionally capable. Today he managed to escape, which means this war isn't over yet. This man must be eradicated immediately. The Wang family will surely eliminate him. Wang Yishua said with an icy expression. "How dare he scheme against me, and even lay hands on my treasured possession? This matter absolutely cannot end like this." Seeing both women looking at him, Tang Yu immediately felt a headache coming on.
Bro really just wants to lay low and quietly collect rewards.
But today I nearly beat the Dragon King shit out of him. At this point, just trying to survive by playing safe is no longer an option.
Our Tang family is in the same boat,
Tang Yu said with a bitter smile. Damn it, never thought I'd team up with the female leads to fight the Dragon King as the villain.
What kind of messed up plot is this? I can't make heads or tails of it. But maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing. Anyway, we can't keep struggling like this, might as well do whatever needs to be done. Alright, starting today, we should spend some money to beef up our security.
The other 3 companies have joined forces to suppress Longchen Group, which belongs to Yi Chen.
Wang Yishua began making arrangements.
The security forces of these prominent families are currently not particularly strong. The reason is simple: Suzhou and Hangzhou are their home turf, where everyone knows the four big families.
Those with sound minds wouldn't dare provoke them.
Those without sound minds aren't qualified to provoke them either. Now that the situation has changed, it's time to invite some true masters to stand guard to ensure Yi Chen doesn't escape next time.
When the three great families join forces, the combined energy they can muster is utterly terrifying. At least not something Longchen Group could withstand.
After driving a taxi non-stop for over 20 kilometers to escape, Yi Chen finally reached the Yi family's residence. He didn't go to Longchen Group. Longchen Group was just a company after all, without any security forces capable of protecting him in his current vulnerable state. So he chose to come to the Yi family's house. After driving the car to the entrance of the Yi residence, Yi Chen was about to get out when he suddenly realized another problem. Although he was wearing clothes, he damn well wasn't wearing any pants. Seeing his own utterly wretched state, he harbored intense hatred for Tang Yu in his heart. As for Qin Kursen and Wang Yishua, he was determined to conquer these two women. What he sets his sights on must never escape his grasp. After a moment's thought, he took off his coat, tied it around his waist, and walked into the Yi family's house. The Yi family members were quite familiar with him. Seeing him in such a wretched state, they quickly sent him to the Yi family's private hospital for treatment. After receiving medical care, he was admitted to a hospital room for recovery. It'll take at least half a month to recover, for sure. Lying on the hospital bed, Yi Chen finally understood everything. The main reason for his failure in conquering the four great families was Tang Yu. That good-for-nothing rich second generation had been hiding his skills so thoroughly. Every time my plans got ruined, it had something to do with him.
To conquer Suzhou and Hangzhou, this man must be eliminated. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Right after, He Huiyin walked in through the door accompanied by an elderly woman with snow-white hair. The old lady was none other than He Lianhua, the current matriarch of the He family. The He family was a rather peculiar aristocratic clan that had always been matriarchal. Women of their household never married out, only taking in live-in sons-in-law. Given the He family's power and influence, one could imagine countless men vying to become their sons-in-law. The two entered to find Yi Chen lying in a disheveled state on the hospital bed. Granny he approached with a warm smile and asked with concern, "Xiao Yi, I heard you were injured. Is it serious?" "It's fine, just a minor injury." Yi Chen's expression turned slightly awkward. "It's not serious then. Just take this time to rest quietly here. If you need anything, just tell the servants." Old Mrs. He said with a smile. After exchanging polite greetings in the ward, old Mrs. He left with her granddaughter, Huiyin. Once they left the ward, Huiyin's face showed a hint of disdain. She had already learned about the Qin family situation. As for Yi Chen's methods, she actually wasn't particularly bothered. After all, getting the job done was what truly mattered. But failing the mission and ending up beaten like a stray dog, even losing his pants in the process? That was another story. Trash. "Grandma, do you still think he has the potential to become a true dragon among men?" He Huiyin couldn't help but speak up. The elderly Mrs. He sighed and said, "Indeed, it's rather disappointing. He doesn't even possess half the brilliance his master showed in his youth." What kind of prodigious genius was his master back in the day, to have taught a disciple who got beaten to this state? After hearing these words from his grandmother, He Huiyin said no more. Earlier, when his grandmother learned he had come to Suzhou and Hangzhou, she even considered placing her bets on him. Now, that possibility was completely gone. Chapter 57 Old Zhao of the Antarctic. Yi Chen, alone in the hospital room, had no idea about the Yi family's opinion of him. After resting in the ward for 2 hours, 4 men in black suits walked in from outside. Each of them wore a skeleton head ring on their hand. This is the hallmark of the Grim Reaper squad from the Dragon Soul organization. It's also an honor. Within the Dragon Soul organization, only elites with sufficient strength and seniority qualify to join the Grim Reaper squad. This is also one of Yi Chen's most elite forces, second only to the 8 war generals. They were originally dispatched by Yi Chen to Yinjing for intelligence gathering. Due to today's incident, he was temporarily recalled. Dragon King. The 4 entered and knelt on one knee to pay their respects. Seeing Yi Chen injured and lying on the hospital bed, their expressions turned solemn. Who are these fools bold enough to ambush the Dragon King together? How's the intelligence gathering in Yinjing going? Yi Chen spoke up. We've investigated 3 major families and found some leads. One of them pulled out a document and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took it and glanced through it, his expression darkening slightly. Understood. Once my injuries heal, I'll make a personal trip to Yinjing. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Chen genuinely had little desire to show his face in Suzhou or Hangzhou anytime soon. He looked at the 4 men and commanded, "You 4 stay in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and kill Tang Yu, the eldest son of the Tang family, for me." Now, lying on the hospital bed, he has already sensed that something is off. He didn't understand why his punch didn't hurt him at all.
but the punch Tang Yu returned contained his unique profound Yang True Qi. Profound Yang True Qi can only be cultivated by those with the 1 in 10,000 profound Yang constitution. In the entire Huaxia region, he was absolutely certain there wasn't a second person besides himself, so he suspected Tang Yu's strength might not be what he had initially thought.
Deploying the Grim Reaper squad for reconnaissance is the best choice. Even I would find myself utterly vexed if all 4 of them teamed up against me. Okay. With a collective acknowledgement, the quartet departed the hospital ward to carry out their mission. After leaving the Qin residence, Tang Yu and Zhao Gaoshan rode off together in a car. Young Master Tang, were you satisfied today? Zhao Gaoshan smiled as he looked at Tang Yu and asked. Today, that young Master Tang was truly awe-inspiring. Even the renowned feng shui masters of the Mystic Gate all submitted to him. The Qin family was also immensely grateful to young Master Tang, and the friendship between the two families took a significant leap forward. When young Master Tang eventually takes the reins of the Tang family in the future, the Tang family's status will only continue to rise. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Tang Yu felt his teeth itch at the sight of this traitor, wondering if the feng shui of his family had somehow gone awry. Why is everyone around me scheming to stab me in the back? And with such thorough planning too. If they were sent to be Dragon Kings, they'd probably do a better job than Yi Chen. Well then, Zhao Gaoshan blinked at Tang Yu with a hint of anticipation in his heart. After helping young Master Tang achieve such a tremendous feat this time, shouldn't he receive an enormous reward? Tang Yu pulled out the billion-dollar check from his pocket and stuffed it into his hand. He hadn't wanted this money at first, but the Qin family insisted he take it. Wouldn't they be breaking their word if he refused? Receiving this billion-dollar check, Zhao Gaoshan instantly bloomed with joy. Young Master Tang truly treats us loyal ministers with great generosity. By the way, Uncle Zhao, doesn't our family plan to develop an Antarctic tourism project? I'd like you to be the person in charge of this project. It's not easy to make a round trip there. To avoid affecting your family life, your whole family will go together tonight. Your salary and bonuses will be tripled from now on. I'll be counting on you for the next few years. Tang Yu instructed. As for those backstabbing traitors, exile them all. He had initially considered sending them to Syria, but upon further thought, even Syria felt too close for comfort. Sending them to the South Pole, what perfect peace and quiet. If there are any more troublemakers next time, we'll just have to try sending them to the space station to explore outer space. Thank you, young Master Tang. This Xiao will dedicate himself heart and soul to the Tang family, even unto death. Zhao Gaoshan was so moved he nearly wept with gratitude. Young Master Tang was truly looking out for him, even arranging for his family to accompany him. After getting off the car, he immediately took a photo of the check with his phone and sent it to the management group chat. Today I accidentally did a small favor for young Master Tang, and he rewarded me with a casual gesture of 1 billion. Young Master Tang even arranged for me to oversee the new project in Antarctica. When I return, I'll bring back some penguins as local specialties for the brothers. Fellow brothers should also strive harder. Young Master Tang never mistreats those who render meritorious service. After sending the check image into the group chat, Zhao Gaoshan gloated a few words. Soon, the entire group chat exploded with excitement. He holy shit, 1 billion? What a miscalculation. Should have stayed by young Master Tang's side to keep racking up merits. Wang Defa, our friend, he speaks amiss here. Though we aren't by young Master Tang's side now, what stops us from continuing to earn merits? We need to work extra hard. Does anyone know what young Master Tang wants to do recently? If you know, please tell me, I'll give you 10% of the reward. Whoever knows should tell me first, and I'll give you 20%. I'll give 30%. Roll up your mom's sleeves or what? Fuck off with your rat race bullshit. Amid the noisy squabbles in the group chat, Tang Yu inexplicably shuddered several times. He felt like he'd just brushed against some malicious intent, yet still unaware of the source of this malice. Could it be that bastard Yi Chen cursing me out? Tang Yu grimaced slightly as he parked the car in the garage and then jogged all the way back to his room. With the door shut, Tang Yu murmured silently in his heart. Damn system, what's the reward this time? Don't fucking give me another one-time bonus. Ding! Host has successfully survived the plot. Reward, 1 perfected ancient martial art. You may choose between the immovable Vajra technique and the Inyan limitless technique, or randomly select one ancient martial art. Hearing the system's voice, Tang Yu was stunned. Damn it, my progress through this storyline has absolutely nothing to do with playing it safe. This goddamn system is suddenly being so generous? Not giving the reward all at once? Could it be that being more stubborn actually leads to better rewards? Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. The unfilial system had finally grown a conscience. Father, I choose the immovable Ning King Arch. Tang Yu quickly made his decision. Since he feared pain, he decided to max out his defense stat. If this technique could even withstand the fists of Dragon King Yi Chen, not choosing it would be absolute madness. Soon, he felt a surge of inexhaustible energy coursing through his body. This energy flowed throughout his body, ready to protect him at any moment.
Tang Yu activated this technique and attempted to strike himself with it.
Hey, it doesn't hurt. No, I need to find someone else to try it.
Tang Yu felt she had been too gentle with herself. She needed to find someone who could be rougher to try it out, but relying on his noble status. In the Tang family, the only person who dared to lay a heavy hand on him was that man. So he left the room and went upstairs, making his way to his father's study. When he entered, Father Tang was inside watching stocks on his computer. His business acumen wasn't great, so he rarely bothered with the Tang Group's affairs. Swimming tens of billions in idle funds in the stock market was his hobby.
Seeing Tang Yu arrive, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Got nothing better to do than skip work, kid? Just worried you'd be bored, old Tang. Came to keep you company."
Tang Yu laughed heartily, walking over to pat Elder Tang on the shoulder. "So how's the stock market treating you lately, old Tang?
Made any profits?" Mr. Tang's face instantly darkened. Old Tang? Does this kid have a death wish? Chapter 58, 7 Stripes of Fatherly Love, lashing upon his wandering son.
Mr. Tang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, his lips twisting into a mirthless smile.
"Can't you tell for yourself whether we're making money or not?"
With that, he stood up and headed toward the door.
Click. The sound of the door locking echoed. Father Tang slowly pulled out his belt and walked toward Tang Yu. A father's love is 7 wolves, striking his wandering child.
Tang Yu gazed at his father with glittering eyes, his face filled with yearning. After one swipe of the belt, he didn't scream like before. Tang's father, seeing the calm and composed smile on his face, suddenly questioned his own existence.
Was there something wrong with his belt? Or was he truly getting old, unable to whip this kid properly anymore? "Dad, have you had lunch yet?" Tang Yu asked with concern. "This Vajra indestructible technique is fucking amazing. With this, Dad can never beat me again."
Faced with Tang Yu's provocation, Father Tang suddenly felt something was off with the boy. He buckled his belt back on and pulled out his phone, calling Mother Tang with visible worry. "Humming, go find a psychiatric specialist, your son might have something wrong with his head." Hearing his father's words, Tang Yu jolted in alarm. He immediately jumped up and ran outside, shouting as he went, "I'm not sick, Dad, I was just joking with you." He just wanted to test whether the immovable Vajra technique given by the system had any issues. Being able to take his old man's belt strike without feeling a thing, that was seriously impressive. It seems the system is finally being humane this time. With this thing, my survival skills are off the charts. From now on, neither poison nor blows can touch me. As Tang Yu whistled and skipped along, the servants of the Tang family cast him terrified glances.
"Young Master Tang, have you lost your mind?"
Just as he was about to retreat to his room to blissfully laze around like a salted fish, Tang Yu spotted a stunning beauty in a maid outfit at his doorway. She was also wearing glasses, adding a touch of aloofness to her already exquisite and glamorous face. But what really caught Tang Yu's attention was, her explosive figure made her the perfect fit for a maid outfit. Her proportions were just slightly inferior to that little lass Xiao Yu.
"Good day, young Master Tang."
The girl in the maid outfit smiled softly at Tang Yu and bowed in greeting.
"Hello, hello." Tang Yu quickly greeted with a cheerful smile.
Finally having a pretty maid at home, now this is the kind of life a high-rich handsome guy deserves.
Wow, this girl is really something.
Just wonder if she gets tired walking around in those.
Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. She raised her head and said softly to Tang Yu, "Young Master Tang seems to have forgotten me?"
Tang Yu froze for a moment, staring carefully at the other party before recognizing her.
Damn it, isn't this Ling Han, the woman he met last time at the Galaxy Club?
He didn't recognize her at first today, mainly because Ling Han wore light makeup that transformed her into a pure and innocent beauty. This was her specialty, the art of makeup transformation. Simply put, she could become whatever type you fancied. According to the original plot, she should have been flirting with Qin Ming and another young master, playing them against each other. Later, he reminded Qin Ming himself to stay away from her, and since then, he hadn't heard any news about her.
How did she end up coming to his house? Damn Yi Chen, are you in such a hurry to get back at me? Wasn't it just beating your ass till it bled? Are you really holding on to such a small grudge? Hearing Tang Yu's internal grumbling, Ling Han was also taken aback for a moment. She had indeed received news that the Dragon King was ambushed and injured by several experts while protecting a little girl. But what's this about chrysanthemums bleeding?
Miss Ling has come to work at my house. That's great.
Have you worked as a maid before? Tang Yu asked with a smile.
This she-devil is not to be trifled with, ranked 3rd among the 8 great generals.
Is she here for brother? It's fine, you're undercover. This is your forte. Too bad you ran into me, you probably won't last a single day. Today, I'll show you exactly how I earned the nickname Human Scum. I can do laundry, cook, and clean. I specifically trained at a maid academy. Ling Han replied with a sweet smile. As the top assassin of the Dragon Soul organization, she frequently carried out missions like these. A maid, this was the identity she used most often. But our Tang family is different, as you can see. As the leading family among the 4 great clans of Suong,
being a maid in our household isn't so easy. Tang Yu pointed toward her room as she finished speaking.
First, clean up my room, let's see if you're up to it. Got it, young Master Tang.
Ling Han gave a sweet smile and stepped inside, immediately starting to tidy up. Tang Yu casually closed the door behind him.
Hee hee, I used to be afraid of you, after all, you're one of the 8 war generals. But now, times have changed, I'm no longer scared of a fight. If I don't wipe the floor with you today, I'll give my nickname Scumbag Yu to Yi Chen.
He sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze roaming blatantly over Lingan's body. That maid outfit is well chosen, but still a bit too conservative.
A heart-shaped cutout on the chest would be better. The skirt length is perfect. Damn, why is it safety shorts again? Ling Han tidied up while listening to Tang Yu's inner thoughts. Ling Han was seriously considering hitting this guy. Am I supposed to wear a G-string instead of safety shorts? Fortunately, she was professionally trained and could handle this much with ease. After quickly tidying up the room, she asked gently, young Master Tang, are you satisfied? Not bad, passable.
Tang Yu nodded in agreement. This woman really seemed capable of everything. Anyone unaware might genuinely mistake her for a professional maid. He sat on the carpet and patted the space beside him. In our household, maids also need to know how to give massages.
Come on, let me test your skills.
Ling Han suppressed the urge to hit him and forced a sweet smile.
How would young Master Tang like it done? I haven't been sleeping well lately. Give me a head massage. Tang Yu lay by the bedside, signaling that she could begin.
Ling Han then moved closer with a stool, sat by the bed, placed her hands on both sides of Tang Yu's temples, and began gently massaging as she said, is this pressure okay? Yes, but I have a question for you.
Young Master Tang, please speak. I get exhausted just dribbling a football around, aren't you tired doing this all day? Tiredness doesn't matter when serving the young master. Just say the word, it's no trouble at all. Well then, I thank young Master Tang.
Ling Han tried her best to keep her tone calm, but her fists had already instinctively clenched.
Chapter 59, is that double dealer stirring up trouble again?
Forget it, don't get angry, no one will replace you if you fall ill from rage.
Gathering information is more important, she thought.
Taking a deep breath, Ling Han rested her cool, jade-like hand on Tang Yu's head and began gently massaging.
Oh, that's nice. The technique isn't half bad. Tang Yu wore a pleased expression. Now this is what I call divine living, the skill level is insanely professional. What a shame, such a beautiful girl working as an assassin. What a waste. If you stayed at my house as a maid, working just 2 hours a day and spending the rest of your time happily playing around, now that's the life you deserve. How dangerous is the world of assassins? Fighting and killing all day, having to hide everywhere, isn't it exhausting for a girl? After hearing Tang Yu lament in his heart, Ling Han couldn't help feeling slightly stunned, even a little touched. Knowing full well that I'm the enemy, yet you're still willing to think this way for me? But deep down, she had indeed entertained such thoughts before. Why couldn't she be like other ordinary girls? Living an ordinary life, going to school, working, playing games, shopping with girlfriends, and finding a boy she likes to date. In her own world, it was nothing but killing and completing missions. Every day she dealt with all sorts of people, brushing shoulders with death countless times. This life of dancing on the knife's edge was truly exhausting. She also longed to be an ordinary girl. Every day was spent collecting protection money here and there, or enjoying free meals at dessert shops without paying. Mr. Tang, do you have any siblings? Ling Han suddenly asked. Nope, I'm the only child in my family. There are just a few younger cousins on my father's side. Tang Yu smiled and said, mentioning cousins reminds me of that double dealer Tang Ruoyu. That good-for-nothing is now a VP at Miley Foods, but hasn't made any moves yet. Yi Chen seems to have vanished too. Without his orders, Tang Ruoyu probably won't try any funny business recently. Any small movements would actually be perfect, he's under 24-hour surveillance anyway. Ling Han had to admit this man was quite cunning. No wonder the Dragon King had suffered losses at his hands. Even Tang Ruoyu, that crucial chess piece, was already completely under his control. Might as well inform the Dragon King later. Ling Han muttered to herself, her curiosity about Tang Yu growing even stronger. This man truly knows far too much. Thank goodness she could hear his inner thoughts. She began massaging Tang Yu's shoulders and softly asked, young Master Tang, is this pressure acceptable? Absolutely, no problem. Tang Yu gave her a thumbs up in approval. This feels incredibly satisfying. After being here for so long, I've finally gotten to experience the genuine treatment of a rich, handsome villain. Then Mr. Tang's meaning is that I've passed the test and can stay as a maid, right? Ling Han asked softly. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. It seemed he couldn't find a reason to directly chase her away that would be too deliberate and might tip her off instead. As long as you can adjust to this job, it's fine. If you can't, just let me know, you can leave anytime, and your salary won't be shortchanged. Tang Yu took the opportunity to pat her leg. Hee, you're the one who chose to stay, don't blame me for being shameless. Just leave if you can't bear it anymore, don't torture yourself.
Honestly speaking, if your family hadn't been destroyed by Yi Chen's master, your status as a young lady wouldn't have been any inferior to mine. With her parents and younger brother murdered since childhood, then taken away by the enemy to be trained as an assassin, what a pitiful fate, alas.
Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh with emotion while reminiscing about Ling Han's tragic background.
In the original plotline, Ling Han's parents had been the targets of Yi Chen's master. After eliminating the target, Master Yi Chen originally planned to take away both the 3-year-old sister and brother to raise them as his own. Children of that age have little memory retention, and since Master Yi Chen didn't kill in their presence, he had no concerns about future vengeance or retaliation. However, when the younger brother resisted, he was casually killed off. Unaware of the truth, Ling Han was taken away and raised from childhood, eventually becoming a remarkably skilled assassin. The reason the Dragon Soul organization is so formidable is precisely because they prefer to train rootless orphans from childhood into killing machines.
In an organization of hundreds, you couldn't find 10 parents among them.
Later, when Ling Han discovered this secret, she only harbored hatred for Yi Chen's master, remaining utterly devoted to Yi Chen himself. Well, it's wish fulfillment fiction after all. Even if the Dragon King slaughtered the female lead's entire family, she would still fall in love with him. Why, you ask? Because he had his reasons and must be forgiven. Ling Han, who had been massaging Tang Yu's shoulders, suddenly froze mid-motion. Her face went blank in disbelief at what she had just heard. The very reason she had come to Tang Yu was to get news about her younger brother.
The old man from the organization personally told her the truth. He said her parents were killed by a certain assassin organization, and by the time he arrived, he could only save her. As for her younger brother, the old man simply said his whereabouts remained unknown. Later, to seek revenge, she single-handedly destroyed that assassin organization, but still found no leads about her brother. Was it actually that highly respected elder who orchestrated all of this? Her eyes reddened as an uncontrollable murderous intent surged within her. Why have you stopped? Tang Yu, who had been thoroughly enjoying himself, asked with a puzzled expression. Can I go to the restroom first?
Ling Han's voice carried a muted solemnity.
Go on then, off you go.
Tang Yu comfortably flipped over and lay on the carpet, waiting for her to return and continue massaging him. If she stays here and doesn't leave, then just let her massage for 2 or 3 hours every day. Anyway, her target is herself, and her current self is as tame as a kitten, nothing to fear. With her mind in turmoil, Ling Han returned to the bathroom to splash water on her face and calm down.
The heart's voice never lies.
But she still wanted to follow the clues and confirm this matter. If that old man was truly her enemy, then from now on, she would stand on the opposite side of the Dragon Soul organization. Take it slow, no need to rush. She took another deep breath to calm her mind once more. After all these years, what's another moment? As for the news about Tang Ruoyu that she had just heard from Tang Yu, there was absolutely no way she would tell Yi Chen about it. When she returned, there was already a young man in the room. It was Tang Ruoyu, who had come bearing gifts to visit Tang Yu. Brother, didn't you get engaged to Miss Su not long ago? I've brought you a belated gift. With a smile, he handed an exquisitely crafted box to Tang Yu. Tang Yu opened it for a look. Inside lay 2 Van Cleef & Arpels diamond rings.
Thank you, that's very thoughtful. Tang Yu chuckled. This two-faced bastard bearing gifts must surely harbor ill intentions. He casually asked, how's work at the company been lately? There's still so much to learn. I just feel like my abilities fall short of the task. It'd be nice to have even half of your talent. Tang Ruoyu said with a humble expression. Indeed, it would be great if you had half my talent. Tang Yu nodded. That way, you won't score a 250 in the college entrance exams. Tang Ruoyu was slightly taken aback. Why wasn't his elder brother following the usual script? Though inwardly annoyed, he maintained a respectful expression and said, by the way, big brother, I noticed an issue after spending some time at the company. What's the problem? The company's accounts don't quite add up. I suspect some management might be cooking the books. I'd like you to take a look. Cooking the books? Tang Yu gave the young man a glance and nodded, saying, alright, right now? In a couple of days, I'll prepare more evidence and give you a heads up first. Seeing Tang Yu agree, Tang Ruoyu's eyes lit up with delight. An hour earlier, 4 people had approached him, claiming to be sent by young Master Yi. They demanded he find a way to lure Tang Yu out alone, making it easier for them to strike. With this kid dead, there'd be no one left in the Tang family to contend for power with him. Chapter 60, How dare you try to take advantage of me, old woman. Alright, let's proceed with this arrangement then. Tang Yu cracked a grin. He'd been waiting for this kid to take the bait. Right now, Yi Chen is hiding, so all these backstabbers are bound to come out one by one to stir up trouble. Let's deal with them one at a time for now. Then he looked at Ling Han and waved his hand dismissively. You should go get some rest too. We'll continue with the lap pillow massage tomorrow. Huh, got it, young Master Tang. With mixed emotions, Ling Han nodded, wanting some time alone to collect herself. Today's events had truly been too overwhelming for her. Seeing Ling Han, Tang Ruoyu was momentarily stunned by her striking beauty. When did such a stunning beauty appear in this house?
Her looks are on par with Su Muyuat and those other top-tier beauties.
And offering a lap pillow massage? How shamelessly seductive.
He swallowed hard and hurried after Linghan as soon as he left Tang Yu's room.
You're the new maid, right? What's your name? Linghan, what's the matter?
Linghan frowned, a trace of impatience flashing in her eyes.
My name is Tang Ruoyu, cousin of Tang Yu. It makes sense you don't recognize me since I don't usually live around here. Let's grab dinner tonight and get acquainted.
Tang Ruoyu chuckled slyly and reached out to put his arm around Linghan's waist. What a waste for such a beauty to be a maid. It's not like he couldn't afford to keep her.
Linghan's expression turned icy.
Seeing no one around, she backhanded a slap across Tang Ruoyu's face. Before he could even cry out in shock after the slap, Linghan had already reached out and seized his throat.
Tang Ruoyu's face instantly turned ashen.
At that moment, he no longer saw a peerless beauty before him, but a venomous serpent in woman's form. Linghan said with a frosty expression, "Don't push your luck.
I was also sent here by Yi Chen."
She was currently seething with anger and had nowhere to vent it.
Did this fool, whom Yi Chen was using as a pawn, really think he could take advantage of her?
I am sorry, Tang Ruoyu stammered, his legs trembling with fear. It was the first time he had ever felt fear from a woman. Linghan finally let go of Tang Ruoyu, pulled out a wet wipe to clean her hands, and walked away with a disgusted expression. After Linghan left, Tang Ruoyu burned with shame and resentment in his heart.
How dare he be beaten by a woman?
His gaze carried a trace of resentment. Once he gained control of the Tang family, he would definitely have this woman seized. Yet he was pleasantly surprised that young Master Yi had managed to place his pieces this far.
Young Master Yi indeed has eyes and ears everywhere.
Working with him guarantees my success this time. After leaving the Tang family and returning to his car, he immediately grabbed his phone to report the situation.
This time, that brat Tang Yu is definitely finished.
But what Tang Yu didn't know was that the moment he hung up his call, Tang Yu had already obtained the recording.
After listening to the recording, Tang Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Death Squad? Tang Yu still had a vivid impression of this team. They were indisputably the elite within the Dragon Soul organization, having accomplished many tasks for Dragon King Yi Chen. These people each possess profound strength, all being quintessential ancient martial artists. In this book setting, martial arts masters reaching the pinnacle become ancient martial artists. Ancient martial artists are divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Even the lowest-ranked yellow-tier ancient martial artist could become the head bodyguard if placed among the 4 great families. All 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad are at the peak of the yellow character realm. Just 4 worthless youngsters. Tang Yu chuckled, his mood swelling slightly with pride. Dragon King Yi Chen, a formidable expert of the black character realm, couldn't even breach the defenses of the immovable Vajra art. They wanted to cooperate with Tang Ruoyu to kill me. I'll turn the tables and fish them out. In short, these traitors and potential threats must be dealt with one by one. If I can't stay safe by lying low, then I'll eliminate every factor that threatens my safety one by one. Tang Yu had been lazing around at home for 2 days without receiving any notice from Tang Ruoyu. Instead, during these 2 days, he kept finding excuses to have Linghan come to his room, or he could rest his head on her fragrant, soft lap. What puzzled him was, this woman's patience turned out to be far greater than he had imagined. In the original plot, she wasn't like this. Because this is exactly what the settings of gratification novels dictate. How could the Dragon King's woman be touched by another man? This isn't some NTR fiction. She must be waiting for the right opportunity. Tang Yu pondered silently to himself, wondering if he could push things further. For example, maybe asking her to help scrub his back or something? Having waited in vain for Tang Ruoyu's message, Tang Yu could no longer afford to laze around. Because today was the day of the Suzhou Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce's annual meeting. Major companies from Suzhou and Hangzhou will attend this annual conference. Tang Yu must also go as the representative of the Tang Group. Before going, Xin Ming had already sent him a message, saying their family would openly suppress the Longchen Group during the conference today. The Tang and Wang families are bound to respond to this, as the 3 families have already formed an alliance to suppress the Longchen Group from all angles. Longchen Group, with its substantial market value of 500 billion, is considered a top-tier company in Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, against the combined forces of the 3 major families, its dominance appears somewhat diminished. Recently, their various business sectors have suffered significant losses, with stocks continuously declining for 3 consecutive days. After getting ready, Tang Yu headed to the garage only to find his father already seated in the Rolls-Royce, preparing to depart. He quickly opened the car door and climbed in with a grin, saying, "Dad, why didn't you call me when you left? How was I supposed to know you hadn't gone yet?" Tang Gangcheng snapped irritably. He was currently feeling rather annoyed every time he saw Tang Yu. "Last time I hit him with a belt, the little brat actually smirked and asked if I hadn't eaten. Now every time he saw this guy, he felt like drawing his sword only to gaze around in emptiness. Last time I drank some fake liquor and got a little carried away. Don't hold it against me, old man."
Tang Yu noticed his father's unfriendly gaze and quickly chuckled sheepishly.
Tang Gangchun snorted coldly, too lazy to deal with this kid.
In previous years, the Chamber of Commerce gatherings were always held at the Bright Moon Hotel. Due to the recent major case, the Bright Moon Hotel had already been shut down, forcing them to choose a slightly lower-tier 6-star hotel as the alternative. Upon arriving at the hotel, as soon as the father and son got out of the car, many of Suzhou and Hangzhou's elite came forward to greet them.
Although Tang Gangcheng rarely interfered with the group's operations, he was still quite well-connected socially.
People greeted him everywhere, and a few beautiful women even came up to give him hugs. He didn't forget to give Tang Yu a meaningful glance, signaling, "Don't go blabbing to your mom about this."
Tang Yu just chuckled awkwardly and pretended not to notice. What was there even to say about such things? Damn, bro, you're here.
Xin Ming emerged from some unseen corner, trailing a few delicate young beauties behind him.
Hello, young Master Tang.
These ladies also hail from prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, just not comparable to the Tang clan, that's all. I need to discuss something with my brother first. We'll catch up with you guys later. Xin Ming didn't dare let these privileged girls interact too much with Tang Yu. Pulling Tang Yu aside, he said, "Come on, I'm taking you to meet someone."
Who is it? Why so mysterious?
Tang Yu was a bit puzzled but soon found himself being led by this fellow to a suite. Upon entering, he realized Qin Kurson was sitting by the window, painting.
Sis, I've brought him to you.
Xin Ming cheerfully greeted them before turning to leave, not forgetting to close the door behind him.
Chapter 61 A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Damn, I let my guard down.
Tang Yu hadn't anticipated this kid would resort to deceit and ambush, successfully luring her here. Seeing Qin Kurson smiling mischievously at her,
Tang Yu couldn't help but recall that scene from over 10 years ago. Ahem.
A stark naked beauty walked over and gave him a resounding slap.
Absolutely unreal. Qin Kurson set down her paintbrush, walked over to the sofa, and sat down before asking Tang Yu, "Would you like some tea?
If so, I'll brew you a cup.
Just drink some water."
Tang Yu waved his hand and unscrewed a bottle of mineral water.
Qin Kurson just looked at Tang Yu.
"Why are you staring at me?" Being watched by her always gave Tang Yu this weird feeling, mainly because Qin Kurson hadn't given him a single kind look all these years. Ever since that incident with the Qin family, her attitude toward him had suddenly become somewhat ambiguous. He even added her on WeChat and tried to strike up some awkward conversations a few times.
"Could you open this bottle for me?" Qin Kurson said with a charming smile.
Tang Yu increasingly felt that something was off about this woman today.
"You could easily unscrew it yourself if you got mad. You could probably unscrew my skull too." Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Qin Kurson didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
That incident from back then really left deep psychological scars on him. "I called you here today to apologize. I misunderstood you before. I didn't know Qin Ming had deceived you."
Qin Kurson's gaze wavered slightly as she spoke.
Thinking back on that incident, she really did feel rather embarrassed. Ever since she became conscious of such things, no man had ever looked at her like that before.
"What thing? I've already forgotten about it." Tang Yu played dumb. "Good that you forgot." Qin Kurson bit her lip lightly.
A beauty like her, with every smile and frown so captivating, made Tang Yu unable to resist stealing a few more glances. She took a sip of mineral water, then pointed at the drawing board.
"Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the drawing board.
On it was painted a butterfly, its dazzlingly colorful wings so vibrant they seemed ready to flutter right off the page.
"It's been a while since I last drew anything."
Tang Yu shook her head and shrugged as she spoke. "Back when you used to come over to my place, the three of us would often draw together."
Qin Kurson's expression turned somewhat nostalgic.
She had been a sensitive soul since childhood, with a somewhat aloof personality. Combined with her special status as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she actually felt somewhat awkward at school. Her classmates, aware they couldn't match her social standing, would flatter and fawn over her to her face while secretly excluding her in subtle or overt ways. School was like a miniature society. The more exceptional one was, the harder it became to fit in. She didn't want to deal with these people while wearing a mask either, and over time, she became depressed. Back then, the only ones who played with her were her younger brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. The three of them would often sit together and paint.
Tang Yu also felt somewhat nostalgic.
He walked up to Qin Kurson's painting and smiled, saying, "You've improved a lot since before. The vividly colorful butterfly is so lifelike that it truly requires exceptional skill to paint."
"I should actually thank you. Do you remember that colorful butterfly you painted for me before?" Qin Kurson's expression softened with tenderness and gratitude.
Back then, her depression was quite severe. She had even secretly attempted wrist cutting at one point. Because her mind had fallen into a lifeless stillness, she only liked painting in black when she created art, especially black butterflies. Until one day, when she was halfway through a painting, something urgent called her away. By the time she returned, her carefully painted black butterflies had turned into vibrant colors. The originally dark and gloomy background had transformed into a vibrant sea of flowers. She knew instantly that such exquisite painting skills couldn't belong to her brother Qin Ming, it had to be Tang Yu's work. Those vivid colors deeply moved her heart. From that moment on, she gradually began emerging from depression, one step at a time. For Tang Yu, who had reached out to pull her from the abyss of despair, she undoubtedly felt profound gratitude.
Until, after that misunderstanding occurred, their relationship became unbearably awkward. Oh, that time, I remember it. Tang Yu smiled awkwardly. I've mostly been putting up with you for a long time.
You painted that butterfly so hideously, I couldn't stand watching any longer and had to teach you a lesson.
Qin Kursen's lips twitched. So this bastard had actually despised her terrible painting skills all those years? She immediately smiled and let go.
No matter how it had been misunderstood back then, for her, it was a crucial turning point in her life.
She was still grateful to Tang Yu.
Grateful for his unintended help that aided her. Grateful that he saved the Qin family and her younger brother.
Let's draw together again. It's been so long since we last drew together.
She looked at Tang Yu with an expectant expression and asked,
You go ahead and draw. I think I'll just take a walk downstairs instead. Tang Yu shook his head and said, Staying here feels a bit off in this atmosphere. Do you really hate me that much?
Seeing Tang Yu about to leave, Qin Kursen asked with a resentful look on her face. She didn't understand why, but seeing Tang Yu treat her somewhat coldly made her feel miserable inside. This was a feeling she had never experienced with any other man. It's not that I dislike it, just, Tang Yu was searching for the right words when she noticed Qin Kursen's eyes turning red. Seeing her tears beginning to well up, Tang Yu's heart softened as she said, I just really need to use the bathroom.
Hop up here then. Qin Kursen pointed at the bathroom in the suite. Alright, I'll go. Don't cry, or people will think I'm bullying you.
Tang Yu hastily reassured her and went in to take a symbolic piss.
With just the two of us alone in this room, if she runs out crying, my reputation would be utterly ruined.
And if Qin Ming finds out, that bastard would definitely spread it all over the place. After washing his hands, Tang Yu obediently sat down beside Qin Kursen and started drawing with her. Seeing Tang Yu staying to draw with her, Qin Kursen smiled happily, as if she had finally recovered something long lost. Just as she was about to get up to fetch Tang Yu's paintbrush, she accidentally tripped over the drawing board with her foot, stumbling forward and falling to the ground.
Ah!
Hearing Qin Kursen's thud and cry of pain, Tang Yu quickly helped her up and asked,
Are you okay? It's fine, there's a carpet. Qin Kursen shook her head.
The soft carpet covering the floor had saved her from getting hurt, but as soon as she tried to stand up, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, forcing her to gasp in discomfort.
My foot seems to be twisted.
She looked pitifully at Tang Yu with a hurt expression.
Let me help you to the sofa first. Tang Yu gave a bitter smile. Why did this feel vaguely familiar?
Having Qin Kursen place her hand on his shoulder, Tang Yu slid an arm around her waist and helped her over to the sofa. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Kursen lowered her head to check how her feet were doing. But since she was wearing stockings, she had to take them off for a better view.
Holy shit, undressing right in front of me? Can't handle this, really can't handle this. I'm still a kid, how can you show me such things?
Tang Yu beside her was trying very hard not to let his eyes wander, but he was genuinely worried about whether Qin Kursen had gotten hurt, so his gaze became somewhat uncontrollable. What can you do? Men are just inherently kind-hearted and caring toward women.
Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Qin Kursen's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Is it just about removing stockings?
Yet Qin Ming, who facilitated all this, has already gotten himself into trouble.
Because 3 women have come looking for him.
Su Muyue, Wang Yishua, and Zhang Xiuye.
Where's Tang Yu?
After the 3 women arrived, Wang Yishua stared at Qin Ming and asked. They had come a bit later today and, after greeting Tang Gangchang and learning that Tang Yu was here, searched around but couldn't find him, so they set their sights on Qin Ming.
Big bro said he had something to do and went out. He might not be back for a while?
Qin Ming replied with a hint of guilt in his voice.
Seizing this rare chance for his elder brother and sister to spend time alone together, how could he possibly let the suite turn into a battlefield? The 3 women stared at him in unison, their inexplicable pressure immediately making Qin Ming feel overwhelmed. After a brief standoff, Qin Ming finally conceded defeat and weakly pointed upstairs. Big bro seemed to be chatting with my sister earlier. The 3 women immediately stormed upstairs to find Tang Yu with aggressive determination. Upon reaching the door, they exchanged hesitant glances, none daring to be the first to knock. Listen, Wang Yishua suggested in a whisper.
Su Muyue and Zhang Xiaoye both nodded in agreement, and the 3 girls pressed their ears against the door in perfect synchronization. Then, they heard some faint, indistinct murmuring sounds. The 3 women, faces full of question marks, twisted the doorknob without hesitation and stepped inside together.
Chapter 62, More Women, More Trouble.
When they entered, Qin Kursen was applying medicinal liquor to her ankle. Just now, the 3 women heard faint moaning sounds outside the door. It was from her applying ointment.
Tang Yu looked at the trio with astonishment. Holy shit, why are you 3 here too? Did you come for a mahjong game?
Realizing it was all a misunderstanding, the three girls felt slightly embarrassed. They had thought something was going on inside the room. Luckily, nothing happened. Otherwise, they would have been furious today. Jean Curson couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl slightly as she observed the three women's expressions. Being a woman herself, how could she not guess what was on their minds? What brings you here? Tang Yu looked at the three women and spoke awkwardly. Why does it feel like we're being caught in the act? Qin Ming said you were here, so I came looking for you.
Wang Yishua was remarkably blunt. That was just her personality. Miss Qin, what happened to you? Are you hurt?
Zhang Xiaoye ran over and sat beside Jean Curson's legs, deliberately blocking Tang Yu's view.
So what if she's got long legs?
I'll block them so you can't look. If only I were 20 centimeters taller, I'd have long legs too. Besides, I'm much older than her. I twisted it, but Tang Yu massaged it for me just now and it feels much better. Jean Curson said with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of challenge. All three women turned their gazes toward Tang Yu.
Tang Yu looked utterly baffled, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward. Holy shit, why are you all staring at me? Don't listen to her nonsense, I didn't do anything.
Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, the three women realized Jean Curson had tricked them, yet they remained highly vigilant.
Women are all very sensitive. If you try to trick them at this moment, aren't you just trying to provoke them? Let me handle it, I'm the professional here.
Zhang Xiaoye grabbed Jean Curson's ankle and gave it a few squeezes, after which Jean Curson could no longer feel any pain in her ankle.
It really worked, thank you. Jean Curson smiled gratefully as she took the stockings and put them back on. Wang Yishua simply rolled her eyes in response. Just old tricks I've played before. She hooked her arm through Tang Yu's and said, let's go, the meeting will start soon. Uncle asked me to call you downstairs. Why are you holding his arm like that? Upon seeing Wang Yishua's action, Su Muyue immediately felt displeased. She walked over and hooked her arm through Tang Yu's other arm, saying discontentedly, Miss Wang, I suggest you behave with some dignity. Stop coveting someone else's fiancé. Among the people in the room, Wang Yishua was the one she was most wary of. That woman had the thickest skin. Seriously, as an ex-girlfriend, must she keep clinging like this? How annoying can she be? He's your fiancé? Then why don't you ask him to confess his love to you right now? What era are we living in, still clinging to arranged marriages?
Wang Yishua curled her lips and glanced at Zhang Xiaoye. Don't you agree, Xiaoye? Zhang Xiaoye already knew that Wang Yishua could hear Tang Yu's inner thoughts, just like she could. Besides, the bond between them was indeed much closer. So she resolutely joined Wang Yishua's camp, nodding in agreement. That's right, times are different now, free love and all. Jean Curson seemed to have no intention of speaking up. In fact, she got along quite well with Wang Yishua and was more inclined to side with her. It's just this marriage alliance matter. She didn't care before, but now she's definitely voting against it in her heart. Having finally cleared up the misunderstanding, she didn't want to miss out on this relationship just like that. Relationships between women are just that complicated. 4 roommates can create 8 different WeChat groups. Su Muyue gritted her teeth in frustration, stubbornly refusing to let go no matter what. I've still got 2 legs here, why don't you just carry me down? Watching them already locking metaphorical horns, Tang Yu sighed and made a helpless suggestion. For fairness sake, how about the 4 of us each take 1 leg? Wishful thinking. The 4 women chimed in unison. Surrounded by 4 stunning beauties, this would normally be considered quite a blissful situation. Except Tang Yu felt like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. After descending the stairs, he distinctly felt everyone's gaze fixed upon him. Those attending today's annual conference were all influential figures from Suzhou and Hangzhou, along with various city officials. Even in such a crowded setting, Wang Yishua and her group of young socialites remained the most eye-catching presence in the room. The young women clustered together while still trailing behind Tang Yu. Anyone with eyes could see there was something off. What's going on? Why are all these people walking with young Master Tang? Holy shit, is young Master Tang that greedy? 3 out of the 4 great families' young mistresses are all following him? And Dr. Zhang's tagging along too. What kind of play is this? Who told me young Master Tang was the #1 simp in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Is this how a simp gets treated? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Tang Gangchun was chatting with 2 beautiful women in their early 40s. In his youth, he'd been extraordinarily handsome, a famously dashing playboy throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. At that time, there were quite a few young ladies who admired him, like these 2 here before him. Although they didn't end up together, they still maintained quite a good relationship. President Tang, your son truly takes after you. One of the elegant ladies before him suddenly pointed towards Tang Yu's location. Ha! Tang Gangchun turned his head for a glance and nearly passed out on the spot. That little bastard? What the hell is he up to? Of the 4 great families, aside from his own, the young ladies of the other 3 were all gathered around him, and the atmosphere clearly seemed off. Was he unaware of where this place was? Did he really have to play such games in front of so many people? Back in my younger days, who would dare pull such shameless tricks like him?
Damn it, is this guy trying to marry several daughters-in-law into our Tang family?
Tang Gangcheng felt the urge to take off his belt and thrash someone again.
Just thinking about how his belt couldn't even discipline this brat anymore made him even angrier. This time, that little bastard has completely ruined the Tang family's reputation.
Old Master Wang, who had just recovered, felt his blood pressure rising again after witnessing this scene.
Wasn't his own granddaughter usually disdainful of other men? What the hell is going on here? The scent of vinegar has wafted through the entire upper-class circles of Suzhou and Hangzhou.
Old Wang, your granddaughter is quite bold indeed, remarked another elderly man standing nearby with schadenfreude, none other than Qin Wenwen, the patriarch of the Qin family.
The relationship between the Qin and Wang families has never been particularly harmonious. The two families were evenly matched in strength, constantly vying for the position of the second most influential clan in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In recent years, the young ladies of both families have displayed astonishing business acumen in the commercial arena.
Wang Yishua's business talent slightly edged out Qin Kursen's by a narrow margin. Consequently, over these past few years, the Wang family's development has outpaced that of the Qin family. The Qin family was utterly displeased about this matter. Today, old Master Qin finally found an opportunity to vent his long-simmering anger. But before he could enjoy his moment for even a minute, Qin Kursen suddenly grabbed Tang Yu's arm. Pointing at a grand piano placed in the center of the hall, she tugged him along until they were walking toward the instrument together.
Wang Hanfei immediately sneered sarcastically. Not at all, far inferior to your granddaughter.
I've long heard that Kursen is an exceptionally brave little girl, and it seems the rumors are true. Qin Wenwen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had thought his granddaughter was just tagging along for the excitement.
Never imagined she'd also come to fight for attention?
With a dark expression, he said, that's right.
My granddaughter has the same guts as me.
Back in the day, I dared to fight you for a woman, and my granddaughter is no different.
Old Qin, old Wang, I get that you two don't get along, but isn't little Tang my Su family's son-in-law?
At this moment, Su Zhongshan, who was standing at the back, couldn't hold back anymore. He was really pissed off. Damn it, his future son-in-law was being fought over by girls from other families.
What if they really snatch it away?
The two old men glanced back at him and snorted with laughter, instantly feeling much better.
Such is human nature.
If you find a dead fly in your food, you'd feel miserable. But when you're suffering and see someone fall into a cesspool, suddenly your problems don't seem so bad.
Chapter 63 Damn, made me lose this badly. The moment Tang Yu descended surrounded by those four women with unrivaled swagger, his loyal bro Qin Ming immediately captured the whole scene in a short video. He's always been a flirt. As long as my elder sister can stay with big brother, having a few sister-in-laws doesn't matter to her. With my eldest brother being so outstanding, it's only natural to have more sisters-in-law. After filming this short video, he immediately posted it on his short video account. I thought brother was the most flirtatious in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but compared to big brother, he's not even close. The moment this short video was posted, comments flooded in instantly. These days, if you want your video to go viral, you gotta feature handsome guys and beautiful girls. And in this short video he posted, with 4 stunning beauties and 1 exceptionally handsome guy, of course the effect was absolutely explosive. Holy shit, is this guy some kind of beast? Hooking up with 4 at once? Damn beast, there isn't even one for each of us. Is he not afraid of dying from kidney exhaustion? Brother is so handsome, little sister totally approves. Comments filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment flooded the screen like crazy. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, lying on the hospital bed in the He family's private hospital, was idly playing with his phone. His internal injuries had almost completely healed. The mystic young physique was truly no joke. But the external wounds on his backside would need at least another week to recover properly. As the Dragon King, he had no interest in playing games. His greatest daily pleasure came from scrolling through short videos. Because there were many beautiful women here, it was easy for him to scout suitable targets. But as he kept scrolling, this video suddenly popped up in his feed. When he clearly saw the key figures in the video, Yi Chen's veins bulged on his forehead instantly, and with an enraged roar, he leapt up from the bed. I finally let my heart fall for someone, yet you made me lose so completely. F***CK. He slammed his phone onto the ground. Crack! The phone shattered with a crisp sound, instantly breaking into countless fragments. He threw his phone to the ground, yet the fire in his chest still raged unabated. The woman he had his eye on, before he could even make his move, this guy had already beaten him to it and assembled a harem? Moreover, Wang Yishua and Su Muyue had taken the initiative to cling to his arm in front of so many people? These were privileges that should have been his. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his buttocks, making him tremble uncontrollably. He felt something wet trickle out, and upon reaching to touch it, realized it was blood. Just as I leaped up in excitement, the freshly healed wound instantly tore open again. Tang Yu, I want you dead. Yi Chen grimaced through the pain and growled in anger, immediately reaching for his phone to contact the Reaper squad, urging them to act swiftly.
Only then did he miserably realize his phone had already been smashed to pieces. The frustration and agony were so unbearable that he felt like punching himself. Being the Dragon King, when has life ever been so frustrating? Xin Ming had no idea how much harm his short video had inadvertently caused someone, or how much resentment it had stirred up for his big brother. Seeing the likes exceed 10,000 in under 10 minutes, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction.
Excellent.
Everyone could see clearly now, his older sister had already become part of Big Brother's harem. Starting today, Big Bro is my brother-in-law. He calls me little brother-in-law, I call him Big Bro, we'll each use our own terms. In high spirits, he casually launched another million-yuan giveaway. When you've got money, the point is to spread the joy around. At this moment, Tang Yu was forcing himself to sit at the grand piano in the center of the hall with Qin Kurson, playing together, a four-handed duet. As the lively melody began, the entire room fell silent, all eyes turning toward the pair. Compared to the other ladies present, Qin Kurson possessed remarkable artistic talents, mastering music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with equal brilliance.
Tang Yu wasn't far behind.
As the handsome, wealthy villain destined to be trampled upon, he'd maxed out all the skills needed for showing off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a worthy stepping stone.
Seizing this golden opportunity, Xin Ming promptly filmed another short video and posted it online. What do you call a perfect golden couple? That would be my big brother and sister.
Fortunately, Yi Chen had already smashed his phone, sparing himself further emotional damage. Wang Yishua and the other two girls watched from a distance, their expressions instantly darkening with displeasure. The piano, they'd all learned to play it before. After starting college, there were just too many things to do, so I'd long abandoned it. I really couldn't compare to Qin Kurson.
Your fiancé's playing a duet with someone, Miss Su. Shouldn't you go showcase your skills too? Wang Yishua didn't miss the chance to fan the flames. The enemy of my enemy isn't necessarily my friend. Let them fight it out, that's what matters. Why don't you go play with your ex-boyfriend then?
Su Muyue shot a cold glare at Wang Yishua. Not that she couldn't play piano, but she certainly wasn't as skilled as Qin Kurson or Tang Yu. Going up would just make her look foolish, leaving people with the impression she was inferior to Qin Kurson.
Which beauty would want to lose to another beauty?
They all say things like, oh my, you're so gorgeous, your skin is flawless, your legs are long, your bust is voluptuous, I can't compare to you, but in their hearts, they're just being polite. Don't take it seriously, deep down, they still think they're the prettiest.
I'm great at dancing.
Next time he plays the piano, I'll strip for him with a pole dance.
Wang Yishua snorted defiantly.
Su Muyue was nearly choked by this remark. She wasn't as bold as Wang Yishua.
Jiang Xiaoye didn't say anything, just sighed with a mournful expression. Brother Tang Yu is too popular. What a hassle. Next time I'll ask him to join me in providing free medical treatment to patients.
When grouped with the older sisters, she felt somewhat outmatched.
When Tang Yu's piano duet came to an end, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Seeing the looks in these people's eyes, Tang Yu knew.
From today onwards, he became Suzhou and Hangzhou's maritime, maestro pianist of the sea. Old Master Qin, witnessing this scene, also felt that this young Tang fellow was indeed quite compatible with his granddaughter.
Both quite brilliant, aren't they?
In Suzhou and Hangzhou, it seemed truly difficult to find many young men more outstanding than this Tang lad. He chuckled as he looked at Su Chongshan and said, Chongshan, I heard your daughter hasn't spoken to Xiao Tang for 3 years.
Isn't this arranged marriage a bit too forced? Su Chongshan's mouth twitched, well aware of what this old fox was scheming, and quickly replied, 3 years of cultivation bearing fruit, that's what makes a beautiful love story. Don't force it. Your daughter's happiness is what matters most. Don't let Mu Yue suffer. If you think it's not suitable, just say the word to the old man, I'll handle this matter for you. The Qin family can even give the Su family control of several major projects. Old Master Qin chuckled with a sly grin. Trading multi-billion yuan profit projects for a good grandson-in-law wasn't a bad deal after all. Stop fighting over him, why don't you all just marry your daughters to him? Old man Wang sneered from the sidelines. Fortunately, the meeting time arrived just then, putting a stop to the trio's verbal sparring. The hotel had specially converted a banquet hall into a large conference room for the occasion. After everyone took their seats, the 4 great families and representatives from several other prominent families occupied the front rows. What catches the eye is that there's still one vacant seat in the front row. In previous years, this seat had always belonged to Blackstone Group. After being acquired, Blackstone Group was rebranded as Dragon Dawn Group. Surprisingly, they didn't send any representatives to this year's annual meeting. This has led many to let their imaginations run wild. Because just days earlier, 3 of the 4 major families declared war against Longshan Group. Receiving simultaneous suppression from 3 powerful factions, such an honor is truly unparalleled among Suzhou Hangzhou corporations. Chapter 64, Lacking DPS for Raid Battles. As per tradition, the city leaders will first deliver their speeches at the annual meeting. Then they'll present some key projects planned for the coming year in the city.
Next will be the speaking time for various prominent families and major corporations. Our key development focus for Suzhou and Hangzhou next year will prioritize environmental protection. We must reduce carbon emissions. The leader's speeches always last at least half an hour. After the leaders finished speaking, Wang Yishua stood up as the Wang family representative and made a proposal. Our Wang group will actively respond to the call and contribute our modest efforts to Suzhou Hangzhou's environmental protection initiatives. I have another matter to bring up with the leaders. As a major company in our Suzhou Hangzhou region, Longchen Group has been sacrificing environmental protection for profit. The chemical plant they built in the southern suburbs has been discharging large amounts of polluted water, causing severe impacts. Wang Yishua was clearly determined to openly tear apart the facade of Longchen Group. After she took the lead in making her stance known, the Tang and Qin families also raised various other issues concerning Longchen Group. The three families made a forceful move in front of the entire Suhang Chamber of Commerce, and their attitude forced everyone to ponder one question. Was it time to pick a side? If the Longchen Group were to fall, it would be a massive piece of fat meat up for grabs. Many began turning this matter over in their minds, and soon reached a conclusion. It's time to make our move. After wrapping up this explosive year-end conference, Longchen Group's enemies have now become nearly half the business world of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Upon leaving the hotel, Old Master Qin didn't seem overly concerned about the targeting of Longchen Group. After returning to the car with his beloved granddaughter, he hesitated as if wanting to say something. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Curson, what exactly happened between you and that Tang boy today? When the two were sitting together playing the piano, the girl's radiant expression of happiness was so obvious that even a blind person could tell something was up. When Grandpa asked this, Qin Curson was about to speak, but Qin Ming had already cut in. TCH, Grandpa, why even ask? Sis has a thing for big bro, perfect match, talented guy, beautiful girl, made for each other. No sooner had he finished than he got whacked by the cane. Old Master Qin scowled and snapped. Oh, your sister's made for each other, but you're made for a harem, is that it? Keep bringing women home to fool around, and you'll be kicked out of the Qin family. Qin Ming grimaced in pain, forcing out an awkward laugh as he played dumb. Seeing his grandfather looking at him, Qin Curson bit her lip lightly and said, Grandfather, I sort of have feelings for Tangyu. Oh my, then you should have said so earlier. I would have settled this matter before the Su family got involved. Grandfather Qin doted on his granddaughter immensely. He sighed and said, as you can see, things are already settled between the Tang boy and Muyue girl. It's really not the right timing now. There's no such thing as right timing, they're not married yet. Qin Curson remained absolutely firm in her stance. What she sets her mind on, she'll never easily let go. Old Master Wang pretty much meant the same thing. That Tang family boy is indeed quite decent, but he's already engaged to someone else. Alright Grandpa, you focus on recovering and don't worry about these matters. Whatever your granddaughter wants, she'll definitely get it. Faced with her grandfather's earnest advice, Wang Yishua just giggled and tossed her hair. Humph, I'll go find him tomorrow dressed as a bunny girl. Alright then. Old Master Wang was utterly speechless. Young people these days were so much bolder than in his time. Muyue, you've got to seize the moment. Don't be as cold and distant as before, you hear? Good men are always in high demand. When I was young, I was even more popular than that Tang boy. Do you know how your mother managed to win me over? She got me drunk and slept with me. A few days later, she claimed she was pregnant with you, so that's why. Su Chongshan was in the car trying to persuade his daughter. The driver nearly drove the car into a ditch upon hearing this gossip. Master, since when have you been so flirtatious? Su Muyue's face turned crimson from her old man's antics. She glared at her father and said, couldn't you teach something more decent? Ah, only a man understands another man. Your father is doing this for your own good. Go have a drink with him tonight, got it? Su Zhongshan advised earnestly. Su Muyue thought, maybe that wouldn't be such a bad idea? After returning to the Tang residence, Tang Yu rushed to his room and immediately summoned Linghan. He gave Linghan a knowing look. Linghan forced a strained smile and skillfully knelt to rub his head. Her time staying with the Tang family had actually been quite pleasant. The Tangs treated their servants kindly, allowing her to live quite comfortably here. Well, this guy is getting more and more presumptuous. Every day he mutters to himself about why he hasn't been fired yet, making her laugh in exasperation. Like hell I'm going anywhere. Ah, so comfortable. Home is so much more reassuring. The outside world is too dangerous. Tang Yu is lying on a pair of fragrant and soft thighs. Not bad at all. Lying on someone's lap feels really nice. How is it dangerous outside? Linghan grew slightly alert upon hearing this and asked in response. Did Yi Chen send someone to deal with Tang Yu? I didn't hear any commotion though. It's complicated, the martial world is treacherous. Tang Yu let out a sigh. These women are too dangerous, every single one of them wants a piece of me. Holding onto my brother's arm right in front of so many people.
Now all of Suzhou and Hangzhou are calling my brother a scumbag. How am I supposed to pick up girls in the future? Ling Han couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing his inner thoughts. Just as Tang Yu was feeling comfortable, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He casually pulled out his phone and realized it was Tang Ruoyu calling. What's wrong? Hey bro, are you free right now? It's about that thing we discussed last time. Tang Ruoyu's deep voice came through the phone. Tang Yu instantly perked up with interest. This damn traitor is finally making his move, huh? Got it. Wait for me at the company. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Tang Yu smirked and stood up. He'd finally lured this idiot into taking the bait. So you're sending the death squad to kill me, eh? Damn bastard, I've been waiting for you to take the bait. After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Ling Han's eyes flickered with a trace of concern. She was well aware of the Reaper squad's strength. If all 4 members joined forces, she wouldn't stand a chance against them. Is young Master Tang planning to take the risk himself? Don't end up falling into their hands then. Seeing Tang Yu had already rushed out of the room, Ling Han pondered for a moment before deciding to follow. We can't let young Master Tang come to harm. Tang Yu wasn't in a hurry to find Tang Ruoyu. With the immovable Vajra technique, the Reaper squad couldn't do anything to him. The problem was, he didn't have any combat strength either, so he needed to bring some help along. We got the meat, now we just need to deliver the goods. Chapter 65, The Reaper Squad. During this period, the 3 major families began spending fortunes to recruit fighters for their retaliation against Yi Chen. The Tang family had already hired 2 ancient martial arts masters, both possessing the strength of the Yellow Realm. The Wangzi realm might be the lowest tier within the Heaven, Earth, Shen, Huang hierarchy, yet the existence of ancient martial artists is exceptionally rare to begin with. It's like placing the worst student from Tsinghua or Peking University outside, they'd still rank as top-tier academic elites. These 2 ancient martial artists are father and son. The father, Huang Tianrui, is already over 60, while his son Huang Juinxia is just past 40. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the 2 gave a slight nod in greeting. Good day, young Master Tang. Their attitude was somewhat indifferent, but Tang Yu wasn't particularly surprised by this. According to the tropes of power fantasy novels, expert fighters serving as enforcers for villainous rich heirs typically harbor deep resentment. In fact, when facing the male protagonist in combat, they'd often say something polite like I too have no choice or similar excuses. For ancient martial artists at their yellow character realm level, taking on 10 professional bodyguards single-handedly would be child's play. It's only natural for true masters to carry themselves with such dignity. I'm heading out later, and there'll be a few skilled fighters looking to pick a fight with me along the way. But don't rush to intervene, I'll play with them first. When the time is right, I'll notify you to make your move. He looked at the 2 of them and instructed. This father and son pair are definitely no match for the Grim Reaper squad. The Grim Reaper squad consists of supreme experts at the peak of the yellow character realm, renowned as invincible within their realm. Anything that comes from the Dragon Soul organization, even if it's a dog, is the top dog among dogs. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a flash of mockery passed through the eyes of both father and son. A master? What a joke. Anyone who can exchange a few moves with a pretty face like you must be a total weakling. Huang Juinxia couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Tang, we came here after hearing we'd be dealing with formidable opponents. If it's just about bullying people, maybe let the other bodyguards handle it? What sort of business is it for us, father and son, genuine martial arts masters, to go around trampling on others with some rich young master? The fist of virtue strikes not without reason. Yeah, he's the real expert. Stop dawdling and get moving already. Tang Yu rolled her eyes and finalized the matter with a wave of her hand. Huang Juinxia felt thoroughly displeased. Had he known this was what he'd be doing here, he wouldn't have come in the first place. Huang Tianrui patted his son on the shoulder, signaling him to endure it for now. Under Tang Yu's arrangements, the father and son boarded a relatively understated Audi. Meanwhile, he himself drove off in that flamboyant Veneno. Once the car was on the road, Huang Juinxia couldn't help but scowl darkly. Dad, what's the deal with this Tang family? Weren't we told we only needed to deal with one expert when they invited us here? Playing lackey to some rich second-generation heir is beneath the dignity of our Huang family. Their family could be considered a somewhat renowned ancient martial arts clan in Jiangnan. They were heavily funded by the Tang family this time, having heard they needed to deal with a master. Yet for their first mission, they were merely following young Master Tang to handle a few opponents he could defeat single-handedly? Wasn't this utterly humiliating? Huang Tianrui sighed and said, let's just go with them this once. If it really turns out like that, we'll resign and leave tonight. As skilled practitioners, one must always maintain some moral boundaries. After training so arduously in martial arts all these years, becoming thugs who bully others was a disgrace they couldn't bear. Huang Juinxia nodded in agreement. That was precisely the case. When the car arrived at the gate of Meili Foods, Tang Ruoyu was already waiting there. Spotting Tang Yu getting out of the car, he approached with a beaming smile and called out, Brother, you're here. You must be tired from the journey. How's the investigation into the fake accounts going?
A meaningful smile played across Tang Yu's face. He already knew this guy had contacted the death squad, though he genuinely had no idea where they were hiding. It's all been verified, we've got both witnesses and physical evidence. The suspects were just arrested. Tang Ruoyu chuckled lightly and said, "Brother, shall we go grab a bite somewhere?" Checking fake accounts was just a pretense, his real mission today was to lure the snake out of its hole. Fine by me. It's been too long since we last ate together. Where should we go? Tang Yu willingly handed him the initiative with full cooperation. I know a nice countryside restaurant. Shall we go there? Should I drive or? Tang Ruoyu gazed at Tang Yu's Lamborghini Veneno, a flash of envy and resentment flickering in his eyes. Being far from the center of power, their family couldn't get much of a share in the money. Such a supercar wasn't something he could just buy whenever he wanted. This brat must die. The Tang family's wealth is entirely their own. Let's take your car then. I only allow women to sit in the passenger seat. Tang Yu laughed heartily and followed Tang Ruoyu into his Bentley. After getting in the car, Tang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror. The Huang father and son's car was following far behind. Today, I brought these two specifically to help wrap things up. All 4 members of the death squad must stay here. Meanwhile, on a hillside along a certain stretch of road, 4 black-clad men sat smoking in the grass. How much longer until we reach the target? A gaunt-faced man spoke up to ask. His hands bore a striking 12 fingers in total, leaving a memorable impression at first glance. About 20 more minutes. We should start getting ready. One of the companions replied. No hurry, let's mess with him for a while. The gaunt-faced man lit a cigarette and said, have you heard about old Aid Long? Sure, he's doing time now. The other 3 burst into laughter, as the death squad was filled with a lively atmosphere. It had been less than half a month since the 8 generals of the mighty Dragon Soul organization returned to China before they ended up in prison. This was practically a disgrace to Dragon Soul. He was always useless. If he hadn't clung to Yi Chen's coattails, what right did he have to be one of the 8 generals? The gaunt-faced man scoffed with disdain. All 3 nodded in agreement. As elite members of the Dragon Soul organization's Reaper squad, they all harbored ambitions to climb higher, to join the ranks of the 8 warlords. Being overshadowed by trash like Long Laoba rankled them to no end. Yi Chen wasn't doing much better either. How long has it been since he returned? He's already lost hundreds of billions, squandering all the hard-earned money our brothers worked tirelessly for. The gaunt-faced man started targeting Yi Chen again. The other 3 chuckled but didn't dare to echo his words too much. After all, that was the Dragon King. The gaunt-faced man spoke again. Our mission today must be completed, but not for Yi Chen, it's for young Master Lu. The young Master Lu he spoke of was none other than Lu Junzuo, ranked 2nd among the 8 war generals of the Dragon Soul organization. He and Yi Chen were fellow disciples under the same master, but in terms of talent and martial prowess, he far surpassed Yi Chen in every aspect. Many even believed that if it weren't for Yi Chen being blood related to the old Dragon King, the Dragon King's throne should rightfully belong to Lu Junzuo. The 4 members of the Reaper squad could be said to be Lu Junzuo's personally nurtured elite team. After we eliminate our target today, we'll present his head to young Master Lu as a gift. The person who stepped on Yi Chen's head was effortlessly killed by young Master Lu. What a monumental achievement. With this accomplishment, it's enough to prove young Master Lu's abilities far surpass Yi Chen's. If we secure such a great merit for young Master Lu, once he ascends as the Dragon King, all 4 of us brothers can become one of the 8 great generals. The gaunt-faced man grew increasingly excited as he spoke. Brothers, after enduring for so long with young Master Lu, today is the day we achieve greatness and make our mark. The other 3 were also fired up with passion. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Chapter 66, that's it? Did you skip breakfast? The 4 of them suddenly ignited with passion, nearly setting the hillside grass ablaze. Amid their overwhelming excitement, the target finally came into view. When the car was still 20 meters away, the 4 dashed forward like leopards. A gaunt-faced man raised his hand and threw a dagger. The dagger pierced straight through the windshield, startling Tang Ruoyu, who was driving. Damn it, if I messed up now wouldn't I be done for? He slammed on the brakes and glared at Tang Yu angrily. Bro, someone's picking a fight. Let me go teach them a lesson. The car had a dashcam running, so he had to deliberately say this line to prove his innocence. Go on. Tang Yu gave him a half-smile. That bastard was still pretending. Tang Ruoyu felt a surge of excitement, pushing open the car door and charging towards the 4 members of the Reaper squad with clenched fists. His combat skills were worse than trash. The moment he reached them, one of them effortlessly chopped his neck with a single strike, knocking him out cold. Tang Yu had already unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. His gaze swept over the 4 men, and he said coolly, did Yi Chen send you? What's the point of telling a dead man anything? A short-statured man among them snorted coldly and charged forward, throwing a punch straight at Tang Yu. As a peak Wang-ranked ancient martial arts master, in his eyes, these so-called rich second-generation heirs could be killed with just a casual strike. Tang Yu stood motionless with an indifferent expression, allowing the punch to land squarely on his face.
The moment the punch connected, he stood rooted to the spot without moving a muscle.
The short man who had thrown the punch froze in astonishment too.
How could his fist strike have had no effect? Bear in mind, he was a peak-level Huang-ranked master. Even a mysterious realm expert couldn't take my punch this easily. Is that all? Didn't have your lunch yet?
Seeing his shocked expression, Tang Yu replied with undisguised contempt. That garbage tear gaze stabbed deep into the short man's pride like a knife.
Who is he? An elite member of the death squad. In the mercenary world, who doesn't know their formidable reputation? Since when has a mere rich second-generation brat dared to mock him? Taste my tiger fist. He roared angrily and unleashed his ultimate Xingyi martial arts technique. This punch contained tremendous force, capable of effortlessly killing even an ox.
Yet when the punch landed on Tang Yu's chest, he remained completely unmoved. The attacker stared in stunned disbelief, struggling to comprehend how his full-powered strike had failed to inflict any damage.
You're faking it, aren't you?
The short man's lips trembled slightly, unwilling to believe what was happening before his eyes.
How could his fist, big as a sandpot, fail to land a single blow? Faking it?
Tang Yu smiled faintly, his gaze growing even more contemptuous.
You think this indestructible Vajra art I finally managed to obtain from the system can be broken so easily? Eagle, assist me, use the Dragon Tiger Fist.
The short man's mentality had undergone a subtle shift as he turned to shout at one of his teammates. The other three members of the Grim Reaper squad were also completely dumbfounded at that moment. The four of them were evenly matched in strength.
Seeing their teammate throw two punches without dealing any damage left them utterly bewildered.
One of them with a hooked nose barked angrily. He lunged forward, appearing as if from nowhere before Tang Yu, throwing a punch straight at his left cheek. At the same time, the shorter man leapt up and struck Tang Yu's right cheek with a fist.
Both punches landed, yet Tang Yu didn't even flinch.
This time, even the hawk-nosed man was dumbfounded.
Did they just use a combined attack technique and still couldn't shake this guy?
He saw them staring at him with stunned expressions.
Tang Yu took a deep breath.
Then he promptly slapped each of them twice across the face.
Need help, huh? Assassin, huh? Dragon fist, huh? Tiger fist, huh?
After those two slaps landed, their faces burned with searing pain.
The actual damage wasn't that severe, but the humiliation? That was absolutely crushing.
The two men staggered back 2 steps, their faces turning ashen as they glared at Tang Yu.
As a master, why aren't you taking action, but instead humiliating the two of us in this manner?
The renowned death squad,
with a 98% mission success rate, when have they ever suffered such humiliation? Attack together.
The hawk-nosed man shouted loudly. Their individual combat skills were formidable, but their coordinated 4-person assault technique was truly unrivaled. The other two roared in anger, charging forward to join their teammates in surrounding Tang Yu and unleashing a barrage of attacks.
As peak-level Yellow Realm experts, their strength was utterly terrifying.
The four surrounded Tang Yu and unleashed their full force, moving so fast their figures blurred, almost impossible for outsiders to follow.
At that moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were hiding dozens of meters away. Watching Tang Yu being besieged by the four, the father and son duo were utterly terrified. Dad, those four, they must all be peak yellow rank masters, right?
Huang Junsha broke into a cold sweat seeing the speed and force of the four fighters. He had only become a genuine ancient martial artist this year. Even at the same Huang level realm, he estimated two of himself might not be a match for any single one among those four. They must be peak Huang level experts. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists tightly. He had been at the early stage Huang realm for 15 years, yet he was still far from reaching its peak. But what terrified him more than these four individuals was, throughout the encirclement by these four attackers, young Master Tang remained motionless, not budging an inch from his spot. He was like a towering giant tree, with the four attackers merely being a drizzle falling upon its branches. Just what level of strength would be required to face four peak yellow rank masters in simultaneous assault without sustaining a single scratch? Black rank? Definitely not enough. Earth rank? That barely seems possible either. Could it be the legendary heaven rank realm? Huang Junsha was also speculating about Tang Yu's cultivation level at this moment, his voice trembling as he spoke. Dad, do you think young Master Tang might have earth rank strength? At the very least. Huang Tianrui trembled uncontrollably with excitement. Professionals of the mysterious rank were already beyond his wildest dreams. How could someone so young possibly reach the earth rank unless they were invincible across the entire realm? To be able to follow such an overwhelmingly powerful figure. If this expert were to casually offer even a scrap of advice, wouldn't he and his father soar break through their current cultivation limits? Listen carefully, from today onward, we father and son must obey Tang Xiao's every command without question. Even if he tells us to hump a telephone pole, we mustn't hesitate for a second. Understood? Huang Tianrui commanded his son with a stern look. Understood. Huang Junsha nodded solemnly. He knew this was the one and only opportunity of his lifetime.
Why didn't young Master Tang fight back? How could he let those insignificant ants act so insolently? He then turned to his father and asked. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment before solemnly replying, "You fool, can't you see young Master Tang's profound intentions? A master like him disdains to engage with such insignificant ants. He's deliberately giving us a chance to observe and learn. I see now." Huang Juinxia had an epiphany, deeply regretting his previous suspicions toward young Master Tang's actions. Despite his own terrible attitude, young Master Tang had still magnanimously taken the time to instruct him. This debt of gratitude weighed as heavily as a mountain. Chapter 67 Vanished Memories. Amidst the four attackers' tempestuous assault, Tang Yu felt absolutely nothing. This perfected state of the immovable Vajra art was goddamn incredible. That intangible energy whirlwind enveloped him completely. Their attacks came at him like a gentle breeze. Not even a single wrinkle was left on his clothes. Seeing the growing terror on the four men's faces, Tang Yu couldn't be more pleased. After 5 minutes of continuous attacks, the 4 members of the Grim Reaper team were nearly dumbfounded. Human strength has its limits. They were ancient martial artists, goddammit, not superheroes. Their chi and physical stamina would eventually run out. The hawk-nosed man had a rather sinister mind. Seeing that their combined attack tactics were ineffective, he suddenly gave up on offense and produced a military dagger in his hand. Then, he thrust it straight toward Tang Yu's chrysanthemum. No matter how tough a man is, there are always some vulnerable spots. But this time, his plan backfired. The razor-sharp bayonet struck, yet couldn't penetrate another inch. Almost immediately, he received another stinging slap across the face. "You fucking disrespect my sphincter? Think I'm some weakling like Yi Chen?" As soon as the slap landed, Tang Yu barely had time to react before. The 4 had already retreated several meters at lightning speed, putting distance between themselves and their foe. Their faces were pale with terror as they gasped for breath, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The 4 had jointly attacked with their full strength for a full 5 minutes. Not even their most treacherous sneak attacks could so much as scratch this monster. Is this man a monster? When they saw Tang Yu reaching into his pocket, the 4 instantly tensed up, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Could it be, this man was about to strike? With the strength of the 4 of us, would even one have a chance to escape? Then, they saw Tang Yu leisurely pull out a cigarette from his pocket and light it for himself. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring and said indifferently, "You're too weak. I have no interest in dealing with trash. I'm afraid if I make a move, I might not kill you all." "What exactly do you mean?" The gaunt-faced man's teeth chattered slightly as he spoke. This man simply exerted too overwhelming a presence. Except for that elder in the organization, he had never felt such overwhelming pressure from anyone before. Even if the Dragon King were here, standing still to let them attack for 2 minutes would mean instant death. At this moment, the thoughts running through the 4 of them were nearly identical. That meant if this man had made a move, they'd already be corpses. What I mean is, everyone here is trash. Seeing the 4 of them already trembling in fear, Tang Yu was quite satisfied. "My strength? It's only limited by your imagination." He raised a hand high, and the 4 immediately recoiled in fright. At the same time, Huang Tianrui and his son, who had been lying in ambush, snapped to attention. "Charge! Young Master Tang ordered us to take out the trash." With a wave of his hand, Huang Tianrui and his son swiftly rushed toward the 4 members of the Death Squad. In terms of strength, any one of the Grim Reaper Squad's 4 members was more formidable than the father and son duo. But the fierce battle just fought had completely drained their chi and physical stamina. Moreover, the 4 were utterly terrified at this moment. They were no different from ordinary people. Soon, a highly motivated Huang Tianrui and his son easily subdued all 4 of them. After the 4 were tied up, Huang Tianrui and his son looked at Tang Yu with reverent and respectful eyes. "Mr. Tang, what do we do now?" Tang Yu was about to have them escort the men to the police station when his gaze suddenly locked onto one man's hand. "This man has 12 fingers?" He suddenly remembered. Around chapter 400 in the original story's plot, ancient martial arts forces began to emerge. One of the bodyguards from a prominent family had 12 fingers, with physical descriptions matching the man before him in every aspect. This bodyguard belonged to the antagonist faction and naturally met his end, being killed by Yi Chen with a single punch. Tang Yu stared intently at the man for a moment before asking, "What's your name?" I'm Deng He. Deng He replied in a low voice. Before this formidable man, he had already lost his fighting spirit. "The blade isn't sharp and the horse is too skinny. With what could I possibly compete against him?" Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Damn, it actually matched up? What the hell is this convoluted plot? Characters who haven't even showed up yet are making appearances already? And suddenly they're members of the Dragon Soul organization? Tang Yu, his head full of question marks, took a deep breath and waved his hand dismissively. "Just send them to the police station. Lock them up first. We'll investigate thoroughly later." "Understood, young Master Tang." Father and son Huang Tianrui gazed at Tang Yu with increasing admiration. Truly worthy of being called young Master Tang.
A real master not only conceals his talents but also strictly follows the law. Facing such garbage that showed him no respect, he couldn't even be bothered to administer private punishment himself.
After Huang Tianrui and his son took the four away, Tang Yu glanced back at Tang Ruiyu, who was still lying on the ground. The death squad had knocked him out cold to clear him of suspicion, and they hadn't held back with their blows. What a great opportunity.
Tang Yu chuckled darkly and rushed forward, immediately punching and kicking this traitor.
Since he's already unconscious, why bother holding back? Taking advantage of the weak while fearing the strong, that's definitely my specialty. As for killing this guy outright, Tang Yu didn't really have such thoughts. Why bother eliminating your enemy's incompetent ally?
After beating him for a good few minutes, Tang Yu felt refreshed and invigorated. Tang Ruiyu, who had been knocked unconscious, was now covered in blood and barely resembled a human after the brutal beating. Tang Yu whistled and dragged the kid onto the car before tossing him inside, then drove him to the hospital.
Not long after Tang Yu left,
a figure dropped down from a nearby tree. It was Ling Han, who had been secretly tailing Tang Yu. From start to finish, she had been hiding there, watching everything unfold. Her face was filled with utter shock at this moment. She knew all too well the strength of the Grim Reaper squad. Despite the four-member combined attack lasting until exhaustion, they couldn't even scratch Tang Yu. It would be a joke to say this level of power wasn't at least Earth rank. She finally understood why young Master Tang, knowing her true identity, still kept her by his side. It was because he possessed formidable strength. With young Master Tang's power, killing me would be effortless. Yet he shows no such intention.
Could it be, he likes me? Murmuring to herself, Ling Han's cheeks flushed with a faint blush. If it weren't for that, how would young Master Tang know so much about her? Only a powerful man like young Master Tang would think she ought to live as an ordinary girl, and only he had the right to think so. Next time he asks me to scrub his back, I'll just go along with it. After delivering Tang Ruiyu to the hospital, the old codger was rushed straight to the emergency room for treatment. Tang Yu called his uncle's family to brief them on the situation, then returned to the car and lit another cigarette. This goddamn plot is getting more and more messed up. Damn system, what's going on? Why are characters who haven't even appeared yet showing up prematurely? Ding, plotline has collapsed. Host should proceed with caution. The system's emotionless voice sounded. Plot collapse? Then what happens next? Tang Yu frowned and said.
When the plot spiraled out of control, true danger began.
The system fell silent, offering no response.
At that moment, strange images suddenly flashed through Tang Yu's mind. Every scene was a moment of his own death, only at the hands of different people.
This sudden memory brought a pained expression to Tang Yu's face.
A red number floated before his eyes.
299.
He was just about to carefully browse through this fragment of memory. Suddenly, his expression turned bewildered. His memory had already reverted to moments before, and this suddenly appearing memory vanished once again.
You damn system, where's my reward?
Damn it, Tang Yu cursed, completely oblivious to everything that had just happened.
Ding, reward delivered.
The system's voice sounded once again. This time, however, the system's voice seemed to carry a trace of weakness. No new skills appeared in Tang Yu's mind, and nothing unusual happened around him either.
Delivered? Delivered where? Delivered to whose hands? You damn system, are you screwing me over with rewards now?
Tang Yu yelled curses for several minutes, but the system ignored him. Meanwhile, a package mailed under Tang Yu's name had already been loaded onto a plane bound for Africa.
Chapter 68, The Utterly Loyal Hygiene. Africa, Burkina Faso, translated into Chinese, it means land of upright men.
After being entrusted with an important mission by young Master Tang and sent here, Hygiene found himself quite satisfied with his job. Plenty of money, little work, and no one to supervise him. His days were easy, clocking out by 3 p.m. to enjoy tea. Until just a few days ago when he received the news. The Tang family had suddenly begun spending lavishly to recruit masters from all over, and only ancient martial arts experts at that.
Learning about this dealt him quite a blow. As the former head bodyguard, his strength was far too lacking. He wasn't even a martial artist. How could he possibly protect young Master Tang like this?
And so, to motivate himself to improve, he began rigorous daily training.
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. He had just returned from his workout today when a subordinate came running up to him with a package. Mr. He, there's a package for you, sent by Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao sent me something? Hygiene immediately perked up, hastily taking the package and carefully unwrapping it.
Inside was an exquisite rosewood box, which he opened to reveal an antique-looking book.
Dragon Elephant Technique?
He cautiously flipped through a few pages, and tears instantly streamed down his face. Young Master Tang must have been keeping a close eye on him all along. After learning about his dedicated training, he had actually gone out of his way to procure an ancient martial arts manual specially for him. As a martial artist, he knew all too well how precious this manual in his hands was. It was a treasure that couldn't be bought with money. Moreover, this dragon elephant art didn't impose overly strict requirements on one's martial aptitude. With enough perseverance, one could eventually cultivate into an ancient martial artist. Young Master Tang's kindness can only be repaid with my life, He-jin vowed. He-jin choked back a sob and wiped the hot tears from his face, glaring at his subordinates as he roared. Starting tomorrow, go out and find me 100 young men with martial arts potential from the local area. I'm going to train an elite force for young Master Tang. He family private hospital. Yi Chen lay anxiously on the hospital bed, his face pale with inexplicable unease. The Reaper squad had already closed in on their target and made their move 5 hours ago. Yet until now, he still hadn't received any news. This left him deeply perplexed and puzzled. That was the Reaper squad after all. Though the 4 members weren't as strong as him individually, their combined attack techniques were quite formidable. Even if they couldn't win, they could still retreat unscathed. But until now, not a single person had reached out to him voluntarily. With every passing minute and second, his anxiety grew stronger in his heart. Tang, you bastard, I don't believe you have what it takes to keep Team Reaper here. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But as his emotions flared up, a sharp pain immediately shot through his wounded posterior. He gasped sharply and quickly relaxed his body, not daring to let his emotions get too stirred up. The wound had already torn open once. It would be troublesome if it happened again. After much deliberation, his anxiety overwhelming him, he could only ask the nurse to find He Huiyin and seek the He family's help in gathering some information. About 15 minutes later, He Huiyin entered through the door, carrying her bag. She looked at Yi Chen with a light and pleasant tone in her voice. Mr. Yi, did you want to see me about something? Miss He, I'd like you to help me gather some information. I've lost contact with 4 of my men. Yi Chen gave a bitter smile and was about to explain the situation when a man's voice came from outside the door. No need to look for them, they're already sitting in jail. Immediately after, a handsome young man with a hint of roguish charm walked through the door. He entered with keen interest, sizing up Yi Chen with a playful glint in his eyes. The mighty Dragon King, fleeing bare-assed after being beaten? Utterly ridiculous. At the sight of the young man, Yi Chen's expression abruptly darkened. He frowned and said, Junior brother, weren't you on a mission in France? When did you return? I arrived today. Lu Junzuo smiled faintly and said, our master already knows about the incident with the Death Squad, so he sent me to assist you. Yi Chen felt his heart sink instantly. Has the Death God Squad really run into trouble? What's worse, the old man actually sent him here. What on earth does this mean? His expression instantly became inscrutable, his emotions extremely complex. Master said you should focus on recovering properly. Once you're healed, head straight to Yanjing, I'll handle the Suing situation myself. Lu Junzuo said with a smile, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. After confirming this news for real, Yi Chen instantly turned pale. What the hell does the old man mean? His gaze lingered on Lu Junzuo for a moment before his pupils suddenly contracted as he asked, You've broken through? Lu Junzuo responded with a devilishly charming smile and a nod. His current strength had already reached the peak of the profound realm. Only a single step remained from reaching the earth realm. Yet Yi Chen's strength still remained at the middle stage of the mystic rank. A repeatedly defeated guy weaker than himself, did he truly still have the qualification to remain as the Dragon King? Thus, the old master had dispatched him personally. This was a golden opportunity to prove himself. The position of Dragon King, Lu Junzuo was determined to claim it for himself. Yi Chen's face darkened as he remained silent, a glint of murderous intent flashing through his eyes. What a bold move, Lu Junzuo, trying to steal his Dragon King title. Once he breaks through to the next realm, that bastard can prepare to die. Senior brother should focus on recovering from your injuries. I'll take my leave now. Lu Junzuo smiled and greeted them before leaving the ward. He Huiyin also said goodbye and left with Lu Junzuo. So Mr. Lu will be taking charge of Suzhou and Hangzhou from now on? He Huiyin asked Lu Junzuo with a questioning look. Yes. A wicked smirk curved at the corner of Lu Junzuo's lips. As brothers in apprenticeship, he too excelled at those wicked smirks. The difference was, Yi Chen's lips curled upwards on the left side, while his tilted to the right. That might not be so easy. He Huiyin shook her head slightly. Turning a losing game around is no easy task, and the current situation of Longchen Group can only be described as devastating. The He family certainly wouldn't lift a finger, no need to invite trouble upon themselves. What Yi Chen can accomplish, I can too. What Yi Chen cannot, I, Lu Junzuo, will achieve. With a proud smile, Lu Junzuo touched the dragon pattern jade pendant hanging against his chest. This piece of jade was something he unintentionally obtained when he was 7 years old. Once, when he had a nosebleed, he accidentally dripped blood onto it. Then, it activated the jade, granting him an ancient martial arts inheritance. From his understanding, the one who left behind this ancient martial arts legacy must have been a legendary Tianzi realm martial arts master. Therefore, he was absolutely confident that he would definitely reach this level in the future. The position of the Dragon King, he was determined to claim it without fail. After coming to Suzhou and Hangzhou this time, he would personally revive this mess of a chess game in place of that good-for-nothing Yishua. The treasures and women he coveted, he would snatch them all away.
Chapter 69, Playing Games Again, Are We? Tang Corporation, General Manager's Office.
Yishua was completely absorbed in playing a shooting game, with a freshly delivered KFC meal and her beloved soda placed nearby. Tang Yu opened the door, walked in, and patted her on the shoulder as she spoke.
Sheen, you're playing games again? Take a break. Ugh, I died.
It's all your fault, young Master Tang. As the screen turned black, Sheen's face was etched with resentment.
You died?
Big deal. You've been playing all day, go rest for a while.
Tang Yu let out a sigh. This silly girl plays so seriously every day, is there really a need to act with such dedication? Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Shi Yin's expression turned slightly awkward. Degree. Have I been a bit too obsessed with work lately? To disguise her awkwardness, she grabbed the bucket of fried chicken and asked, Young Master Tang, would you like some? No, Tang Yu rolled his eyes and asked, do you know what day it is today? KFC Crazy Thursday?
Tang Yu reached up and touched her forehead.
Damn, don't tell me playing games every day has made her stupid.
I remember she wasn't exactly the brightest to begin with.
Flat-chested and dumb as a post, this kid's doomed. Degree? Do I look stupid? Sheen's face darkened. Obviously her IQ was very high.
People usually took at least 3 months to clear these games, but she could finish them in about 1 month.
It even broke several records. Today is your birthday. Tang Yu sighed and could only remind her again. Oh right. Sheen snapped back to reality and forced an awkward smile.
Thank you for your concern, young Master Tang. She'd been so absorbed in work lately that she'd almost forgotten today was her birthday.
Though as an assassin, birthdays hardly held any meaning for her.
Yet Tang Yu's sudden mention of it brought an unexpected warmth to her heart. This kind of concern felt like an unattainable luxury to her.
The company has a rule, we celebrate employees' birthdays. Since I happen to be free today, let me celebrate yours. Tang Yu grinned at Chien.
This silly girl has been here long enough, she must have stolen all the necessary data by now. Once these materials get into the hands of that idiot Yi Chen, they'll probably start making an impact pretty soon. In that case, I should find a way to pull that silly girl over to my side. I'll take it slow and build goodwill first, then lay all the evidence out for her when the time comes. Chien stared at Tang Yu with a completely baffled expression.
Young Master Tang, trying to win me over to his side? Could there really be such good fortune?
Ever since she accidentally overheard young Master Tang's inner thoughts during their first meeting, she had begun following the clues to investigate the Tang family. After conducting her own series of investigations, she indeed uncovered information about her father's whereabouts.
His father's name was Chi Hong.
More than 30 years ago, he offended a powerful figure and was hunted down.
With no way out, he was saved by the old master of the Tang family and became the head of their security team. He was utterly loyal to the Tang family and even saved the old master twice. The Tang family trusted him immensely. Tang Yu's father treated him like a brother, and their relationship was extremely close.
After serving the Tang family for over a decade, he suddenly disappeared one day.
The Tang family searched for him for years but couldn't find his whereabouts.
Several years later, a pregnant woman arrived at the Tang family, claiming to be Chi Han's wife. The Tang family took her in without hesitation and treated her with great kindness. The pregnant woman disappeared with her daughter less than half a year after giving birth.
After that, Chien couldn't find any more information, as the Tang family's records were limited.
This confirmed her belief that young Master Tang and the Tang family were definitely not her enemies. They had shown great kindness to her family.
How could Chien, repay their goodwill with enmity? Ah, young Master Tang is throwing me a birthday party? Wouldn't that be a little inappropriate?
Coming to her senses, Chien quickly responded.
What's the issue?
You've been with the company so long, spending every day playing GA, working hard here, making significant contributions to the company. Because of you, the company's gaming project is advancing at rocket speed. You're the #1 hero of our Tang group.
I must personally arrange this birthday for you today, Tang Yu declared with righteous confidence.
That's right, Big Bro's going to show you what a good boss really means. That stingy Yi Chen makes you handle all the dangerous work while only paying you a measly few tens of thousands per month.
What nonsense about hardships tempering the mind, screw that. Even capitalists would shed tears seeing you.
Roll with young Master Tang, and you'll feast 9 times a day.
Alright, thank you, young Master Tang.
Xian's heart grew even warmer, so young Master Tang had cared this much about her all along. She had actually considered laying her cards on the table with young Master Tang, but after eavesdropping on Tang Yu's inner thoughts every day, she felt she couldn't speak directly, because this young Master Tang sometimes had absurdly wild imaginations.
If she told him she came to sincerely surrender, he would undoubtedly think she was putting on an act.
So all she could do was help covertly, like sending over all the fake materials. For the Dragon Soul organization, she now harbored only doubts and hatred in her heart. Why would they make her repay kindness with betrayal, knowing full well the Tang family had shown her such kindness?
Alright, we'll head out after resting a bit. First, we'll pick out a birthday gift for you, then go for a big feast, Tang Yu said with a smile. What would be a good gift? A year's supply of papaya milk? But I've heard papaya milk isn't very effective.
The Qingnong Heavenly Scripture does contain similar prescriptions.
Her condition requires unblocking the meridians first.
But if I try to unblock her meridians manually, she'd probably chop my hands off.
I'm just too kind-hearted. I can't bear to see a girl be utterly ordinary. What a pity to possess such medical skills with nowhere to apply them.
Qi Yin's delicate frame trembled.
Young Master Tang, are you really that concerned about my cup size?
But she had actually tried various methods in private. Back when she was an assassin, it didn't matter to her. In fact, she even found it more convenient that way. Now that she's become an ordinary person living a mundane life, she felt she ought to have at least some bust to seem proper. So she secretly tried things like drinking papaya milk, but none of it really worked.
Will what young Master Tang said about clearing the meridians really work?
Then her face flushed red as she silently scolded herself in embarrassment. What was she even thinking? After leaving the office, Tang Yu took Qi Yin into his sports car and headed straight for a large shopping mall.
Let's get you a birthday gift first, then we'll go pick up some clothes and stuff. You're a young lady after all, you should learn to dress up occasionally,
Tang Yu teased with a smile while driving. Sigh, this silly girl is undeniably skilled as an assassin, but as a woman she's rather unconventional. Her fashion sense is somewhat outdated. I've never even seen her wear a short skirt or anything like that. You're so beautiful it'd be a crime against city aesthetics not to dress up properly.
Okay, thank you, young Master Tang.
Qi Yin flushed red as she offered her thanks, feeling quietly touched in her heart.
In all her grown years,
young Master Tang was the first who genuinely wished she could live like an ordinary girl, instead of expecting her to become an exceptional assassin.
Chapter 70. You should be playing the strings of a musical instrument, not plucking at my heartstrings.
Don't worry, your boss has impeccable taste.
You'll be the most dazzling girl in Suzhou and Hangzhou by the end of today.
Tang Yu chuckled mischievously. Be bolder and more open, break free from your old self. Having her wear a cosplay outfit might be fun. Given her modest bust size, the Hinata Natsuki set would probably suit her well.
Just wait until we add a pair of black sheer stockings. That'll be perfect.
Qi Yin listened in confusion, feeling somewhat frustrated. She didn't understand any of this anime cosplay, and such things belonged to a world entirely separate from hers. Her world consisted solely of missions and death. After arriving at the mall, Tang Yu parked the car and then led Qi Yin inside. This mall was a Tang family property, operating on the high-end market strategy. The tenants here were exclusively luxury brand stores. Once inside, the two took the elevator straight to the third floor. Tang Yu knew this place quite well. He led Qi Yin with practiced ease into a piano store named Kinlead. Seeing customers enter, a female sales assistant immediately stepped forward with a bow and called out, "Welcome, honored guests. What would you two like to see today? Please take us to look at guitars."
Tang Yu smiled.
Okay. The female sales assistant nodded repeatedly, then momentarily froze when she saw Tang Yu's handsome face.
This customer is kind of hot. She led them to the guitar section before asking, "What kind of guitar are you two looking for? Classical, folk, or electric? What kind do you want?" Tang Yu looked at Qi Yin with a smile.
In the original story's plot, deep down Qi Yin was a girl who longed for a normal life.
Few normal people would enjoy a life spent amidst blades and blood every day.
Her hobby is music, and she loves the guitar, but the instrument has never had much place in her life. So, giving her a guitar as a birthday gift couldn't be more fitting. With a delighted expression, Qi Yin began browsing the selection. After browsing for a while, she finally settled on a pale yellow, handcrafted classical guitar.
Let's go with this one.
Qi Yin held the guitar with sparkling eyes, as if she had gotten her hands on some extraordinary treasure. Her bright, pure smile was like an iris quietly blooming in the depths of a secluded valley. Beside her, Tang Yu was also momentarily mesmerized, feeling his heartbeat involuntarily quicken. Why does this silly girl look so beautiful when she smiles?
Tang Yu's inner thoughts were heard.
A hint of shyness flickered across Qi Yin's face. Such sincere praise from the depths of his heart made her feel happy.
"Miss, you've got great taste. This is the last Smallman classical guitar in our store.
Since they're all handcrafted to order, each one takes about 2 years to get your hands on."
The female sales assistant was equally delighted.
This guitar happened to be the most expensive one in the shop. Selling it would mean a hefty commission.
"Mind if I try it out first?" Qi Yin looked up and asked. "Go ahead, it's already been tuned. Feel free to try it out." The female sales assistant smiled, her attitude impeccably polite. With a happy smile, Qi Yin adjusted her hand position and began to play. Soon, the sound of lively music began to play. Tang Yu sat quietly by the side, admiring the scene, his gaze resting on Qi Yin's face. While playing the guitar, her expression was one of pure focus and an untainted smile, no longer resembling that of a female assassin but more like an adorable girl next door. After finishing the song, she turned to Tang Yu with a happy expression and asked, "Mr. Tang, What do you think? Pretty impressive. Tang Yu gave a thumbs up in admiration.
The technique was flawless in every aspect, except for one tiny mistake. You were supposed to pluck the strings, not tug at my heartstrings. Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt thoughts, Qiyin blushed slightly again.
This person, why does he keep doing this? Can't he tone down the compliments a little? How much?
Tang Yu took out his wallet and produced a credit card from it, handing it over.
Hello, sir. That will be 370,000 in total.
The saleswoman quickly brought out the card reader and started processing the payment. After swiping her card, as she handed the receipt to Tang Yu, a beautiful woman carrying a bag walked in from outside. Her hair was dyed a wine red color, and she was quite beautiful. Her large headlights jiggled with every step, drawing considerable attention.
Welcome, sir. How may I help you today?
Seeing the woman enter, the saleswoman immediately bowed in greeting. The woman fished out a black membership card from her pocket and waved it demonstratively.
I'm a black gold member at your store. I heard you still have a smallman. Bring it over for me.
The saleswoman glanced at the membership card. It was indeed their highest tier black gold membership, bearing the customer's name.
Then her expression became slightly awkward.
I'm sorry, Miss Xiao, but that smallman was just sold.
Did you sell it?
Xiao Meiyun's eyebrows shot up and her face darkened instantly.
Spotting Qiyin holding a smallman guitar, she commanded the saleswoman, refund their money. I'll take this guitar.
I visited 2 stores myself just to find a smallman, needed it for a livestream in a few days.
The saleswoman didn't expect her to make such a request and awkwardly replied.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but doing this doesn't comply with our store's policies. Before she could finish, Xiao Meiyun slapped her across the face with a darkened expression and snapped.
Damn right I'm a black gold member. Who the hell are you to lecture me about rules? Do you have any idea how much I've spent in this store? More money than your broke ass could earn in a lifetime.
The saleswoman suddenly took a slap to the face, half her cheek instantly swelling red. She covered her face and stumbled back 2 steps, humiliation and fear twisting her features as she murmured an apology to Xiao Meiyun. The piano store where she worked was a high-end national chain. Becoming a black gold member required spending at least 5 million yuan. Such a guest was hardly someone a mere employee like her could afford to offend.
Tang Yu frowned.
The plot reeked of clichés, and after a moment's thought, he remembered the woman's identity. She was the mistress of some villain, originally meant to provoke Yichen here. Then, in a fit of rage, Dragon King Yichen beat her up, which quickly escalated the conflict between him and the antagonist. Thus, the familiar cycle of showing off, putting someone in their place, and stirring up trouble unfolded like clockwork. Perfect, here comes the chance to set Yichen up. Tang Yu smirked inwardly, coming up with a mischievous idea. He deliberately stayed put, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit came running up and asked,
Distinguished guests, I'm Chen Zhizhuan, the store manager. What seems to be the problem here?
Xiao Meiyun fixed her gaze on his face and said discontentedly,
How does your store train its employees? She's here lecturing me on etiquette. Seeing Xiao Meiyun's black gold membership card, Chen Zhizhuan's expression changed slightly. He reprimanded the female sales assistant sharply. Lu Xiuqin, have you lost your mind? Who gave you the right to speak to customers like that? Apologize to this guest immediately. But these 2 customers have already paid for the guitar, and this Miss Xiao is asking me to refund their money and sell it to her. Lu Xiuqin covered her face, tears of grievance streaming down uncontrollably. Before she could finish explaining, Chen Zhizhuan interrupted with visible impatience. Don't you understand plain language? Apologize to this lady now, or get out immediately. If you make her apologize, from today onward, none of your family's piano stores need to operate in Suzhou and Hangzhou anymore. Tang Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Chen Zhizhuan glanced at Tang Yu and sneered sarcastically. What kind of nobody do you think you are, to make our shop unable to operate in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Do you even know who our boss is? Xiao Meiyun also began to hurl caustic insults. What kind of filthy beggar do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak here? Saying you'll shut down the piano store? Are you even qualified? And you, let go of my Smithman right now, dress like a country bumpkin. Is this something you can even handle? If you break it and mess up my livestream, I'll drag you online and ruin your reputation. After cursing, she reached out to snatch the guitar from Qiyin's arms. Qiyin's gaze turned icy. Just as Xiao Meiyun was about to reach out to grab her, Tang Yu had already stood up and retaliated with a sharp slap across the face. Chapter 71, Tang Beixian, act as I please. Since when do I owe explanations to the likes of you? Struck by the slap, Xiao Meiyun staggered back 2 steps with a stunned expression. Then she let out a scream and lunged forward, clawing at Tang Yu's face. Before her hands could reach him, Tang Yu had already kicked her squarely in the stomach. Knocked to the ground by the kick, Xiao Meiyun clutched her belly and let out a pained shriek. Realizing the gap in combat effectiveness between herself and Tang Yu, she screamed at him. How dare you hit a woman? Are you even a man? Tang Yu pulled out a cigarette, lit it for himself, took a deep drag and said, Sorry, but I believe in gender equality. I'll hit anyone who acts like a jerk. Ahem, though we're all villains here. But for a cannon fodder level like you, you're really asking for a beating. Sheen beside them nearly burst out laughing. What the hell kind of gender equality is this? At this moment, a young man accompanied by a little old man dressed in traditional Chinese attire walked in through the door. Seeing Xiao Meiyun lying on the ground, the young man's face darkened as he strode over quickly. Master Han, please help me get revenge. That bastard hit me. Spotting the young man, Xiao Meiyun hurriedly scrambled up from the floor, her tear-streaked face pleading pitifully. This is her sugar daddy, the source of her audacious confidence. After becoming his woman, she's caused quite a few troubles. But no matter how serious the situation, young Master Han could resolve it with just one phone call. The young man she addressed as young Master Han had prominent ears and a rather simple, honest-looking face. Seeing Xiao Meiyun's face half swollen, his heart ached unbearably, and he quickly soothed her. Alright, I'll avenge you for this, baby, don't cry now. Then his expression darkened as he glared coldly at Tang Yu. You've got some nerve, daring to lay a hand on Han Mingxuan's woman? Han Mingxian? Hearing this name, Tang Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. The main character had finally arrived. This guy wasn't from Suzhou or Hangzhou, but rather the second young master of the Han family from Yanjing. The Han family was a first-rate clan in Yanjing, surpassing any prominent family in Suzhou and Hangzhou by far. He had come to Suzhou and Hangzhou this time to attend an auction. Yet before the auction even began, he had already made an enemy of Yi Chen. And so, during the auction, he deliberately competed with Dragon King Yi Chen for treasures, sparking conflict between them. Afterwards, he wanted to track down those who had attacked Yi Chen, while Yi Chen himself harbored the same intent, ultimately leading to that man's demise. As for the Han family, they were connected to the massacre of the Yi family back then and were already Yi Chen's sworn enemies. An enemy of your enemy isn't necessarily your friend. Thus, he decided to make a choice that would betray his ancestors' legacy. Pretend to be Yi Chen's subordinate and declare war on the Han family. So he looked at the other party and sneered. Throughout my life, Tang Beixian has never owed anyone an explanation. You seem quite bold, old Zhou. Break both his hands first, we'll talk later. Han Mingxian sneered and raised his hand, signaling the elderly man behind him to take action. He had seen too many of these self-important types who thought they had connections. There was no point wasting words on them. Only when they tasted real suffering would they learn whom they ought to fear. The elderly man in Tang attire nodded and stepped forward toward Tang Yu. Seeing the little old man arrive, Sheen's expression changed slightly as she stood at the back. She could tell this elderly man was an ancient martial artist. Though his strength wasn't particularly high, he had still reached the Huangzi realm. How could young Master Tang, an ordinary person, possibly be a match for this old man? Just as she was about to intervene, a middle-aged man walked in through the door. It was Huang Juinxia, the newly hired ancient martial arts bodyguard brought in by the Tang family. Ever since witnessing the unfathomable strength of young Master Tang last time, he had voluntarily become young Master Tang's personal bodyguard, or rather, his follower. Because he knew full well, how could his own strength possibly be enough to protect young Master Tang? All he could do was help young Master Tang clean up some trash. After all, a master at the earth-ranked realm like young Master Tang wouldn't make a move so easily. Striding in with large steps, he glared coldly at the old man and mocked scornfully. You dare lay a finger on our young Master Tang? Oh, the old man's face turned cold as he looked at Huang Juinxia with a sneer. How am I not worthy to deal with the useless young master of your family? With that, his hands moved as fast as lightning, instantly striking Tang Yu with a rapid combo of 5 whip-like blows. Yin realized too late that she needed to block. The distance between them was simply too close. Her face instantly twisted with murderous intent as she prepared to avenge young Master Tang. Yet she discovered young Master Tang remained rooted to the spot, completely motionless. Gazing calmly at the old man, he said with utter nonchalance, "That's it?" The little old man instantly took 2 steps back, eyeing Tang Yu with vigilance. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he well knew that his earlier rapid succession of 5 whip strikes was powerful enough to incapacitate the man for life. Yet why hadn't the opponent moved even an inch? What's more, there wasn't even a single wrinkle on his clothing, as if the strikes had never touched him at all. Go on, Tang Beixian, don't bully trash. I'll give you 3 more chances to make your move. Tang Yu remarked casually. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Don't hold back, kill him if you have to. I'll handle the consequences. Han Mingxian stood at the rear and shouted with clear displeasure. The little old man called Old Zhou was now having a hard time voicing his grievances. His earlier attack had indeed been somewhat restrained. But to deal absolutely no damage at all, this was fucking unacceptable. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward, leaped up, and delivered a kick to Tang Yu's temple. At this moment, his toes carried the force of 1,000 pounds. Even a stone would shatter instantly under such a kick. Yet Tang Yu remained utterly unmoved. You've got 2 more chances. Tang Yu extended 2 fingers as he spoke. At this moment, the little old man was genuinely stunned. That last move, he'd even put in 110% of his strength. Yin was also left staring in wide-eyed disbelief.
Her strength was at the mystic realm level, her vision far surpassing this little old man's. If she hadn't defended against that earlier blow and had taken it head-on, she would have been gravely injured on the spot.
Young Master Tang, what's going on here? Could it be that he's actually the most deeply concealed expert among us? I heard recently that Yi Chen's injuries might be related to him, could that be true?
Huang Juinxia, however, remained unfazed. He had personally witnessed young Master Tang emerge completely unscathed after being jointly attacked by 4 elite fighters for several minutes.
How could a mere Huang-level old man dare think of injuring young Master Tang?
With Tang Xiao's strength,
even while taking a dump in the toilet, he could easily finish his business while effortlessly fending off any attacks. Don't say it twice. Even if I gave you 100 more chances, it would be useless. Tang Xiao is a dignified Earth-rank expert. Did you really think a mere ant like you could hurt him so easily?
He glared at the little old man and growled under his breath.
Earth character realm.
Elder Zhou shuddered slightly at these words, his back drenched in cold sweat. After his full-powered strike had failed to budge Tang Yu, he'd already begun suspecting this possibility in his mind. Swallowing hard, how could there be such a young Earth realm master in this world?
No wonder I couldn't harm him. No wonder he didn't bother to counterattack immediately. After all, would an ordinary person immediately strike back when a child comes making trouble? No way. True masters all have their own pride. He understood this temperament perfectly. At this moment, he no longer had the courage to continue attacking. His gaze towards Tang Yu was filled with fear and admiration. To witness such a young genius with my own eyes, this life of mine has been worth it. Young Master Han, what is the Earth realm? Sensing the tense atmosphere, Xiao Meiyun asked in a low voice. Shut up.
Han Mingxuan's face darkened with rage, and without a word, he backhanded her with several slaps. Her face swollen from the beating, Xiao Meiyun didn't even dare to cry out loud as she trembled fearfully while looking at young Master Han.
What's wrong with young Master Han? Why is he so furious? Chapter 72, Helping Yi Chen draw some aggro. At this moment, Han Mingxian wasn't just about to hit Xiao Meiyun.
He wanted nothing more than to kill that wretched woman.
As a direct descendant of the Han family, he was worldly and knew exactly what a master of the Earth rank signified. Even his grandfather would have to treat such an expert with utmost respect. In the world of ancient martial arts, an Earth rank master was undeniably a formidable overlord. To offend such a master for some insignificant person, isn't that just asking for death?
And this guy in front of me, claiming to be Tang Beixian, was so astonishingly young.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
Seeing old Zhou's back drenched in cold sweat, he knew it was time for him to step forward. Otherwise, should the other party become enraged, he would surely meet his end today. He walked up to Tang Yu, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. Mr. Tang, today I, Han Mingxian, had eyes but failed to see. I am from the Han family of Yinjing.
If Mr. Tang.
Before he could finish, Tang Yu's gaze turned piercing, and he stared at him with a chilling voice.
Are you from the Han family of Yinjing? Yes, Mr. Tang. Do you happen to know my elders?
Han Mingxuan's heart leaped with joy. If that were the case, today's matter would be easily resolved. What an impressive family, the Hans.
Tang Yu sneered coldly. Do you still remember the Yi family of Yinjing? The Yi family?
Han Mingxian thought for a moment and quickly recalled the once dominant Yi family that had ruled Yinjing. In all of Yinjing, theirs was the only household worthy of bearing the name Yi family. But the Yi family was already brutally exterminated over 20 years ago.
Could it be that the Yi bloodline isn't completely wiped out, and has returned for revenge? So you finally remember.
Tang Yu stared at him coldly and said, I'll spare your wretched life today. Just sever both your hands and go back to deliver my message to your Han family. My eldest brother Yi Chen shall return like lightning to take revenge on all you families who participated in the Yi family massacre.
The first will be your Han family. Han Mingxuan's face turned deathly pale. Was the Yi family truly returning for vengeance? Who exactly is Yi Chen? How could someone so young have an Earth-ranked expert calling him Big Brother? Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he glared bitterly at Elder Zhou and said through gritted teeth, Elder Zhou, I must trouble you to take action. Hearing that he could escape disaster, old Zhou was secretly overjoyed at this moment. Without hesitation, he strode to his young master's side and threw 2 punches, breaking both of his arms. Well, better the young master die than this old man. The excruciating pain caused Han Mingxian to faint on the spot. He quickly reached out to steady his young master, offering Tang Yu a servile smile. Mr. Tang, may I leave now? Leave both your arms behind, Tang Yu said indifferently. Old Zhou, who had just been secretly congratulating himself, was now dumbfounded. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and used his right fist to break his own left arm. Then, clutching at straws, he looked at Tang Yu pitifully and said, Mr. Tang, I've only got one arm left now, I can't possibly break it myself. I'll help you. Huang Juinxia immediately showcased his helpful nature, stepping forward and delivering a forceful punch. His punch landed without mercy, instantly snapping old Zhou's arm.
Old Zhou nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing internally with every fiber of his being. That goddamned, what a kind-hearted soul. Get lost, and tell the Han family to wash their necks clean while waiting for death, Tang Yu said coldly. Elder Zhou had no choice but to slink away, bringing his young master with him. With both hands severed, he could only clamp his teeth onto his young master's collar. Dragging him along like a cat carrying its kitten, his mood was at its absolute worst. This trip was originally to accompany the young master to Suzhou and Hangzhou for the auction, but encountering such a mishap means we have to return to Yanjing first. In the days to come, the capital will probably be anything but peaceful. Seeing their patron in such a sorry state, Xiao Meiyun, her face swollen from the beating, hastily covered it and fled with them.
Tang Yu didn't bother responding to the woman.
He cast a benevolent gaze towards Huang Juanxia. Ever since this kid witnessed him fighting with the death squad last time, he'd instantly become an outstanding turncoat, firmly convinced that Tang Yu was an Earth-rank master. Tang Yu was quite pleased with his wild imagination. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Keeping him by her side also made it easier to show off and intimidate others. With this, Yi Chen would find it hard to get by in the upcoming events in Yanjing. According to the original plot, after arriving in Yanjing, he initially played the fool to hide his strength and bided his time to grow. Now that the news is out, when he goes to Yanjing pretending to be weak while actually being strong, ha ha ha. As for the Han family wanting to cause trouble for him, that didn't matter either.
Looking for Tang Beixian? What does that have to do with me, Tang Yu?
Beside him, Xiyin looked utterly disgusted.
Only now did she snap out of her daze. Young Master Tang isn't just a top-tier martial artist, his underhanded tactics are impressive too. Right now, she still hadn't fully uncovered the truth about what happened back then, but in her heart, she already considered herself part of the Tang family. So when Yi Chen got ambushed, she was delighted. Who asked him to cross young Master Tang? Who's fighting here?
Just then, several security guards in uniform rushed over from outside the door. The commotion in the store just now alarmed the neighboring businesses, and someone immediately notified the security guards. Several security guards rushed over, and team leader at the front immediately recognized Tang Yu.
He quickly called out respectfully, "Young Master Tang, what are you doing here?"
"I received a report from the shop owners saying someone was causing trouble here."
"It was me causing the trouble." Tang Yu pointed at the store manager Chen Zhizhuan and said, "Contact their boss.
Either have this person fired from the store and let this girl take over as manager, or their music store can forget about staying in business in Suzhou and Hangzhou areas."
"Understood, young Master Tang."
The security team leader hastily complied. Less than 2 minutes after Tang Yu and his companion had left,
Chen Zhizhuan's phone rang.
After glancing at the caller ID, his expression changed slightly as he said, "Hello Director Wang, this is Chen Zhizhuan."
"Shen, you son of a bitch.
Get the hell out of my store within 5 minutes, you're not getting this month's salary." A torrent of abusive curses poured through the phone.
Chen Zhizhuan instantly turned pale, still wanting to plead a few words before the call was abruptly ended.
A saleswoman named Lu Xiuqin received a WeChat message. The company's HR department notified her of her promotion to store manager. After repeatedly verifying it wasn't a joke, tears of joy streamed down her face. Sadly, that handsome young man had already disappeared, leaving her no way to express her gratitude. After leaving the music store with Qiyin, Tang Yu took her shopping for clothes, then treated her to dinner before stopping by an arcade for some fun.
For Qiyin, this became an unforgettable and precious memory.
Every previous birthday of hers had been spent carrying out missions. Only this year was different. Her clothes had been changed into a JK uniform, and Tang Yu even specifically asked the shop assistant to style her hair in twin tails. Now, she looked more like a sweet but somewhat naive school babe, her demeanor completely different from before. The only thing that left her slightly dissatisfied was, the skirt seemed a bit too short. Even so, she was utterly delighted. Seeing Qi Yin's beaming face, Tang Yu could tell this definitely wasn't an act. She genuinely was overjoyed. Such a simple girl. What kind of life was she living before, getting this happy just from eating, drinking, and buying some clothes? He sighed inwardly. "Anything else you'd like to eat or play with?" Tang Yu asked with a smile. "We've had enough for today, let's go home," Xiyin said with a satisfied expression on her face. She was already quite content with today's happiness. "Alright, then I'll take you back." Tang Yu nodded, and the two of them, carrying large and small packages, returned to the sports car.
Qiyin lived in a high-end apartment building near the company.
When they arrived at the apartment building, the two walked in carrying their things. Upon reaching her door, Qiyin unlocked it with her fingerprint and ushered Tang Yu inside. The interior gave off a stark, empty monotony. Apart from the furniture, there were no other decorations in the room. It didn't look like a girl's bedroom at all.
"Your room is way too plain. I'll have someone send over some decorative items later," Tang Yu remarked with a smile after glancing around.
"Oh, there's no need to go to such trouble."
"Thank you, young Master Tang. I'm perfectly content as it is."
Qiyin quickly shook her head. She had already grown accustomed to it.
"No need to stand on ceremony with your boss.
Tang Yu gave her forehead a light flick before saying goodbye and leaving. After Tang Yu left, Jean stared at the empty room, feeling an inexplicable twinge of loneliness. She suddenly remembered something and took out her phone, pulling up a photo. It was a picture of her and Tang Yu, taken today while shopping at the mall. After hesitating for a moment, she giggled and set it as her phone's wallpaper. Chapter 73, Cultivating a New Turncoat. After leaving the apartment, Tang Yu returned to his car, fished out a cigarette, and lit it. He wasn't worried about Jean telling Yichin about what happened at the music store today. If they found out, so be it. It's not like this fucking situation could drag on anyway. He planned to gather all the information about Ji Yin's parents as soon as possible these next few days, determined to pull her out of this living hell at the earliest opportunity. As for Linghan, Tang Yu hadn't quite figured out how to handle her yet. The mess with her family was something he had memories of, but gathering concrete evidence would be too troublesome after all these years. Let's take it slow, turn them one by one first. Tang Yu leisurely blew a smoke ring while silently pondering the question in his heart. Damn system, where's the reward for the music store scenario? Beep, the soul-snatching eye reward has been issued. Please check it, you dumb host. The system's voice echoed slowly. Oh ho! Tang Yu had expected to receive some worthless reward again, but this immediately piqued his interest. He quickly asked the system about the function of this thing. It can be activated when the target's mental state is unstable to brainwash and control them. After reading it, Tang Yu drew in a sharp breath of cold air. This damn system, flipping between the underworld and the mortal realm like it's just popping in and out. He felt the strained father-son relationship between him and the system had temporarily eased up. Brainwashing? Ha ha ha. Isn't this just a traitor-generating machine? Finally, we can plant some turncoats in the enemy's camp. Great stuff must be shared with everyone. So he took out his phone and dialed Baiwani's number. When the call connected, Baiwani's voice came through. What's up? Didn't I send 4 people over last time? How are those 4 doing now? Just sitting in the detention center, huh? Didn't you say these guys had criminal records? I couldn't find anything on them. Baiwani's tone carried a hint of frustration. A few days ago, Tang Yu suddenly sent 4 people over. She specifically investigated them thoroughly but found nothing. However, her intuition told her that these 4 were probably cut from the same cloth as Langya. What was infuriating was that these guys were quite skilled at concealing their identities, leaving her utterly helpless. Can't I just trust my gut? So, can I go see them? Tang Yu chuckled with a sly grin. Come on, I'll treat you to some late-night snacks. Baiwani agreed readily. She still owed Tang Yu a favor, after all. After making plans, Tang Yu drove off in the direction of the detention center. By the time they arrived at the detention center, Baiwani was already waiting at the entrance. She had changed into a form-fitting black motorcycle suit that accentuated her voluptuous figure to perfection, giving off strong investigator vibes. A domineering Harley-Davidson motorcycle stood parked beside her, her signature ride. For Baiwani, her life was different from other girls. Other girls dream of being princesses. Some end up as princesses in KTV parlors. But she only aspires to be a fearless knight, charging forward to vanquish evil. Hey there, beautiful. Seeing her like this, Tang Yu whistled cheerfully and called out with a grin. Don't believe I won't detain you? Baiwani shot Tang Yu an annoyed glare and retorted sharply. Even complimenting your beauty gets you detained? Is there no law and order left? Tang Yu chuckled and followed her as they walked into the detention center. The procedures here had already been completed. Baiwani followed behind Tang Yu, intending to eavesdrop. Ever since she had secretly overheard his inner thoughts last time, she had been burning with curiosity about this matter. Just how many more secrets does this guy know? What are you following me for? Seeing Baiwani following closely behind, Tang Yu turned around and asked, Go on, get out of here, don't follow me. I've gotta go brainwash those 4 fellows. If we don't arrange for them, how can we screw Yichin over later? Sounds good. Baiwani nodded with a strange expression. Fine, if you won't follow, I'll just watch the surveillance footage. She scurried off eagerly to the surveillance room, determined to figure out how this guy was brainwashing people. After Tang Yu entered the meeting room alone, the 4 members of the death squad were already waiting inside. After being detained, the 4 of them weren't too upset. Instead, they felt immensely fortunate. To offend such a master and still be alive, wasn't that sheer luck? But the moment they saw Tang Yu walk in from outside, their faces instantly turned grave, their eyes filled with dread. This great deity, hadn't they already spared the 4 of them? Why are you looking for them again? They collectively swallowed hard, feeling an urge to flee. This is a master of the Earth realm. Even the Dragon King and young Master Lu are no match for him. Tang Yu remained silent, just glaring at them with a cold expression. Under such a gaze, the 4 immediately felt immense pressure. It was as if the figure standing before them wasn't a person at all, but a ravenous wild beast. What exactly did this formidable figure intend to do? The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the 4 of them grew increasingly terrified. They sensed the killing intent. It even felt hard to breathe. At the very moment of their extreme tension, a purple light flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. Upon seeing this violet light, the four instantly felt slightly dizzy as their consciousness began to blur.
Are you satisfied with your job?
At that moment, Tang Yu's deep voice suddenly rang out. The four of them shook their heads with bewildered expressions.
Are you satisfied with your income?
The four shook their heads again.
Do you want a stable and prosperous life?
The four began to nod.
Do you want to slack off during the day and party at nightclubs, earning $1 million a month with 4 dishes and a soup for meals?
The four immediately began nodding vigorously.
So what are you waiting for?
Join the Tang Corporation, save all the oppressed villains worldwide, eliminate every injustice.
Starting today, we are comrades.
With Tang Yu's low shout, the four's eyes gradually lit up with understanding.
The old corporate, Dragon Soul organization turns people into ghosts. Tang Corporation transforms ghosts into turncoats. Do you know what you should do now?
After witnessing the transformation of the four individuals, Tang Yu knew the soul-snatching pupils had taken effect.
Slacking off, going to the club, going to the club, going to the club for a 4-course meal with soup. Tang Yu wondered if his brainwashing hadn't been quite successful. Wrong. You're supposed to reform yourselves, become decent people first before going to nightclubs, understand?
He glared at the four of them and growled in a low voice.
Damn it, what kind of Reaper squad were these bastards supposed to be? Just call it the club team already. Great, we'll follow young Master Tang's lead.
The four of them spoke in unison. Good, the boy is teachable.
Tang Yu was quite satisfied with this attitude.
He pulled over a chair, sat down, and said, "First, tell me what you know."
The four immediately began recounting everything they knew to Tang Yu.
Meanwhile, Bai Wani, who was watching the surveillance footage, had a dark look on her face.
What the hell is all this nonsense?
After listening for a while, all I heard was a few people shouting about going to the club. She rolled her eyes and left the surveillance room immediately, not even bothering to keep listening.
After listening for about 5 minutes, Tang Yu roughly figured out their general plan. He hadn't expected that Yi Chen would actually be heading to Beijing. The one responsible for taking in Su Hang was the notorious figure Lu Junzuo.
According to the original plot, this character appears midway through the novel. He was Yi Chen's junior martial brother, possessing terrifying combat skills and talent, constantly scheming to steal Yi Chen's Dragon King position. In later arcs, he repeatedly plotted against Yi Chen from the shadows, causing the protagonist several major setbacks, until Yi Chen ultimately proved superior and eliminated him.
Is this guy appearing now because the plot went haywire? Chapter 74, Hey, where's your hand going? Coming to steal the Dragon King's position? Tang Yu clicked his tongue twice. Naturally, this development in the plot was good news for him. It's a dog-eat-dog world.
But upon learning this guy was about to take over Suwang, Tang Yu couldn't find it amusing anymore.
If he wanted to take over Suwang, Tang Yu would undoubtedly be his primary target.
And this guy operated just like Yi Chen, both cut from the same cloth, taught by the same mentor. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu looked at the four of them and said, "From now on, the four of you focus on lurking by his side. Report to me immediately if anything comes up."
Understood, young Master Tang, the four responded in unison.
Also, you should subtly hinder him in daily matters.
When he can't accomplish anything,
then suggest joining forces with me to deal with Yi Chen.
Got it? Got it. Good. We'll talk later. Tang Yu left the meeting room satisfied. Setting up 4 double-crossers against the opponent at once, this move is absolutely foolproof. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Recruiting them is always better than taking on 2 Dragon Kings simultaneously.
After Tang Yu left the meeting room, the 4 members of the Death Squad exchanged glances. The team leader, Big Brother Deng He, was the first to speak. Starting today, we must turn over a new leaf and work hard for young Master Tang. But what kind of extraordinary person is young Master Tang? How does Lu Junzuo even deserve to form an alliance with him? We 4 brothers must unite our efforts, whether it's Lu Junzuo or Yi Chen. We must clear all obstacles for young Master Tang. Otherwise, how could we dare show our faces at the club with young Master Tang?
Brothers, how does that sound?
Roar! Just as Tang Yu stepped out of the detention center, he felt a chill creeping up his spine again.
Let's go, I'll treat you to a midnight snack.
Bai Wani, who had walked up from behind, handed him a motorcycle helmet.
I have my own car.
Just go grab some barbecue by the roadside.
Why show off in that junk car of yours? After eating, I'll bring you back.
I still have work to finish. Bai Wani rolled her eyes. She's used to living a low-key life, but this guy drives a multi-million-dollar supercar to grab midnight snacks by the roadside, making a spectacle of himself. What a joke.
Alright then. Tang Yu put on his helmet and got on the motorcycle with her. Hold on tight.
As soon as Bai Wani twisted the throttle after Tang Yu had climbed on, she felt his arms wrap around her from behind. Moreover, his arms were wrapped just a bit too high. If they were standing at the bow right now, it would practically be Titanic.
Where exactly are your hands? She abruptly released the throttle, asking through clenched teeth. Didn't they say a woman's waist shouldn't be casually touched? Tang Yu replied with an innocent expression.
Too scared of being accused of taking advantage if I held your waist, so I just put my hand a bit higher.
Not even fully placed in the middle position. What's there for this woman to get so worked up about? Are you picking a fight on purpose?
Baiwani had already clenched her fists, turning around to glare at Tangyu.
If you can't touch her waist, then why the hell did you go touching other places?
Fine then, if I hold you by the waist, don't say I'm taking advantage of you.
Tangyu muttered quietly as she lowered her hand a bit more.
There's still some curves there, and the waist is quite slim.
Aside from being a bit short-tempered, everything else is actually quite good. Baiwani suddenly regretted letting this troublemaker into her car.
Fortunately, the barbecue stall she was heading to was just 3 blocks away, and she arrived within minutes. Pulling up to the entrance of the stall, she parked and, out of habit, swung her leg out in a sweeping dismount.
Tangyu, who had been sitting behind her, was just about to get off when her sweeping kick sent him tumbling down.
Landing hard on his backside, Tangyu scowled and said irritably,
"You did that on purpose, didn't you?"
"No way. I'm used to riding alone, this is actually my first time carrying someone." Baiwani couldn't stop laughing as she reached out to help Tangyu up from the ground. Rubbing his sore butt with a grimace, Tangyu had no choice but to accept his fate. After stepping into the shop together, Baiwani handed Tangyu a plastic vegetable basket.
"Take whatever you want to eat.
I come here often, their roasted taro chips and grilled dumplings are quite good.
You should try them. I'm ordering the expensive stuff, gonna eat you into bankruptcy."
"Fine." Looking at that drained look on your face, grab a few extra grilled kidney skewers.
The two ordered a pile of skewers before getting a few bottles of beer to go with them.
Soon, piping hot skewers arrived at their table. Baiwani clinked her beer bottle against Tangyu's before lowering her head to focus on devouring the food.
Across the street, a black sedan sat idling by the roadside.
The man in the driver's seat was staring fixedly through the car window at Baiwani and Tangyu. After watching for a while, he took out his phone, snapped a photo of the two, and sent it off.
Meanwhile, at an underground casino somewhere,
Lu Junzuo was sitting in a private room, gambling against 2 of the casino's dealers. They were playing poker, with both dealers being top-notch cheats at their craft.
Yet now they were sweating bullets from losing badly.
They had already lost 15 straight hands.
Master Lu's skills are truly formidable.
Seeing Lu Junzuo keep winning, a middle-aged man nearby chimed in with flattery. The middle-aged man had only one arm, his other sleeve hanging empty, quite the noticeable sight. He was none other than Zhu Xiaowei, the owner of the casino and a well-known figure in Suzhou and Hangzhou's underworld.
Someone of his stature normally wouldn't bother showing such courtesy to a young man.
But the young man before him was absolutely terrifying. This man had come to him, demanding that he become his dog. He chose to refuse, only to watch helplessly as over 40 of his subordinates were effortlessly taken down by this man's single hand. This man could literally be called invincible.
He even promised himself, as long as he became his dog, he could be his spokesperson in the underground world of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Mere child's play.
Cheating is just about quick hands and a few tricks, nothing interesting. Lu Junzuo flung the 3 cards in his hand aside with disinterest. 3 playing cards had simultaneously embedded themselves into the tabletop. Witnessing this scene, everyone present grew even more awestruck and fearful of young Master Lu.
At that moment, Lu Junzuo's phone vibrated twice.
He glanced at the photo his subordinate had just sent him via phone. When he saw the man in the photo, Lu Junzuo frowned slightly.
"Isn't that the rich second-generation heir from the Tang family? I heard Yichen lost to this loser in competing for a woman. Why is he with Baiwani again?"
After arriving in the Suzhou-Hangzhou region, the first woman he set his sights on was Baiwani. This woman's status was rather special. If he could conquer her early, she would be a great asset.
After pondering for a moment, Lu Junzuo let out a cold laugh. Perfect timing.
Lure her over and take them all out in one fell swoop.
He sent out a text message with his phone. Baiwani was engrossed in her meal when her phone on the table suddenly rang.
She glanced at her phone and saw it was a text message.
"Imperial Waters Hotel Basement Level 2, Underground Casino." Baiwani's expression changed subtly after reciting 2 lines.
She had recently investigated 2 usury cases and traced the leads to an underground casino, but failed to locate its exact address. Upon seeing this address, her appetite vanished instantly as she called out to the shop owner.
"Boss, how much do I owe you?" "Exactly 120. Sounds good." Baiwani took out her phone and scanned the payment code. "Aren't you going to finish eating?" Noticing Baiwani's hurried expression, Tangyu, who was currently tackling grilled lamb kidneys, looked up and asked, "I'll go check out a casino. You eat, I'm leaving." After saying this, Baiwani turned to leave. Tangyu choked on her food, suddenly remembering this plot.
In the original story, Baiwani received a text message during dinner informing her about an underground casino. She happened to be investigating this casino as well, and after obtaining the address, she infiltrated alone intending to conduct an undercover probe. This undercover operation turned into a major incident, her identity was exposed, and she was captured by the casino's personnel. If it weren't for Dragon King Yi Chen's timely appearance, she likely would have ended up starring in a female investigator scenario. After this ordeal concluded, her affection for Yi Chen skyrocketed, already more than halfway conquered by him. But the key point is that Yi Chen is gone now. If I just ignore this, won't her trip be completely wasted? Or will the plot collapse and take unexpected turns? System, what's going on with this storyline? Tang Yu silently inquired in his heart. The system remained utterly unresponsive, which irritated Tang Yu somewhat. With the plot having collapsed, more often than not he could only rely on his own wits to figure things out. Left with no choice, he stood up and chased after them, saying, "I'll go with you." "Are you coming with me?" Baiwani looked at Tang Yu with a strange expression. "Indeed, I'll assist you with the investigation. I'm more familiar with these places than you are." Tang Yu nodded in agreement. "Nonsense. If I don't go with you, you're walking straight into a trap. That casino's a death trap. The text you got was probably from Yi Chen. Lure you to the casino until something goes wrong, then swoop in to save you and earn your gratitude. But that bastard Yi Chen's already gone. Who the hell set this trap then?" Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Baiwani was deeply shaken. This guy, he knows again? Recalling the last clue she had heard from Tang Yu, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to make the trip. Just be careful, conduct the undercover investigation and immediately return to set the trap. So she nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's go together." Tang Yu quickly followed her onto the motorcycle, his heart filled with bewilderment. He had discovered that even with Dragon King Yi Chen gone, certain plot developments would still proceed as normal. But who sent this text message? This scheme was supposed to be orchestrated by Yi Chen. If he's not here, then someone else must be behind it? Tang Yu immediately thought of Lu Junzuo, who replaced Dragon King Yi Chen to take over Suong. Let's just go over there first. Anyway, let's not let Baiwani get into trouble. As long as we get to the casino, the one who set this up will show themselves soon enough. Whether it's Yi Chen or Lu Junzuo, we'll find out then. Baiwani, who was driving, silently listened to Tang Yu's inner thoughts and felt somewhat grateful. This guy actually cares about me quite a bit. As for the name Lu Junzuo, she committed it firmly to memory. Setting up a scheme to trick her? Then they'd better ensure she never finds out, or they'll be in for serious trouble. It was just a 20-minute bike ride from here to the Huangshui Hotel. After rushing to the hotel entrance, she instinctively dismounted with a sweeping leg maneuver. Tang Yu, who had been swept onto the ground, looked at the woman with an exasperated expression. Sigma, winky face. This time it really wasn't on purpose. Then last time was intentional? Baiwani let out a dry chuckle and skillfully helped Tang Yu up. The two entered the hotel and took the elevator down to the basement floor. Chapter 75, The Unmovable Man. To conceal her identity, Baiwani pulled out a black mask and put it on. Tang Yu looked left and right, up and down, feeling she somewhat resembled a certain elder sister. "What are you looking at?" Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, Baiwani asked. "Nothing much." Tang Yu chuckled. When they reached basement level 2, before the elevator doors even opened, Baiwani had already taken the initiative to hook her arm through Tang Yu's. Pretending to be a couple, they walked out to see a billiards hall and several beefy men with intimidating builds. One of the big guys walked up to Tang Yu and asked with a smile, "Here to play pool?" "A friend recommended this place for fun." Tang Yu replied. "Alright, you know the rules?" The big guy extended his hand. Tang Yu took out his phone, powered it off, and handed it over to the other party. The burly man then looked at Baiwani, who likewise followed Tang Yu's lead and surrendered her phone. After handing over their phones, the two proceeded through the security checkpoint. Then someone led them through a concealed door into the casino. Upon entering the casino, Baiwani couldn't help but cough twice from the slightly pungent smell of smoke. Over 20 gaming tables were set up inside the casino. Each table was packed with gamblers engaged in games of cards and dice. Additionally, there were quite a few people playing slot machines and fishing games. The cacophony of shouting and cursing made it livelier than a bar. Scantily clad waitresses moved about, offering all kinds of services to high-rolling gamblers. "Let's go exchange for chips first." Tang Yu took Baiwani to exchange for 200,000 in chips, took them in hand, and handed half to Baiwani. Baiwani had no mind for games. Seeing so many gamblers gathered here, she couldn't help but frown slightly. How many families would be ruined by the end of this day? Just as the two were wandering around the casino, several cameras in the casino silently locked onto Baiwani. In the monitoring room on the basement floor, Lu Junzuo stood arrogantly before the display screen, watching intently. On the screen, Baiwani and Tang Yu were seen wandering around the casino together. Tang Yu had indeed followed her there. A flicker of delight flashed in Lu Junzuo's eyes. Since this fool has taken the bait, today would be a bountiful harvest. Have him killed, then swoop in heroically to save the damsel and earn her favor. "So, young Master Lu, what's the plan?" Xu Shaohui smiled and asked from the side, already aware of tonight's plan. "Go ahead and make your move, but don't hurt her. Kill that useless trash next to her outright," Lu Junzuo commanded. He still didn't understand Tang Yu's true capabilities.
Because Yichin didn't tell anyone about being injured by Tangyu. The Grim Reaper squad was arrested before they could report back. He planned to have the casino people kill Tangyu first, then play the hero to win her favor. And after rescuing her, he wouldn't even tell her his name. Just vanish from her world like that. Make her feel both grateful toward me and curious about me. After some time has passed, I'll find another opportunity to reappear and interact with her, making her fall completely in love with me. Prepare to make our move. Zhu Shaohui waved his hand, and his underlings immediately sprang into action. After wandering around the casino for a while, Baiwani had pretty much completed her investigation. Taking Tangyu's arm, she whispered, "Should we leave now? Let's go." Tangyu nodded, just as he began wondering whether the plot had taken another unexpected turn. A group of people was already charging toward them with intimidating force. The charging group numbered over 30, all armed with weapons. "It's them." The one leading the charge pointed at Tangyu and his companion while shouting loudly. The crowd in the casino stopped what they were doing and turned to look at them. What the hell is going on? Run! Seeing this group emerge, Tangyu grabbed Baiwani's hand and bolted toward the rear. This is an underground casino. The only way out is by elevator. Running for the elevator would be suicide. Staying in the open puts us at a disadvantage against their numbers. So Tangyu decisively pulled Baiwani into the restroom instead. "Hurry and contact someone, I'll hold them off." Tangyu knew Baiwani's watch had an emergency contact function. According to the original plot, Baiwani would be captured before she even got the chance to use her watch. Baiwani nodded and quickly pressed her watch several times, activating the emergency contact function. This was specially customized by her father, fearing she might endanger herself while carrying out missions. Once activated, help would arrive within 15 minutes at most. Meanwhile, Tangyu picked up a hammer from the washstand to use as a weapon. As someone with high defense but low offense, she could only rely on picking up weapons. He had just grabbed his weapon when the main force behind him came charging forward. Leading the charge was a long-haired young man wielding a watermelon knife. They had received orders, "This man could be killed, just don't harm the woman." Seeing Tangyu blocking the doorway, he howled and charged forward, slashing the knife down onto Tangyu's shoulder. The knife came down as if striking stone. "You fucking cut me!" Tangyu swung the hammer backward, smashing it into the long-haired youth's head, sending blood splattering instantly. After having his head blown open by the hammer, the young man screamed in pain, dropping the knife from his hand like a mob creature spilling loot. "Are you okay?" Baiwani, having finished her emergency call, shouted at Tangyu. "It's nothing." Tangyu shook her head. Baiwani hastily picked up the cleaver and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tangyu in battle. Seeing her charging out, the pursuing crowd hesitated momentarily, their aggression faltering. "Because the boss just said we mustn't hurt this woman. Send two to hold this woman back, the rest kill this guy." One of the smartasses immediately commanded. So two men wielding steel pipes immediately charged toward Baiwani, trying to restrain her first. The remaining others charged toward Tangyu to attack. Then, they realized, this man was like a goddamn stone golem. Whether it was a machete or steel pipes, nothing seemed to faze him when they struck his body. Chapter 76, Lu Junju takes the field personally. After being struck, Tangyu didn't waste words. He immediately swung his hammer back in retaliation, aiming straight for the head. Unlike Tangyu with his defensive capabilities, they couldn't withstand such blows. A single hammer strike to the skull left them half dead on the spot. The corridor leading to the bathroom wasn't very wide, so they couldn't leverage their numerical advantage. Like zombies in Plants vs. Zombies, they lined up one by one like the Calabash brothers trying to save their grandpa. The other two attempting to delay Baiwani didn't fare any better. They didn't dare lay a hand on Baiwani. Baiwani didn't hold back when she struck. She had always harbored profound hatred for these scumbags, and being somewhat trained in martial arts didn't help their case. Within 2 minutes, both men had been slashed multiple times and collapsed to the ground. Thus the situation took an awkward turn. One can't fight anymore. One shouldn't fight. In just a few minutes, 12 or 13 of the 30-plus people were already lying on the ground. Holy shit, what's going on? How the hell should I know? What the hell is this guy doing? Why can't we kill him? They kept fighting while exclaiming holy shit, repeatedly. This is fucking bullshit. The script's all wrong. Shouldn't they have easily taken down this pretty boy first, then tied up the woman once they rushed in together? Watching their companions fall one after another, these thugs were completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How do you play against a damn cheater? From this moment on, this casino shall be called Tangyu Casino. Tangyu had discovered the joy of bullying the weak. Damn it, I've got an invincibility cheat. Seeing that none of these people dared to lay a hand on Baiwani, he simply grabbed 2 knives and charged straight at the group. Damn it, today I'm gonna teach you how to play the villain. After seeing several more fall, these thugs completely lost their nerve. Fuck this, let's get out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm done. What the hell is wrong with this guy? I'm definitely done for.
As the remaining thugs collapsed into disarray and began to flee, the casino patrons were stunned. Just moments ago, a whole gang of enforcers had aggressively pursued this guy. How did things turn around to this guy with a bloodied face chasing after these thugs with a cleaver? Just as Tang Yu was about to go after one of them, Baiwani rushed over and grabbed him. "Stop being reckless, you're bleeding." Baiwani's voice trembled with barely concealed sobs from sheer fright. She had just witnessed Tang Yu enduring numerous attacks, and now his body was covered in blood again. At this moment, regret flooded her heart. She shouldn't have risked bringing him along. If not for protecting her, he wouldn't have gotten injured.
"I'm fine."
Seeing Baiwani's eyes reddening with fear, Tang Yu gave a bitter smile and said,
"You're fine? You took so many hits. Let me check where you're hurt." Baiwani pulled up Tang Yu's clothes and began examining him.
She felt around his body but couldn't find any injuries, then moved to pull down his pants.
"Damn it, I'm really fine. Stop this, everyone's watching." Tang Yu quickly grabbed her hand to stop the woman's insane action.
At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for surviving the casino plot. Reward, speech becomes fist technique, can be used 5 times. Hearing the notification, Tang Yu's face darkened as he cursed inwardly.
"Damn system, are you pulling this shit again?"
He'd recently noticed the system was becoming increasingly unreliable.
The storyline collapsing was one thing,
but now even the rewards had turned sketchy, making him feel like it was rooting for his early demise. Take those 2 disposable ancient martial arts rewards from before. If I hadn't used it well myself, I'd probably have been beaten to death by that bastard Yichin long ago. This reward, the word-bound fist technique, isn't even considered ancient martial arts. According to the system's introduction, the damage dealt depends on what you shout when throwing a punch.
What kind of nonsense is this?
Some instinct told him this damn system might not actually be helping him.
Just as Tang Yu was puzzling over it, in the surveillance room, Lu Junzuo's face darkened like spilled ink. What the hell is going on? Can 30 people not even handle one rich second-generation kid? Even a martial artist at the yellow rank would struggle against this many armed opponents. Are your men all fucking useless? Feeling frustrated, he glared angrily at Zhu Shaohui and snapped.
I specifically set this up to play the hero and save the beauty, while incidentally killing this guy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
But now things have turned out like this? I don't know either. Zhu Shaohui was also dumbfounded. What the hell is this situation? Is this guy really on the same level as that young Master Lu next to him?
I'll handle this myself.
Lu Junzuo walked out with a dark expression.
Once outside, he twisted his body slightly, producing a series of cracking sounds like popping beans. Immediately, he seemed to shrink as his figure transformed into that of a hunchbacked middle-aged man. After altering his physique with bone shrinkage, he pulled a human skin mask from his pocket and put it on. And just like that, he had instantly assumed a completely new identity. First, he would use this identity to go down and kill that Tang brat, then let the others deal with Baiwani. After Baiwani gets arrested, he'll reveal his true identity to play the hero and rescue the beauty. He had just taken the elevator down to the casino. Right when he arrived, he saw one of the thugs taking advantage of Tang Yu's inattention, sneaking up from behind to slash at his back. After the blade came down, it didn't even manage to cut through the clothes. As a peak master of the Xian-level realm, Lu Junzuo quickly realized it. There was an invisible energy protecting Tang Yu's body. Is this the immovable Vajra art? Lu Junzuo narrowed his eyes. After inheriting the ancient martial arts knowledge from the Dragon Vein Jade, he had come to understand many things. For example, the immovable Wisdom King technique is a long-lost ancient martial arts method. Its defensive capabilities are absolutely unparalleled. It's said that when cultivated to perfection, even those below the Xian tier realm cannot break through its defense. But I'm at the peak of the Xian tier realm. Even with the immovable Vajra technique protecting him, killing him would still be no difficult task for me. Taking a deep breath, the chi within his body surged as he lunged forward like a leopard, pouncing toward Tang Yu. A blurred shadow darted to Tang Yu's face in an instant. By the time Tang Yu regained his senses, Lu Junzuo's foot had already connected with his chest in a powerful kick. The kick landed hard, sending Tang Yu stumbling back several steps as a dull pain spread through his chest. The intensity of the pain genuinely shocked him. Could his indestructible Vajra technique actually be on the verge of breaking? He could feel the circulating energy within his body rapidly diminishing. When this aura completely dissipates, it will mean he has lost the protection of the Akala Vidyaraja technique. He glanced at the man who had attacked him, a hunched, middle-aged man. What does it matter if a trash like you has mastered the Akala Vidyaraja technique to perfection? Lu Junzuo stared at Tang Yu and sneered coldly. He deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound somewhat hoarse and grating. At this moment, Baiwani finally reacted. She swung the watermelon knife in her hand toward Lu Junzuo's back, attempting a sneak attack. Yet Lu Junzuo didn't even glance back, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, catching the descending blade between 2 fingers. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the watermelon knife snapped instantly. Witnessing this, Tang Yu immediately confirmed the man's identity.
Damn it, it really is Lu Junzuo.
This guy loves showing off. He pulled a similar stunt when he first appeared.
Disguise and bone shrinking were also his specialties. Sure enough, after Yi Chen left, it was his turn to appear.
Bai Wani had no mind left to listen to Tang Yu's inner thoughts at this moment. Seeing her opponent catch the knife between two fingers and then snap it, she decisively delivered a swift kick aimed straight at Lu Junzuo's groin. Just as the kick was about to land, Lu Junzuo had already vanished from the spot. Before Bai Wani could react, Lu Junzuo delivered a chop to her neck, knocking her unconscious. With Bai Wani dealt with, Lu Junzuo turned his gaze to Tang Yu.
Today, this man was destined to die.
Chapter 77, This Punch, 30 Years of Mastery.
Watching Lu Junzhu approach step by step, Tang Yu's face darkened.
Relying on the immovable Vajra technique to endure beatings was no longer feasible. The words to fist technique the system had just granted could only be used 5 times, and its lethality was uncertain. It would have been better to exchange it for the Inyan limitless technique.
Damn it, I'm genuinely feeling nervous now.
This is the longest streak survived yet, don't mess up here.
First time?
Suddenly, Tang Yu's mind flashed with strange images again. All these images showed him being beaten to death by different people. It seemed like he'd survived much longer in some novels before, yet he couldn't recall when exactly this had happened.
In an instant, these memories vanished once more. Getting nervous when death's at your doorstep?
Seeing Tang Yu's bewildered expression, Lu Junzuo let out a cold laugh.
How could Yi Chen fail to deal with such a worthless rich second-generation brat?
He charged at Tang Yu again, unleashing a furious storm of attacks. The thugs who had been chased around by Tang Yu earlier now began cheering from the sidelines. Having just been chased and beaten by Tang Yu for ages, they were all simmering with rage. Seeing an expert emerge to deal with this brat, they all eagerly picked up their weapons, ready to pile on the misfortune. After being attacked again, the look of confusion on Tang Yu's face vanished. Feeling the energy of his immovable Vajra technique continuously draining from his body,
Tang Yu knew he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He still had 5 chances left.
After barely withstanding Lu Junzuo's punch, Tang Yu began circulating his word-bound fist technique.
Aura! Tang Yu roared as he threw the punch. All power comes from shouting.
The punch landed on Lu Junzuo, forcing him to retreat 2 steps with a slight frown. He found this guy rather interesting. He doesn't even have a trace of inner energy within him, let alone being a martial artist. Yet his immovable Vajra technique has been perfected to completion. That sudden counterpunch just now might have reached the peak level strength of the yellow rank, but that's about all he's got.
He charged at Tang Yu again, launching an even more ferocious attack than before.
He knew this guy's immovable Vajra technique could last at most another minute.
After that minute was up, he would undoubtedly die. When his punch failed to deal any damage, Tang Yu mentally extended his sincerest and warmest greetings to the maternal ancestors of the system. Seeing that the indestructible Vajra technique was about to fail, Tang Yu swiftly threw 3 more punches, trying different catchphrases each time. Yet it was still futile. Die!
Lu Junzuo roared in fury and kicked Tang Yu in the chest once again.
With this final strike, the last vestiges of energy within Tang Yu's body dissipated completely. Now facing life or death, Tang Yu had a sudden epiphany, finally realizing the true essence of this law-following punch.
The damage determined by one's words.
So what kind of dialogue could deliver a critical hit? That goes without saying, doesn't it? Setting aside the facts, can you really say men aren't at fault at all? After this punch was thrown,
Lu Junzuo, standing in place, merely responded with a series of mocking sneers as he let Tang Yu land the blow.
Little trash, what's the use of letting you throw one punch?
And then, he was sent flying backward a full 10 meters away. After smashing through 2 entire gambling tables, Lu Junju opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was full of terror, and his chest throbbed with unbearable pain.
What kind of fist technique is this? How could it be so terrifyingly powerful? Even to the point where the true chi in his body could no longer circulate. This punch carried at least 30 years of cultivation. If not for the inner armor he was wearing, this punch would have taken his wretched life. The gambling den's enforcers were also stunned. Did that guy just punch someone into this state? Is he a monster?
Just moments ago, they had been thinking of kicking Tang Yu when he was down for revenge, but now their legs were trembling with fear. Such a man was absolutely beyond their ability to defeat. At that very moment, a clamor of hurried footsteps could be heard approaching from outside the door.
A squad of fully armed SWAT officers stormed in. Everyone get down on the ground with your hands up. Their shouted command sent casino patrons scrambling to crouch on the floor.
With only one exit available, escape was completely impossible. The team was led by Director Wang from the West District Bureau. When he rushed over and saw Bai Wani already lying unconscious on the ground, his face instantly paled with shock.
Wani, are you alright?
He hurriedly ran over to help Bai Wani up.
Bai Wani wasn't too badly dazed this time. Lu Junzuo had been quite gentle with his strike. The moment she regained consciousness, she opened her eyes and cried out, "Where's Tang Yu?"
Police Chief Wang and his colleagues standing nearby couldn't help but mentally utter a holy shit at this.
What's the deal with this girl? How come the first name she calls upon waking is that young master of the Tang family? Last time at the police station, there were already two stunning beauties fighting over him. This guy, has he gone and messed with by Wani again? Seizing the moment when everyone was distracted, Lu Junzuo quickly seized the opportunity to head toward the restroom. He was genuinely badly injured at the moment. Rushing into the restroom, he hastily peeled off the human skin mask and flushed it down the toilet. Immediately afterward, the bone contraction effect wore off, and his body reverted to its original form. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he hurriedly retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it. Only after taking the medicine did he begin to feel significantly better. At this moment, Tang Yu had already become a figure of deep apprehension in his mind. That punch just now, even he himself might not have been able to deliver such devastating force. Exactly what level had this man reached? Soon, SWAT officers rushed into the restroom to arrest the gambling addicts and staff members hiding inside. Lu Junzuo was also handcuffed and taken away in a police car. After punching Lu Junzuo and sending him flying, Tang Yu was also startled. At the critical moment, his quick thinking had unexpectedly resulted in such devastating power. That punch was truly beyond the heavens. The supreme fist. Rubbing his chest which felt dull and painful, Tang Yu hurried off to find Bai Wani. By the time he arrived, Bai Wani had already woken up. Are you alright? I'm fine. The two spoke in unison as they saw each other, asking the same question and answering simultaneously. Seeing Tang Yu covered in blood, Director Wang was also startled. He quickly asked, Young Master Tang, what happened to you? Are you really not hurt? No. Tang Yu was about to say no when suddenly a wave of dizziness hit him. After the steadfast Vajra technique was broken, that final punch had drained too much of his strength. Coupled with the injuries he'd suffered at Lu Junzuo's hands, his body swayed unsteadily before collapsing. Bai Wani reacted swiftly and barely managed to catch Tang Yu as he fell, but there was some distance between the two of them. After Tang Yu collapsed, his head happened to land right on her chest. Thus, Tang Yu's face sank into a pair of springy peaks, resulting in a thorough facial cleanse experience. His face became serene as he slowly closed his eyes and fainted. Oh, so moist. In the last moment before losing consciousness, his inner voice suddenly echoed. Bai Wani twitched her lips, then effortlessly scooped Tang Yu up in a princess carry. Director Wang, I'll take him to the hospital first. Please handle things here. If you find someone named Lu Junzuo, make sure to thoroughly investigate his background. Understood. Chapter 78, just bear with it. After being brought to the police station, Lu Junzuo initially thought there wouldn't be any trouble. He deliberately restored his bone-shrinking disguise, ensuring no one would know who the man fighting Tang Yu was. Getting arrested would at most result in a gambling charge, a trivial matter. Yet for some reason, this time after being detained, he was subjected to a whole night of interrogation and investigations. To make matters worse, they didn't even offer him a glass of water. Fortunately, this torment lasted only one night before they couldn't find any substantial issues. So they sent him to the detention center under the charge of participating in illegal gambling gatherings. When he was brought in, he immediately spotted four familiar faces. They were the four members of the Grim Reaper squad. Amidst the vast sea of people, being able to meet here filled Lu Junzuo with profound emotion. Damn it, this place is practically turning into the soul of the Dragon Organization's clubhouse. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lu Junzuo enter, Deng He, with his 12 fingers, quickly asked. I came to see you all, and to take you out while I'm at it. Lu Junzuo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. Then why is your face looking a bit pale, young Master Lu? The four questioned him again. I'm feeling a bit carsick. Lu Junzuo's lips twitched. Then why do you have blood on you, young Master Lu? I heard someone. After speaking, Lu Junzuo didn't want to give these four another chance to perform, so he commanded. Go rest first. We'll head out together tomorrow. I'll still need your help in Suzhou and Hangzhou. For some reason, after not seeing them for a while, he felt there was something slightly off about these four. They seemed rather simple-minded and foolish. The four men exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Since young Master Lu trusts us so deeply, we shall repay him with our lives. Faced with their declaration of loyalty, Lu Junzuo nodded in satisfaction. These were truly the death warriors he had personally trained, they never disappointed. This loyalty reaches to the heavens. After some thought, he called the four over and quietly explained his upcoming plans to them. The four listened intently, yet their expressions remained somewhat peculiar. When he finished speaking, Lu Junzuo returned to the bed and lay down to begin healing his injuries. Today's punch had indeed left him seriously injured. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. At this moment, Tang Yu had also been admitted to the hospital. Under the astonished gazes of everyone in the entire hospital, Tang Yu was carried princess-style by Bai Wani into the ward for examination. Fortunately, after a brief examination, the doctor handed the report to Bai Wani and said, Miss Bai, your partner is fine, just overexerted. A good rest is all that's needed for recovery. He's not my lover. Bai Wani's face flushed red, slightly embarrassed. The doctor just chuckled without saying a word. Not lovers? Then why are they carrying each other like a princess? Gazing at Tang Yu still unconscious in the hospital bed, Bai Wani couldn't shake off her unease. After taking so many hits, how could he not be injured? After some thought, she decided to remove Tang Yu's clothes for a more thorough examination. It would be troublesome if there were any unnoticed wounds that got infected later. Soon, she had pulled off Tang Yu's upper garment completely. She wiped away the bloodstains on Tang Yu's body bit by bit with a damp towel. Then, catching sight of his well-defined 8-pack abs, she couldn't help but blush slightly. As a female police officer, she absolutely despised effeminate men. She believed the man in her future must have unyielding masculinity and be capable in a fight. As for the abs, they're absolutely essential. Let's check if the abs are injured. She cleared her throat and gently ran her hand over them a few times. Not bad at all, quite firm and well built, huh? After touching for a while, she felt too embarrassed to continue. A slight sense of guilt lingered, her heart pounding rapidly. Then she turned Tang Yu over to examine his back. There truly wasn't a single wound. I still haven't checked the lower part yet. She remembered this question again. Back at the casino, Tang Yu had desperately held onto his pants to prevent her from checking. Now that she thought about it, this guy might have been injured somewhere and dared not let her know. Though the doctor had already examined him, just to be safe, she would double-check once more. So she decided to pull Tang Yu's pants down. Just as she started to tug, Tang Yu woke up. Holy shit! Seeing his pants being yanked, Tang Yu couldn't help but utter a shocked holy shit. But upon seeing it was Bai Wani, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank God it's not a man, damn it. This world's gone mad. Heard someone got blackout drunk and collapsed by the roadside last time. Not only did some guy steal my phone, but he also gave me a scare. Sigh, this world is so damn chaotic. A handsome guy like me is in too much danger. What are you doing? He quickly asked again, trying to pull his pants back up. But because of his exhaustion, he couldn't muster even the slightest bit of strength now. After Tang Yu's shocked exclamation, Bai Wani was also startled. Then she gave a huff and said, checking your body to see if you're hurt. Tang Yu felt these women were all acting strangely. This isn't an examination, you're clearly just lusting after my body. If Big Brother hadn't woken up, you might have taken advantage of the situation to have your way with me. It looks like you're probably fine, but speak up if you feel uncomfortable anywhere. Seeing that Tang Yu had already woken up, Bai Wani felt too embarrassed to continue. Ahem. She felt a bit guilty toward her two best friends. But was this guy overthinking things? Dream on if you think I'd let him off easy. Then help me put it on, I don't have the strength right now. Tang Yu sighed helplessly, feeling everything was somehow off at the moment. Bai Wani rolled her eyes and helped Tang Yu dress properly before adding once more. Don't overthink it, I'm really just checking your condition. How come you took so many hits without any issues? Hard-headed. Tang Yu chuckled. After resting for a while, the energy from his indestructible Vajra art began gradually recovering within him. Though today's incident at the casino had indeed given him quite a scare, this Lu Junzuo is still considerably more formidable than Yi Chen. Trying to collaborate with him to deal with Yi Chen would probably be a hopeless endeavor. One's a maggot and the other's a cockroach, neither is any good. What's worse is that this bastard has already become a genuine threat to me. At that moment, a sudden urge to pee hit him. He had drunk several bottles of beer while accompanying Bai Wani at the barbecue, and hadn't urinated since going to the casino. He wanted to get up from the bed to relieve himself, but in his weakened state, it seemed he couldn't quite manage it. What's wrong? Seeing Tang Yu suddenly looking bashful, Bai Wani inquired. I need to pee. Tang Yu cleared his throat, somewhat embarrassed. Then go. Only then did Bai Wani remember that this guy had already exhausted his strength. Her face turned red at the thought. Was she really going to have to help him to the bathroom? She had experience taking care of children, so she actually knew how to help someone pee. Seeing this guy's face clearly struggling to hold it in, biting her lip, she said, alright, I'll help you there. For her, secretly touching some abs to satisfy her hands was already pushing her boundaries. This was somewhat pushing past her psychological boundaries. But considering the guy had done this to save her, she had to lower her standards a little. After draping Tang Yu's arm over her shoulder, Bai Wani helped the guy into the ward's bathroom. The bathroom wasn't very spacious, the two of them standing inside made it feel rather cramped. Thanks for your help, I'll treat you next time. Tang Yu coughed dryly again. Don't worry, I'm a reasonable guy who never takes advantage of others. Borrow 3 and return 7. From now on, just ask if you need my help, I'd swear not to refuse. Bai Wani felt like punching someone. Fortunately, she was decisive by nature and disliked handling matters in a half-hearted manner. Once she made up her mind, she followed the same process she'd used for her little nephew and applied it to Tang Yu. But halfway through, she still couldn't quite bring herself to do it. Stop hesitating, hurry up, I'm about to piss myself. Mine's pretty big, you'll have to bear with it. Chapter 79, should have come sooner. Hospital corridor.
Sumuyue was hurriedly making her way towards Tang Yu's hospital room, because she was far too attractive.
Many people couldn't help but glance her way as she passed.
One of the middle-aged men in his 40s was wearing a cervical collar after spraining his neck playing basketball. "Mr. Wang, you need to rest your neck and avoid sudden movements during this period." A nurse beside him was giving instructions. Before the nurse could finish speaking, his eyes widened as he stared at Sumuyue's figure, his head turning abruptly to follow her. A scream immediately echoed through the hallway. Sumuyue moved swiftly, having just received news that Tang Yu had gotten into trouble at an underground casino and was rushed to the hospital. Without delay, she hurried over.
When she finally located Tang Yu's hospital room, Baiwani was blushing as she supported Tang Yu out of the restroom. The two women locked eyes, and the atmosphere instantly turned somewhat awkward. How come they were coming out of the restroom together? "Muyue, you're here?
Perfect timing, come help me support him, he's completely exhausted."
Baiwani had a sudden flash of inspiration and quickly called out, "Okay."
Sumuyue hurried over to support Tang Yu and helped him to the bed. Then she suddenly realized a problem.
This guy was completely exhausted and could barely walk. What exactly were those two doing in the bathroom just now? What kind of assistance could Baiwani possibly be giving him?
Watching Baiwani head off to wash her hands, Sumuyue's expression turned somewhat strange.
If only she had come over earlier. She turned to Tang Yu and asked, "Are you okay?" "Nothing's wrong." Tang Yu giggled. "How did she get here so quickly? Is she really that concerned about me? Feels like she's become more and more different from before." Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Sumuyue was slightly taken aback.
A bitter smile flickered across her face. She really wasn't the same as before. The old her would never have cared so much about him.
"You two chat, I'm going to nap for a bit. I'm exhausted after all that commotion tonight." After washing her hands, Baiwani yawned and lay down on another hospital bed to take a nap.
"I'll rest for a while, then go back to work overtime later to handle today's casino matters." She fell asleep within 2 minutes of lying down, and both Tang Yu and Sumuyue could hear her light snoring. After she fell asleep, Tang Yu and Sumuyue exchanged glances.
"Seems like we're struggling to find common ground to talk about. Could you pour me a glass of water? I'm thirsty."
After staring blankly for 2 minutes, Tang Yu genuinely felt quite parched.
"Sure, would you like it warm? Cold is fine."
Sumuyue nodded, grabbing a disposable cup to fetch a glass of water from the dispenser.
Tang Yu tried to sit up and drink, but his body still hadn't fully recovered. Even sitting up took considerable effort.
So Sumuyue set the water aside again, grabbed a pillow to prop against the headboard, and helped Tang Yu sit up.
"This isn't tasty either, let me feed you."
Sumuyue held the cup with sparkling eyes as she watched Tang Yu.
"My apologies for the trouble."
Tang Yu slightly parted her lips.
Sumuyue brought the cup to Tang Yu's mouth, gently feeding her until she finished the entire glass of water before asking, "Would you like more?" "No thanks, I should just lie down and rest for a while." Tang Yu shook her head. "You should drink less until you've recovered. Otherwise, you'll keep needing to pee, and we can't have you needing help with that, can we?"
"Well, look on the bright side, at least it's not about needing help with taking a shit."
Sumuyue's lips twitched as she overheard Tang Yu's inner thoughts. What on earth is this guy thinking about day after day? But from what he's saying, did Baiwani really help him go to the toilet?
She bit her lips and gave her careless best friend a somewhat resentful look.
"Why would you do something like that? You could have just called me for help. What's gotten into you today?"
she asked Tang Yu softly while looking at her. "Just had some late night snacks with her and ran into a bit of trouble while checking out an underground casino, no big deal."
Tang Yu smiled faintly in response.
Having said that, he wasn't sure what else to talk about.
When spending time with Sumuyue, he genuinely couldn't find much common ground.
Mostly because all his memories from those past few years revolved around being a lovelorn fool, constantly met with cold shoulders.
There wasn't even a single normal conversation between them lasting more than 3 minutes. After a moment of silence, Sumuyue spoke up. "If you're tired, take a rest for a while." "Okay."
After lying down, Tang Yu closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep.
Sumuyue sat on the side, feeling a wave of contentment.
It was actually quite nice staying by his side like this, listening to his internal mutterings. After sitting quietly for half an hour, Baiwani finally woke up. Having dozed for a while, she felt much better.
Glancing at Sumuyue, she asked, "Has this fellow fallen asleep?" Sumuyue nodded slightly and made a hushing gesture.
Baiwani sighed, got up, put on her shoes, and whispered, "Then I'll head back to the police station first." Seeing Baiwani about to leave, Sumuyue hesitated for a moment before following her.
Noticing her best friend following, Baiwani chuckled. "Not keeping Tang Yu company anymore? Let him sleep." Sumuyue shook her head.
"Actually, just seeing him once, having a few words, and listening to his thoughts was satisfying enough."
"You're really overthinking this. Back then when he practically threw himself at you, you refused him. Now you're chasing after him like a desperate widow."
Baiwani shrugged, not quite understanding these young folk.
Sumu Yue could only smile bitterly. She didn't understand herself either. Not long after the two women left, Tang Yu woke up. After resting for a while, his body finally began to recover. Damn system, where's my reward? He cursed internally. Reward system upgraded. Plot hint function activated to ensure host can foresee plot developments even if the storyline collapses. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Hearing about this reward, Tang Yu was somewhat surprised. He had initially assumed that another direct confrontation would reward him with cultivation techniques or similar benefits. Unexpectedly, this time's reward was having the system provide plot hint functionality. This way, even if the plot collapsed, it wouldn't affect his ability to follow the subsequent storyline. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu asked, will the auction plot continue as normal next? Since Lu Junzuo has taken Yi Chen's place, then the upcoming auction plot will be exceptionally important. In the original plot, Yi Chen purchased an antique at a bargain price during an auction. Hidden within the antique were elixirs and an ancient martial arts technique, significantly boosting his strength. Han Mingxian from Yanjing, who had competed with Yi Chen for that very item, ended up being killed by him. This system was becoming increasingly sinister, persistently refusing to grant him any useful ancient martial arts. In that case, I'll just snatch the opportunities that rightfully belong to the Dragon King. Ding! The auction will proceed as scheduled. Plot prompts have been completed. The system quickly projected the auction scenario into Tang Yu's mind. Just as expected, the protagonist of the story had already changed. The one who seized this opportunity had changed from Yi Chen to Lu Junzuo. After familiarizing himself with this plot development, Tang Yu had already formulated a plan in his mind. The system is unreliable. Then we'll have to rely on ourselves. Chapter 80, shouldn't have been so greedy. Once his body had largely recovered, Tang Yu left the hospital and drove home to rest. The auction would take place a week later, so he wasn't in a hurry. When he arrived home, Ling Han was sitting in his room waiting for him. Seeing Ling Han still in his room at this hour, Tang Yu asked in surprise, why aren't you asleep yet? Did you plan on me staying here tonight? I had things to do during the day and went out. Now I'm here to tidy up the room. Oops, Ling Han stuck out her tongue and explained. She hadn't failed to tidy up during the day. She was just worried that Tang Yu hadn't returned so late and waited here. She already knew about Lu Junzuo's arrival in Suzhou and Hangzhou. This man was deeply hidden within the Dragon Soul organization, posing an even greater threat than Yi Chen. Though aware of young Master Tang's unfathomable strength, she couldn't help feeling somewhat concerned. Because the Dragon Soul organization was hidden too deeply on the surface, their 8 war generals were considered the top combat forces. Yet no one knew how many monsters that unfathomable old man had trained. However, the only silver lining was, she belonged to Yi Chen's faction within the Dragon Soul organization. So from now on, whatever Lu Junzuo wants to do in Suzhou and Hangzhou, she doesn't need to intervene and help. But there's also a downside, she won't be able to gather intelligence on Lu Junzuo, meaning she can't assist young Master Tang. Oh, working so hard, should I reward you somehow? How about I treat you to a cosplay photoshoot tomorrow? Tang Yu rubbed his hands together with a mischievous chuckle. Ling Han instantly felt her face burn hot, vigorously shaking her head. Last time when she lost a bet while playing games with Tang Yu, he said he'd take a set of artistic photos of her. Then he made her wear a Ari cosplay outfit. The level of revealing, it was just outrageous. Oh, when girls are young, they should definitely capture their beauty in photos. Seeing Ling Han's resistance, Tang Yu felt quite regretful. I wanted you to take a few more sets of photos. Never mind, it's starting to make me feel like some creepy guy bullying an innocent girl day after day. We should hurry and find the evidence from your parents' side, then find a chance to tell you. Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Ling Han suddenly felt a wave of emotion in her heart. Young Master Tang is still thinking about his own matters. Then, young Master Tang, you should rest early. I'll be heading back first. Ling Han greeted Tang Yu cheerfully before heading back to her bedroom to rest. Tengwan Group. Wang Yishua was sprawled across her desk, giggling as she held a photo frame. Inside the frame was a rather youthful-looking golden couple. It was a photo of her during college when she was dating Tang Yu. As she gazed at it, she suddenly looked up at her secretary and asked, Zhuzhou, tell me, why do Tang Yu and I look so perfect together? It must be fate. The secretary answered with utmost seriousness. Excellent, a perfect score. Your salary will be increased by 10,000. Wang Yishua gave a thumbs up in praise. I merely spoke the truth. Such a reward weighs heavy on my conscience. Raise it by 20,000. Secretary Zhuzhou, stifling a laugh, quickly got down to business. By the way, Miss, President Li of Mingzhu April Group would like to invite you to discuss potential collaboration. Wang Yishua's secretary suddenly spoke up to remind her. That fat woman? Wang Yishua remembered her, a famously wealthy lady in Mingzhu, rumored to maintain a harem of 3,000 male concubines. She owned an e-commerce platform and wanted to merge with one under the Tengwan Group umbrella, aiming to vie for a top 3 spot in the industry. After a brief contemplation, Wang nodded. Fine, did she mention when?
General Manager Li said anytime works.
Let's schedule it for this afternoon then. Wang Yishua snapped her fingers and quickly took out her phone to call Tang Yu.
When the call connected, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Sweetheart, come over to my company.
We're going to Pearl Tower for business this afternoon. What's there to talk about? It's about the e-commerce platform." Wang Yishua recounted the situation in detail.
Teng Wang Group's e-commerce platform follows a high-end strategy, specializing in luxury goods and imported products.
And the second largest shareholder of this platform is the Tang Group.
So if there's a merger, we really need to discuss it with Tang Yu. After confirming their plans over the phone, they agreed to meet directly at the airport.
Tang Yu hung up the phone and immediately drove towards the airport. What changes did the system make to this plotline?
Tang Yu silently thought to himself while driving. He remembered the original novel had this scene: Wang Yishua went to discuss business, only to be drugged by her partner. Just as she was about to suffer humiliation, the Dragon King Yichen appeared abruptly and killed the villain.
After that, naturally it was all about detoxifying this and that.
It's a wish fulfillment novel, these are the most common tropes.
Ding, the plot has been modified too. The system quickly informed Tang Yu about the altered storyline.
After understanding this plot development, Tang Yu merely narrowed his eyes. As expected, Yi Chen's scenes had once again been replaced by Lu Junzuo. After some thought, he first sent a text message to the Grim Reaper squad. This was precisely when the importance of those double agents became apparent.
By the time Tang Yu arrived at the airport, Wang Yishua had already gotten there first.
Such a stunning beauty standing at the airport entrance
made many risk getting beaten by their girlfriends just to steal a few more glances. Especially the CEO of some listed company, whose eyes lit up the moment he saw Wang Yishua. Who would have thought I'd meet such a beauty while in Suzhou and Hangzhou for a business contract signing? He walked up to Wang Yishua with a grin and extended his hand. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance, miss? I'm Lu, the owner of G Group. Piss off. Looking like a blasted toad and older than my dad. Who the hell do you think you were trying to chat me up? You old cow wanting to eat tender grass even if the key duplicates are 3 for 10 yuan. Are you worthy? A measly company worth tens of billions, what's there to brag about? Wang Yishua immediately launched into a furious tirade, scolding the middle-aged man until he trembled. After finishing her rant, Wang Yishua cheerfully ran toward Tang Yu, waving her hand and calling out, "Honey, I'm here." Tang Yu, scampering over, nearly took a tumble face first onto the ground. Her calling me hubby in the airport sure earned me quite a few jealous glares from other men. The middle-aged man, who had just been scolded harshly, turned to look and suddenly recognized Tang Yu. Isn't this President Tang from the Tang Corporation? His trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou this time was precisely to sign contracts and secure orders with the Tang Corporation. So he quickly hid his face behind his briefcase and turned to slink away. Who's your husband? Stop calling me that. Walking up to Wang Yishua, Tang Yu said helplessly. But you were the one who bullied me last night. Wang Yishua tightened her grip on Tang Yu's arm, pretending to be coy. Wasn't I at home last night? Right, but I dreamed about you, so you have to take responsibility. Tang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Since when could people get scammed through the clouds? Well then I'm doomed, bro. There are way too many people I'd have to take responsibility for. I really shouldn't have done it last time, got too greedy and dreamed about 4 at once. Wang Yishua glared fiercely at the guy. Greedy? No one's snatching this from me. Chapter 81, shaking hands with you would be disrespectful. Pearl City, April Hotel. In a certain suite, Lu Junzuo was gently swirling a glass of red wine. His face still carried a trace of paleness, though his body had largely recovered. The injury from that punch a few days ago had indeed been quite severe, leaving him with lingering apprehension. Junzuo, I heard your medical skills are excellent. My shoulder's uncomfortable, why don't you give me a massage? At that moment, a woman sitting across from him called out in a coquettish voice. While not exactly ravishing, the woman had at least achieved basic human form. Her excess flesh cascaded in 5 or 6 overlapping layers, resembling the Michelin tire man. She happened to be Li Shuefei, the boss of the April Group, a name that could easily conjure illusions of a stunning beauty. What a shame the name and the person are so vastly different. Okay. A flicker of disgust flashed through Lu Junzuo's eyes, though well concealed. He walked behind Li Shuefei and gently kneaded her shoulders, feeling as though he were handling a piece of breathing fat. A greasy sensation transmitted from his fingertips, making him somewhat nauseous. If not for needing to use this woman, he wouldn't bother getting close to her. The biggest difference between him and Yi Chen was that he wouldn't put on airs like Yi Chen did. For usefulness, he'd even dare flirt with a 70-year-old grandmother covered in warts. Oh, that feels good. Press a bit harder. Li Shuefei wore an expression of utter contentment. Lu Junzuo suppressed his urge to vomit and asked, are today's arrangements finalized? Everything's settled, Junzuo. Don't worry, whatever pleases you, I'll make sure it's yours. Li Shuefei stroked Lu Junzuo's hand tenderly as she spoke. Lu Junzuo gave a hum, his mood lifting somewhat.
Last time he tried to gain favor with Wani through his scheme, only to have it backfire spectacularly. This time, he simply adjusted his target. Wang Yishua would be his mark. She was quite close with the Tang family. Making her his woman could prove extremely useful. At this moment, Tang Yu and the other person had already gotten off the plane. After disembarking, Wang Yishua continued to happily cling to Tang Yu's arm with a radiant smile. Being close to Tang Yu made her insanely happy. Why are you being such a koala? Seeing Wang Yishua's cheerful expression, Tang Yu asked with a smile. Koalas hug trees, but I haven't hugged you yet. Wang Yishua whispered close to Tang Yu's ear. Although I could use you as a pole, dress up in a bunny girl outfit, and give you a pole dance, that way I could hang on to you. Tang Yu pictured the scene in his mind. Holy crap, that actually sounds kind of amazing? Wait, no, we must resist the horny. Keep talking about this, and soon we'll have to stand up in respect. Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yishua burst into laughter inwardly. This closet pervert still had the nerve to put on an act with her. However, she did bring a bunny girl outfit with her this time. It's rare for just the two of them to go on a business trip together, essentially an undercover vacation. After leaving the airport, the two took a car heading straight to the hotel. If we merge this project, how do you think the shares should be allocated? Their current position is taking 30% after the merger, which I find quite unreasonable. Once seated in the car, Wang Yishua handed the documents she was holding to Tang Yu. After glancing through them, Tang Yu smiled and said, "Let's discuss it in person when we meet. There's nothing much to talk about anyway, this deal definitely won't work out. After all, it was that bastard Lu Junzuo who set this trap. They wanted to lure you over on purpose, drug you for a staged hero saves the damsel act, and then take full advantage of you. Compared to him, Yi Chen at least seems like half a devoted romantic." Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yishua froze for a moment. Lu Junzuo? Who's this now? Sounds like they're in the same league as Yi Chen? And plotting against me too? She narrowed her eyes and quickly sent out a message from her phone. Ever since the incident with Yi Chen last time, the Wang family had also begun recruiting talents, hiring several ancient martial artists in one go to secure their position. Right now, she had 2 bodyguards secretly protecting her. After sending the message to her 2 bodyguards, a cold glint flashed through her eyes. Since they dared to scheme against me, they better not fall into my hands. Still, the thought that Tang Yu was so worried about her that he followed filled her with immense joy. Wrapping her arms around Tang Yu's, she pressed close to him happily and said, "Once we're done with this business, let's stay and play for a few days." Play for a few days? I have things to attend to back home soon. Maybe next time. Tang Yu gave a bitter laugh. He was still keeping an eye on the auction. This opportunity was something he absolutely had to seize. Damn systems always scheming like a petty calculator. Pinning hopes on this unreliable bastard would definitely lead to a crash and burn cycle. Fine then, give me a kiss as compensation. Wang Yishua pointed at her own face with a playful grin. Tang Yu glanced at her face, cleared his throat and hesitated slightly. This female rogue, pulling this trick again. Hurry up, or you'll be breaking the law, you know? Wang Yishua patted Tang Yu's leg and urged him. What law would that be breaking? Going against a woman's wishes, isn't that breaking the law? After she said this, the two of them burst into laughter together in the car. Laughing heartily, Wang Yishua suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's neck and planted a fierce kiss on his cheek. After leaving a lipstick mark on Tang Yu, Wang Yishua giggled and said, "Don't you dare wipe it off. How am I supposed to face people if I don't wipe it off?" Tang Yu rubbed at the mark with his hand, chuckling wryly. The driver sitting in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, feeling a pang of bitter envy in his heart. Back in my younger days, I was handsome too. Why don't I ever get beautiful women throwing themselves at me like that? When the car arrived at the hotel, Li Shuefei was already waiting at the entrance as the two got out. Spotting that massive blob of flab from a distance, Tang Yu cursed inwardly, "Holy shit. What the fuck, this 1,000-pound princess truly looks like a goddamn celestial apparition. I heard she keeps 3,000 male concubines. Damn, that sugar baby life must be hard to swallow. At that weight class, and still into playing with steel wool? The poor bastard scraping by as her boy toys totally deserve their million-a-month paychecks." Wang Yishua listened to Tang Yu's internal monologue, struggling to keep herself from bursting out laughing. "President Wang, you must be exhausted from your journey. And who might this be?" Li Shuefei extended her hand to shake Wang Yishua's. Her shifty little eyes kept scrutinizing Tang Yu with such intensity it was as if they had X-ray vision, giving Tang Yu goosebumps all over. Even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "This handsome guy is a whole level better looking than Lu Junzuo. This is my boyfriend Tang Yu, also the head of the Tang Group. He holds a 45% stake in our family's e-commerce platform." Noticing Li Shuefei's gaze, Wang Yishua immediately felt a surge of anger rise within her. This woman, her bankrupt company is just waiting for misfortune to strike. "Oh, so you're the young master of the Su Hang Tang family. I've always heard how handsome you are, and seeing is truly believing." Li Shuefei quickly extended her hand to shake Tang Yu's.
Tang Yu didn't dare to reciprocate. He let out an awkward laugh and said, "Sorry, President Li, I just used the bathroom without washing my hands. Shaking hands with you would be disrespectful." A glimmer of resentment flashed in Li Shuefei's eyes. Using that as an excuse? Did he look down on her?
She hated nothing more than men looking down on her. So whenever her male companions gave her the wrong look, she'd whip out the sugar mommy's pleasure balls to teach them a lesson. Even men who weren't her playthings risked receiving that disrespectful glance. She would still find ways to make them submit to her without fail. Tang Yu had become her target. She was determined to have this man today. Chapter 82, I'm coming in. Alright then, it's not too late for us to shake hands after you've washed them. Li Shuefei's face still wore a radiant smile as she made a welcoming gesture. Let's go inside and continue our conversation over dinner. She couldn't wait to help Lu Junzuo advance his plan. According to Lu Junzuo's arrangement, he would have someone tamper with the drinks later. Just a sip of alcohol is enough to make someone completely lose control. His prey was Wang Yishua. Then he might as well follow the plan and turn Tang Yu into his own prey. After the three entered the hotel, Lu Junzuo, who was drinking in the suite, was surprised to receive the news. He hadn't expected that Tang kid to show up again. The mention of Tang Yu brought a wary glint to his eyes. This man's strength was unfathomable, outwardly ordinary, yet that single punch had demonstrated power rivaling Earth realm cultivation. He was an exceedingly cautious man by nature. After suffering one loss, he would avoid risking a confrontation with Tang Yu unless absolutely necessary. Once he breaks through to the Earth realm cultivation level, that would be the day of Tang Yu's demise. After some thought, he snapped his fingers. The four members of the Reaper squad, who had been standing by in the room, immediately rushed over. Young Master Lu. The four of them shouted in unison. Get yourselves ready later, make sure the drugging plan goes smoothly. Have people take Wang Yishua away and act convincingly afterward, but absolutely none of you are to lift a finger against her, understand? Lu Junzuo instructed sternly. He, like Yichen, couldn't tolerate anyone touching his woman the most, so even if it was just acting, they couldn't go wild at most, they could only intimidate her a bit. Understood, young Master Lu. The four of them hurriedly replied in unison. Second, that young Tang guy is here too. If he falls into our trap later, arrange some unattractive women for him to enjoy first, then take a bunch of photos and post them online. Wait until he's had his fill and is too weak, then you can finish him off. Lu Junzuo continued to command. Since this kid has come knocking, I won't hold back. Not only must he die, but he must also be utterly disgraced. As for myself, it's better not to intervene personally, there's something peculiar about this man from head to toe. Let my four most loyal subordinates bear this danger. To die for me, that would be their greatest glory. Understood, young Master Lu. The four said in unison once more. Go on. Lu Junzuo waved his hand dismissively, and the four men left the suite. After leaving, Deng He, the leader, immediately sent a text message to Tang Yu. When they reached a quiet corner, Deng He said coldly, that treacherous bastard Lu Junzuo is plotting against young Master Tang behind his back again. We can't give him this chance. Later, we'll. After whispering a few arrangements, the other three men all showed satisfied expressions. No wonder you're the boss, always so quick-witted. This way, we're sure to accomplish a great merit for young Master Tang. After earning this merit, it's party time at the club. As soon as Tang Yu stepped into the private room, he received a text message from Deng He. After glancing at the message, Tang Yu's expression turned slightly strange. Damn you, Lu Junzuo, trying to drug me, huh? Drugging me is bad enough, but you're also arranging ugly women to be paired with me, and then taking photos? You treacherous bastard, good thing I kept a backup plan, not. Wang Yishua, sitting beside him, had pieced together most of the story during the trip. As for this guy named Lu Junzuo, she'd already sent people to investigate back in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once the investigation was complete, it would be time to close the net. What would you two like to eat? Li Shuefei handed the menu to Tang Yu and his companion. As she looked at Tang Yu, she couldn't help but swallow hard. No matter how delicious the food was, it couldn't compare to a man. Taking the menu, Wang Yishua casually ordered a few dishes. Each harbors sinister motives, who has the heart to eat? After placing our order, the kitchen soon served up dish after dish, each a feast for the eyes and palate. Li Shuefei also never mentioned anything about collaboration, simply chatting away with Tang Yu. When all the dishes were served, she smiled. It's rare for you two to visit Pearl City. We must celebrate properly today, let's all toast with a few drinks. We can talk business after dinner. With that, she clapped her hands, and immediately a waiter brought over a bottle of red wine. Li Shuefei picked up the already opened bottle and moved to pour wine for Tang Yu and his companion. She simply couldn't wait any longer. To see this handsome man reduced to such a pitiful state, compelled to submit. Apologies, President Li, but I don't drink alcohol. At that moment, Wang Yishua suddenly spoke up. Ha! Li Shuefei froze instantly, she doesn't drink? What kind of maneuver was this? Then she chuckled and said,
How can one do business without drinking? President Wang must be joking. Let's just have a small toast today, okay? I'm allergic to alcohol. Wang Yishua couldn't possibly drink this wine, she already knew something was wrong with it. Li Shuefei's face showed slight embarrassment as she deliberately feigned displeasure and said, President Wang, I know you can hold your liquor. There's no need for such excuses, can't you even show me this little courtesy? What do you mean not showing courtesy?
We're all business partners here, respect goes both ways.
With minimal research, you'd know I'm allergic to alcohol. Yet here you are pushing me to drink? Just what are you implying? It seems you're the one showing no respect, isn't that right? Director Li, if you have any issues with me, just say it outright. Wang Yishua slammed the table heavily and said coldly.
Her sudden outburst created an oppressive aura that instantly made Li Shuefei nervous. She gave an awkward chuckle, realizing this approach wouldn't work and not daring to say more, muttering sheepishly.
Sorry, President Wang, I made a mistake, I apologize to you. Then she turned to Tang Yu and said, President Tang, how about we have a drink together?
Not getting a chance to take action against Wang Yishua wasn't much of a loss for her anyway. She'd be perfectly content if she could just get her hands on this handsome guy.
Sorry, I'm allergic too. Tang Yu smiled. I'm allergic to idiots, so don't talk to me. Li Shuefei's face darkened slightly. She hadn't anticipated such a major hiccup at the very first step of her plan. Had she known this would happen, she should have had someone drug the food. Let's eat first then, rest a bit after the meal, and we'll talk later. Seeing that her scheme had failed, she could only settle for second best. You don't drink alcohol, but surely you have coffee or tea? If that won't do, there's always mineral water, I'll find a way to handle you all.
I'll make sure it's arranged later. After finishing the meal, I'll go back and discuss it with Lu Junzuo. At this moment, Lu Junzuo was still resting in the suite, waiting for good news to arrive. Since returning to China, he hadn't had a proper chance to let loose yet. Anticipation of the imminent pleasure filled his heart with excitement. Then, strands of something unsettling began to invade his reason, and his body started feeling slightly off. How could this be? With the last vestige of rationality remaining, he suddenly looked at the red wine by his hand. Could someone have secretly added alcohol to my medicine? Just then, there was a knock at the door.
Junzuo, I'm coming in.
Li Shuefei, who walked in, was about to discuss changing plans with Lu Junzuo. Little did she know a beast was already waiting for her. Chapter 83, pretending to be Tang Yu to take a beating. Soon, pig slaughtering like screams could be heard beyond the suite. This was a 6-star hotel where the rooms had excellent soundproofing, but nothing could stop that high decibel sound from piercing through doors and walls, startling all the guests in the building. The first to react were the neighboring guests. Having lived their entire lives, when had they ever heard such a commotion? It truly sounded like the squealing of a slaughtered pig. In less than a few minutes, quite a crowd had already gathered in the hallway. The hotel manager rushed over upon hearing the news. Hearing all this commotion, he had no choice but to brace himself and knock on the door, calling out, Excuse me, could you please keep it down a little? The pig's squeal still echoed inside, though faintly mixed with a furious get out. Hearing that angry command, how dared the manager utter a word? Anyone who could stay in such a suite was beyond his station to offend. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad stood waiting in the hallway. The leader, Deng He, grinned with a smirk. Trying to scam young Master Tang? Today, we'll let you and this fat pig have a passionate encounter. Big bro, what's the plan now? Seeing the plan had succeeded, one of them asked in a low voice. Don't worry, if Lu Junzuo asks later, we'll just say it was that woman's doing. Deng He was quite confident about this. That woman's been batting her eyelashes at Lu Junzuo every day, anyone could see what she was thinking. Blaming it all on her is absolutely foolproof. Big bro is brilliant. The crowd raised their thumbs in approval. The brothers are solid. Deng He also gave a thumbs up. Young Master Tang is tall and mighty, the 4 of them said in unison. Tang Yu, who had just come upstairs, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and had just stepped out of the elevator when he heard this pig slaughtering like screech. During the meal, the death squad came to seek Tang Yu's opinion. After some thought, Tang Yu reckoned it would be best to fight fire with fire. So he had the 4 men administer a dose of their own medicine to Lu Junzuo in return. I must say, using a traitor properly can really save you a lot of trouble. Hearing this pig butchering like scream, Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh at his own magnanimity in returning good for evil. As for killing this bastard, Tang Yu felt it might be a bit too much. In a way, this guy was also kind of a protagonist blessed by fate, you know, the type who activates jade pendants and inherits secret legacies and all that. The child of fortune wouldn't die so easily, would he? Plus, with combat strength at the pinnacle of the profound realm, no one could really stop him if he wanted to leave. What's going on here? Wang Yishua had followed Tang Yu upstairs. Knowing the truth but playing dumb, she deliberately asked this question. It's nothing. You shouldn't dwell on someone you've loved with all your might. Tang Yu bloated with schadenfreude. Dying of laughter, seems the drug effect lasts about 3 hours. Even if you were trying to start a fire by rubbing sticks, 3 hours would be enough to get sparks.
You still want to come at your dad? Wait till your old man's kidneys give out, then have someone ambush and finish me off? Eat shit, lightning. After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yishua's lips curled slightly upwards. Weaken them first before striking? That's indeed a good idea.
She quickly typed a text message to the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards, instructing them to be ready to beat the drowned dog.
Don't hold back if you can go for the kill.
After sending the message, she looked at Tang Yu and said,
"Where on earth has President Li gone? Let's head back and rest first." Sounds good.
With her objective accomplished, Tang Yu left in high spirits. The commotion was simply too overwhelming. After persisting for 3 full hours, the hotel staff could no longer cope with the situation. Nearly half the hotel's guests had become aware of the incident and lodged complaints about it. Helplessly, the hotel had no choice but to send a few security guards to knock on the door and intervene.
If this continued, the hotel wouldn't be able to operate normally.
Several livestream influencers had already heard the commotion and arrived before the security guards made it upstairs. Nowadays, being a streamer means chasing viral moments wherever they happen. The hotel incident was already recorded and posted online as a short video, attracting significant attention.
Please make way.
Several security guards pushed past the streamers and rushed over to pound heavily on the door while shouting, "Hello, sir.
Could you please come out for a moment?"
The commotion inside the house had gradually subsided when he knocked on the door.
Lu Junzuo, finally regaining consciousness, had a deathly pale face.
Staring at the massive lump of blubber before him, he couldn't hold back and vomited on the spot. There was once when he was on a mission where he'd even submerged himself in a cesspool for a full 3 minutes to remain hidden.
When he finally emerged, he'd even swallowed a mouthful. But compared to now, what was so disgusting about that manure bucket anyway? It's just shit, something that's been inside your belly all along. What's so filthy about that? Could it possibly be filthier than this damn sow?
What's worse, after 3 hours, he had no idea how many times he had exerted himself. His body hadn't fully recovered to begin with, and now he was dealt another heavy blow to his vitality.
"Sir, could you please open the door and come out?"
"Folks, after waiting 2 hours, we'll finally get to see this butcher brother.
Brothers, can you send Xiaomei some gifts?
She's been live streaming for almost 3 hours already."
Upon hearing the noise outside the door, Lu Junzuo felt like dying. Was there actually a fucking live streamer broadcasting outside the door?
He had long heard that the domestic live streaming industry was booming, but he never expected them to be so deranged. If this were to be broadcasted live online,
how could he ever show his face in the country again? He might even end up with a nickname like Mr. Joey Lu.
Fortunately, he was always quick-witted and knew this group wouldn't get in so easily, so he ran to the window, ready to take an unconventional exit. Only when he opened it did he remember this was goddamn over 40 stories up. Even at the peak of his prime, jumping from here would mean certain death. The increasingly urgent knocking at the door told him he couldn't possibly stay in this room any longer. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and produced a latex mask. It was one he'd deliberately modeled after Tang Yu some time ago, though it wasn't yet perfect. Since everyone's facial structure differs, no latex mask could ever look completely identical when worn. After putting on this mask, the resemblance was only about 60 to 70%.
That'll be enough.
He gritted his teeth fiercely. Since he couldn't escape this ordeal today, he might as well let this kid embarrass himself in his place. Before leaving, he fished out another black pill and tossed it into the unconsciously Shuefei's mouth, forcing her to swallow it.
This pill is a slow-acting poison. It won't kill you immediately.
After about a week, sudden heart failure would cause death. This filthy swine who defiles herself, he would never allow her to continue living in this world. After accomplishing all this, he flung the door open with resentment written across his face and stormed out. He saw a crowd staring at him with looks reserved for clowns. His rage boiled over instantly.
Get lost.
With a backhanded swipe, he sent the live streamers' phones flying and bolted toward the emergency exit. All he wanted now was to escape this hotel that filled him with sickening disgust.
Go find a place to properly clean yourself up. So disgusting.
Just as he rushed up to the 20th floor in one breath, he discovered the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad guarding the emergency stairway. Spotting the 4, he halted his movement and was about to issue them an order when Deng He, the leader, had already dashed forward and punched Lu Junzuo in the face.
Caught completely off guard, the sudden blow from Deng He sent Lu Junzuo stumbling backward before he ultimately collapsed onto the ground. What are you doing? Lu Junzuo immediately erupted in fury. How dare my own subordinate strike me? Tang Yu, today is your day of reckoning.
With a furious roar from Deng He, the 4 launched their assault simultaneously. At this moment, Lu Junzuo was in dire straits, his vital energy severely depleted. Under the combined assault of 4 attackers, he fought back desperately but still took several heavy hits. At this moment, he suddenly remembered he was still wearing a human skin mask on his face. Quickly creating distance, he tore off the mask and roared at Deng He and the other 3. Fools, it's me,
Chapter 84, Beaten Up Again, Damn It.
Deng He and the other three finally halted their offensive, their faces filled with shock as they cried out. Forgive our oversight, we mistook it for Tang Yu coming down.
Lu Junzuo was nearly fuming with rage.
He had indeed arranged for 4 people to lie in ambush for Tang Yu here. Yet who could have anticipated such a drastic turn of events? Tang Yu and Wang Yishua weren't poisoned, instead, he fell into his own trap. After being caught in his own scheme, he even donned a mask disguised as Tang Yu to frame him. It was fine without wearing it, but putting it on only led to an ambush by our own people.
He felt like a complete clown. Damn it!
Lu Junzhao pointed at the members of the death squad, his finger shaking slightly, but ultimately suppressed his anger and said, It's not your fault, there was a minor issue with the plan. You are very loyal. After all, they were faithfully carrying out his orders. It wouldn't be appropriate to punish them for this problem.
It's only what we should do.
The 4 men knelt on the ground in unison.
I'm feeling unwell and need to leave for a moment.
Stay at the hotel and try to find an opportunity to poison Tang Yu and his group.
Inform me if you succeed. Even now, Lu Junzuo refused to give up.
After leaving the 4 men at the hotel to seek their chance, he ran frantically from the hotel, just wanting to find a place to take a proper shower first. The greasy smell all over his body made him unbearably uncomfortable. The moment he dashed out through the hotel's back door, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the roadside. By the time he reacted, both men had already landed blows, one with a punch, the other with a kick, each striking him simultaneously.
They were the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards following Wang Yishua.
Both possessed considerable strength, having reached the peak of the Huangzi realm. Having laid an ambush here for some time, they seized the moment when Lu Junzuo was mentally distracted to land a surprise attack, then pressed their advantage relentlessly. Under this barrage of assaults, Lu Junzuo was already infuriated to the point of nearly splitting apart from rage.
I, a supreme expert at the peak of the Xin-level realm. Even in the Dragon Soul organization, I was regarded as a once-in-a-century genius. Compared to me, Yi Chen pales into insignificance. When have I ever suffered such humiliation, being bullied by 2 worthless fools who haven't even reached the Xin level? In normal times, he could have crushed both of them with one hand, but right now, he's in terrible condition. He hadn't fully recovered from his previous injuries, had suffered massive energy depletion throughout 3 non-stop hours today, and had just endured a brutal beating from the Reaper squad. At this moment, his limbs feel as weak as noodles. Facing the combined assault of 2 peak yellow character realm masters, he could only watch helplessly as they gained absolute dominance. Even worse, these 2 struck with extraordinary ruthlessness, their murderous intent was unmistakable. After sustaining consecutive injuries, Lu Junzuo coughed up yet another mouthful of blood. He could feel his physical condition deteriorating rapidly towards mortal peril. He simply couldn't hold it in any longer and decided to set aside his pride. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he let out a desperate shout, "Help!" After all, this was a high-end hotel with no shortage of security personnel. His cry for help was quickly answered as patrolling guards rushed over. What are you doing? Who allowed you to fight here?
If you want to fight, go to the dance practice room, a security guard shouted loudly. Seeing the security guard arrive, the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards of the Huang family felt somewhat helpless.
With so many people watching, it was truly impossible to continue trying to kill this person now.
The 2 could only abandon their offensive and quickly retreated. After the duo left, Lu Junzuo slumped to the ground, his face filled with humiliation. How could he, Lu Junzuo, be forced to cry for help against 2 mere yellow-rank martial artists? And to think it had only been such a short time since he arrived in Huaxia. He'd already been beaten 3 times.
Are you alright? Should I call the police for you? One of the security guards came over with concern. Get lost. Don't stick your noses where they don't belong. If any of you dare breathe a word about today's incident, you'll have me to deal with. Lu Junzuo stared fiercely at the security guards and threatened. If this incident got out, how could he continue to maintain his dignity within the Dragon Soul organization? The guards' faces instantly darkened, cursing under their breaths as they turned and walked away. Had they known they were dealing with such an idiot, they wouldn't have bothered coming in the first place. After the security guards left, Lu Junzuo hurriedly drove to the hospital. His injuries wouldn't fully recover without some time passing. Returning to the hotel room, Tang Yu lay on the sofa and silently thought to himself, "Damn system, where's my reward?" Beep, reward granted, physique improved, and the weakling host's abilities greatly enhanced. As the system's cold voice rang out, Tang Yu immediately sensed the changes in his body. A thick, black, foul-smelling liquid seeped from his pores. Damn, which author came up with this marrow-cleansing cultivation trope?
The smell made Tang Yu feel nauseous himself. It was like being thrown into a cesspool for a freestyle swim. He rushed to the bathroom to take a shower.
The suite's bathroom even had an indoor hot spring pool.
After washing away the filth from his body, Tang Yu relaxed contentedly in the pool water.
According to the system's explanation,
after undergoing this thorough marrow cleansing session, he had now achieved top-tier martial arts aptitude.
Moreover, his strength had directly ascended to the yellow rank realm, instantly transforming from an ordinary person into a genuine ancient martial artist.
Although this strength is still a bit lacking, not enough to slap someone like Yi Chen dead in one strike, it significantly raises the upper limit of young Master Tang's ability to bully the weak and fear the strong.
In the future, whenever he goes out to pick on fools who don't know any better, won't he be able to knock them out with one punch each?
This damn system finally decided to give something good, but it feels off somehow.
Tang Yu stroked his chin and thought, he didn't even go all out against Lu Junzuo today, so why the high reward?
Just then, his phone sitting nearby started ringing.
Tang Yu took a glance at it.
It was a text message from the death squad.
They reported the situation to Tang Yu. He learned that these four had been beaten up by Lu Junzuo. Tang Yu was dumbfounded. Damn, is this even possible? Pretending to be me just to get beaten up?
As expected, these traitors are all incredibly dedicated to their jobs. To show his gratitude for them boosting his performance and earning him a wave of system rewards, Tang Yu gifted each of them a premium club membership card.
Each card was topped up with $1 million, enough for a year's worth of fun. Moreover, it was a nationwide chain, so they could use it anywhere they went.
The four of them were absolutely thrilled after getting their membership cards. Club members, club spirit, the club makes the elite. Then they all left the hotel together to party.
As for Lu Junzuo's arrangements, sorry, just following young Master Tang's orders.
After contacting the death squad, Tang Yu soaked comfortably in the hot spring for a while, then prepared to return to bed for some sleep. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door.
Tang Yu, open up, I need to talk to you.
Wang Yishua's voice came from outside the door.
Looking for me? Tang Yu felt a bit odd. What was she doing here so late at night?
Then he quickly rushed to open the door. Wang Yishua stood outside the door waiting, her face looking somewhat miserable. After entering the room, she clutched her stomach and lay down on Tang Yu's bed.
Tang Yu, my stomach hurts. Did you come here to take a shit? Chapter 85, The One Run Clan. Fuck off.
Wang Yishua snorted softly and shot Tang Yu an adorable glare.
Tang Yu chuckled twice.
He just took a glance at the guy's belly and saw no issues at all, perfectly healthy.
Alright, I'll be straight with you.
I came for a massage. Wang Yishua patted her own shoulder and said, give me a shoulder rub.
My shoulders are so sore. What's wrong with your shoulders? Didn't sleep well?
That's not it, mostly she's got a good figure, which puts a heavier load on her shoulders.
Wang Yishua lamented with a sigh. Tang Yu instinctively glanced over.
TSK, it really is quite impressive, but still just a tad smaller compared to little Yu's. It's normal for your shoulders to ache after growing this big.
Alright then, let me massage them for you.
Tang Yu walked over and placed her hands on Wang Yishua's shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure in rhythmic kneading motions.
The perfectly measured force made Wang Yishua moan softly in comfort.
After hearing her moan and groan a few times, Tang Yu stopped his movements and said helplessly,
could you please be a little quieter? But I can't help it, I'll try to be quieter, okay? And don't stop, keep going.
After about 10 minutes of pressing, Tang Yu genuinely couldn't take it anymore.
God damn it, you're having a blast.
Keep pressing, and bro's blood is gonna gather in a certain place.
That's enough. Tang Yu released his grip on Wang Yishua's shoulder and said. Wang Yishua stretched lazily with a contented expression, feeling much more relaxed and comfortable in her shoulders.
She looked at Tang Yu with a sly smile.
Being so nice to me today, are you looking for some kind of reward? What kind of reward?
Tang Yu rubbed his hands together with eager anticipation.
Come on, you beast. Don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower. Wang Yishua couldn't help but laugh angrily upon hearing this jerk's inner thoughts.
She sized up Tang Yu with a few glances and chuckled, check your phone later.
With that, she skipped out of Tang Yu's room. Perplexed, Tang Yu took out his phone and sat on the bed waiting. After a few minutes, Wang Yishua finally sent a message. Can't sleep tonight? Hee hee, I can help you with that, if you beg me. Tang Yu drew a sharp breath. Was she looking down on a man's dignity? For such a trivial matter, you dare beg her? Please.
He angrily spat out 3 words.
Soon, the chat box showed typing. After a few seconds, a photo was sent over.
It showed her sitting on the hotel bed wearing a bunny girl outfit. Enjoy it slowly, take care of your health.
After sending the photo, Wang Yishua thoughtfully reminded him again.
Once sent, she put her phone away, both amused and a little embarrassed. She had brought the bunny girl outfit this time, originally intending to show him, but after putting it on, she suddenly felt too shy. After all, she was a girl, sometimes she just couldn't be too forward, so now all she could do was send it through her phone. After sending the photo, she kept stealing glances at the door. She waited for about 10 minutes, but that guy never came knocking. A trace of resentment flashed across her delicate, pretty little face as she let out a displeased snort. The next morning when the two went downstairs to the hotel for breakfast, Tang Yu clearly hadn't slept well, sporting dark under-eye circles and yawning from time to time. TSK, someone didn't sleep well last night. Seeing Tang Yu like this,
Wang Yishua felt a bit of schadenfreude. Serves you right. Who told you not to understand my hints? Don't expect me to massage your shoulders next time. Tang Yu snorted coldly, holding a glass of milk as she drank. I'll make you do it anyway, nya. Wang Yishua stuck out her tongue playfully. After finishing the meal, she asked with a smile. I need to visit the branch office for business. Do you want to wait here with me for a few days? Or, I'd better return today. I have some matters to attend to these 2 days. Tang Yu shook her head. Alright then, I'll come find you to play when I'm back in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Wang Yishua reached out to pinch Tang Yu's cheek and playfully stretched it with some force. After saying goodbye to Wang Yishua, Tang Yu took a car to Pearl Airport, preparing to fly back to Suzhou and Hangzhou. In just 2 more days, it will be time for the auction scene. According to the original plot, an antique jade lion appears at the auction. After catching the Dragon King Yi Chanzai at first glance, the Han family from Yanjing starts competing with him for it. After a fierce battle, Yi Chen successfully obtains the jade lion, and he activated the mechanism on the jade lion, obtaining a 9 cycles elixir and the ancient martial arts manual 8 extreme shattering fist from within. Now that the plot has changed, Yi Chen is no longer involved in this part of the story. The person who came to seize this opportunity in his place became Lu Junzuo. The 9 cycles elixir could significantly elevate a martial artist's cultivation level. Tang Yu's return to Suzhou and Hangzhou had only one purpose. Justice. Justice. Or goddamn justice. Who the hell decided all the good stuff should go to the protagonist? Grab it first, talk later. After completing the check-in procedures, Tang Yu sat resting in the departure lounge while waiting for the flight. Just then, a young woman happened to push a wheelchair past. Seated in the wheelchair was a middle-aged man with a square-jawed face that naturally commanded authority without needing to show anger. Even in a wheelchair, he still carried an air of intimidating dignity. Like an aging lion in his twilight years, the young woman pushing his wheelchair drew considerable attention from the men around them. She was strikingly beautiful with short, bobbed hair that framed her face, exuding an air of spirited elegance. Her wheat-colored skin gave her a vibrant, energetic appearance. What was even more surprising were the perfectly defined muscle lines running along both her arms. If one looked closely enough, they'd notice something else. Every exposed part of her body revealed just the right amount of perfectly sculpted muscle. The soft feminine beauty and the masculine toughness from her muscles didn't seem the least bit conflicting on her. She possessed both a woman's beauty and could display a man's handsomeness, exuding an extraordinarily unique charm. Dad, the plane won't arrive for another half hour. Should I go buy you a bottle of water? The girl asked, looking down at her father. No thanks, I'm not thirsty. Drinking too much just means more bathroom breaks. Let's just sit and rest for a while. The middle-aged man waved his hand, his weathered face breaking into a faint smile. Okay. The girl nodded without saying another word. They happened to take seats right next to Tang Yu. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the father and daughter pair nodded slightly with smiles as a form of greeting. Tang Yu smiled too and returned the nod. He actually recognized this father and daughter. They belonged to the Wenren clan, Suzhou and Hangzhou's foremost ancient martial arts family. The person sitting in the wheelchair was Wenren Yuanshan, the current head of the Wenren family. By the age of 30, he was already renowned as invincible throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. At 40, he had reached the Earth rank realm, with both strength and talent considered top tier. Unfortunately, 3 years ago during his travels across China, he returned in this state, paralyzed in both legs and with severely diminished abilities. He never mentioned a word about the matter himself, so no one knew what had actually happened. Ancient martial families like theirs carried an air of arrogance that even scorned kings and nobles. Even when recognizing Tang Yu, the head of Su Hong's most prominent family, they merely greeted him casually. In the world of ancient martial arts, only strength commands respect. Tang Yu's gaze soon fell back upon the young woman again. The young woman was the eldest daughter of the Wenren family, Wenren Yage, whose talent and strength were even more astonishing than her father's. At just 20 years old this year, she had already cultivated to the Xuanzi realm. In terms of talent, she was even more monstrous than her father. Such an outstanding, heaven-favored young woman naturally couldn't escape the Dragon King's clutches. To be honest, girls practicing martial arts should still pay attention to their direction. Focus more on cultivating internal energy, wouldn't that be better? There's no need to build so much muscle. Xiyin Linghan isn't like this, her body is fragrant and soft. Tang Yu silently complained in his heart. Suddenly hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wenren Yage's face instantly darkened. She noticed Tang Yu's lips weren't moving, so she looked toward others instead. The last man who dared to comment on her like that ended up hospitalized for 3 months before being discharged. After scanning the area, she couldn't find her target. Her face darkened with frustration. Could she have misheard?